The couple in love went out for a walk at a slow pace, eating delicious ice cream along the way. They were both so happy about this because, in fact, due to a huge pile of things to do, they hadn't gone on a date for a long time, and finally they could just walk around like this and not think about anything. But unfortunately, these thoughts were interrupted, as was this wonderful atmosphere, and this was done by a huge truck, which drove off the road and began to roll over right on top of the couple. The guy didn't think for long and reacted quickly. He pushed his girlfriend to the side and exposed himself to the blow. A huge truck was falling right on him, and at that moment, all the beautiful moments of his short life passed him by. He decided that it would be better if he did not see this, so at the last moment he closed his eyes, and just one moment later, he opened his eyes again and was very surprised. He was lying in some place that was incomprehensible to him and was thinking that he had just been hit by a truck. It was hard to believe, just like the fact that he seemed to have broken his neck, and apparently now he couldn't move because of it. Panic immediately gripped the guy, as thoughts began to appear in his mind that he might remain like this forever. He began to look around, and this distracted him for a moment, because he saw a rather strange picture. There were a lot of people around him who died in the fire. The guy couldn't fully understand what was happening to him. It seemed to him that maybe it was just a dream. But all the action happened so realistically, and it was too cruel for an ordinary dream. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a strange sound behind him, as if someone had approached him. When he turned his head, he saw an old man there who was telling him something about how it seemed like he was the only one who was able to survive this horror. The strangest thing at that moment was that the old man spoke in Chinese, but the guy still understood him. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the reflection in the eyes of this old man. There he saw a little boy. This scared him quite a bit, because he couldn't even imagine why he looked like a little boy. In any case, no matter how much he screamed, the old man still picked him up in his arms and was ready to take the guy with him. After some time, they were already running away from the city, and along the way the man told the boy that he was most likely different from the other residents of Chunjin. But apparently he said all these words with a negative note, because the boy continued to scream, even when there was no particular reason for it. At one point the boy became quiet. The reason for his calmness was that the guy noticed the uniqueness of the person who was currently carrying him in his arms. The whole point was that apparently this old man had some kind of superpowers, thanks to which they moved quickly, and then even jumped from a high cliff. The boy thought until the end that at one moment they would fall and break, but after a while it became clear that the old man was in control of the situation. After landing, the old man noticed that the baby was no longer crying, for which he praised him. Next, he carefully placed his hand on the baby's body, and the boy's entire body began to be enveloped in a pleasant warmth. All the snow around them began to melt, and all this because the man was releasing a huge amount of thermal energy. At that moment, the guy was thinking that it was like a conductor of energy between bodies. He knows about it only because he recently read about it in martial arts books. But that was where his thoughts ended, because he didn't have much energy, and he constantly wanted to sleep. So at some point, he simply passed out. When he woke up, he noticed that they were already in a completely different place. A man with a baby in his arms stood in front of a huge building in the mountains, which could not fail to impress. The old man was apparently a rather respected person here, because as soon as they saw him, they immediately began to greet him and ask how his journey had gone. He didn't tell them the details of the trip, but simply said that everything was fine, and then he wanted to know if nothing bad had happened in his absence. According to them, nothing like that actually happened. At least they had nothing to report. And when the old man heard this, he noted that there must have been nothing better he could have heard. After which he himself added that he did not bring any news, but he needed to meet with the master. But at the moment, what they were most interested in was what kind of child he had in his arms. Although the old man didn't want to say anything about it yet, the only thing he could say was that Chunjin would take care of him. One of them suggested that this baby was the same as Kun-san, but Sabina immediately assured them that this was not the case, and that the fact that he found him was pure chance and nothing more. After which he went to the temple, which he had been heading to from the very beginning. On the way there, he told the kid that this was the Janam clan, once one of the 9 strongest, but unfortunately the time of this clan had already passed. The boy in the mind of this child looked around carefully because he was quite curious to watch how life flowed here. But some moments were quite surprising for him, because at first it seemed that they were engaged in martial arts, but then it became obvious that this was not entirely true. In any case, it was safe to say that it was simply amazing. Sabina, looking at this little boy, immediately noticed that the boy had a rather conscious look, and he actually liked it very much, for which he praised the boy. After some time, he came to the right place where there were a lot of books, so it vaguely resembled a library. And as soon as he entered, he was immediately met by his student, who was very glad to see his master. The old man did not say a word to him in response, but only threw the very same child he had brought with him at the guy. The boy was quite scared when he was simply abandoned, but fortunately the old man's student successfully caught the boy, after which he carefully examined the baby, not understanding what he should do with him next. The old man finally decided to explain to the guy what all this meant, and he started from afar, namely, with the fact that as far as he knew, the guy did not yet have his own student. The guy was quite scared because he understood where this was all going, but the man just continued to laugh at him. And when he finally came close to him, he asked the guy to make this kid his student. The boy at that moment was just trying to understand what they were talking about and what it meant to make him their student. But over time from their conversation, he realized that he would probably study martial arts here for the rest of his life, and this scared him quite a lot. For the next few days, the boy was with the guy, so they began to get used to each other little by little. Ganchan, that's exactly what they started calling the baby now, which he clearly didn't like very much, but it's still better than nothing. What bothered him more was that he had no desire to become a master at all, especially when he heard about the conditions. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when the guy started feeding him, and the food was, to put it mildly, not the best. The boy thought that Gonchar was very hungry, so he tried to feed him as best he could, but the boy ate like a baby bird, which was a little scary. At that moment, the potter was thinking only about surviving in this world, because doing so with such food would be incredibly difficult. However, despite the fact that the food was disgusting, Gonchar immediately noticed that the person with whom he would now live was quite good. The only problem that prevents him from living a normal life is the fact that he cannot speak. Therefore, it is quite difficult for him to convey his desires correctly, especially when he does not like something, or for example, when he wants to go to the toilet. The potter simply shouted and tried to convey his desires in this way, but the guy simply could not understand what was going on. The screams continued until the evening, and no matter how hard Gonchar tried, he could not even say a word, only crying came out. After such a small experiment, he finally calmed down a little and stopped screaming, which could not but please his master. Besides, as soon as the boy calmed down, the master decided that while they had the opportunity, they should practice a little. After a while, there was absolute silence in their room, which made Gonchar think that what he wanted most now was to talk, but so far he had not been able to do so. He was also incredibly interested to know what his master was doing, because he had been sitting in one place for a long time. Was he really meditating in this way? The potter also decided to try something similar and began to breathe in the same way as his master, and it was worth noting that he was quite good at it. And the result of such meditation was that at one moment, Gonchar was able to say his first word in this life, which immediately attracted the attention of the master. He tried to talk to the baby and find out from him whether he really said something or whether he just misheard it. At that moment, the potter was thinking that at first he was just breathing, and then suddenly something changed. And in order to say the cherished words again, he just needed to concentrate and repeat what he had just done. The kid understood that most likely he had just used his energy, the same as the old man had used then. Therefore, gathering all his energy into a fist, he tried to say the word again, but unfortunately, he was unable to do this, and all he was capable of was making sounds. The potter simply did not understand what he was doing wrong and why he could not speak if he had just done it. Without waiting for the kid to do it again, the master decided that he was just imagining things, so he decided it was time for him to go about his business. Gonchar decided that he needed more practice in speaking, and then he would definitely be able to start speaking, and everything would be fine again. After this decision, he lay on the bed for quite a long time and concentrated his energy. But he became so carried away by this process that at some point he simply began to roll off his bed. At the last moment, he managed to hold on, and now thoughts appeared in his head that energy training allows one to develop faster, and if he can continue in the same spirit, then he will most likely grow much faster. But for now, he had a slightly different problem, which was that his head was much larger than his body, which is why he simply could not roll back onto his back. Because of this, he eventually developed breathing problems, so he decided that the best thing to do in this situation was to use energy to solve this problem. This was noticed at one point by the young master, who immediately ran up to the boy, because he understood that this was clearly not normal and that he could suffocate. But he still managed to lift Gonchar in time, who immediately took a deep breath. After this, the master noted that he had just seen the baby meditating, which was pleasant to realize, but most likely, for now, Gonchar was simply repeating after him. On the other hand, looking at this little boy, The master found it strange to observe something like this, because the boy clearly did not look like a genius. However, this did not change the fact that the boy was still a great guy, and at this rate, he would definitely be able to become a scientist. After a while, they both stood by the window and just watched as little snowflakes slowly fell onto the trees. Exactly 2 years later, little Potter was playing near a tree with small stones. At least that's how it looked, because in reality he was trying to concentrate the energy in his hands. And he did this in order to break this stone into small pieces in one moment. This process remained noticed, because his young master saw it, so he immediately began to run in his direction. The man seemed to go crazy when he saw what little Potter was doing, because he immediately started running towards him. As it turned out, the master thought that the little boy had destroyed the stone only to put it in his mouth later, which is why he ran to him so quickly. But when he took his little hand, it turned out that the man was completely mistaken in his assumptions. The Potter simply turned him into sand, which calmed the man down a little, but he still decided to repeat to the boy once again that neither stone nor sand should be put in the mouth. The guy looked closely at his teacher and smiled, while mentally thinking that he probably shouldn't talk about what kind of energy he had just used. When Gonchan turned 7, he began to train even harder, and thanks to this, he could do quite complex techniques so easily. His movements became better and better every day. He began to master quite complex techniques. But even after so many years of living in this place, the guy still could not believe that all this was real. But most of all, he was struck by the fact that the energy moved after the body. He even managed to squeeze this energy in his hands, and this was already called honing his skills, which he improved better and better every day. Therefore, on one of those days, his teacher came out to him and told the boy that he needed to go to the Tappen Temple tomorrow. According to the man, the boy was already 7 years old, so it was time for him to start training, which Gongchan clearly didn't expect to hear. The master had once told him that in order to find the right path, one should take care of one's people, and Gongchan assumed that he was telling him about begging for the glory of Buddha. Gongchan understood perfectly well that most likely they would simply give him a sword and send him off to wander, and he had also heard that hermits could not die or be wounded. That's why the master sends him to the lands of the Chanam clan, where he will be able to see the world, because it is still dangerous for him to go to other places alone. After all, now Gongchan's main task, in the opinion of his teacher, is to become the best master on the continent. But the boy clearly did not want such a life, because masters do not even have the right to marry. The teacher laughed at him in response to these words and told him that in fact, in their Chanam clan, it is possible to marry, so there is simply nothing to worry about. Gongchan himself understood perfectly well that he started quite early. Therefore, being on the 3rd step, he is already reaching the 4th, although the age difference will still be noticeable. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly raised his eyes and saw a beautiful girl who was walking straight towards him. But what surprised the guy the most was when the girl came closer to him and spoke first, asking him a question that she wanted to make sure of, or was he really that same Jung? He just stood there and looked at her attentively. She took this as consent, so she also introduced herself and said that her name was Gonan. After which he finally came to his senses a little and immediately said that he was very pleased to meet her, but still he wanted to first find out how she knew his name. In response to this question, Gonan immediately told him that she had come here specifically to take him with her. Gongchan immediately blossomed like a flower and thought that he would find this temple quite interesting. So he followed her straight away without any problems, not thinking about who this girl was and what she really wanted from him. And as soon as they came to the place where the girl was leading the guy, she immediately threw him a stick. Gongchan didn't quite understand what was going on and why she gave him this stick. Gonan laughed in response and finally told him that in fact everything was simple. They were going to train now. Gongchan was a little surprised, but still accepted this fact, after which he wanted to know what kind of circle it was, and according to Gonan, she drew it as boundaries. And since they were both aware of what was about to happen, the girl suggested that he start immediately. Gongchan was a little scared when he saw how well she wielded the stick, because he still thought it was an ordinary old stick. And when she struck him for the first time and tore his clothes, the guy immediately decided to remind her that they were training. Gonan seemed to not hear him anymore, because she continued to generate 1,000 blows in 1 minute. And although Gongchan knew how to fight, he still could not block her blows. The girl immediately noticed this, so at one point she simply stopped. At first she looked at the boy, and then decided to tell him that he did not know the basics at all. And as soon as she told him about this, Gongchan immediately admitted that this was his first time participating in a fight. Gonan was a little surprised by this because she was sure that he knew how to block attacks. But the guy continued to stand and look at her attentively, which provoked her to start showing him how he should block this or that blow. Gonchang looked at her with such a loving gaze, and therefore he managed to quickly memorize all the blows that the girl showed him. But no matter how closely he watched her, he still couldn't keep track of everything at once. So he asked her to show him a few techniques again, to which Gonan quickly agreed. To begin with, she showed him once again what he would have to fight back, and the girl's speed could not help but surprise him. After which she jumped up and began to attack Gonchang again. But this time the guy was more than ready for such a development of events, and thanks to his speed, he was able to dodge the blow. This gave him a little confidence in himself, which made him start to think that he would definitely be able to defend himself against her. And while he was so confident in himself, he suggested to Gonan that they immediately move on to battle, where he would finally show her what he was really capable of. Although Gonan thought that the guy had become so confident too early, she still didn't mind, and immediately accepted his challenge. And just a moment later, she was in front of the guy and was striking him. Although Gongchan didn't expect such speed from the girl, he still managed to block this blow. But he decided not to stop there. And as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately decided to take advantage of it and launch a counterattack. Gonan immediately noticed that this boy was quite talented, since he caught on so quickly, even though he didn't even try to understand the essence of the fighting style. But suddenly he just stopped and did not continue to attack her, although it seemed that he could get her. But according to the guy, at the most important moment he froze and did not have time to think what to do next. Gongchan felt a little ashamed because he couldn't think of it and attack. Gonan immediately noticed that this boy looked quite like a genius, although his movements were sluggish, but his head was working quite well. In any case, Gongchan quickly suggested that the girl continue training because he was more than ready for it. She didn't mind, so she quickly agreed to it and they started training. 2 whole years have passed since then, and Gongchan has grown quite well, and sparring with Gonan was much more interesting. The guy himself believed that the essence of martial arts was a battle of two minds, so he was in no particular hurry to rush into battle. But when Gonan got close enough to him, the guy finally started fighting her, and he did it quite well. The girl was happy with her student's progress, but still, she was not going to give up just like that. And after he repelled all her standard attacks, she decided to show him another rather interesting technique. She had built up quite a bit of speed before this, and as soon as the chance appeared, she jumped straight at Gongchan with her strike. The guy clearly didn't expect this, so he couldn't dodge in time, and this led to him getting hit by the girl. However, as it turned out later, he was still able to dodge, and he was not as badly hurt by this blow as it might have seemed at first glance. The girl immediately noticed that the guy was very lucky, a little more, and he would have definitely gotten it. After these words, she decided that it was time for her to fight Gongchan seriously, so the number of blows she delivered in 1 second increased almost 5-fold. Of course, Gongchan felt this, but he was still able to withstand and even block these blows. But Gonan wasn't going to stop there, and immediately after a small series of blows, she was again next to the guy and was ready to deliver a blow that would end their fight. Gongchan was a little scared, so he didn't have time to block the blow properly. Instead, he accidentally put his hand in front of the blow, causing a fairly large amount of energy to be released from his body after a few seconds. Gonan couldn't believe that the guy used a shield that blocked all of her attacks. According to Gongchan, he just used a defensive technique from his old style. If you believe the guy, this technique is simply ideal in close combat, if you use the 2nd, 6th, and 9th forms in turn. It sounded so strange to the girl, so she decided to ask again what exactly he meant, and according to the guy, a new style would have to be used to connect. After which he decided to show her an example of how it should look, because if you start rotating energy from one center to the second, that could make a pretty good shield of pure energy, which the guy just used again. He was so glad that he had not forgotten after all this time how to use this method correctly, because it seemed to him that it had a direct relation to the old style. However, he was not completely sure of this, because it seemed to him that the new style was a bit intrusive, and the learning process should be continuous. Gonan couldn't believe that the boy was saying such words at 9 years old. Was he really so conscious at such a young age? In any case, she really liked it, and she was also pleased that the guy learned such things from her in such a short time. Gongchan, in response, assured the girl that in fact this is not all that he can do, and now is the time to show her how much he has grown during this time. Gonan tried to convey to the boy that in fact all his strikes were pretty much the same, and he should change his strategy. But first she decided to beat him up a little, so that he didn't think that he had learned absolutely everything that was possible. Gongchan clearly did not expect this. It seemed to him that he had really developed enough to feel confident in such a fight. but still he missed quite a lot of blows. But the girl was not going to stop there, and immediately after a series of blows, she jumped high enough to deliver a kick. It seemed like it was bad enough for Gong Chan, but he was mentally confident that he would be able to escape this blow. But everything was not as simple as it seemed to the guy. The blow was quite strong, which even threw him back a little. This surprised the guy a lot, because he was sure that his defense was at an ideal level. How did this even happen? He immediately decided to stop this fight and asked the girl how she managed to break through the defense, to which she confidently answered him that she used air dominance. Gongchen didn't quite understand what was going on, so the girl told him that he had learned all of her attacks and ways to defend against them, and that she, having control over space, was capable of more extraordinary moves. And if we simplify all these words, then we could say that he cannot defend himself because he simply memorized everything. She noticed that he was a little upset, so she immediately asked him not to lose heart because she thought that he was only 9 years old and she was 20. These words suddenly made Gongchen jump up and run somewhere. Before that, he asked Gonan to wait here because he needed to think a little about her words. She tried to stop him and ask him again where he ran to and what he wanted to do. But the guy didn't hear her and just continued running, after which she told herself that the boy was incredibly capable because even taking into account the fact that she used a new technique, he still managed to erect a barrier. That same evening in the library, Gongchen was trying very hard to find something in the books. He wanted to find the techniques that Gonan had told him about today, namely air dominance. He needed the basics in order to understand how Gonan fought. But to his great regret, the results were rather disappointing, and a whole year had already passed. During this time, he trained quite a lot and tried to improve his skills to the maximum, but even with this approach, she still managed to get on his nerves. His thinking abilities during the fight were simply superb, but it still did not allow him to defeat his opponent. Even when it seemed to him that he would be able to deliver a strong enough blow, the girl deceived him and struck back. Each of their training sessions ended with the girl saying that the training was good enough, but she simply couldn't help but notice that he was still powerless against a fighter who used air energy. Gongchen tried not to show it, but it upset him incredibly much, because in his head he had thoughts that perhaps this was his limit and he would not be able to become stronger. One such evening, he decided that it would be better for him to go to bed than to think about such things. And as soon as the candle burned out, he thought about the fact that in the old style, there is a way to relieve stress. To do this, he simply needed to focus on his energy and fill his inner cup to the brim with it. Suddenly, all these thoughts made him think that he was using the energy foundation, and in this way, he could try to defeat Gonan. The next day, early in the morning, they went out to train again, and the first thing Gongchen told his opponent was that he had mastered the technique of dominance in the air, which Gonan did not really believe in, because he was just a kid who was not even 10 years old. Although since he was so confident in himself, Gonan was more than ready to test these words. He immediately began to show her everything that he had learned over the past few days, and the girl immediately noticed that the boy was showing her something that was not what she expected to see. Gongchen immediately told her that he understood this perfectly well, because he actually combined the power of energy flows with the old style, so he came up with something new. Gonan absolutely could not understand what was going on here, so Gongchen decided to just show her. Then, according to him, everything would be clear. The girl did not just stand still and immediately decided that it would be pretty good if they saw how similar their techniques were. And for this, she immediately went into battle. But as soon as she decided to strike, Gongchen's defense worked this time, and the girl was unable to inflict enough damage on him. She couldn't test this, so she continued to strike blow after blow, trying to break through the guy's armor. At this moment, the old man was watching them closely and thinking that Chongjin had actually raised a good student. Gonan couldn't stop and continued to strike blow after blow. It seemed to her that this was just some kind of nonsense. This quickly angered her, so she decided to deliver one of her strongest blows. But even he couldn't overcome Gongchen's defense. Moreover, the guy was even able to deliver a good counterattack. Gonan immediately thought that she had greatly underestimated the boy, but he managed to exceed all her expectations. But she wasn't going to give up yet, because she actually still had one way left that might be able to break through his defense. She began to concentrate energy under her feet, which at one point caused the ground to begin to collapse. So she was going to open his defenses by force. This was Gonan's special skill, which she used to defeat quite a few opponents. It was distinguished by its strength and appearance, because every time she used it, a tiger would appear behind her, which would instill fear in its prey. Even such powerful attacks could not break through Gongchen's defense. although the girl put an incredibly huge amount of energy into these attacks. But at one point, her efforts finally yielded results. Her hand was able to pass through Ganchan's defense, and it seemed that this was where it would all end. The old man had been carefully watching their sparring the entire time and understood perfectly well that at the moment, Ganchan was using a special kind of concentrated spiritual energy. But even he was surprised by what Ganchan, who was only 9 years old, was able to do. He deliberately let the girl get closer to him and then launched a counterattack on her. And he didn't stop there either, because right after he pushed her away from him, he launched another attack at her. After which, he happily added that the basis of the girl's technique was different from his skills. But still, he couldn't help but notice that the form was somewhat similar. At that moment, Goni only wanted to know how the guy managed to do something like that. Ganchan suggested that she calm down and finish the training. And only after that, he would be happy to explain to the girl how he was able to create this kind of protection. The next day, Ganchan, together with his teacher, headed to the elder, although none of the two of them even guessed why they were going there at all. Although the man still guessed what was going on here, it seemed to him that his faithful student had become famous throughout the school, and that was precisely why they were going to the elder, which Ganchan himself found hard to believe. After some time, they finally came to the temple where the elder was, and his assistant immediately announced to the old man that Chongjin and his disciple Gochan had arrived. As soon as they entered, the first thing they saw was an elder, who was actually quite hospitable. After which he noticed an interesting thing that he often had to meet with Chongjin. But with his disciple Gongchan, he would talk for the first time, and as soon as the old man said these words, the little boy, as he was taught, greeted the elder and thus showed respect. However, the surprises did not end there. After they finally met, the elder asked Chongjin to leave them, and he asked the little boy to sit down so that they could talk in a comfortable atmosphere. The boy was quite surprised, and this was immediately noticed by the old man, who noted that the boy was apparently interested in knowing why he had called him, which Ganchan himself immediately confirmed. The old man began by saying that he had been told that he was a very worthy and mature young man beyond his years. The old man called Gongchan because he really wanted to test his strength, but first he wanted to ask the boy something. His question was that he wanted to know, or did the boy know what the Energy Foundation is? Gongchan thought for a bit, and when he had collected his words, he finally said that this was a single, large connection that not everyone had. He also believed that it connected his consciousness with the surrounding world, creating a continuous flow of energy. The old man wanted to clarify, or the guy was saying, that this foundation essentially connects him to the world, and according to Ganchan, perhaps this energy does not just connect him, but makes him a part of this world, and he clearly feels it when the energy flows through his hands. And as soon as the boy finished speaking, one could confidently tell from the old man's face that he was incredibly surprised. He immediately thought about the fact that the galaxy is polite and eternal. It patronizes everything living and dead. He also thought about the fact that in the end, any energy flows into her huge smooth flow, and it was precisely this kind of knowledge that the old man had been looking for all his life. After some time, another old man entered the room with the elder and the boy, who first of all decided to note that he had helped the elder Gongchan. The elder didn't think long before saying that this boy was special and that Sabika wouldn't mind listening to his speech either, although Sabika, in turn, didn't understand at all what this could change. By this time, Gongchan was already asleep, and so the old men spoke to each other rather quietly. When Sabika spoke with his brother, he decided that he needed to leave one last instruction to Gongchan, and for this he came closer to him. After some time, an incredibly strong concentration could be noticed between Sabika and Gongchan, and according to the old man, he was simply unable to cope with his energy, so he had to seal it. Then he fell to his knees and began to talk about how when the time came to remove this seal, he would have to guide this boy on his true path. According to Sabika, this child is the future of their clan, and the most important task at the moment is to take care of him, so that this does not happen to them. Well, with that, he announced that his time was up and he simply could not do anything anymore. Quite a lot of time has passed since then, and Gongchan has grown quite a lot. At 16 years old, this guy had a strong body and spirit, and most importantly, a great desire to train. By this time, he was capable of quite serious things. He collected energy in his hands in incredible quantities. He even learned to use his internal energy in such a way that he could create objects with his energy. With the help of such ability, a little later, he was able to achieve that he began to create a shield, which he called the Chi Shield. Everyone around was incredibly surprised by how brilliant this guy was and how he could do everything on the fly, and they were also sure that if they trained as hard, they could do it too. Suddenly, today's training was interrupted at one point by one of the temple workers, who came out to tell Gongchan that they wanted to see him at the Temple of External Affairs. This confused the guy a little because he didn't even know why he was suddenly needed in this temple. It seemed like he hadn't done anything wrong. In any case, he had no other choice, so he decided to go to this temple, where they were already waiting for him. The worker of this temple said that they had an urgent matter, and there was no person who could handle it, but Gongchan did not understand at all what was being discussed. But instead of any explanation, this man could only say that Chongjin already knew everything, so Gongchan could also move forward. All these riddles scared the guy, because he didn't even know where he needed to go or go. The worker of this temple nevertheless decided to tell the guy that they would have to meet with the team and help them deal with the mountain bandits. The guy just stood there for a while because he didn't understand what to do next with this information, and the man could only wish him good luck in the fight. Gongchan understood that he simply had no other choice, so he bowed and said that he understood everything perfectly. Immediately after he left this temple, he decided to go to his master, with whom they would apparently complete this task. After some time on the road, Gongchan decided that he urgently needed to have something to eat. At that moment in his head, there were thoughts only about China, because he really liked the delicious delicacies that they make there. So he went down the mountains as quickly as possible, where there were a lot of people, and that meant a lot of different food. He immediately felt an incredible smell, which made him understand that soon his stomach would rejoice. Besides, he had not been here for so long that he had forgotten this wonderful aroma. However, on the other hand, he remembered that he lived the life of a recluse who couldn't even go out to eat. Before he stayed here, Gongchan decided that he needed to find a small place to stay for the night. The best option, he thought, would be to simply ask the locals for help, which is what he did. And as soon as the guy started talking about housing with one of the local residents, he immediately came closer to Gongchan, because in fact he recognized him, because this is the same guy from Mount Chanam. The man was incredibly surprised that he had even met Gongchan here, so he was happy to help the guy. Gongchan assured the man that his request would not be difficult, because he only needed to know where Tail's overnight stay was. And from the man's expression, it was clear that only spies did not know this place. To get there, the man decided to explain it to the guy literally on his fingers. And then he realized that it would be of little use and decided to draw the exact road. Gongchan was incredibly grateful to his new acquaintance for giving him such a detailed explanation of where he really needed to go. After that, they finally parted ways with the man, and the first thing Gongchan thought about was that the masters were clearly held in high esteem here, which couldn't help but make him happy. After some time, Gongchan finally arrived at the right place for him, where he first greeted his brothers. Among his brothers were Jin Jak-san, brother Huang and Hyun, and brother Hong, if Gongchan remembered the names of each of them correctly. They confirmed his guesses and said that he had not made a mistake with the names. And then, one of them noted the fact that although they had heard that he was the youngest, they could not even imagine that he would be so small. But it was all a joke, and he decided to introduce himself again, calling himself Huang, or as they call him, the Fast Sword. Then, Jin came closer to him and told the guy that they had received information that their older brother had been specially kicked out of their squad in order to take the gifted young man, and apparently they were talking about him, to which Gongchan could only laugh. However, the situation was serious, according to the elder brother. They know the situation, and they must go to Sokchan. According to their information, there is a Tail unit there, which is responsible for transportation and security. The essence of their task will be that they will need to clear those places of bandits. Listening to his brother attentively, he still decided to find out a little more about their rivals, but in response he was told that it would be better for them to discuss this on the way. The whole point of this task was that the matter was incredibly urgent, and they could not delay any longer, so Jin would be ready to answer any questions on the way. After some time, they finally arrived at the place they needed, where the main one was called Hensu. This same Hensu immediately ran out of his house and shouted that his name was Hensu and that he held the position of local manager here. The brothers began to introduce themselves one by one, and the first to do so was Jin, then Huang, and finally Hyun. They also did not forget to introduce Gongchan, who, according to them, came to them from the main temple. Hensu couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing something like this, because he had never seen a master from the main temple before. It was such a rarity. Moreover, Hyunsu immediately thought that this was the same Gongchan about whom so many rumors were circulating throughout the country. As soon as he greeted all the masters, Hensu immediately asked them to wait a little. According to him, they were still preparing rooms for the guys, and while they were doing this, the man decided to find out the reason for such a sudden arrival. And when Jin started telling him, At first, Hyunsu couldn't believe it. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. After which they entered Hen's house, where he began to tell them that he had recently heard some tramps talking, and they were saying that it was not the mountain bandits who were behind this. Jin didn't want to believe it, because according to his information, they were the ones doing it, so he really wanted to know who was to blame for all of this. Hensu thought for a bit and still decided to tell that first of all, everyone around suspects the Moists. Now there was surprise on Ganshan's face because before this, he had already heard some things about the Mohists. His older brother Jin also noted that if the Moists were really doing this, the situation was becoming much more serious, and they might not be able to handle them alone. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by Gongchan, who wanted to know one thing. Were these Moists really so strong that they wouldn't even try to stop them? Huang, in response to his words, decided to tell the young student that he apparently did not understand that being a Moist was already quite a serious feat, after which he immediately added that he really didn't want to belittle their school. But even the most senior level of mastery of the school could not compare with a 16th generation Moist warrior, even taking into account the information that among the Moists there were only 2 such strong warriors. He continued to talk about the Heavenly Horse Majin and the Bloody King Sakyan. That is the name of these 2 masters. And if we talk about how strong these 2 are, then we could only tell one story, that several years ago, one of them, without anyone's help, moved against 100,000 strong Mongolian army. And another cut the throat of their Khan. After that battle, no one remained alive among that huge army. And if we sum up this story, then we can say with confidence that this is how they got their nicknames. This means that they are unlikely to be able to resist them, because they are at least adherents of the old style, and in their school there are only 8 generations. They will not have even a few warriors who can compare with them. Ganshan sighed heavily, and all this was because he understood the seriousness of the situation and how much stronger their opponents were. After such a terrible story, the elder brother Jin decided to calm them all down and first suggested visiting Haomun. If they want to figure everything out on their own, they should hurry, but first they need to have a good rest. In the local forest, there were several people who were talking about how anyone can say that he is weak, because in fact he is a tiger. However, at this moment they did not know what to do next, although one of them was sure that they needed to retreat. Although they didn't want to forget that their tactics had worked, and they could actually try to move further in this direction. But for now, they also had an open question regarding the man from the Jeonnam clan, who was a 3rd-generation disciple of Gongchan, and the 3 swords from the provincial temples. In that case, they weren't entirely sure that they would be able to get rid of them at all, because the guy could show himself, and then they would clearly have a hard time. But all this talk was empty space, because one of them reminded that the leader told them not to deviate from the plan. Although here too everything was not so clear-cut, because if you think about it, the head recommended them rather than ordered them, so we can say with confidence that the final decision remains with them. Then they started to offer different options, and in one of them, they wanted to simply finish them off and only then retreat. Besides, we shouldn't forget that they've already made it clear to them who they are, so it would be nice to play with them one last time. The next day in the morning, Ganshan jumped up after a deep sleep. He was incredibly scared, and most likely, the reason was that he had a very scary dream. His first thoughts after waking up were ambiguous, because he was not sure that he should interfere with this mission at all, because such strong opponents were too much for the first mission. But on the other hand, he did not forget that this was his job, and he could not escape from it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a strange noise outside the door, and then he remembered that his elder brother was in Haomun, and it seemed that he had just returned. And as soon as Gongchan opened the doors, he heard the guys talking about how they should immediately all get together and discuss everything. After a short story from elder brother Jin, it became clear to them that not even the slightest trace remained of their enemies. He stated that they acted quite unexpectedly, so it seems to him that they simply ran away. And then Huang decided to find out where the parcel was. But here Jin had already brought good news, because according to him, he had determined the location, and now their main task was to return the parcel, and they had to do it as soon as possible. Although it was not yet clear how exactly they would do this, and then Jin spoke again, saying that they had sold it, so they had no choice but to buy it again. They didn't quite understand why he was telling them all this, because they still couldn't figure out where that very package was. According to Jin, this package was on the West Coast, and so it was not difficult to guess that they were there today for the purpose of selling. Jin confirmed this information and also added that the Mohist's power was truly secret and powerful. However, because of this incident, many of them disappeared, so Shanxi province would be calm for a while. Han didn't quite understand why these moists were destroying everything around them when they wanted to get something, because it clearly wouldn't work the way they wanted it to. After that, Jin decided that their preparations were officially complete for today, and tomorrow they would finally set out on their journey. But first, they collectively decided that it would be best to send a letter to the main temple so that they could take at least some measures. They all left, but Huang asked the newcomer to stay for a while. He did this in order to offer Gongchan to drink some tea with him, or something stronger. At that moment, Gongchan remembered that in his past life, he often drank with friends. But in this life, this would be the first time for him. They sat down at the table, and Gongchan decided to immediately say that since he was drinking for the first time, he would like to start small, which Huan did not really like, but still he did not forbid him anything. Gongchan also couldn't help but say that he had spent a lot of time in his life meditating, so he simply didn't have time for nonsense. These words made Huang think that the newbie was trying to be rude to him, but he liked it. Gongchan did not hide this and noted that this was far from news in the main temple. But suddenly his words were cut off out of the blue, after Huang, for no apparent reason, simply passed out and fell onto the table. Because of this, Gongchan had to carry his older brother in his arms. At that moment, Gongchan could think that no matter what happened, he could not abandon his brother. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted because he heard a rather strange noise and immediately realized that there was clearly someone around. However, he didn't have time to do anything before he and Huang fell into a trap, which is why he immediately realized that they wanted to lock him here. The guy hadn't yet had time to do anything when suddenly a man appeared in front of him, who first of all wanted to know whether the guy's name was really Gongchan and whether he was definitely from the Chanam clan. Gongchan understood what would happen next, but he still spoke to this guy with a smile and answered his questions quite confidently. After which, as expected, these few warriors who appeared in front of him jumped up and started running towards him, shouting along the way that he must die today. Gongchan wasn't going to just stand there and watch as they were going to destroy him. But first he carefully placed his brother Huang on the floor, after which he immediately began to create a small circle of protection that should help them. For one of his opponents, it was quite a surprise to see the guy resist at all. However, even in this case, he did not think for long and therefore, without much thought, struck the guy. But all this was useless, because as soon as he struck, he was immediately thrown back, and he did not even scratch Gongchan. However, this did not upset him, but on the contrary, he decided to talk to the guy and find out from him what he thought, for what reason they attacked him. Gongchan didn't even guess why they did this. But on the other hand, he understood that he shouldn't think about it now, because two people were already attacking him at once. So he began to actively gather energy in his hands, and as soon as his opponents got close enough, he attacked them in response. His strike was based on pure energy, which literally pierced the men's bodies through and through. Thanks to this, he was able to knock them out. They lay unconscious, and Gongchan was pleased that he was able to defeat such strong opponents. On the other hand, he understood that these guys had no chance from the very beginning, although he was ready to admit that they scared him a little. Gongchan approached his brother to pick him up again, and along the way he realized that Huang was feeling very bad. But suddenly the guy's body was filled with a feeling of fear, which scared him very much. He turned around and noticed that there were weapons in the bodies of these raiders. And this could only mean one thing, namely that there was someone else here. And what's most unpleasant is that Gongchan immediately realized that these guys were finished off on purpose. And this was done so that they wouldn't say anything unnecessary. There was only one place where you could die at the hands of your own brothers. And Gongchan understood this perfectly well. The boy and Huang returned to the village, and the first thing Gongchan decided to do was tell this story to his older brother Jin, who in response to this story noted that they did not expect Gongchan to be so strong, which was incredibly nice to hear. However, Jin still asked the guy to be extremely careful because there was very strong energy here. It would be incredibly difficult to survive, and Gongchan actually understood this perfectly well. After which the elder brother turned to Huang in order to remind him that in this place, he clearly should be more careful and should not drink in the back, because his life could depend on it, as for example happened today. When they examined the two attackers, they discovered that they had used a fairly strong poison. Jin immediately told them all that the moists were using him to self-destruct, which meant that it was most likely them. And once they were convinced of this, Jin immediately decided that they should send another message to the main temple. And mentally he tried to understand why these guys suddenly decided to attack Gongchan. What was it about this guy that interested them so much? But in any case, whatever the reason, one can say with absolute certainty that the guy's life is in danger in this case, and apparently he was sent here for a reason. Several days later, the boys still had not managed to find any traces of the mois, but rumors of their appearance quickly spread throughout the area. At the same time, the talented Master Ganchan became an equally interesting topic for discussion, and at one point it was time to say goodbye, which upset Ganchan a little, because he was very pleased to be with his brothers, from whom he was able to learn quite a lot. However, they felt that they had failed to teach him anything worthwhile, so they hoped that they would still have a chance to correct this. Gongchan asked them not to worry about this, and also assured them that he would look forward to their next meeting. They let him go without any problems, while thinking that they really had no reason to worry about this guy. On the way home, the guy's only thoughts were that everything had been returned to the main temple. The enemies had disappeared without a trace, and he was returning to practice. He also thought that he could study a little with his brothers from another school, but unfortunately, he was unable to do this, and because of this, he was upset. But he did not grieve for long and immediately began to think about where it would be better for him to go. His first idea was Muji, a town about which there are many legends. The only downside was that it was located quite far from here. After some time, he finally made up his mind and set out on his journey through the woods. And his first stop was when he finally came out of the forest, which had pretty much battered him. At that moment, his biggest dream was to eat some rice soup and then get into a soft bed where he could sleep soundly. All these thoughts made him take a short break. And first, he would really like to see what he took with him on this trip. He had quite a lot of things in his kit, for example. He took rice, noodles, dried zucchini with him. But suddenly he noticed that he had forgotten the most important thing, namely the flint with which he was supposed to light a fire in order to cook himself some food. This made him think of his past life, where he was a big fan of barbecue. And since that was the case, he started thinking that maybe it would be nice to reminisce about the good old days. She found a small board and a stick, which she began to actively rub, trying to get fire in this way. But unfortunately, he had no success in this matter, although in fact he had never done it himself before. In his past life, waiters did this. However, he was not going to give up because he understood that friction creates heat, and then it must turn into flame. And since he was in another world, he decided that he needed to try it in a different way. Gongchan decided that it would be nice to add key energy to friction, so it seemed to him that he could do it faster. He began to gently call upon the energy on his fingertips, causing the wand to spin much faster. During this training, Gongchan noticed that he had managed to create spiral energy, which meant that he could, in theory, do without wood. And he was absolutely right, because this is how he managed to create a rather strong flame. Gongchan was very glad that he managed to light this flame, although it was not the flame of truth. In any case, he could cook food on it, so it was not so important to Gongchan. About 10 days had passed since that evening, and Gongchan still could not reach the very destination that he needed so much. His condition was not as good as he would have liked. He was incredibly tired. He wanted to eat and sleep. Suddenly on his way, he met a small hare who was simply walking through the local fields. Gongchan, looking at this hare, saw not an animal, but delicious food that he would gladly eat now. So without thinking twice, he ran after the hare to catch it and roast it quickly. But no matter how hard Gongchan tried, he still couldn't do it. But his work and efforts paid off, and at one point he finally managed to catch the animal. Although everything was not as good as it seemed to Gongchan, although he managed to catch this hare, he miscalculated a little and fell off the cliff. He didn't fall for long, and when he finally landed, he was incredibly pleased that he had managed to catch this hare, and all that was left was to make a fire. However, there was another problem that Gongchan encountered, namely that this hare seemed too cute to him. The potter himself could not believe the fact that this rabbit had somehow charmed him, because now he simply would not be able to destroy it. So he decided that he would just let this hare go and wish him luck. The potter could only hope that the next stranger would also spare him. Suddenly he heard a cow mooing nearby, and this could only mean one thing to the guy. There was a village somewhere nearby. But the problem was that even hearing this sound, he still did not understand where this village was, in the east or in the west. However, he was quite lucky because he decided to go east, and with every step he heard the cow mooing louder and louder. The first thing Gongchan did after entering the village was to visit a local cafe, where he ordered 5 servings of fried beef and the same amount of fried chicken, as well as dumplings, and only after that was he able to eat his fill. The workers at this cafe couldn't believe at first that one guy could eat all of this by himself, and then they were shocked that he ate it all so quickly. But of course, what they were most worried about was whether this master would be able to pay for all of this. Now Gongchan understood why they were looking at him so intently, so he immediately decided to assure them that he had money and there would definitely be no problem with payment. At least that's what it seemed to him, because as soon as he reached into his pocket, he realized that his money had simply disappeared. Gonshin began to realize that he must have dropped his wallet while catching the hare. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the cook of this cafe, and he wanted to ask him first of all about payment, because they began to suspect that the master was not going to pay them. At that moment, Gongchan was only thinking about the fact that he simply could not allow the masters to become associated with the thieves of rice and other products. Therefore, he decided to allow himself one small impudence. Namely, he asked the owners, or did they handle everything in their cafe? The owner of this establishment got very angry and started showing the guy his muscles, saying that the master could get out of here. But his wife suddenly stopped him, saying that they would not let him go for now, because she had one good idea. Within a few minutes, Gonshan was writing out prescriptions for anyone who wanted them and giving advice. And also, he did not forget to repeat that if they ordered a portion of dumplings from the owners of this place, then Gonshan would give them a discount and write a talisman practically for free. In the Chanam clan, he learned to read and guide a person's path in the right direction. He also mastered Chinese medicine and learned how to attract luck, of course. No one knows for sure how reliable all this is, but it was absolutely clear that it makes people feel much better. Gonshan tells them how to avoid evil deeds and how to commit good deeds so that fate does not punish them. He lived this way for some time, but it couldn't go on like this for long. And as soon as he paid off his entire debt to the cafe owners, the guy decided it was time for him to continue his journey. The ambassador of the Shaolin Temple, talking to his interlocutor, tried in every way to prove one thing. But in response, all his interlocutors were silent, so he had to remind them that they ignored the words of the main temple. However, they still remained silent, which made the man very angry. So he began to speak rudely to them, which they did not like. So they answered him that it was too much. One of them noted that without any evidence they should speak out in favor. After these words, the temple ambassador could not contain his emotions and began to shout that people around were being destroyed, and they were talking about some kind of evidence. He asked them to stop with this because he was sure that they had already started to act, but the main problem was not even this, but something else. Other people who were also at these gatherings began to understand that the ambassador was telling them about representatives of the three external sects. He confirmed this information and added that they say that not only the moists have appeared, but also the Temple of the Sun, the Ice Palace, and the Trinity of the Southern Gates have begun to stir. Temple of the Sun, all that is known about it is that it is the main sect of the deserts. They practice resistance to high temperatures. Ice Palace, they are located in the north and study martial arts of snow and ice. The Trinity of the Southern Gates are the Poisonous Gate, the Beast Gate, and the Bloody Gate. These are the names of those who divided power over the southern lands. Each of them is eager to get the Sichuan province, so the representatives of the gates are constantly fighting with each other. After that, the ambassador was asked who their leader is. He looked at the person who asked this question, and instead of answering, he decided to ask him in return, why are they asking him this question at all? According to the man, he is an ambassador. He leads their meeting, so he's obliged to answer all the questions they ask him, whether he likes it or not. The ambassador thought for a moment and still said that he would like to recommend Namgun to them, because it seemed to him that the glory of the Sword King speaks for itself. The king of the sword, Namgung Muja, there is no one who can compare with him except perhaps the ambassador, but he himself nominated the king. At the moment, the four strongest are Danchongi, Namgun Muja, Jaegalsan, and Yumangu, although the latter was already too old. So he decided that he would not take part in all these races for the championship, especially since, in his opinion, there are many young and promising people who deserve it more than he does. As for Jay Galson, he went missing some time ago. In this case, no one had any objections, but first they decided to ask Namgung himself what he thought about this choice. Namgung didn't know what to answer, but decided to first note that it was a great honor for him. However, he nevertheless admitted that he could not refuse the ambassador and that he would take the post of leader with all determination. Thus, the members of the ancient Murim Association elected the Sword King as their leader, and in the meantime, the sect of villains, sensing the approach of difficult times, created the Helserin organization. Meanwhile, Ganchan, continuing his journey, thought that he needed to earn some more money, otherwise he had squandered everything. But on the other hand, he bought a new uniform. The old one no longer looked like clothes, but in this new one, he was more than comfortable. In any case, he was in a great mood with which he continued to enjoy his journey, singing songs along the way and thinking about how incredibly comfortable it would be for him to train in a comfortable uniform. The only problem he had was hunger, so he decided to stop at one point and cook something to eat, and tomorrow he would quickly get to the nearest village. He prepared himself a delicious meat porridge with dried meat and was already ready to eat it. Suddenly, he heard a small explosion, which made him stop eating and think that apparently even here at night, someone was restless. Not far from Ganshan in the forest, a woman fought with robbers and she was noticeably losing. One of them kept telling her that the best thing for her to do would be to just give up, and then they would end it there. But in response, she could only smile. And then she called them completely sick in the head, because in the whole world they cannot find someone who would willingly want to please them. So they run through the forest after the poor woman. Ganshan clearly didn't expect to see such a scene here, but what angered him most was that these men were pestering her. They did not hold back in their words, so they said that they would first destroy her and then play with her corpse. But the girl did not run away. Moreover, she took out her sword and was ready to defend herself as long as she had the strength to do so. At some point, Ganshan jumped out in front of her and decided to help the poor girl. The guy, without thinking twice, used one of his most powerful skills, which he called Instant Moon. So he literally blew away all these guys and didn't let them get any closer. They didn't fully understand what kind of powerful technique this was, and most importantly, why did student Chanam interfere with this at all? Ganshan looked at their leader, and as if reading his mind, asked him if he really didn't understand why the guy did this. And everything was incredibly simple. According to Ganshan, he considered them villains, but he is a fair master. After these words, he asked them to stop chatting and start attacking him, because he was simply tired of waiting for them. At some point, Ganshan noticed that they knew the techniques of the basic school, so he became interested in finding out who they were. But instead of any explanations, the head of this small group immediately ordered his guys to destroy this guy. After a few minutes, it turned out that there were not so few of them, and Ganshan should figure out how he would deal with them. I didn't have to think long because Ganshan had an ability in his arsenal called the 5 Seals of Thunder. It allows you to literally turn your enemies 360 degrees so that they don't think that everything will be so simple. But Ganshan's main problem in this case was the very same leader, who, as it turned out, also possessed some techniques from the school, which made Ganshan's life difficult. At least that was the case for the first few minutes of the battle. But then the guy gathered his strength and was able to respond with a good blow that sent them flying. After a few seconds, it became clear that the guy had gone a bit overboard and destroyed them. But he couldn't get the thought out of his head that he had managed to keep his sanity only thanks to training. After which he turned to the girl he had saved and asked how she was feeling and if everything was okay with her. She replied that everything was fine, and Ganshan couldn't help but notice that she looked pretty strong, as if she had taken out a couple of them herself and ran away. The girl laughed at Ganshan's words and answered him that usually those of hers fly away with one blow. And in general, she thought that she could handle it herself. But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly noticed that Ganshan had started doing something. But as soon as she came closer to him, she immediately realized that he had buried all these guys, which surprised her incredibly. According to Ganshan, he felt very sorry for them, and he was also convinced that everyone deserved peace, no matter how bad people they were. After which he added that it seemed she was injured, and he had a comfortable camp set up nearby, so he suggested that she go with him so that he could treat her, although you couldn't tell from him. But he was actually studying medicine. She immediately noticed that this guy was not like the other masters who behaved terribly. This guy was completely different. On the way to the camp, Ganshan told her that he was from the Junam clan, which was a little surprising since he looked quite young. It was time to get acquainted, so the guy introduced himself as Ganshan, and then asked the girl what her name was. At that moment, she lowered her head and said in a rather quiet voice that her name was Sol He. Ganshan didn't understand why she suddenly started speaking so quietly, but he still decided not to pay attention to it. And with his next question, he wanted to know how old Seol He was, because it seemed to him that they were the same age as his sister. But as it turned out, Seol He was over 30 years old. The guy said that he is now 18, and his sister is 10 years older than him, and as soon as he saw her, he immediately remembered her. During such a conversation, they quickly arrived at the camp, which Ganshan called convenient, but judging by its appearance, it was clearly impossible to say so. Sol He decided to tell the guy that he's a master, and that he simply cannot be lied to. In response to these words, Ganshan stated that he was not lying. According to him, there are no wild animals here. There is fire, and the most beautiful thing is the starry sky above. And on top of all this, he has delicious porridge for dinner. According to the guy, there couldn't be anything more comfortable in the wilderness, so he asked Seol He to sit down and enjoy. But as soon as he told her about this, he immediately noticed how bad she felt, and because of this, she fell to the ground and began to choke. But this was only the beginning, because then she began to spit blood, which looked quite scary. It didn't take Ganshan long to realize that the girls had simply been poisoned, which she herself confirmed. Otherwise, she would have dealt with the bandits. Right after that, the guy asked the girl for her hand because he urgently needed to check her pulse. She convinced him that everything was fine with her and that she was able to cope on her own. But Ganshan couldn't just leave it all like that, because it seemed to him that her internal organs were damaged, and it wasn't that easy to cope with the poisoning. But just as he decided to tell her that all this was dangerous, he suddenly saw her emitting strange energy from her body. He immediately saw how she was removing the poison from her body, and this was only possible after 120 years had passed. How was she then capable of such a thing? At the age of 10, Seol Hee was sold to the Hwanggun School, which was famous for its great knowledge of the dark arts. Its followers were able to absorb the energy of yin and yang, and 50 years after its founding, the school fell under the onslaught of enemies, and its founder was wounded by a mace and then died. At that time, Seol Hee was only 15 years old. By that time, she had already become a first-class warrior and learned to masterfully draw energy from people, after which many tried to take possession of Hwangseong about the dark arts. Eventually, the scriptures passed into the hands of Seol Hee, who by the age of 30 had mastered this knowledge and became one of the 16 strongest. But Ganshan's surprise was understandable, in fact, because he had just seen how the girl, having absorbed the energy of the earth, in the blink of an eye, she removed the poison from herself. Gongchan saw the poison that Seol Hee had just extracted from her body, but even so, he couldn't believe that the girl was so strong. But the girl asked him to be extremely careful with it, because it was known that one drop was enough to destroy a cow. But instead of listening, Gongchan mindlessly licked his finger, causing Seol Hui to be shocked. After which, the guy tasted this poison and noticed for himself that it really was poisonous. But Seol Hui at that moment only wanted to understand who the guy was and why he was doing all this. Instead of answering, Gongchan noted that Seol Hui was very strong, since she was able to remove such an effective poison. After some time, they sat down near the fire and Gongchan began to talk about how she first survived the battle, then the poison. Considering all this, he could confidently say that Seol Hui was tired, so he believed that it was better for her to rest and restore chi energy. But she assured him that she wasn't really that tired, which was quite strange for Gongchan, because after he tried the poison, he determined that the poison was incredibly dangerous, and that in order to resist its effects, considerable abilities were needed. In addition, before that, she was very exhausted in the battle, so according to his calculations, it took a lot of strength to counteract such a poison, and based on this information, he could say with confidence that she only had enough energy for 30 years. She sighed sadly in response to these words, and told him that in fact, this number was higher. Gongchan did not argue with her and suggested that they eat instead and thus recharge their batteries. But Seol Hui immediately decided to tell him that she would probably refuse this offer. Gongchan understood perfectly well that she refused only because she did not trust him. Seol Hui didn't argue with him. She just noted that she had just been followed, and therefore it seemed to her that the guy in her place would have done exactly the same. People are unpredictable creatures after all. Besides, she wouldn't be entirely sure that he was really a master. In response to these words, Gongchan told her that even though he was not quite ordinary, he was still a master. But as for her trust, according to Gongchan, he absolutely did not need it, because he did not help her for this reason. Gongchan always believed that the more good deeds a person does, the cleaner his karma will be. So it seemed to him that with such actions, he could cleanse his karma as much as possible. Besides, he couldn't help but say that since she was asking him so many questions, then apparently she was still interested in him. Although in reality, he simply did not understand how one could abandon a girl to be torn apart by a huge crowd. But as soon as he told her about this, she immediately began to talk about how she needed to leave, because otherwise they would simply destroy them. After which she called Gongchan a fool, because he thinks that everyone around him is fighting fairly. Although this is not true at all. They all know no mercy. She tried to prove to Gongchan that there was no chance of survival against them, and now she wanted to know what he would do if she suddenly ripped open his stomach while he was sleeping. Gongchan looked into her eyes and said in a calm tone that this was really not like her at all. So he couldn't believe that she could do this to him. But Seol Hui was still sure that the guy simply didn't understand what he was talking about. This conversation made her start crying and talking about how her energy had become much weaker, and she didn't know what to do with it. Gongchan mentally understood that this world was too cruel for his sister, which is why it was so hard for her to live. She is more of a survivor than a lifesaver, so Gongchan decided that he would not interfere with his sister and would simply continue cooking. Sol Hui simply fell asleep after a few minutes and slept until the morning, and when she woke up, she was scared at first. She looked around and the first thing she saw was Gongchan sleeping next to her. After some time, Gongchan also woke up and did not see Sol Hui next to him. Apparently, she left while he was sleeping, which was a little offensive for the guy because she could have said goodbye before leaving. In any case, this could not stop him. He quickly gathered his things and continued his journey north. After some time, Gongchan finally arrived at the very same Huang temple to which he had been walking for so long. Not far from this temple, he noticed the village of Namso, where he decided to go and find out about ferry tickets. He also decided that it would be better if everything moved along the river, because it seemed to him that nothing should happen. After some time, he found himself on the river pier and began to actively find out where he could buy tickets here. He was told that only tickets for the ferry to Nagyang were sold here, which suited the guy. Therefore, he wanted to know if there were tickets for the first-class cabin. Gongchan was able to learn a lot about the Nagyan Three Kingdoms and considers this place to be very important. It is on friendly terms with Shaolin, the founder of the first temple in Chengwan. In simple terms, it could be said that his path was heading straight to a tourist city that represents Henan province. As soon as Gongchan arrived in the city, he immediately decided to find a merchant of magical artifacts. He wanted to buy at least ice balls, and if he had enough money, then fireballs too. But on the other hand, he remembered that this was his journey, and so he decided to first take a walk around Nagyang and visit Mount Gumgang. From that moment on, Gongchan began to think that wandering around the world was not as bad as it might seem at first. But when it was time to sail, the captain of the ship told the guy that it was already late and he would have to wait for the next ship. Gongchan clearly didn't like this, because he understood perfectly well that the next ship would only arrive in a few days, and this clearly didn't suit him. Therefore, without thinking for long, he ran with all his might to this ship in order to make it on time for this flight. It seemed that everything was over, and Gongchan would definitely not make it on board, but he used his skills and still jumped on board this ship. He was so glad that he finally managed to get on this ship, but he still wanted to see where his cabin was. The first thing he did after he found himself in his cabin was to think that from Nagyang, his voyage to the Eastern Sea began, which meant that he only had to hold out for a few days. For now, what worried him most was the question of whether he really could encounter pirates on the way. At that moment, he remembered the words of Sol Hui, who told him that he would need to be more careful with Kangho. Gongchan decided that he clearly needed to think about his safety, but first he decided to replenish his energy. For this, he needed silence, but unfortunately, he was constantly interrupted by people's screams. It was not entirely clear why all this noise was going on. The only thing Gongchan heard was someone demanding a fee. As he got closer, he heard a man telling a story about how a few days ago, because of the rain, the current got stronger, so if they wanted to swim, they had to pay extra. Gongchan clearly didn't like this, because all the passengers had already paid quite a lot of money to swim across, but it still wasn't enough for them. The guy immediately started talking about how they definitely wouldn't get away with it, although the man standing next to him clearly didn't think so. He believed that they should move on because they didn't need to deal with bandits. And besides, there were already problems with the ship, and it wasn't just about money. Gongchan began to think about how he could do the right thing. The mere sight of injustice and hopelessness made him nervous. But on the other hand, it was clear that if he got involved, he would make things even worse. While Gongchan was thinking, these robbers collected all their things and moved from the ship to the boat on which they would sail away. After this raid, the captain of the ship ordered the boys to moor because they would continue their journey tomorrow. Gongchan, sitting in his room, thought only about the fact that at the next stop he should definitely find a dark shop where he could buy an ice, fire, and outer ball, because now he knows that he should prepare for such situations in advance. But when he started counting the money he had left, he realized that perhaps his plan was not as good as he thought, because he didn't have as much money left as he would have liked. While he was counting his remaining money, he suddenly felt a strange feeling inside. Therefore, without thinking for long, he used ki energy to look around the ship, and unfortunately, in the distance, he saw a lot of boats with bandits who were heading straight to their ship. Moreover, Gongchan immediately realized that their ki was not at all like those who were on the ship today during the day, and this scared the guy a little. He immediately went to the captain to tell him that they had to sail away quickly because bandits were approaching. The captain began to look around but saw nothing, so it seemed to him that the guy was simply delirious. Gongchan tried to prove that they were not visible yet, but they were definitely heading here. But the captain and his assistants did not want to believe the guy, and even if they really attacked them, then they could pay off, and nothing terrible would happen. Therefore, the captain once again asked Ganshan not to make a fuss and to go to bed. Listening to all this nonsense from the captain, it dawned on Ganshan that it was impossible to reach these people with words. So he took out his sword and cut open the boxes that were standing nearby. This surprised everyone who stood next to him. They certainly didn't expect this. After which, the boy told them that he was Gongchan, a disciple of the Jeonnam clan, and he told the captain in a rough voice that he either told his men to go on the road or they should start preparing for battle. The captain's expression immediately changed because he remembered that they had not fought for about 10 years, so he was afraid to imagine what they would do if they did not manage to buy themselves off. And as soon as he thought about it, an arrow flew right in front of his face, which frightened the man even more. But now he believed Gongchan, so he began to shout to all his people that they should immediately get their weapons out of the hold and prepare for battle. So far, no one understood what to do, except for Gongchan, who confidently blocked all the attacks of the attackers. But it would clearly be very difficult to defeat an entire army on his own. The captain finally woke up and began to act. He shouted to all his men that they must raise the sails and stand at full combat readiness. While they were doing this, the bandits had already gotten very close to the ship and began to climb onto it. Gongchan couldn't just stand still, so he went into battle with these guys without much thought, hoping that he could hold them off until the captain entered the game. The leader of this raid stood at a distance and said that there was quite a lot of squealing, just like in some kind of slaughterhouse, and his assistant thought that this was normal, because they sent 20 of the best people to this ship. Therefore, it seemed to him that the outcome of this raid was quite obvious, and there was no need to even worry about it. In his opinion, these 20 best bandits will cut everyone down, and when they finish with this, they will burn the ship and sink it. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the bodies of bandits who began to swim towards the ship. This made them understand that something must have gone wrong, so the head of this operation decided to check everything himself, although his assistant thought that it was quite dangerous for him. But the captain himself did not think so, because if he cannot protect his people, then his body is not worth a penny. Besides, he had wanted to warm up for a long time, and his sword thirsted for the blood of these pigs. However, his assistant still believed that the man was in too much of a hurry and needed to act completely differently. At this moment, Gongchan was trying his best, and so far he was able to cope with the influx of bandits. But with each passing second, it became more and more difficult. At one point, there was even a feeling that there were more and more people. Gongchan's main motivation at this moment was that if he couldn't deal with these guys, he wouldn't get into the dark shop. And this was incredibly important to him. So he used all his strength to finally begin to destroy his enemies. He smashed a small wooden box into tiny pieces and then sent them straight at the bandits, killing several of the bad guys at once. Suddenly, he heard an unknown voice that told the guy that he was fighting quite well. When Gongchan raised his head higher, he saw a man with a sword who was dressed in the same clothes as all the bandits. And while the guy was examining the man, he noticed that apparently his opponent was from the Jeonnam clan. He understood this from the specific clothes that could not be confused with anything. Looking at a person, you can easily feel his energy, which is actually what Gongchan was doing at the moment, while he was asking his new opponent who he was and what he wanted from him. Looking into the eyes of this man, Gongchan thought about how he had often felt pressure in the past when looking at strong masters. Master Sabika, the elder teacher Changjin, they all caused pressure on the potter. And that's why the guy so quickly understood what was happening to him now. Because when he looked at this man, he had exactly the same feeling that never left him. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by this unknown man, who, instead of introducing himself, told Gongchan that he was the one who would destroy the guy today. After these words, he had nothing to add, so he simply began to actively attack Gongchan. The guy immediately realized that just a little more and this crazy man would amaze him with his strength. Therefore, he didn't have to think for long before he came to the conclusion that he needed to use all his strength to answer this master. Gongchan's opponent was surprised that the sword in the guy's hands appeared so unexpectedly, but Gongchan was not going to explain to him, but simply asked him to attack quickly. The man understood that this technique required a lot of experience, but even so, he was sure that in front of him stood a brat whom he could easily defeat, and he wanted to do this as soon as possible, so he attacked Gongchan without much regret. Two swords clashed in a battle, the winner of which will be determined very soon, given the power of both masters. The first thing Gongchan noticed was that his opponent was too fast. At times, he couldn't even keep up with him, which made this battle too difficult for him. But on the other hand, he didn't notice anything else. So it was safe to say that this man was currently being saved only by his quick attacks. And if he had just opened up for a second, then Ganchan would have definitely dealt him enough damage to win this fight. All these thoughts made the guy remember that he possessed a special technique of 5 thunder seals, which should stop his opponent. When the guy used this technique, the man was not afraid for a second. Although he knew how powerful this technique was, he could only tell the guy that the hypocrites from the Chanam clan raised a monster. In response to these words, Ganchan told him that he was nobody to say such words, because for a destroyer, he talks too much. But the man could no longer be stopped, and he continued shouting that his dirty Chanam monks were such hypocrites. The guy just hadn't realized it yet. The only thing Ganchan was sure of was that his teachers were clearly better than this psychopath, who was now standing right in front of him. And he thought so, if only because, on his orders, the innocent passengers of this ship were destroyed. The man believed that the boy had no right to say such things, and now he was going to teach Ganchan a lesson, after which he would learn how to speak properly. But suddenly his monologue was interrupted when Ganchan pierced him with lightning, right in the stomach. And after that, he threw his opponent overboard so that he would finally die and never destroy anyone else in this life. But this didn't make Ganchan feel any better. The thought that he had just destroyed another person reigned in his head. He tried to calm himself down, and therefore continued to think that he simply couldn't do otherwise, so he had to do it this way. After all, he did all this not for the sake of destruction, but only to save as many lives of passengers as possible. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by another strange voice, which told Ganchan that he was amazingly good and that he did not expect to see such a strong young monk. After which, this guy suggested that the young guy was brainwashed by the monks when he was training in the Chanam clan. However, this was not so important. In his opinion, the only thing that matters now is that the young monk has spent too much energy, and this will make his work much easier. Ganchan mentally understood perfectly well that he actually had almost no energy left to fight. But on the other hand, looking into the guy's eyes, he noticed that his opponent did not have large reserves of chi, so it seemed to him that simple skills would be enough to defeat him. At least that's what he thought until his new enemy got close to him, and at that moment, Ganchan finally realized that things wouldn't be that simple. The guy began to be enveloped by the tentacles of this master. At that moment, the guy realized how inattentive he had been when he decided to underestimate his opponent and his skills. But the saddest thing about this situation is that he has no strength left to fight such a strong opponent. But Ganchan's enemy had no intention of taking pity on the boy, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately tied up the young master and was ready to destroy him. The captain and other workers of this ship could not calmly look at this picture. But this still didn't help Ganchan, who had just been wounded by this psycho. According to this man, Ganchan will soon no longer be in pain, and all that remains is to be patient for a little while. But suddenly his words were interrupted by a cry that came from the crew, who finally took up swords and went on the offensive against this bandit. Ganchan was barely conscious, but even in such a bad state, he understood that all these attempts were simply useless, and it would be best for them to simply run away. After all, it was obvious that ordinary sailors could not cope with such strong opponents. And if the slaughter continues, then everyone will simply die, and clearly nothing good will come of it. This gave the guy a little motivation, so he decided that he definitely needed to do something to reduce the number of victims. He was not going to forget that as long as the sword was with him, as long as he could still stand on his feet, he was still able to fight back his enemies. While he was thinking about what he could do, his opponent kept telling the guy that he respected his willpower. But even in this case, it wouldn't help him. Therefore, the man with a big smile and incredible joy will now send the guy to the next world. After these words, he dealt a strong blow to Ganchan, dropping him from a great height onto the deck. Due to such a strong blow, even the floor beneath him collapsed, and the man could only add a small question, in which he was interested to know how many monks of Jonam had mastered the control of lightning energy. In any case, he thought he wouldn't be able to get an answer, although he wasn't against admitting the fact that the guy was a worthy and capable opponent. So for the sake of decency, he decided to at least ask the name of this hero, although he again doubted that the dead man would be able to answer him. But apparently he was very much mistaken, because as soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, which caused his face to become very distorted. Ganchan used Sonchojinki, which is a forbidden technique of their school because it is too strong, but using it takes away all their life force. But unfortunately, even using this technique, Ganchan still could not destroy his opponent, but only caused him irreparable damage to the arm, which made the sorcerer even more angry. So he decided to order his men to finish off this guy. Besides, he had too little strength left, because of which he could not do anything else. Gongchen lay there and understood for himself that his life would soon end, which he clearly did not want to know. When he closed his eyes, he began to hear auditory hallucinations, which made him even more afraid. Suddenly, his body began to glow with an incredibly strong light, which was hard to even look at. At that moment, memories that he had not participated in surfaced before Gongchan's eyes, when Sabika had spoken about how he was going to leave the boy his final instructions. When he told the elder that they needed to take care of the boy because he was unable to handle his energy, so he had to seal it. Well, in the end, he asked the elder, when the time comes to remove the seal from him, according to him, Gongchan is the boy who will tell the whole world about the Tao of Chanam. All these memories made the guy wake up, and he did it quite spectacularly, jumping out of the pit fully prepared for battle. At that time, on Mount Taishan, there was a master and his disciple, to whom the man told that in their school, only 36 people were able to overcome the master's threshold, and he sent 2 of them, and now he received news that they both failed. This made him incredibly angry because in his opinion this was a fairly simple task. But his assistant could not give any more information. All he said was that the information was in the process of being collected. First, the master suggested that they take a closer look at the situation to find out what they were facing. Zhengzhou is the heart of Henan province. It was in this place that a master with new abilities appeared. As soon as the ferry docked, the news of the extraordinary master immediately spread throughout the city. Many people talked about this guy. They told each other stories about how he single-handedly scattered dozens, even hundreds of enemies. They also heard that he was from the Chanam clan, so they really wanted to see him at least once. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Gongchan, who asked the guys to move aside so that he could pass. They didn't recognize the very hero they were just talking about, so they continued talking about how he was on the verge of dying, but he didn't give up, so they called him immortal. Hearing all this, Gongchan didn't understand what they were even talking about, although on the other hand, one could still say that he really did die. Also in his head were thoughts about what would have happened if it weren't for the energy left by his grandfather before he left. When the last of his life force left his body, his seal was automatically removed, and he was reborn again, reborn with new strength and an even greater supply of energy. Tailshingan is completed, and at that moment Gongchan has realized all 12 energies that exist, for which he was incredibly grateful to his grandfather, who came to his aid at such an important moment. And now his main task was that he needed to find a dark shop and stock up, because he was still looking for an ice, fire, poison, and outer sphere. But still his mood was not so good, because he remembered the footage of how people essentially died because of him, because he spent valuable time walking and having fun in Nagyan. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he came across a beggar with whom they had slightly collided. Gongchan immediately felt the beggar's energy, which was incredibly strong. The guy realized that perhaps this man was one of those who were trying to revive freedom, so the guy decided that he couldn't let him go. He followed this man with the thought that in a big city there would definitely be a dark shop. Since there are people walking here who have powerful energy, it means that it is somewhere nearby. But only in theory, everything was so simple. But in practice, there were too many people here, each of whom went in his own direction without looking back at the others. Because the guy started to worry too much, he still lost that very guy. Gongchan had absolutely no idea where so many people came from. The poor man had completely disappeared from sight. And at that moment, a good idea came into Gongchan's head. He thought that it would be nice to use his energy. He pretended that there was no one around in order to try to use the power of Tail Shingon. Thus, he began to sense energy within 30 meters, which should help him determine the location of that very poor man. He felt different amounts of energy. There were people who radiated loving energy. There were also those who radiated bad energy, but in any case, it was all wrong. But suddenly he managed to feel the very energy that he was trying to find. Gongchan was able to find the same poor man he had lost, and he was actually not as far away as it might seem. When Gongchan finally discovered where the tramp was sitting, he immediately went there, surprising the man. He immediately asked him what the guy wanted there, and in response heard the guy introduce himself as Gongchan, a third-generation disciple of the Janam clan. After which Gongchan asked them his question, in which he was interested to know whether the guys were somehow connected with the freedom movement. Instead of answering his question, that same tramp came closer to the guy in order to clarify whether Gongchan was the same immortal that the whole city was talking about, which made Gongchan feel awkward, but apparently he really was that same guy. And as soon as he heard this, he immediately introduced himself as Hoga, and according to him, it was he who was in charge of the guys in Henan. Gongchan, hearing this, concluded that Hogue was the main one in this movement. But in response, he heard the other guys laughing at this. And then Hogue told Ganchan that he was the same poor beggar as everyone else. However, he was curious to know what had interested the boy so much that he even decided to follow him. And Ganchan told him a story about how a teacher once told him that if he wanted to know something, he should ask people like Hogue. The tramp answered him with a smile that if this was really true, then he was very pleased, and now he would like to hear what Ganchan wanted to know. The guy, without thinking twice, asked Hogue if there was a dark shop somewhere here, because he needed to replenish his energy. Hogue's face immediately changed, after which he said that if the guy did this, then he would simply ruin the clan's reputation, although Ganchan did not even roughly understand what Hogue was talking about. The man explained to the guy that in this case he would be using the balls of another clan and people would clearly be unhappy that the guy had done this. Ganchan was already scared, but in fact, he believed that practical application was more important than any rumors, and the balls were an absolutely ordinary thing. Hogue was completely surprised when he heard something like that, but as it turned out, Ganchan is more interested in dark magic, poisons, and everything connected with it. This is really dangerous. The man realized that it was no longer possible to dissuade the guy, so he decided to find out why Ganchan needed this at all, to which the guy replied that if he figured out all this, then he would be able to save more lives. And as an example, he gave that as soon as poisons are studied, they will immediately cease to be dangerous. Hogue at that moment looked at the guy and thought about how most people choose only one direction and study it intensively. But this guy is clearly not like that. So he told him that there is a shop nearby called Cheong Podang, and there the guy can find everything he needs. The man also told the boy that when he got there, he needed to tell him something, and with that information, Ganchan arrived at the black market, a place where you can buy almost anything. In Jeonju, it is jointly managed by 12 clans, and Ganchan entered one of these shops, and the first thing he said was that he heard that a man was selling gold items here, so he decided to take a look. The seller disappointed Ganchan by saying that unfortunately, there was nothing made of gold, but he could offer silver, and that actually suited Ganchan. After which the seller turned around and asked the guy to follow him. This clearly raised Ganchan's spirits, because he understood that Hogue had not deceived him, and these phrases really helped him. Inside this store, there was a small basement that led to another door, and as soon as Ganchan and the seller entered this door, they were met by a man who was glad to see a new customer in the dark shop, and also immediately added that they have everything from magical energy to living people. Ganchan walked around there for a bit and finally decided to say that he needed energy charges. The seller started by saying that their charges are divided into levels. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and one more special one. There were 6 levels in total, and the price was 5,000, the second 1,000, and the third only 100. In fact, it was very expensive for Ganchan. He expected to hear much more pleasant prices. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by the seller, who told Ganchan that they also buy charges, and if the guy has something like that, then they can happily buy it. But unfortunately, Ganchan had nothing like that. In his head, there were thoughts that he had been looking for this place for too long to leave here empty-handed. He really didn't want that. At this point, the seller added one more thing. According to him, they are still willing to buy information, which already interested Ganchan much more, but the seller did not stop there and added that there are more than 1,000 price options for information. But the prices were really different. Something could cost a plate of dumplings and something could cost gold. Ganchan immediately decided that he needed to immediately remember everything he knew, because he began to understand that now there was a chance to make good money. And while he was doing this, the man took out his sword and asked the guy not to lie, because it could end very sadly for him. Fireball, with its help, you can learn to control flame. Ice Ball. Its ability is almost the same as Fireball. It is used by northern schools, studying the methods of ice control. While the Outer Ball was first used in Shaolin and then became widespread among other clans. With this ball, monks mastered the art of living armor. In the city of Haomun, combat energy balls were created that could take the form of any weapon. Poisonous balls were invented by palace doctors for easy reprisals against the enemies of the empire, but they quickly penetrated the shelves of the black market. After some time, Ganchan still managed to get 5 strong energy balls, and while he was floating back home, he had nothing to do, so he decided to study. The guy still couldn't think that information could be as expensive as artifacts. It seemed to him that the story about the fight with the bandits was well known, but how pleased he was to realize that he was wrong. However, right now he was more interested in something other than that. He rather wanted to start learning, and he started with fireballs. While Gongchang was studying the records of the 5 artifacts, the ship passed the Yellow River and entered the Yellow Sea. After such a long journey, the guy finally came ashore, and looking at him, it was clear that he was not feeling his best after the journey. But after walking a bit, his health improved, and he confidently walked on foot. Although, on the other hand, it was clearly not worth being happy about, because he didn't even know approximately how much time he needed to get to Liaoning. Suddenly his head told him that Heian told him that it was best for the guy to follow the signs, and he also needed to be more careful, trying to choose crowded streets, because in all areas of Shandong province, there are branches of the Jigal family's trading network. Heian advised him to go there, and when he got there, he should say that he was a student of the Qian'an school, and they would help him get to Liaoning. Gongchang was incredibly happy about this because he essentially didn't even have to ask anything. The Huang, Jigal, and Shandong families are the largest in Shandong, and all 3 were inseparable from the crown. Because they have always had wealth and influence, it goes without saying that their trading enterprises are considered the most prestigious in the entire country. And as soon as Gongchang entered the territory of this very division, he was met by a little boy, who first of all wanted to know what brought the young master here. Gongchang immediately introduced himself and said that he was from the Jian'an clan. This slightly surprised his interlocutor, but it didn't stop the guy from asking whether he had a cart that would go to Liaoning, or whether it would be nice for him to find out the way. The employee of this department, unfortunately, did not know this information, but he was happy to clarify all this. But first he offered the guy to take him to the visitor's room, to which Gongchang quickly agreed. The young master liked this worker, who was so friendly to him. Gongchang was taken to a special room where he was offered tea and asked to wait a little. The young master liked everything except this tea, because it was incredibly hot outside. So he wanted to drink cold tea with ice more. But he did not lose his head and decided to use his new ability, which he had recently learned, namely ice magic. In this way, he was able to easily cool this tea, and as he said, cold tea tastes much better. And this also once again emphasized the fact that it is incredibly cool to have such abilities. After which he noticed the cakes, and all he could think was that their hospitality was top-notch. Then he simply ate one cookie after another and thought about the fact that people haven't yet invented factories for producing cookies. And that's a good thing, because they probably wouldn't be so tasty. Suddenly, his meal was interrupted by another person who first asked Gongchang to apologize for disturbing him. The man was the manager of the Eastern Division of the Jigal family's trading network, and he was very pleased to meet the guy. Gongchang responded by introducing himself and then saying that he was being greeted by a 3rd-generation student from Jian'an High School. At that moment, the guy was mentally quite surprised that the manager personally came out to him. Donan at this moment decided to admit that he was very surprised when he found out that the same immortal master Gongchang had come to them, which was a little surprising for Gongchang, because he didn't even imagine how the man knew his nickname. Because he was from the center, he immediately went here. Manager Donan told Gongchang that they had been informed about this from Hao Moon, which surprised the guy a little because he did not expect that rumors could spread so quickly. An incredibly strong master has appeared in the country. His name is Gongchang. He is a 3rd-generation student of the Qian'an school. At the age of 20, he is already called immortal. These are the words that were in every conversation between people in this city. Gongchang's information, sold on the black market, immediately spread among masters of different levels. For the story about the attack on the ship and a few personal details, the shop owner gave him a whole 500 units of local currency, and that was quite a lot. Now Gongchang asked the manager to speak to him less formally, since he obviously knew his age, and besides he was embarrassed by his such respectful attitude towards him. Donan understood him, and with his next question he wanted to know why Gongchang was so eager to get to Liaoning. Gongchang answered him without any problems that he would like to meet with one person for a number of personal reasons. While he observes religious poverty, he has time to meet with him once. Donan, listening to all this, could assume that Gongchang was quite a good friend for this person, which Gongchang himself confirmed, and also added that he would like to train with him. Hearing this, the manager said that luck was on his side today, and a carriage heading to Liaoning was passing nearby. In 10 days, Gongchang would be there, and Donan would easily put the guy on this carriage, for which Gongchang was incredibly grateful to him. Now that they have resolved this issue, Gongchang would like to talk about payment. But before he could finish speaking about this question, his interlocutor simply left the room without saying a word to the guy. Then he appeared again and told Gongchang that the guy really didn't have to worry about money, and he also had another piece of good news. He said there wouldn't be any more passengers, so the guy could rest on the way, to which Gongchan couldn't say a word because he was shocked by the kindness of people. In return, the manager asked only to show a couple of techniques to their children. Gongchan expected that they would ask him for something much more serious, but he was still glad that he could pay them off so easily, so he quickly agreed. The manager, a few minutes before this conversation, was in his office and was thinking that since Gongchan could go to the Moen family at will, it meant that they were very close. He was also well aware that their relationship with the Kyeonam school was one of support and strengthening of power. These thoughts ended when he decided to ask his assistant that Master Gongchan would be visiting them. So he would like the assistant to try to learn everything he could from this master. And before he left, Donan asked him to go and post a letter. Due to the return of the Moists, a resistance movement called Marim is formed. Meanwhile, the influence of the Cheonam school increases, and among their students there is a genius who managed to become a master at the age of 20. These were the very things that Donan was thinking about as he walked around his room at that moment. He understood perfectly well that at this rate, by the age of 30, the guy would be able to match the Buddha himself. And given this, one could say with confidence that this young man was more valuable than the entire Cheonam school. And what's most surprising is that they understand this perfectly well. But on the other hand, there was religious beggary, and Donan simply did not understand how the clan could so easily let go of the man in whose hands the future of the school lay. In any case, in this situation, he could do nothing, and all he could do was wait until history put everything in its place. The next day, Donan's assistant took Gongchan out of the room to tell him that there were several people waiting for him on the parade ground, and they all dreamed of learning at least a little of his skill. Although Gongchan himself did not quite understand what he should teach them at all, since he could not teach the fighters of the Jegal family the art of the Cheonam school. Mentally, he also understood that controlling the balls was also too much for them. Those who trained their internal energy were either already capable enough or did not need other people's instructions. Gongchan understood that all that was left was air supremacy, which he would try to show the guys. His thoughts were interrupted when it was time to enter that very training hall, where he saw quite a lot of guys. The guy didn't know what to do, so he decided to start by introducing himself. He called himself Gongchan, and he was from the Cheonam school, and he came here at the request of an older friend from the Jegal family. Even though he was young, he would be incredibly happy to help them all. And as soon as he finished his words, all the guys shouted in one voice that they really wanted him to teach them his techniques. Gongchan actually thought until the end that they would not want to learn from the young master. But now, when he looked at their faces, he began to understand how wrong he was, because each of them was ready to completely trust Gongchan. So the guy's motivation rose a little, and with it his mood, which is why he first decided to tell them about airspace control during the fight. Although these were not full-fledged attacks, Gongchan still believed that it would be quite useful to know all of these techniques, especially since this technique would make their senses much sharper, and as a result, they would react to acute situations much faster. And the first task for these guys from Gongchan was quite unexpected, and all because Gongchan asked them to take out their blades and throw them at the guy with all their might. At first, most of the guys thought that the young master was just joking with them, but Gongchan laughed at them and assured them that he was not joking and that they really should listen to his order now. It didn't take long to persuade them, and as soon as he finished speaking, they immediately threw daggers at him. But even though the young master didn't expect them to carry out his order so quickly, he still managed to block the attack, and all those daggers just started falling to the floor. This obviously amazed all the guys, but Gongchan immediately hastened to add that he did this not because he was some kind of incredibly strong master, but because the technique helped him learn to better control the airspace. And when Gongchan showed them this technique, there was immediately a feeling that the guys began to trust him even more. So they were finally ready to start training this skill, and they will start with breathing. Donan and the beautiful lady next to him watched this whole action. It was Donan's niece, and while she was watching Gongchan, she quickly realized that her uncle was apparently thinking about luring this warrior away. Donan did not deny this option and constantly said that this young master was actually 2 years younger than the girl, and his level was higher. But even so, the girl believed that he still could not compare with the gods. The man found it funny to hear such things, because he understood that the girl was hinting that her man could do this, to which the girl reacted quite seriously because she believed that it was possible. On the one hand, she also understood that the clan name was of course very important, but on the other hand, she believed that her premonition was much more important. Donan completely agreed with her, and according to the man, this was the reason he called the girl here. because in 2 months the Moen clan was holding a celebration in honor of the founding of Sheena, and therefore the man thought that it would be a good idea to send her there as a representative. She accepted this offer with a smile, because in fact she didn't expect anything else from her uncle. She thought that it would be nice for him to return home, but Donan didn't think so. On the contrary, he wanted to return later, when a real job appeared there. But for now he didn't see any reason for his return. Well, since Donan said so, the girl simply had no other choice. So she decided to go and introduce herself first. And this was already the right decision. At least the man himself thought so. He also added to the girl that they were leaving tomorrow, and until that moment, he wanted them to talk to each other a little. The Jaegal clan, the daughters of the Jaegal clan, are famous for their abilities. The strongest of all, the Kanho, is considered to be a woman named Jinhwa, the daughter of the main family and the successor of the clan. Meanwhile, Ganshin was telling one of his students that if he couldn't handle the 17th part, he would most likely simply die. And in order to prevent this from happening, Ganshan recommended that he cut off 5 parts of his body. But suddenly his training was interrupted by a female voice, and when Ganchar turned around, he saw a girl there who first introduced herself as a representative of the Jaegal family. After which the girl added that she learned that they would go to the Moen family together, so she decided to come up and introduce herself. Several days passed from that moment. Ganshan and his guides set off on their journey. The first thing that struck the guy on the way was that so many gifts had been prepared for the celebration that he had never seen such a huge number. But what is most unpleasant about this whole situation is that the only one who will come to the celebration empty-handed is Gongchan. At that moment, Jinhwa was looking at him with a fixed gaze and thinking about something. This continued until one day Gongchan turned around and looked at her, and then said that he felt something strange. On the girl's face, red cheeks and heat were visible to the naked eye, and all this together could mean only one thing. The girl began to worry that Gongchan had guessed, but suddenly he said that all of this taken together was the signs of a cold, and the girl urgently needed treatment. She laughed at him a little, then added that he was actually a very considerate gentleman, which made Gongchan very happy. He believed that all this was only due to his developed control over space, and since they were both already here, he believed that he should think about their common safety. Jinhwa couldn't help but agree with him, but right now, she wanted to talk about something else. Namely that she thought he was going to visit the Moyeon family's nieces. One of them was called Monen and the second Monren, and Ganshin remembers the girls only with pleasant emotions. It was true that he had to admit that they were sickly girls as children, so they were sent to school. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't know what's going on with their health. The last time he heard from them was a year ago. Jinhwa immediately decided to ask the guy the names of these girls, to which he answered with a smile. Their names were Monen and Monren. They are twins, in Gongchan's opinion, very cute girls. Moen flowers, 2 flowers of the Moen family, sharing one place on the Kanho list. Monren's fire magic is especially strong. She is young, but her skill is undeniable. In fact, this is not the first time Jinhwa has heard these names, and before that she was already familiar with them. She even heard that there were rumors about an imminent wedding. This surprised Ganshan incredibly. He definitely didn't expect anything like this. From Gongchan's reaction, Jinhwa knew that he must have known nothing about it. Gongchan's surprise was due to the fact that he couldn't believe that these charming little ones were already thinking about marriage, and in general, that they loved someone. And Jinhwa, at that moment, couldn't understand why the guy was reacting exactly like that. The only normal explanation for why the guy behaves like this is that he is in love with one of them, which is why it is so hard for him to accept it. After a while, Jinhwa moved to the carriage to think for a while. The only thoughts in her head were that she had to pull herself together immediately because she was the daughter of the Jaegal family. Her main weapon was a cold and firm mind. The whole point was that at one point in the conversation she felt jealousy. At some point their journey was stopped because everyone needed to rest a little. When Ganshin got off his trusty horse, he again looked at the fact that there were a lot of expensive gifts for Moen, and all of them were not covered or hidden in any way, so they became an easy target for robbers. He believed that they were saved a little by the fact that a noble family could afford to harness several horses to a cart, and if it were an ordinary caravan, the conditions for an attack would be ideal. But on the other hand, he believed that since everything was so open, it made sense for him to look around. Ganshin entered, and with a calm soul simply walked for some time and thought about how incredibly calm it was in this forest. But suddenly he heard the crack of wood and immediately turned around, seeing a small silhouette of a man behind him. He immediately took out his sword, but apparently it was in vain, because Jinhwa came out of the shadows, who was also slightly surprised that she saw a guy here. After they calmed down, the girl added that she followed his instructions incredibly accurately, which was a little unclear to Gongchan, so he asked her to explain a little. But instead of explaining, she simply took her sword more firmly in her hands and attacked the young master, although he managed to block her attack at the last moment. The Chonkyohen sword is used with more than 36 different defensive and offensive techniques. The methods of its use have many subtleties, so it is considered difficult to control. But even using this type of battle, she failed, because Gongchan was able to stop her in just a few moves and ask her if she thought it would be better to start training with defense. Although Jinhwa believed that she definitely couldn't defeat the enemy with just defense, Gongchan couldn't help but agree with her. But he still considered it important to mention the fact that if the fight is one-on-one, then that's one situation. But if there are a lot of enemies around, then in that case, with attacks alone, you can go to the next world. She realized that the guy was right, so she wanted to know how to properly defend herself, to which the guy gave a fairly confident answer, saying that impeccable defense would suit her. But in general, in his opinion, they should remember about all the directions that determine the movement of the body. According to Gongchan, using the whole body, it is necessary to create a space of absolute protection, a kind of invisible shield. The girl listened very attentively, while the young master told her about control over space, which could allow one to freely navigate in it. And he could also tell her that theoretically, the entire environment could be taken under control. You can even capture a certain area and confidently hold it. All these words were some kind of fiction for the girl, but for some reason she believed the guy. All these words were going around in circles in her head: efficiency, rationality, let him get closer, until one moment she focused on it and closed her eyes, and then she created a magic circle around herself. At that moment, Uncle Jinhwa appeared and turned to Gongchan to say that the girl apparently finally understood him and did what he asked her to do. But then he wanted to check if this protection really works. So he took his sword and tried to strike the girl. Gongchan, despite everything, decided that it would probably be better for him to return to the camp, because quite abnormal things were happening here. Donan interrupted him and asked him to look at it because it seemed to him that the young master could notice quite a lot of mistakes, if there were any, of course. After some time, they set off again, and their speed was quite high. On the way, Gongchan noticed that their destination was quite far away, which his interlocutor could not help but agree with, but he still believed that they would arrive earlier than usual because their horses were strong and trained. But even in this case, Gongchan believed that it would be faster by sea. However, there was one downside to this method of transportation that stopped them, and according to the guy Gongchan was talking to, the reason was that the ship had too much of a chance of shipwreck, which meant that it didn't matter how good the people were at martial arts. Even Gongchan couldn't argue with this, no matter how much he wanted to, but he didn't do it, especially since they were almost there. They finally arrived in Liaoning province, which they had been traveling to for so long. As soon as Gongchan got off his horse, he immediately thought that he had finally reached the Moen family estate. His thoughts were interrupted by Jinhwa, who shouted that the Jaegel family's caravan had arrived. A few seconds later, the gates opened in front of them, and the guests were greeted by a representative of the Moen family. Donan spoke first, saying that he hadn't seen the guy for quite some time and was a little surprised to see him at the gate, to which the guy replied with a smile that he had done something wrong, which is why he was here now. This guy's name was Moen Sun. At 25 years old, he's in the top 10 on Kangho's list. Sun uses the Moen family's weapon, the Acapulcan sword, which was quite amazing because it would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to wield such a difficult sword. But this guy is one of those who is able to wield it. After a short conversation with Danyan, the guy turned to Gongchan, who immediately introduced himself and said that he was first of all glad to meet you, and also told that he was a third-generation student of the Jeonnam school. Next, Gongchan decided to ask Sun to see the twins, if of course such a request would not be rude on his part. Sun smiled back at the boy and said that he had actually heard a lot about the boy, since the younger ones had talked a lot about the boy. Well, since they all know each other here, Sun simply did not understand why they were standing there and not coming in. He announced to the entire palace that guests from the Jaegel family and one person from the Jeonnam school had arrived at the palace. Before Gongchan had time to enter the temple, he was already attacked by one of his nieces, who took out a sword and was confident that she had caught the guy by surprise. At least that's what it seemed like at first glance, but it wasn't quite so, because Gongchan was able to block the sword strike with just one movement. He also launched a counterattack, which caused the girl quite a lot of pain. So she believed that their battle had gone too far, and it was time to end. Gongchen, in response, began to scold her for behaving badly. She had not even had time to greet him before she had already attacked him with a sword. The girl understood that she was to blame, so she stood for a while and simply remained silent. But then Gongchan took off his evil uncle mask and came closer to the girl with a smile to examine her, because she had changed so much, had become much taller. It seemed to him that everything had grown too much, and the girl thought that Gongchan was staring at her chest. But he immediately pretended that this was not the case, because she was getting married soon, and he simply couldn't do anything like that. Moen told him that he didn't really teach her anything. Her teacher did all of that, which was a big disappointment for Gongchan, because he thought that he had taught Moen something. But in response, he received what, according to the girl, she only knows that he just looked at her breasts, which the guy didn't like even more, because in this case, she is clearly trying to make him look like a pervert. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the second sister, who asked Ren-A not to forget her manners. After which, she turned to Gongchan to tell him that she missed him very much. He was very happy to see the second twin, and the first thing he noticed was the fact that they both had grown very much. He also felt that their training in Chanam had been beneficial to them, although it had not been without difficulties. But he also reminded them that the school's techniques were secret and could not be revealed to the family. Yena reassured Gongchan by saying that their clan was not so weak as to violate moral principles, which made her sister laugh a little because she didn't understand since when did her sister's speeches become so boring. In any case, they needed to convey that their father really wanted to see their uncle. Moen Zhang and the sword Sum Chong-hel, the only one of its kind, the third son of the head of the Moen family, he gave up his right of inheritance and became a military man. Gongchan was not very eager to meet this man, but the sisters literally began to beg him. The guy thought that before such a meeting he needed to wash and change clothes, but the girls clearly didn't care. A few minutes later they were already in his office, and the first thing the man said was that Gongchan had grown a lot, and he was very pleased to see him in the role of a master. Gongchan was also very happy to see the man. After a short conversation, Young told the guy that he could go and rest, because he understood perfectly well that the guy was tired after a long journey. And also before the guy leaves, Chan decided to add that he, as Yan and Ren's father, must repay him for his kindness towards them. Ren intervened in this dialogue at this point to say that Gongchan had become even stronger, and she realized this after he was able to block her sword strike with just one hand. Chan understood perfectly well the reason for such power, because he had already heard that the guy was able to open his seal and thus became immortal. And as soon as the man said this, Ren immediately ran up to Gongchan, who wanted to know first of all how the guy managed to do all this. She also immediately assumed that he had begun religious begging, but Gongchan stopped her at these words and said that he had not yet done such a thing. Hearing these words, Ren assumed that Gongchan was not trying at all and did not care about his future, which was quite offensive to hear for the guy, because he was trying and doing his best. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by a female voice, and when Gongchan turned around, he saw a woman there who introduced herself as the mother of these two girls, and her name was So Munha. Gongchan was pleasantly surprised by this meeting, and in response introduced himself as a third-generation student of Jeonnam High School, and also thanked the woman for greeting him. After which she asked Gongchan not to be shy and to feel at home in this castle, which was very nice to hear, so Gongchan immediately thanked her for the warm welcome. At that moment, Chong came closer to them, wanting to check with his wife how things were going. She answered him that everything was fine and she had passed. At that moment, for obvious reasons, Gongchan did not understand what they were talking about, but Chan did not waste time and asked the woman to take care of the children. But first she wanted to make sure that their guest would not want it. But before she could finish speaking, Chan interrupted her, who assured the woman that the guy had never had such a thought regarding their girls, which sounded even stranger to Gongchan. He looked at them again and simply couldn't understand what they were all talking about and why the girls suddenly blushed so much. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted again by Zhang, who offered Gongchan a fight. The guy wasn't very happy with this offer because he had just arrived and he wanted to rest. And then they offered him to fight again, and he still didn't know what to expect from this sparring. But the saddest thing is that one of the best masters in the world offers him to fight, and it should be a great honor for Gongchan. But the guy didn't feel anything like that. On the contrary, he was a little scared. After some time, they stood in front of each other, and Zhang told Gongchan that in a friendly duel he would show the guy their family sword, which was called Ikipulchen, and the man was sure that the guy would rethink everything he knew about blades before. Gongchan also did not remain silent, and in response said that he would oppose him with his sword and old style, with which he planned to win in this fight. And he also hoped that the man would not scold the Cheonan school just because he did not have enough experience. Chong replied to him that in this case he would only evaluate the skills of that same immortal master. After these words, their energies collided with each other, and the battle officially began. At that moment, all that Chan could think about was that he simply had to do everything possible to defeat this guy. But Gongchan didn't think about anything except his victory, and it was noticeable because he used incredibly strong techniques and constantly attacked Chan. The man simply could not believe his eyes that the guy was able to control his energy so easily. So he immediately decided to ask the guy if he had accidentally crossed the line of human capabilities. In response to this question, Gongchan said that in fact it was simply a secret technique of their clan, which he enjoyed using. At that moment, Zhang was thinking that he couldn't even lift his sword, let alone attack, so he was quite frightened by the knowledge of the Cheonan school. But at that moment, he clearly didn't need to think about that, because Gongchan began to spew out an incredibly huge amount of energy, and at this rate, he would most likely win this battle. Zhang understood this perfectly well, so he decided to tell the guy that it was all good, and he was very glad that Gongchan was capable of such things. But he was still more interested in finding out how huge Gongchan's pure power was. Gongchan told him that he had actually just shown him his best move, thus revealing the result of the secret teachings of the Cheonan school. And to be honest, he prefers the management of chi energy to the art of swordsmanship. For Chan, all of this was quite amazing. He understood that what Gongchan lacked in swordsmanship, he made up for with amazing energy control. But even considering all of this, the man was going to prove to the guy that the way of the sword was also amazing. And a few seconds later, Zhang's sword pierced Gongchan's defense, which the guy definitely didn't expect. But at the last moment, Gongchan was still able to block this attack, although there was a feeling that he had lost control, and now it would be difficult to return to the fight. But this time he was really lucky, and he understood it perfectly well. Chang was already running out of ideas. He himself didn't really understand what to do next, since even such attacks weren't working. But even so, this battle was incredibly interesting for him, and he wanted to continue more and more. Besides, he thought that this was clearly not enough to take his daughter away. And as soon as Gongchan heard what his grandfather had just said, he felt sick. 2 years ago, two sisters were telling their mother that there were rumors that the Namgung and Habak clans were going to send matchmakers, so they came here to tell their mother that they wanted to continue studying martial arts. According to them, they absolutely did not want to even talk about marriage. Their mother was a little worried because she sincerely did not understand why they were still rejecting such good candidates. At this moment, Ren finally decided to admit that she actually liked her uncle. The girl's mother did not quite understand what was being discussed and asked her daughter to explain who this was. After this incident, the woman told everything to her husband, and Zhang was very interested in meeting Gongchan. And now the man realized the fact that the guy had exceeded all his expectations, and therefore the man really wanted to know what the guy had been studying all this time. Gongchan answered him with a smile that he most wanted to learn the hidden techniques of the main school. And as soon as Chan heard about this, he immediately hid his sword and began to apologize to the guy for this ridiculous sparring. And also, according to him, he now doesn't mind if Gongchan suddenly decides to take his daughters for himself, which shocked the guy even more. He smiled and told the man that he had never really thought about it and wanted to know from Chang where he got such thoughts from. The girls who unanimously said that they want to do it themselves would like to answer this question. They went into Gongchan's room, where they told him everything. And from his violent reaction, it was immediately clear that he was incredibly surprised that the girls wanted a marriage of convenience. Ren and Yen ignored his reaction and once again, kneeling down, asked him if he didn't want to marry them. He simply couldn't believe that they had decided to use him to push away other suitors, because even thinking about it made him incredibly ashamed. Although Ren tried to prove to him that she simply didn't want to marry a man she had never seen in her life. Moreover, they were sure that Gongchan should know that for girls of noble birth, marriage of convenience is a common occurrence, because otherwise they will be sold as some kind of goods. The guy couldn't disagree with this, because he himself understood that this is how everything works in this world. But first he asked them to stand up so that they could discuss everything. After which he decided to sit down himself, because he understood perfectly well that the conversation with the girls would be very difficult. And the first thing he decided to do was to find out from them whether they even thought about his feelings. He wanted to know what he should do then with the love of his entire youth. But they didn't react to his hysteria and just wanted to know what he thought about them. Gongchan was already feeling a little awkward that he couldn't understand what they were talking about, and the girls kept telling him that he had always been so kind to them, and that's why they wanted to know the reason why he treated them so well. The master didn't know what to answer them, because he really couldn't name the reason why he was doing this, because he really just wanted to make friends. The girls were so sad to hear the guy tell them that he just wanted to make friends. And at that moment he was telling them that he had quite a lot of people with whom he was friends and at the same time worried about them. But at one point they interrupted him and asked his uncle to think about their feelings. After all, according to them, they are still obliged to get married. And here only one question arises. With whom will they be better off? With a stranger or with their beloved uncle? Gongchan hears for the first time that they are literally obliged to get married and wanted to know how it works. But the girls had nothing to explain because it means exactly what it sounds like. According to them, the wedding is beneficial to their family, because for children like them, it is necessary, and there is nothing unusual about it. Gongchan didn't understand how this was possible, because every person has feelings, and noted that there is no benefit in feelings, so no one looks at them, and understandably, does not take them into account. The girl told the guy that she and her sister were told that they shouldn't be led by emotions, that they need to communicate with their husband, then over time they will become attached to each other and will be able to live like that their whole lives. According to them, their parents also went through this and their marriage was predetermined, but fortunately, they were able to love each other. Gongchan still believed that sacrificing for the sake of the clan was complete stupidity and definitely not worth doing. He began to get so angry about this that an incredibly huge amount of energy began to accumulate around him. Gongchan simply did not understand who all these people thought his beloved nephews were. This state lasted for some time, after which he calmed down a little and asked the girls for forgiveness, and they could only notice that their uncle was quite scary when he was nervous. After which he added that in fact, this was only the second time in this world that this had happened to him. But the girls did not understand what he was talking about. What did it mean in this world? Gongchan realized that he had said a little too much, so he decided to pretend that he was talking about his own business, and then added that he got angry for the first time while fighting the freaks on the ship. And yet, now it is not so important because first of all, he would like to find out from the girls how he can free them. He believed that every person in this life has the right to their own choice, and if they do not want to get married, then he is ready to help them fulfill this desire. Yan thought for a bit and told Gongchan that there was a power that could be used to gain freedom, and the guy immediately assumed that the girl wanted to use it. But she upset him when she said that in reality they were still too weak to use such power. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when three men entered the room. One of them was Song, who immediately turned to Gongchan and said that the clan leader would like to meet with the young master. Gongchan wasn't in the best mood anyway, and then there was this invitation, so he was happy to meet the man who makes girls do such things for the sake of the clan. Upon arrival at the castle, the people from the Jagal clan first went to greet the people from the Moan clan to build relationships between the clans. This is also a very important job. Women should be able to use their beauty to their advantage, even when they themselves do not like it. A girl found herself in such a situation talking with Sun, who talked so much that the girl only thought that his chatter was starting to irritate her very much, and besides, she was not interested in him at all. But she also did not forget that this guy Moan's son is one of the top 10 kanhos. Great hopes are placed on him, and in the future he will certainly be able to reach the pinnacle of human capabilities. The same girl who was talking to this guy was Jinhua, who at that moment couldn't get Gongchan out of her head, so she even had thoughts in her head that she had fallen in love with him. But every time she thought about it, she immediately tried to throw these thoughts out of her head. She tried to think that Gongchan simply impressed her, and nothing more. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Sleep, who decided that his story had bored the girl, but she immediately tried to tell him that this was not so. According to her, something was bothering her, so she was constantly distracted. In response to these words, the dream said that he was sorry that he could not distract the girl from this feeling. Jinhua at this point decided to admit that she hadn't really listened to the guy at all, but Song wasn't going to be offended by her, and immediately assured the girl that there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, his uncle was calling him, so he immediately jumped up and started to leave, which made Jinhua's mood slightly improve. The head of the Moan clan was 72 years old, but he is not included in the list of the 16 strongest kanho, and all because he hides and does not show his abilities to anyone, but thanks to him, the martial arts of the Moan clan flourishes. It was also known that he, having lived for more than 70 years, never changed his love for carp, such as the head of the Moan family. And when Gongchen first saw this old man and learned about his hobby, he immediately decided to ask the man what he liked so much about these fish. The head of the Moan clan did not think long before saying that all these fish are simply amazing. According to him, if there is little food in the area, then they try not to eat. And he believed that these fish would know martial arts very well, because, for example, the father of Yen and Ren cannot restrain himself and is too hot-tempered in battle, and the strength of their clan is in fencing, in cutting and stabbing blows. That is why it seems to him that in battle their bodies emit energy that pierces the enemy like needles. Gongchen was very interested to hear this, because if the old man really was telling the truth, then the guy understood perfectly well why his muscles hurt so much after the fight. The chief smiled and said that the guy was absolutely right, because, for example, it took the man himself quite a lot of time to install the chi needles in the right places and then be able to take them out. And again, as an example, he brought up Yan and Ren's father, Chong, according to him, still had not learned this, so the man considered him a fool. Fortunately, he was glad that there were 3 more talented children in the family, and he was talking about Yan, Ren, and Sun. According to the head, the girls were weak, and he was afraid that they would not be able to survive, and therefore sent them to Chanam, and from there they returned full of strength and energy, for which the man wanted to express his deep gratitude to the Chanam clan. And now that he had done this, he would really like to ask Gongchen, as a guy, the techniques of their clan. Gongchen did not hide it, and immediately said that it was quite painful. He still has the feeling that his whole body was cut up. Thus he admitted that the skills of the Moen family have a number of advantages in close combat. But the chief was surprised by something else, that Gongchen was able to endure it at all. The guy believed that it was all thanks to his success in using the special technique of Tail Shingon. The old man reminded the boy that their attacks pierce the enemy like knives, and therefore he was very interested to know how his technique works. But to the great regret of the old man, the boy could not tell it, because it is a secret technique of the main school, and no matter how much he would like to, he cannot tell its details. Gongchen hoped that the leader understood him and was not offended, and the man at that moment was only thinking about the fact that even a first-class warrior would come out of the fight bleeding, with many cuts, but this kid is not like that. The young master, meanwhile, continued to say that his special technique had given him many opportunities in this regard, but he was also convinced that recently some problems had begun to arise in this area. After which he added even more energy and thereby dispelled the technique of the old man, who was trying to hook the guy during the conversation. The leader couldn't believe his eyes because in the past even Muryanjin wasn't capable of this. And when he thought about it, he finally realized that Junam had raised a dragon, in other words, a warrior who had endless potential. Finally, after such a long conversation, the old man decided to introduce himself and called himself Moen Jiangchan. He was Yan and Ren's grandfather, and Gongchen said his standard phrase that he was a third-generation student of the Jonam school. And now that they had met, the man was finally ready to talk to the guy about his granddaughters, whom he considered incredibly beautiful, and therefore wanted to ask Gongchen what he thought of them. Gongchen said that when he was a child he helped them a little, but now it was painful for him to watch how 2 sweet girls were unwell. Gongchen was always worried that they would end up hanging on someone's neck, and how glad he was that it was Gongchen who crossed their path. And given all these facts, Janshin wanted to ask the guy when they would finally hold the ceremony. Janshin understood that he was still too young, but the old man said that he would like to place them in good hands as soon as possible. And then, if possible, to see my great-grandchildren, such little children, as soon as possible. But as soon as the conversation turned to this, Gongchen immediately interrupted the man and said that in this case their views did not coincide because in fact the guy had completely different plans. While Gongchen and Jiangchen were talking, the Huangbo family and musicians from the province arrived at the Moyan clan. A month later, representatives of different sects began to gather at the Moen estate to celebrate the anniversary. But this did not stop Gongchen from training his nieces and thereby increasing their strength. Ren and Yen had a very hard time fighting the young master. They put all their strength into their strikes, but even that was so little. But Gongchen didn't give them any breaks and kept repeating that they had to attack him and keep attacking. They tried to tell him that they were already a little tired and wouldn't mind taking a little rest, and maybe even that they had enough classes for today. With which Gongchen fundamentally disagreed and believed that they should continue this fight. According to him, after reaching a certain level of skill, they began to stagnate, and now, as it seems to him, there is a mess in their heads, and it is difficult for them to understand how to train. At first, they had a hard time understanding what their uncle was talking about, But then it dawned on them that he was talking about fencing skills. He used all his strength to explain to them how they could become a master of the sword, and according to him, for this, they needed new skills. And as soon as he told them this, he then went on to say that they must now watch all his actions with the utmost care. But before that, he reminded them that fencing is a way of controlling energies with the help of a sword. But according to him, you can also direct it into your palms and give it the desired look. And now Gongchen was going to use both hands to rotate the energy from right to left and vice versa. He immediately told them that they would understand the meaning of Tao Xing'an on their own. And now the main thing is qi. According to Gongchen, they should know a lot about qi. Then he asked them a question in which he wanted to know their opinion. How much stronger will they be if they can combine qi and sword? But without waiting for an answer, he asked them to focus on energy from today on. After such a short lecture, Ren decided to ask Gongchen a question. She wanted to know from him why they trained so hard today. She thought that he probably already received money from their dad for training, but he was not going to disclose his income. But the girl didn't need this because they wanted to offer him a deal. They would tell Dad that they were training, and they themselves would go drink tea with sweets. Not only Ren liked this idea, but also Yen, which already upset the guy a little. Therefore, at one point, he could not stand it any longer and attacked them with the words that first they should show persistence and only then drink tea with sweets. They didn't understand when he became so evil, but Gongchen just wanted to teach them. Some time ago, Gongchen spoke with the head of the Moan clan, and he wanted to find out, first of all, why he ignores the wishes of the children, because he believes that every person is free to decide their own destiny. Otherwise, he simply did not understand how girls differ from livestock. The man was a little surprised that the guy was asking him this question. Gongchen said that they shared information with him, which indicates that the children said that they chose him out of desperation, and instead of unknown suitors, they preferred a familiar man. Thus, the guy believed that the head of the clan was condemning them to an unhappy marriage, which could very likely ruin their lives. And taking all this into account, Gongchen asked the old man to reconsider his humanity, because in that case, it seemed to him that the head of the Moan clan simply did not exist. All the old man was thinking about at that moment was that the green guy was asking for trouble, although on the other hand, he seemed to care about Yen and Ren. So he decided to talk to Gongchen not too boldly, and first said that all of China follows this order, and if they don't do it, then everyone will think that their children are somehow special. Without waiting for an answer, the old man said again that this was the family's decision and it shouldn't worry Gongchen. Then the guy thought for a bit and asked, what would happen if the twins suddenly became stronger? Gongchen meant masters who had reached the peak. In that case, he wanted to know if the old man would allow them to marry for love. The clan leader was well aware of the fact that this was simply impossible, so he said without any doubt that if the girls became absolute masters, they would be equal to the clan elders. But he immediately warned the guy that in the Moan family, no more than 10 individuals had managed to reach such heights. And so if they suddenly managed to do this, then they will represent themselves. But he asked the guy to think about whether this is possible. Gongchen understood that this was not an easy task, but he was going to do everything possible to ensure that the girls still reached such heights. And since the guy was so confident, the man decided to offer him a small bet so that it would be interesting for them to watch all of this. The old man gave the guy 1 month. During this time, Gongchen had to teach them. If he fails to do this, then he will be obliged to marry them. But if he suddenly succeeds in doing this, then Ren and Yang will have the right to choose for themselves who they want to marry. Gongchen had nothing to add, so he simply agreed to these terms. But before concluding this deal, he would first like to talk about his reward. At the moment, Gongchen was doing everything he could to win this bet, because in that case, not only would he win, but also the girls, who would finally be able to gain freedom. And after he told all this to the girls, they were surprised that he was even capable of such a thing. And he, in turn, asked them to take this seriously, because they had to become absolute masters. But for this, they needed to focus on honing their skills. The clan leader was given daily reports on how the girls were being trained. And when he heard that Gongchen was teaching them something new, he became a little tense. After all, deep down he understood that new knowledge could become the key to mastery. He admitted to himself that he did not remember how he became a master. One day he simply became an absolutely free man. In other words, the old man no longer remembers what exactly brought him to this summit. In any case, he gave the order to his assistant. He didn't care whether Gongchen succeeded or not. He wanted the wedding to take place, although Choi tried to tell him that then they would again go against the wishes of the children. But apparently the old man didn't care at all. All he could say in response was that the man hadn't grown up yet to contradict the head. But Zhang still believed that girls had their own dreams and desires, and therefore he absolutely agreed with Gongchan. The old man, for obvious reasons, began to yell at his son and tell him that this was precisely the reason he would never achieve absolute power, because he simply couldn't be so stuffy. A few days later, Ren finally started to get something going, although Gongchan asked her not to fuss and continue working. And when they started to get it out steadily, he asked them to concentrate on their breathing. He wanted them to feel how the qi was gathering in their palms. But as soon as they started thinking about it, their qi simply evaporated. So Gongchan had to tell them that it was also important not to forget about the even flow of energy. According to the girls, this was much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. Gongchan once again listed the most basic things in this matter: breathing, feeling the qi from the head to the toes, and even flow. According to him, they should combine these 3 points, and they should try until they succeed. They were already starting to get a little angry, because he was talking as if it was so easy, although as it turned out, Gongchan thought so. For him, there was nothing difficult. And he thought so, for the reason that further he was going to teach them fire and ice magic, which he himself had learned on the way to this place, and now he could use fire and ice magic at the same time, which could not help but surprise. The girls didn't understand where he got such knowledge from, but Gongchan wasn't going to hide it, and immediately told them that he got this knowledge from the black market. The elemental balls are quite expensive. He paid more than 100 units of gold for these items. But now he thinks that if he teaches the girls this knowledge, then these balls will definitely pay off. For them it was a bit mercantile, and now they are sure that their uncle loves money incredibly much. Although Gongchan clearly didn't think so, he reminded them that he had been studying with them for free for quite a long time. But since they said so, from now on, he wanted them to pay him. In total, 20 pigs and 5 cows were allocated for the celebration of the birthday of the head of the Moan clan. Tomorrow is already a holiday that will last 3 days. Gongchan, standing on his balcony, thought that time was flying by rather quickly. But on the other hand, he saw obvious progress in the girls. At this point, he noticed that Ren and Yen had become more agile with the blade, and more importantly, they had finally learned to control qi. However, it was worth remembering that becoming stronger does not mean reaching the level of a master. And so Gongchan began to worry that 1 month would not be enough for him. He began to panic a little and think what he should do to fix this situation. He understood that if he couldn't fix all of this, then he would most likely have to run away, although doing so would clearly be problematic. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and when he opened it, he saw Jinhua there. Gongchan didn't expect to see the girl now, but she told him in a rather calm voice that she had something to talk to him about, and therefore she would really like him to spend some time with her. He stared at the girl for a bit, because at that moment he noticed how beautiful she was. But then he finally realized what had happened and immediately suggested that she pass so that he could listen to her. As soon as the time came for that very conversation, Gongchan decided to use his magic and protect himself and Jinhua with a barrier. He believed that no one should hear their conversation, which made the girl a little surprised because she didn't even expect that he had such deep knowledge in this area. But according to him, this is not the most amazing thing he is capable of. Jinhua had no doubt about this. So in response to his words, she told him that she was more than confident that he had deep knowledge. The young master was incredibly pleased to hear such words from the famous Jagal Jinhua, so he decided to show a small sign of respect. Well, now that they had exchanged some compliments, Gongchan still wanted to hear the reason why the girl wanted to talk. The girl began by saying that there were some rumors circulating within the Moan clan, which Gongchan was clearly hearing about for the first time. Jinhua was surprised that Gongchan didn't know that Master Gongchan and the Moyan family's flowers were getting married. The guy certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, although he immediately realized that his grandfathers had simply conspired to catch him and marry him. And all this could mean only one thing, that the wedding would take place in any case, which meant that we had to leave immediately. That's why he answered Jinhua that no one had any basis for that. They were just passing off wishful thinking as reality. Also, because the sisters were once close, the Moan family decided that they could indulge in gossip. Jinhua couldn't quite believe that this was really true, but the guy assured her that it was, because he simply couldn't marry children, because it was complete nonsense. But then she became sad again, because Gongchan told her that he was a monk and that weddings were simply forbidden to them. They had to be busy searching for the path of eternal energy. After which he smiled and said that he really hoped that this was exactly what the girl wanted to hear. Jinhua told him in a quiet voice that she had heard the answer to her question, so now she would like to leave him. She asked his forgiveness for such a late visit, wished him good night, then turned around and began to leave. Gongchen wondered why she became so cold at the end. In his opinion, women are so difficult to understand. The next day, the gift-giving stage began, with guests from the Murimpaldic clan lining up to present their gifts. Even the old and new sects of Liaoning province came to the celebration, and there was no end to the guests and congratulations. Meanwhile, Gongchen finished his next lesson with the fact that Chanam's will is multi-valued, and its meanings are deep. He also added that those who say that in the face of death, all is dust and vanity, are absolutely wrong. Ren, as always, decided to joke at the right time. So she said that their uncle simply gave in on purpose. Because such beauties as they are, you can marry. So Gonchar once again said that they are still children. Then Ren decided to find out what her uncle didn't like about her, to which he answered quite confidently that she had absolutely no sincerity. The girl continued to talk to him about this, and then Ganchan simply could not stand it and told her that he had no feelings for them at all, so this marriage was impossible. And besides, he simply didn't understand how one could marry those whom one considers younger sisters. Although this irritated Ren even more, which is why Goknan decided to ask her why she was looking at him like that. But instead of answering, she simply turned around and started to leave, adding at the end that he could live the way he liked. After that, Gongchen decided to ask her sister if she really fell in love with him, and told him that he was still too straightforward and that he should think about it. But Gongchan was trying to get them to understand that they had a test coming up, so he literally begged them to stop thinking about such things. After such words, he decided to note that they wanted to decide his fate without him, so he got the impression that it was they who advised his father and grandfather to make such a decision. People who were at the celebration of the birthday of the head of the Moan clan were amazed by how great the influence of the Moan clan is, although apparently for this reason, they are called the clan of 1,000 years. One such conversation took place between two guys who were talking about how great the clan was. But one of the guys asked them to watch their language, and in no case compare schools and the Moan clan. But on the other hand, one of them was so happy that he could give them his blessing. They started talking about how, in fact, in ancient times, their school worshipped many deities, but it was not worth forgetting that only one brought them salvation. Well, now that they had finally achieved such success, it could be said with confidence that the time of the dark deity had come. One of them had no feelings for the Moan clan, but he still had a special dislike for them. And now he is finally ready for each of this clan to know his true hatred, a feeling that came from his very heart, from which it is simply impossible to get rid of. The head of the clan, before the celebration began, decided to say a few words. First of all, he wanted to express gratitude to all the guests walking along the path of Kanho, and in honor of this time they prepared an unusual performance. They could all hope that the guests would really enjoy this performance, and as soon as he finished, the flowers of the Moan clan, Ren and Yang, came out onto the small stage. Gongchen was among the huge crowd of spectators and watched the fight attentively. He was waiting for this moment so much that he was even a little nervous. Moreover, over time he began to pray that everything would work out for the girls and that they would finally become free. Today, each girl's opponent was a sister. They fought each other, showing a high level of skills that they were able to master in just 1 month of fruitful work. Obviously, every spectator was shocked and they really enjoyed watching this kind of fight. And Gongchen only noticed for himself the mistakes the girls made. But for now, he only noticed that the girls understood him when he told them that the sword had to be an extension of the body. And also the sword simply must become an integral part of the body, which the fighter must control professionally. Gongchan asked them to gather the skills from the Moan clan's sword to the Junam swordsman into their body and finally master the Junam will. And when they listened to the guy, they were finally able to release the energy of the sword, which only absolute masters can achieve. The head of the clan and the girl's father could not believe their luck. Could they really have managed to do this, and at such a young age? Gongchan was also incredibly happy that they managed to do it. After all, in that case, he understood perfectly well that the need to get married was slipping away like water, which could not but please him. Now that he is convinced that his problems are solved, he can have fun with peace of mind, eat his fill, and even enjoy a couple of candied fruits. But suddenly his thoughts and plans were interrupted by a small earthquake, which began so unexpectedly. When he raised his head up, he noticed that small cannonballs were flying towards the city, which meant that this was nothing other than a siege. Chong immediately took out his sword and ordered all his men to take care of the townspeople and lead them to safety. And he himself tried to destroy another shell that was flying toward the city, and in the end he still managed to do it. But no matter how hard he tried, he had to remember that this was only the beginning, because behind the gates stood a fairly large number of cannons that were ready to continue their offensive. And in the center of this raid stood a man who, with each passing second, more and more often ordered an attack on the city. This man's name was Helshi, and he was an ordinary bandit who decided that he was capable of anything in this world. But he also did not act without reasons, once the Helshi clan was destroyed by the Moen family. So he once touched the secret knowledge of the family. He completely devoted himself to the study of dark magic and became the priest of Milpoptan. A lot of time has passed, but finally this day has come, and he will be able to take revenge on his offenders. Therefore, this uninvited guest did not come empty-handed. He brought many boxes, inside of which were very strange bodies whose time had come. One of the bandit Helshi's assistants began to cast a spell over these bodies and read a prayer, which apparently was supposed to wake them up. What ultimately happened was that monsters began to emerge from each of these boxes, which were created specifically for destruction. They all gathered together and immediately began to attack this castle, which caused panic among those watching from above. Helshi was incredibly happy to see such a picture, because now he was sure that he would finish off the Moen clan once and for all. But he understood perfectly well that it would be extremely difficult to do something like this. So he again prepared for this and brought a special substance, which he put into the mouths of each of the corpses of his army. In this way, they gained incredibly enormous power, with the help of which they were able to destroy anything and anyone. Helshi called these creatures monsters among monsters, who were supposed to help him avenge all his suffering. Meanwhile, most of the fighters who arrived for the celebration began to run away, when suddenly a guy stopped them and began to talk about how they were all legends about whom there were many rumors, and it was strange for him to watch how they were about to run away at such a crucial moment. And in fact, it did dawn on most of them, because they themselves understood that they needed to help the Moen clan, which had welcomed them so warmly. At that moment, Chan thought about the fact that they were their guests, and if he asked them for help, it could affect the family's reputation. Therefore, he decided to say that they did not want to burden the guests with personal troubles. He only asked them to go into the hall, and the Moen clan would deal with this problem itself. The guests did not argue with him, so as soon as they had the opportunity, they immediately went to the temple. Gongchan, who was standing next to Zhang, for some reason at that moment was only thinking about the very strange anxiety inside him that was not giving him peace. He had a feeling that there was a huge evil nearby that was approaching. So without thinking twice, he jumped up and ran against the crowd. He wanted to check something. He had thoughts in his head that he hadn't seen the girls for a long time, so he became quite interested in finding out where they had gone. He concentrated and tried to track their energy, which he successfully did. Gongchan, without thinking for long, ran to the place where the thread of energy led him. After some time, he was finally able to find Yen and Ren, who clearly did not expect to see him here. The first thing they wanted to know was how he was able to find them. But here everything was actually simple. He just walked along the quay, because he remembers the characteristics of their energy. Ren admired her uncle so much, even though he thought it wasn't all that difficult. The girls wanted to know what was happening on the street, but Gongchan himself did not fully understand. The only thing he knew was that the cannon attack had stopped. But suddenly the girls interrupted him to tell him not to think that their clan was weak because they had people engaged in military affairs. Although Gongchan never doubted the strength of the Moen clan. Although he thought that it might be worthwhile to limit the possible damage, because something incredibly terrible was approaching. Suddenly he paused for a second because he felt a strange energy above them, and when he looked up, he realized what the problem was. Gongchan immediately noticed that they were literally surrounded, so he immediately ordered the girls to take out their swords, because now they would most likely enter into an unequal fight. But when they turned around, they saw real walkers there who only wanted to destroy. Gongchan was the one who was going to prevent this from happening to them under any circumstances. So he took out his sword and immediately went on the attack. The young master approached these monsters quite easily and dealt a crushing blow. But what was his surprise when he realized that these monsters did not take blows at all? So without thinking twice, he decided that they were zombies. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that at one moment this monster grabbed Gongchan's blade, without even cutting himself, and stopped his blow. This gave him the understanding that he obviously couldn't cope with this fight with just one blade, so he used his special technique, Chonghasam Shimnyuk. This time, the blows were much stronger and also backed up by magical energy, which helped Gongchan destroy them. But the problem was different. There were so many of them that the young master would hardly be able to cope with them alone. So he decided it was time for him to take advantage of what he had obtained in Haomun. He used his special artifact called Tusalgon, which increases the speed of objects, thereby increasing the damage they deal, and thus he was able to destroy more than one monster at a time. The girl stood aside at that moment and told him that the weak point of all zombies is their head, so they asked him to aim as best as possible and hit only the head. But this obviously angered him even more, that they were standing nearby and doing nothing, and they still managed to give him commands, but they thought that they couldn't because they were terrible for them. However, Gonshin, on the contrary, believed that if they did not like them, then they should destroy them. These words made the girls fly out of their house and start fighting these monsters. They became strong enough to destroy the monsters one by one, so there were no particular problems. At this moment, Gongchan was thinking that while the Yan Yiren sisters had entered the battle, the military detachment was also in action. At this rate, they would be able to cope little by little. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt an incredible tremor throughout his body. And when he turned around, he saw a strange energy that clearly did not look like zombie energy. He immediately ran in that direction, but immediately realized that he clearly wouldn't be able to get through just like that, because he constantly met monsters along the way. Meanwhile, the combat units of the Moen family fought with the same zombie, although he was an order of magnitude stronger than the others. In this case, it didn't take long for Chong to realize that this monster was using forbidden blood magic, which meant that anyone with weak chi energy should retreat. But instead of following Chong's orders, one of them decided to stand out and defeat this monster with his own hands. However, this was a mistake he made before this monster destroyed him. This picture made all the warriors doubt their strength, because they had just seen with their own eyes how one of the best warriors of the Wabo clan was destroyed. Chong also noticed that it was not only the warriors who were hesitating, but also the masters of families and sects. But at one point, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw a sword, and then heard a male voice saying that zombies were just the dirty remains of people. This man was the head of the Moen clan, who ordered all the warriors to stand behind him. He was going to show them a master class on how to destroy all these monsters, but the other guys talked him out of it. Most of them thought that he had simply gone crazy on his birthday, since none of them even knew approximately how long the leader had been practicing martial arts. The other half of the masters generally believed that the old man never managed to become an absolute master in his entire life. Therefore, they tried to tell him that they themselves could fight him, and he could safely rely on the 8th-generation masters, and it would be better for him to hide in a safe place. At one point, his nerves couldn't take it anymore, and he showed these kids what he was really capable of. After which he added that they should stay away from zombies covered in blood magic, because it is dangerous for their bodies. But he can tolerate the fact that they showed up at their party without an invitation. But can he tolerate it when these monsters started touching his family? The leader looked into the eyes of this monster and shouted at him that he could attack him, which the monster did immediately. At that moment, the old man showed everything he was capable of and what form he was in at that age, because he was able to dodge the blow of this monster quite easily, and then deal a strong enough blow that helped him cut off the zombie's hand. But apparently everything will not be so simple, because the monster was able to recover from such a blow, and after a few seconds, he was already able to use a new hand. The old man was not going to stand and just watch this. On the contrary, he decided to add even more strength to show this monster who was the boss here. And for this, he decided to use the sword manhwarecap, which according to legend, is capable of exterminating all life on this planet. His speed became even faster, so he was able to easily deliver a precise blow right to the center of this monster's body. But the leader could not have expected that this monster could explode right in front of him. However, the leader was still a warrior, so he was able to withstand even such an explosion, remaining standing on his own 2 feet. He laughed a little after that, and then added that he probably should devote more time to training because his body was losing momentum. That day, the leader's gaze could only mean one thing, and that was nothing other than strengthening the position of the Moen clan. True, there were still some losses. Among them were about 300 soldiers, among whom were warriors of the Moen clan, as well as family members. In the temple, one of the instigators of this raid was told by an assistant that only 300 people died, although for a man this was not so many. But on the other hand, he didn't want anything more, just to scare a little. This man's name was Ma Meja. He was the one in charge of the martial arts school, and he believed that thanks to this raid, the Moen family would definitely not enter Murim. And this already means that the time of grandiose changes is beginning, because Moen, in his opinion, will try to lower the level of their school. Then, in his opinion, the other clans will restrain them, and if this happens, then they will finally get hooked and it will be easy to call them fools, because in this way, they can start wars with each other. The man's assistant, listening to all this, could not understand what the next step was and what they should do in this case. The answer, according to Ma Madge, was quite simple. They just needed to gather people who would cooperate with Moen, and then they themselves would sow the enmity among themselves that they so needed. And when they finally finish off these fools, the rest of the clans will be incredibly easy to deal with. Moreover, Mamaja believed that whether they wanted it or not, all the other sects would not remain without participation in this war, in which the Moen clan would fall, no matter how great it was. And when this happens, their older brother will finally return to them, and he will be incredibly happy that the world will be engulfed in flames. Exactly 1 month after what happened in the Moen clan, Gongchan's mastery of the fire and ice realms had increased, and he now knew for sure that the even flow of qi was important in the formation process. But during this month, to the great regret of the guy, nothing interesting happened, and he spent all day only training. Now he remembered the conversation with Jinhua, and thought that maybe he really should have left, although he had told the girl that he wanted to stay here a little longer. It couldn't be said that Gongchan was the only one behind this decision, because before that, Zhang had told him that it was a pity to let the guy go on the road, and therefore he asked him to stay with them for a while longer. And Gongchan then thought that it would really be nice for him to rest a little. Well, of course, he couldn't help but say a few nice words to Jinhua before leaving. According to the guy, it was incredibly pleasant for him to spend time with her. However, in response to these words, he received not quite what he expected. The girl simply ignored him and sat on her horse, and then began to ride away. This was unexpected for Gongchan. So he just stood there for a while and looked after the girl, and thought that he should have gone with them after all. But now it was too late to change his mind, and while he was going crazy, he finally realized it. Although on the other hand, he did not forget that they bake simply divine cookies here, and it would also be good for him to learn 2 more things that would certainly be useful to him in the future. To begin with, he decided that he should get used to fire and ice magic, and then he would be left with poisonous and steel. He had the idea that in order to understand the first, he would need to introduce poison into his body in small doses until he got used to it. But in order to master steel magic, he will need to get used to blows, and the strongest ones at that. Therefore, in order to master steel magic, it seemed to him that it would be a good idea to call Yen and Ren, who could help him. After all, now they are both absolute masters. Although on the other hand, now Gongchan clearly needs to be as careful as possible. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the doors to his room opened and his sisters entered. The first thing Gongchan wanted to know from them was why they kept coming to him, and whether they really had nothing to do, which Ren confirmed without any problems. The young master was surprised that he was hearing this, because it seemed to him that the girls had a lot of work now, and they clearly had no time to relax. Ren told him that practicing fencing with a military detachment and without them would go well, and Yen added that collecting and processing information was not interesting, so they were here. However, according to them, they were still aware that their family practiced medicine quite well. But before they could finish, Gongchan told them that since they had now become masters of combat, there was no point in practicing medicine, because they were both now the future of the Moen clan. In other words, he was trying to convey to the girls that they needed to think carefully about what they would do next. And then he asked the girls to thank their uncle for his kindness and for teaching them everything he knew. Ren first turned her attention to the empty plate of cookies and guessed what Gongchan wanted. But before they fulfill his request, they would like to tell him some news. According to them, there are rumors now that the head of the family will join the Murim alliance. Gongchan definitely didn't expect to hear this, because he guessed what would happen in such a case, and the girls also added that they would soon send people from headquarters here. The leader of Murim was the famous Sword King Namgung Muja, as well as Dan Jungi, Jae Galsan, and Yu Mangu, the trinity who were always ready to come to the aid of the alliance. At the time of the founding of Murim, a certain dark, bloody organization entered the arena, and its leader possesses terrifying dark magic. On the other side, there are their own Kano masters, who received the swords of lawlessness. And now, according to rumors, they continue to gather sorcerers and shamans from everywhere. According to the sisters, all of Kano was now in complete confusion, and Gongchan at that moment understood perfectly well that war most likely could not be avoided. The next day, guests came to Gongchan, and they did not do so empty-handed. They brought him the thick fur skin of a northern tiger. But they didn't stop there and also took with them shoes that were the unique work of their best master. Gongchan was incredibly grateful to them for all this, although in his mind, he thought that all these gifts were very expensive, but in reality, there was practically no benefit from them. In any case, He thought that he should accept poverty as a monk, but his opinion changed as soon as he saw 100 pieces of gold, and he immediately decided that he could accept this gift, which clearly came to him from a pure heart. Gongchan was very grateful to them for this. Now he was truly pleased, because he understood that hundreds of gold bars would be enough for 10 whole years of life. He already had a picture in his head of himself training and simultaneously leading a luxurious religious beggary. But Zhang interrupted his dreams when he told the guy that he had one request for him. Gongchan, without thinking twice, said that if he could fulfill that request for a man, then he could ask for anything. But before making his request, he told a little background story. According to him, the general staff had already contacted the alliance and expressed their desire to join, so he decided that he would also go there. He also decided to take his daughters with him, and his request was that he would like to ask the guy to accompany his family. Gongchan expected to hear anything but this. Not that he was against it, but he was anxious thinking about going to the alliance. So he decided to immediately say that he was incredibly grateful to Chan for their hospitality, but it was time for him to go because he was currently on a religious journey. But the thought immediately appeared in his head that he simply couldn't do that. And all because while he was here, he was given a warm welcome and even given a little money at the very end. And what's most important is that the request wasn't from just anyone. Considering all these facts, Gongchan still decided to agree and said that he would be happy to accompany them, which made Zhang very happy. The Moan clan's preparation for the trip took about 10 days. The warriors from the Moan clan went to Henan, where the Murim base is located, among all the clans of the Murim alliance. The Moan clan became the largest, since there were more than 100 people in its detachment. Spiritual Sword Squad, the only goal of this squad is revenge with the sword. Thus, over time, hundreds of masters flocked to Henan. All people understood what this was leading to. The more warriors gathered, and the more powerful they were, the more influential the position of their leader would become. The other sects only contributed 50 people each, so the Moan clan had nothing to worry about. After the news of the Moan clan joining the alliance, thousands of warriors also went to Henan, and Gongchan, who was with Ren and Yen along the way, went there with them, and throughout the entire journey, they tried to find out from the young master why he was eating something that he didn't like so much, and wouldn't it be easier to stop eating it? Gongchan smiled and told them that in fact he was not doing this just for the sake of it, but in order to get used to poisons, because resistance to poisons is a very valuable martial art. He was so carried away by this story that he decided to offer the girls a try. Among these poisons were viper venom, poisonous plants, and spider venom. The girls weren't very eager to eat it. They were more interested in finding out if it was true what they say, that these poisons cost a lot of money. Gongchan confirmed this assumption, adding that these things are not cheap, but he immediately told them that they do not need to worry about it. After all, he doesn't feel sorry for anything for his dear nephews, and they can take as much as they want. Ren decided that she could then borrow a little from her uncle, which he confirmed with a smile. After which he added that since they had already reached the rank of absolute master, it would be useful for them to develop resistance to poisons. Ren didn't listen to him until the end before she grabbed the poison and swallowed it, and Gongchan didn't have time to tell her that she shouldn't consume more than one drop at a time. But she didn't care at all about it. She believed that the more she poured into herself, the faster she would adapt and become stronger. Gongchan tried to shout to her that she could die there, but she didn't care at all. She had thrown the cup and a little more, and all that poison would have gotten into her body. Fortunately, there was also Yeon, who at the last moment prevented her sister from making such a mistake. Gongchan couldn't help but praise Yen, because a little more, and he himself would have had a heart attack, because Ren scared him. Now he was sure that one instruction was not enough to master resistance to poisons. When they arrived at the place, Gongchan began to say goodbye to the girls, and for them it looked like they would never see him again, because it seemed to them that he would always be close to them. But Gongchan upset them a little when he said that he would only go and say hello to the guys from his sect, and then head back to school. Ren and Yen didn't understand why he would do this at all. Gongchan, in response to this question, told them that he was now engaged in religious wandering, which meant that he had to travel all the time. Although in reality, proper religious wandering looked quite different, Gongchan decided that he did not have to beg for it. And before he left the girls, he promised them that when he finished, he would see them again. He also added that they should always be on guard and try to avoid all dangers, although the girls reminded him that they were already absolute masters and therefore did not need this kind of instruction. After some time, Gongchan finally managed to find a place where the masters from Jeonnam were supposed to live. Walking around this city, he noticed that all the houses on the right were so luxurious, but on the left they were poor. After thinking for a bit, he decided that he needed to go left, because he understood perfectly well that the Chonams did not have the money to live in such rich houses. On the way, he remembered several times how delicious the sweets were in the Moan clan, that he still cannot forget about them. When Gongchan finally arrived at the place, he met one of the students of Jeonnam, who informed him that Jeonhan was already at the school, and that John Yu and Master Su had recently arrived there. But that was not all. 3 elder masters also arrived at the school, as well as 12 strong senior masters and 30 fourth-generation masters. At that moment, Gongchan was thinking that he really didn't want to compare Jeonnam with other sects, but they definitely had the strongest masters gathered here. Suddenly, Gongchan's thoughts were interrupted by his random interlocutor, who told him that Gonan's sister was also here, which clearly raised the guy's spirits. Gongchan immediately remembered how they spent time with her in childhood. He misses those times so much. That's why he wanted to see Gonan's sister as soon as possible. But first he understood that he needed to say hello to everyone else, and so his interlocutor told him that all the masters were now gathering in the conference room. He followed the guy who led him to the senior master, whom Gongchan greeted first. The man smiled and said that he remembered Gongchan when he was so little, and then told him that recently their school was becoming more and more influential, so he asked Gongchan himself not to lag behind in this regard. This caused a small smile on the guy's face, after which he honestly admitted that he was currently working on something, and, in short, he was currently doing everything in his power. The man then went on to say that he had heard that Gongchan was a mentor to the nieces from the Moan clan, which the guy confirmed and added that he simply could not refuse them because they were his dearest nieces. The master praised him for this, and then added that thanks to this, their school can count on help from the Moan clan, and this is to their advantage because 20% of the facilities are in Liaoning province under the supervision of a security organization. Gongchan understood perfectly well how cool this was, because he, like no one else, knew that the Moan clan ruled in Liaoning province. The master suddenly decided to change the subject and asked Gongchan what he thought was the point of the Marim Alliance, something the guy clearly needed to think about. Gongchan's adventures were so eventful that it's impossible to list them all, starting from the meeting with Moan Jiangchan and ending with the zombie attack on the Moan clan. Considering all this, the master could notice that quite a few strange things had happened in this clan, but Gongchan decided that it was important to say that after what had happened, the Moan clan had given him a very warm welcome, so it would have been simply impolite to refuse to accompany them to the Murim headquarters. The man understood everything perfectly well. He also noticed that although Gongchan was currently in the process of religious wanderings, it was immediately obvious that the guy was still drawn to school, so he wanted to ask Gongchan when he was planning to go. Gongchan didn't think long about his answer and said that as soon as he greeted Zheng'an, he would leave immediately after that. But suddenly the master suggested that he do something a little different, namely stay for one more day, but not tell anyone about it. Gongchan liked this idea immediately, so he quickly agreed. After this conversation, Gongchan went out onto a small balcony to look around and immediately noticed quite a large number of people. And then he thought that since he was staying here for another day, it would be a good idea for him to look around here. Murim is an organization that arose as a result of the unification of a wide variety of people, sects, schools, and large clans. The key figures of the union, of course, are monks and people from sects and schools who are proficient in martial arts. For the alliance to thrive, various units are needed, such as the doctors that Gongchan accidentally noticed. There were a lot of people around, among whom one could even see the working class, as well as economic and legal organizations. But the most pleasant find at that moment for Gongchan was his sister, whom he saw completely by chance in the crowd. He immediately ran up to her and shouted, and after he came closer, he immediately complimented her that she'd become so beautiful. She was also happy to see him, but he talked too much, which made her a little angry, especially after he said that she probably only became so beautiful because she was classified as a kanho. But as soon as he finished speaking, the girl did not feel sorry for him and immediately decided to attack, although he tried to tell her that this was too much because he was just joking, after which he added that he came here only because he wanted to see her, and she almost destroyed him just now. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by 2 men who approached them quite unexpectedly, and before Gongchan could ask them who they were, Gonan said that she had completely forgotten to introduce them. According to the girl, it was Mr. Namgung and Mr. Huangbo. Then the surprise on Gongchan's face was obvious. In his head at that moment, There were thoughts that Namgung was supposedly elected as the head of the Namgung family. The pride of the Namgung clan, Namgung Mu, was recognized as the best among the 10 true dragons. And Huangbo Gon not only became the leader, he is the only one in Kanho who uses the fist-fighting style, and is also a young master who has honed the thunder and lightning strike style. But even considering how great these people were, for Gonchan it was a so-so company, and he also noticed that their energy level was still lower than that of Gonan's sister. However, Gongchan still said that it was nice to meet you, after which he introduced himself and said that he was a third-generation disciple. And as soon as he did this, both men immediately recognized him, because it was he who was nicknamed Immortal. In response, they both introduced themselves again, and considering the energy they were giving off, Gonchan realized that he was probably not the most welcome guest, and because of this, he began to worry that he might get hurt today. He thought for a moment and told Gonan that he would probably take a look around here. He didn't want to distract her from her work. He wished the two masters a good time and good luck. And after the guy, Gonan also said goodbye to them quite unexpectedly, according to whom they were all going to leave anyway, so now is a good time for this. And as soon as they left, Gonchan immediately began to complain to his sister that they looked at him too badly. It seemed to him that they were holding back so as not to hit the guy, although Gonan thought that it would also be good for Gonchan to be a little more restrained. After some time, Gonchan entered the chambers where the sisters Ren and En were, whom Gonan was very glad to see, so she immediately decided to ask them how their progress was. Yen immediately began to say that Uncle Gongchan's instructions had helped them a lot, although according to her, they had only advanced one step. Gonan laughed at this and then added that she never doubted that the guy would prefer a cheerful religious wandering. The guy didn't argue with her, moreover, he openly stated that fun could well be part of religious wandering. At that moment, Gonan, looking at her brother, thought, could it really be that he had reached the level of an absolute master just through ordinary training? These thoughts weighed on the girl, so at one point she simply could not stand it and got up from the table and began to shout that she and Gonchan should talk alone. The guy thought that they could discuss everything that Gonan wanted here, but looking into her eyes again, he realized that this was far from the case. After a while, their conversation went a little off track and they started fighting. Gonchan tried to stop this madness, but Gonan continued to force him to attack her. He obviously didn't really want to do such things, so he tried to stop this fight, but he couldn't because Gonan kept attacking him every second. At that moment, the girl was thinking that even though she was giving it her all, she still couldn't land a proper blow. Suddenly, Gongchan interrupted her thoughts when he began to say that although she had become stronger, he was also nothing, which confused the girl a little. She calmed down a little and decided to ask him when he managed to become so strong. According to Gongchan, in this case, everything is simple, because he simply practiced a lot and also tried to apply his own theories in practice. She immediately smiled because she realized that he was talking about those very strange things, and this meant to her that the guy had not changed at all. Gongchan understood what she was thinking, so he decided to ask her a question that he was interested in knowing, or would she like to continue training according to the already established scheme, even when it stopped bringing results. Afterwards, he also noticed that he had recently felt something, and as soon as he added a little of his theories to these feelings, he gained a completely new strength, which he is ready to demonstrate to his sister right now. She was surprised when the guy suddenly began to form wind currents using Tael's energy. In response to these words, Gongchan immediately told her that the wind energy does not compensate for the flow of qi during rotation. This is facilitated by the skill of leadership in space, which makes this technique even more special. Gonan decided that this was her old technique, but Gongchan interrupted her and said that it was her, but he had improved it, so now it was a completely different power. It had become even stronger since that battle on the ship. At the same time, the head of the Murim alliance, Sword King Namgun Muja, spoke with Murim's military advisor, Jagal Chunman. According to the advisor, the headquarters decided to start cooperating with Sahel. One of the advisors, who was also present at these meetings, stated that the martial arts schools had already lost their former glory, and if they came face-to-face with Sahelan, they would most likely lose, so he believed that they should play it safe and cooperate with them. One of the monks thought it was a pretty good idea, but he wasn't sure they would cooperate with them at all. Chong believed that this organization did not want to live under the same sky with the schools. He asked them to remember only the moment when they carried out torture. Monk Ku was simply torn apart during the torture, and all his students and relatives were taken hostage and forced to watch him suffer. That day, everyone was horrified by what the torture did to the monk. That is why they believed that they should cooperate with these people, because this is the only way they could protect themselves and their families. Namgung listened attentively to everything they said, so at one point he interrupted them and asked them to vote who was for and who was against. In the end, it was unanimous, so Namgung decided to entrust this matter to the military advisor, after which they moved on to consider the issue regarding the attack on the Moan clan. Gongchen had meanwhile finished demonstrating his technique and therefore wanted to know what Gonan thought about it, since it seemed to him that it would be very easy to repeat something like this. Gonan thanked him for sharing with her, but she still asked him not to get too cocky. The guy found it funny to hear such words, because it was absolutely not his fault that this technique was so easy. Besides, he could have lied, but suddenly the guy's words were interrupted. The sister wanted to ask him why he suddenly became silent, to which the guy quietly answered her that he felt someone's presence very close. He turned around and looked at the small tunnel in which it seemed to him there was definitely someone. A few seconds later, a man actually came out of this tunnel, and it was Mr. Namgung, who with a smile wanted to know if the guys really decided to train. Instead of answering, the guys first wanted to find out from him what happened and why he suddenly came here. Namgung didn't think for a second before answering, and said that he had information that the monk Gongchan would soon be leaving on a journey, so he came to say goodbye. Gonan thought that he was specifically looking for her brother Gongchan, although Gongchan himself thought that Namgung just found another reason to stare at his sister. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when Namgung came closer to him and offered the guy to fight him one-on-one in a fair fight. Gongchan found this quite funny because before he was offered this in order to test his skills, but what does Namgung want to achieve now? Either way, he wouldn't know until he fought the man, so he decided to accept his challenge. Before the fight began, Gongchan decided to notice that Mr. Namgung had the face of a man who clearly could not stand defeat. Gonan tried to stop her brother and force him not to do this, but he interrupted her and only asked her to watch carefully as he ran away from the great warrior. A priceless power that has been passed down from generation to generation, Namgung's sword technique is limitless, and today Gongchan will have to fight this great warrior. But the young master had no fear at all, because he believed that no one should forget that he was the senior student of Master Chengzhen of the second generation of the Chanam school, and he was ready to cross blades with his opponent without any doubt. And to make their fight as interesting as possible, Gongchan decided to start right away with his most powerful technique, which was called the 36 Swords of the Galaxy. Namgung immediately noticed the incredibly strong energy that the guy was emitting. He even had doubts for a second about whether he would be able to defeat the guy, but all these doubts were dispelled when he jumped up and began to attack Gongchan, who successfully defended himself. Gonan watched this fight closely, and she, like no one else, noticed the colossal difference in her brother's strength. She assumed that perhaps it was because of their recent training. Namgung felt like he was making a series of successful attacks, so he decided that if this continued, he would most likely emerge victorious from this battle. The only thing that confused the great master at that moment was Gongchan's smile, which did not leave his face, when suddenly it dawned on him that the guy was deliberately dodging his blows. His thoughts were interrupted when Gongchan decided to switch from defense to attack, delivering his blows. He made Namgung think about the fact that the guy's blows were incredibly strong, and the speed made him strain to parry them. But he wasn't going to lose just like that, because he was Namgung Mu from the Namgung clan, and they had never been defeated. True, immediately after these thoughts he flew back several meters, because he tried to block Gongchan's attack. The news of the duel that had taken place soon spread throughout the alliance, and young Master Gongchan began to be noticed. The next day, Gonan walked to her chambers. On the way, there were a lot of people, which was not typical for this place, so the girl was quite surprised by this. But as soon as she listened, she began to hear them all talking about how the Chanam school finally had a worthy student who was even able to defeat Namgun Mu, and the Chanam school and the Moan clan, according to them, began to cooperate. So they all wanted to go in and say hello to the representatives of these clans. One of the girls who stood next to Gonan told her that they wanted to at least greet Master Gongchan, and some even brought gifts as a sign of friendship. Gonan looked at all this and thought that this whole picture looked like Cheonam school was starting to return to its former glory, after which she entered Gongchan's chambers and heard from him the news that he was going to leave because he thought that there was nothing to do here, and besides, he had to complete his religious wanderings. She didn't think it was a very good idea, but the guy interrupted her again to tell her that she shouldn't think about him trying to shirk. He also really wanted to hope that his sister would take care of his beloved nephews, because they really do a lot for the school. Gonan didn't understand what Ganshan was talking about, so she wanted to know what exactly Ren and Yen were doing, to which the young master said quite confidently that they had persuaded his father to pay more money for his education, and that this should have a positive effect on the school's budget. In any case, he felt it was time for him to leave, so they ended their conversation there. But what a surprise it was for him when he went outside his room and saw a huge number of people there who were not clear what they were doing there. Meanwhile, the Murim sent a courier to Sahel. He was supposed to deliver a secret message. This message states Murim's intention to cooperate with Sahalan, and also speaks of the intention to join forces to suppress the dark schools of martial arts. Gongchang collected his things and talked a little with the people who had gathered around his room and was ready to leave for Shanxi province, which would be best reached by boat. The only thing that bothered the guy was that the sky was too gloomy, and so he was a little worried that it might rain. But before he had time to think about it, suddenly a heavy downpour began, from which everyone hid, and Gongchang tried to convince himself that it was just a little rain, and that it would definitely not make the Yellow River bigger, so it was okay, of course, if there was no flood. However, he was unlucky in this case, because as soon as he showed up to the person who was supposed to ferry him, he immediately told Gongchang that the crossing was impossible due to the flood. According to the sailor, the flood was getting worse and would soon flood everything. It didn't take Gongchang long to realize that this meant that the boat wouldn't be launched anytime soon, which made him a little sad, because he thought this was the fastest route. But he couldn't wait for everything to calm down. He took his map and immediately began to think that if he continued his journey towards Guangdong province, he would definitely not get lost. And while he was thinking about this, the sailor offered him to stay with him, especially since he could provide him with a room on the second floor. Gongchang ignored this offer. Instead of giving a normal answer, he simply jumped up and started running away. At that moment, the only thought in Gongchang's head was that this rain would not end anytime soon. So he decided to act in a slightly different way. First, he concentrated the energy so that it enveloped his body, and only after that, he continued on his way, because in this way, he would be protected from the rain. Meanwhile, in one of the old huts, a difficult conversation took place between two villains, one of whom said that it would be necessary to destroy someone and do it as quietly as possible. The reward for such a task was also very different, because it was necessary to cope with an absolute master, so the reward was double. The person who will carry out this task immediately stated that the destruction of the absolute master is a special class order, so payment must be made immediately. His request was predictable, because as soon as he said it, the customer of this task immediately threw him a bag of gold, which contained 10,000 gold coins. After which he said in a quiet but angry voice that his target was the treasure of the Chanam sect, whose name was Master Gongchan. After some time of Gongchan's travel, he became so exhausted that he could no longer use spatial control. He was already very tired of watching the rain drip. He wanted it to end so much, which is why he began to think that he should have listened to the sailor and stayed with him for the night. Gongchan was completely wet, and it was becoming more and more difficult to walk on the damp ground, so it seemed to him that he would have to spend tonight in the open air, because there was no point in wandering around looking for a cave. Suddenly his mood lifted because he thought about using secret survival methods. After such thoughts, he immediately jumped up and ran to cut down the trees that he needed for his new plan. He needed wood for the base, and bamboo for the floor and roof. After a while, the smile on Gongchan's face did not disappear because he simply stood and admired his new house. His new house was not so wonderful in reality, but the main thing was that Gongchan himself liked it, and he was finally ready to try out his new mansion. Little by little, the 10th day on the way to Guandu Pass arrived, during which time Gongchan spent several days sleeping in the open air, which made him feel like an incredible savage. And when he sniffed, he noticed that he smelled incredibly strong, and if someone saw him in such a state, his reputation would definitely suffer. But suddenly, right on the road, he noticed a huge gate and immediately realized that this was the city of Nannan, where he could replenish supplies, so he immediately jumped up and ran there. The first thing Gongchan decided to do was eat. He ordered and ate so much that a crowd of people gathered around him, wanting to see how the guy could eat so much. At first, the guy felt a little awkward that so many people were watching him while he was eating, but then he realized that apparently this place was also popular with people who liked to watch other people eat. Finally, he was able to finish everything that was brought to him, after which he paid for the food and went out to breathe a little while enjoying what he had eaten. The next step he decided to take was to go to the pharmacy, where he wanted to replenish his stock of poisons. Since he didn't know where the pharmacy was, he decided to ask the first passerby he met, but he didn't receive an answer. only an approximate direction in which he should go to find that very desired pharmacy, which is what Gonshin did, thanks to which he met an interesting man, who was the first to approach Gonshin and said that if a guy is looking for a pharmacy, then he has come to the right place, because their assortment includes everything he needs, and the guy only needs to say what he's looking for. Gonshin was glad that he was able to find the pharmacy so quickly, so he immediately took a small list out of his pocket and said that he needed everything written there. The seller was shocked when he started reading what the guy needed because there were so many different poisons on the list. Of course, you can make excellent medicines from these ingredients if you handle them skillfully, but this process is not for everyone. But on the other hand, this set of poison could also destroy about 300 people, which noticeably alerted the seller. Therefore, the seller decided to first ask the guy how he plans to use all this, because if the guy doesn't give him a normal reason, the man won't sell him so much. Gonshin immediately understood that the man's head was filled with thoughts about the guy being a hired exterminator, and that he only needed the poison to finish off his victims. The young master thought for a bit and finally decided to say that he was actually planning to eat it all, which of course the man didn't want to believe. Moreover, the seller could not restrain himself and even yelled at the guy a little, because he wanted to know what the guy was planning to do with this poison, accidentally calling him a destroyer. Gongchan knew he had no other choice, so he took some of the poison and started eating it, which obviously shocked the seller. A few minutes later, he collected everything that Gongchan asked him for which the boy was grateful to him. But suddenly the young master felt very ill because he had eaten too much poison, and he himself already believed that he had completely mastered the art of resisting poison. So he also had to ask this man for something to improve his digestion, because it seemed to him that he had overeaten a little. Gongchan stayed in Nan for only a day and went to Jeonnam using the acceleration technique because he had finally regained all his strength and was now able to move faster again. As soon as he had a good night's sleep, energy immediately filled his body and now he feels simply wonderful. After a while, he sat down to rest a little and eat, but he did it extremely quickly because he understood perfectly well that if he kept up the pace, he would definitely reach his destination by nightfall. But suddenly his dinner was interrupted when he heard a bell ring behind him, which made the guy turn around and see what it was. Not seeing anything interesting, he decided to go a little further, and it paid off, because after just a few steps he saw a truly terrible picture, in the middle of which many warriors were fighting, not for life. Gongchan immediately realized that he was now looking at Hwasun School, which had always been famous for its cruelty. He watched the fight closely and immediately noticed that the Hwasun School did not just come out to train, they entered into battle with the shamanists. Gongchan immediately decided that he would not interfere and would watch until the end to see who would win this battle, especially since he understood that this was not his problem and he did not owe anything to these guys. Besides, even if he really wanted to, he didn't even know who he should help and who he shouldn't. But at one point, he began to be tormented by the thought that people were continuing to die at that moment, and he couldn't even do anything about it, and he simply had no reason to interfere. At some point, he thought that he couldn't watch this anymore, so he got up and just started walking away. But he couldn't just leave, because at one point, one of the warriors from the Hwasun School noticed him. Gunsun turned around absolutely calmly and first of all asked what this man wanted from him. The warrior declared that he was leaving instead of supporting one of the main schools. So considering all this, the warrior wanted to know from the guy who he was and what his goal was. And after him, several more people gathered who were already waiting for the guy to be unable to answer, so that they could calmly begin to attack him. Apparently, Gongchan will have to stay in this place for a while longer because these evil guys are unlikely to let him go just like that. To begin with, Gongchan decided to find out what was going on here, but obviously no one was going to tell him anything. Not only did they not want to explain anything to the guy, but they also managed to attack him as soon as they had the chance to do so. Gongchan sighed heavily, because it seemed to him that this should not concern him, but apparently this is far from the case. As a rule, battles between schools occur due to differences in beliefs, and this is beyond the concepts of good and evil. But even taking all this into account, Gongchan simply did not understand why they would destroy an innocent person. All these things made Gongchan even more angry because he thought that for these warriors, human life was some kind of joke, so he was going to teach them how to behave properly. With just one swing of his sword, he was able to destroy the swords of the Hwasun School warriors, causing them to doubt their victory. After which, Gongchan changed his tone of voice and immediately told them that there was no point in running, and then he would like to know what school they were from. Before they had time to give an answer, the guy added that since they could simply destroy an innocent person, they probably should be prepared to answer for their actions. In response, he heard only silence, which angered Ganchan even more, so he decided to fire a warning shot, which should have gotten them to talk a little. With his energy, Ganchan destroyed 2 warriors at once, causing the others to tremble in fear. After which he gave them a chance to once again tell who they really were, and he also immediately warned them that if they continued to remain silent, he would bowl at them with his lightning bolts. They realized that they could no longer remain silent, so they lowered their heads and finally admitted that they were Do Wamon's disciples. In response to these words, Gongchan began to say that although they were brothers from the Hwasan school, even the big name of their sect did not give them any justification for their actions. Did he ask them to think carefully, or is it really part of the principles of their school to destroy a passerby? Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by some man who ran up to the guys to find out what happened and what they were doing there. After which he saw Gongchan and became angry because his subjects could not cope with such a weak opponent on their own. In response to these words, Gongchan said with a smile that all this was becoming more and more interesting to him. Do Wamon and Changkomen, both of these sects were founded in Sanam, Shanxi province. The Changkomen school took over this territory only 30 years ago, and the head of this school is a shaman. To gain the advantage needed to seize power, Do Wamun enlisted the support of the Hwasan sect. Recently, the Changkomun sect's strength has only increased, and they have even entered the grain trading market. Changkomun quickly gained influence and strengthened their power in the region. Subsequently, Changkomun began to infringe on the interests of the Do Wamun school, which ended in a great disaster. But knowing all this, Gongchan understood perfectly well that this was a problem exclusively for the military classes of these two schools. So after he was finally able to deal with these guys, he decided that he needed to visit the head of the Do Wamun sect and ask him about this incident. After some time, Gongchan and his attackers stood next to the head of the Do Wamun sect and waited for answers to his questions. But instead of a normal apology, the leader started yelling at the monk from the Chanam sect in response, because he thought that the guy was taking too much liberty by doing such an outrage. Gongchan immediately interrupted him, saying that in that case, the head of the Do Wamun school should be more careful in his expressions, because what he calls tyranny is done by his charges, and not him. The young master also did not forget to add that it was not he who got into the fight, but the Do Wamun school that attacked him when he was simply passing by. This is precisely what can be called tyranny, and not a victory over ordinary robbers. At least that is what Gongchan himself thought. Now that he had spoken out, Gongchan wanted to hear from the leader what had happened here in general, because he believed that Do Wamun's followers, who had decided to get rid of the witness, had behaved inappropriately. Instead of a normal conversation, the leader immediately ordered his warriors to destroy Gongchan so that his eyes would not see this impudent man. The young master couldn't believe that they had stooped to this level while being an official faction. For the guy, all this was incredible hypocrisy. But still he tried to restrain himself and not get too angry. He even decided not to use his sword so as not to destroy someone by accident. But apparently it was already impossible to stop the leader because he continued to shout to his warriors that they were obliged to attack Gongchan and destroy him. However, he apparently did not take into account the fact that Gongchan was also not going to stand still and wait for them to deal with him. So he also used his energy to give the guys what they deserved. His strikes were so fast that Do Wamun's followers did not even have time to notice what had just hit them. Gongchan did not destroy them, but did everything possible so that they could no longer fight him, and for this he decided that he would break their arms and legs. The head of this sect, watching all this, could not believe his eyes that this was really happening. Considering the young master's techniques and how he easily dealt with his soldiers, the man realized that this was the same immortal master Gongchan. The guy was of course pleased to realize that his name had already reached here, but he still didn't really like the hospitality of the school. The leader at that moment thought that the guy was a rising star of Kanho, the society of the strongest in this world. He had already dealt with representatives of the Dark School, and this man had defeated the Bloody Swordsman and 100 of his pirates. In other words, this guy could be called the secret weapon of the Cheonan school. So the head decided to first ask Gongchan if he was afraid of the name Hwasan. The guy immediately noticed that the man often hides behind this name, but in this situation, everything was too obvious for Gongchan, who was right and who was wrong. Gongchan was so confident in his answers at that moment because he was thinking about what would happen if a woman or a child suddenly ran into these guys. They would most likely also be simply destroyed. So the guy thought that if Hwasan supported this, then the guy decided that he should raise this issue at the next Muri meeting and raise Hwasan's name to the ground. The leader took this as a threat and decided that Gongchan was going to destroy them all. Gongchan was already so tired of listening to all this nonsense because from the very beginning, he had simply planned to beat an apology out of them and go his own way. But now he understands quite clearly that they are apparently not going to calm down just like that, so he will have to do it for them. Gongchan used his incredible speed and struck the head of Dongmoon straight in the heart, while telling him that he only came here because he was chasing his guys. What angered Gongchan the most was that the leader still did not want to admit that they wanted to destroy an innocent person. Finally, Gongchan added that he always thought that the head of this school was somehow different from the others. But now he has come to a conclusion, and realized that in fact the man is no different from the others. Gongchan from the very beginning believed that an apology would be quite enough, but now he doubts it very much. At that very moment, the leader fell to his knees in front of Gongchan and began to beg for mercy from the great master Gongchan, and also began to ask him for forgiveness for everything that he and his soldiers had done. And at that moment, he himself was thinking that if Gongchan suddenly told the other Kanhos about what happened, then they would be disgraced in front of the Hwasun sect. That is why he asked Great Master Gongchan for forgiveness so loudly and sincerely. In the end, Gongchan decided that since the headmaster himself was so sincerely asking for forgiveness, he would not attach much importance to the Dowaman school's prank. But he asked the headmaster to try to ensure that something like this does not happen again in the future. After which he turned around and began to slowly walk away, thinking about how stupid these people were. The next day he sped up a little and was still able to reach that very desired mountain Chanam. When he finally entered his native temple, the first thing he decided to do was to report that the monk Gongchan had come to announce that he had finished his religious wanderings. Although mentally he understood perfectly well that these were not exactly wanderings, as he now tells the monks. He was greeted in return by the monks, who were glad that one of the monks had finally returned after his religious wanderings. The first thing Gongchan wanted to know was how they managed to chew without him all this time. After a short conversation, he went out to talk to his teacher, who praised him for returning home, and also wanted to know how Gongchan spent this trip. Before Gongchan could begin to tell his story, his teacher suddenly noted that he actually already knew quite a lot, but still wanted to hear it personally from Gongchan. The young master was not too happy that much was already known about his journey, but on the other hand, he could not do anything about it. Then his master began to say that in just 1 month, Gongchan would become a year older. He would become an adult. And since he had completed his religious wanderings, he had sufficient qualifications to work in the sect. Therefore, taking into account all these facts, the man would very much like to know what area of activity Gongchan would like to take under his responsibility. Gongchan immediately said that he doesn't know exactly what he would like to do yet, so he will try to do everything that he tells him. The master began to think about this issue, and the first thing he would like to note is that he can handle the archive alone. It was like that before, and it will be like that now. After thinking a little more, Master Gongchan offered him to become a mentor at the training center. The man believed that the guy would be great at it. The training center is the place where all the training of the Chanam sect takes place. In recent years, the training center has become one of the most important places in Chanam. Moreover, the master always noted that Gongchan had quite good abilities in teaching others, with which the guy himself could not help but agree. After such a nice conversation, the man said that since they had been feeding and raising the guy all this time, it was time for him to repay for all this. So he's going to send a request to the training center, and he told Gongchan that the guy can rest for a couple of days until he gets an answer from there. However, even though Gongchan told the master that he would listen to him, he still decided to do it his own way, and therefore immediately after this conversation, he began training. The first thing he wanted to do was practice his armor technique, which he felt was a little weak. And apparently he was right, because when the logs that he made himself began to fight back, Gongchan became confused and did not know how to repel such elementary blows. As a result, after such training, he simply lay on the ground and waited for his body to recover at least a little. And at the same time, he thought that if he became a mentor at the training center, then he should clearly get used to this. After he finished his training, his body looked more like a continuous bruise, which hurt a lot. Therefore, he decided to heal himself a little. And for this, he, as always, used his energy, with which he wanted to release qi in the abdomen and direct the flow of consciousness to eliminate the weaknesses of his body. After a while, he noticed changes and his bruises began to disappear quite quickly. So Gongchan decided that he needed to learn to leave qi on his skin in order to feel less pain and damage to his body. Gongchan trained his armor technique until lunch, and then he decided to move on to the ability to give acceleration to objects, which was called Tusalgon, which he first demonstrated when Moen's house was attacked by zombies. All this was observed by little monks whom Gongchen did not even notice. But when he finally saw them, he was glad that at least someone admired his strength so much. Gongchen also came close to fully mastering ice and fire control techniques. The young master kept repeating that all his students would be able to do the same if they trained hard. In fact, Gongchen mastered the armor and poison techniques from the very beginning as a backup. They are not what he focused on in his training. Over time, he also discovered that formless energy can be used as support. Internal energy is maintained through proper breathing, which helps to pump blood and saturate the blood and muscles with more oxygen. So it is necessary to be able to control your energy. This is taught before fencing classes. Gongchen was incredibly interested to learn that the material energy obeys certain laws of nature. But at that time, it was not entirely clear what the logic of controlling this formless energy was. But the more he delved into this process, the more confident he was that the main secret was in the work of the brain, and this could only mean one thing, that his brain had also been pumped up. Usually a person uses 3 to 5% of the brain, but then the question arises, is it possible to make its productivity even greater? And what will happen if he still manages to use it by as much as 10%, then Gongchen will be able to become a genius. Gongchen noticed that brain waves are amplified so that it will be possible to move energy only by willpower, because the body is set in motion by electrical impulses sent by the brain. So he believed that if he could use brain impulses to make this energy change shape, he would become incredibly cool. However, for now, for Gongchen, this was a hypothesis that had a lot of problems. He could only hope that with practice he would find the right way to confirm his hypothesis. A few days later, one man from the temple finally found Master Gongchen in the forest. But before he could get close to it, suddenly, out of nowhere, huge logs flew at him. Gongchen managed to block them at the last moment, and thus it did not harm the poor monk, who was very scared. But it was worth noting that the young master had achieved success in the armor technique. He had learned to create thin armor, while he had only reached the first level. But this was only the beginning. According to Gongchen, the most difficult part of the armor technique is only beginning now. If he reaches the 3rd level, he will have to use hammers and maces to train. But at the 5th level, the guy learned that he would have to endure sword blows, so it was worth gaining experience. And since the monk had already come here, Gongchen decided to offer him to train together, which the monk immediately refused. But then another question appeared in Gongchen's head. Why was the monk looking for him at all? The monk stated that Gongchen wanted to see Jungsan before training, which surprised Gongchen because he didn't understand what all this was for. Previously, the training center was run by teacher Jungsan, but immediately after Gongchen returned, he had to move. As soon as Gongchen entered the training hall, he immediately greeted the elder and noted that they had not seen each other for quite a long time. The man admitted that as soon as he heard about Gongchen's return, he immediately sent his student to fetch him, after which he added that if Gongchen helps him with work in the training center, then they will instantly revive the former greatness of their school. Besides, the elder had already heard that Gongchen taught the Moen sisters, so the guy already had a little experience. Therefore, he believed that they could base their school's teaching on the methods that Gongchen taught the sisters. And from today on, the elder would help Gongchen do this. The young master was incredibly happy to hear such words, so he replied with a smile that it would be an honor for him to work together with the elder. In fact, there are only 12 people running the training center. 9 different masters are responsible for teaching martial arts. They are responsible for everything from the equipment used for training to the scheduling and choosing the location. The 2 subordinates of the head of the training center, Teacher Jungsan, Teacher Jungsol, and now Gongchen, could be added to this list. Jungsan told Gongchen that the training center originally didn't have the mission to train fighters, but from that day on, everything changed, and this task was given to Gongchen. And in order to make things easier for the young master, Jungsan promised him that he would appoint one of the best in the 4th generation to help Gongchen. After some time, the 4th generation disciple came to see Master Gongchen to receive instructions. The young master was a little surprised because he knew this guy, it was Gong Seongjin, and so Gongchen wanted to know what he was doing here because it seemed to him that the guy was busy outside. According to Seongjin, he volunteered for this job himself because he believed that being close to mentor Gongchen was more beneficial. And then he smiled and told his mentor that people don't really do that, although Gongchen sincerely didn't understand what they were talking about. Seongjin began to remember that he once studied under Gongchen, just like Ren and Yan, but for some reason, he did not reach the rank of absolute master like them, which made Gongchen smile. And then he added that if he became a master at his age, it would be incredibly surprising, in fact. The young master at this moment thought about the fact that even the head of Dovmun could not develop these skills. He should have done this 10 years ago, but it never happened. That's why Gongchan never stopped repeating that achieving mastery is already an amazing success. Although if you think about it, all the guys with whom Seongjin studied achieved good results, which could not be said about him. Well, since he wanted it so much, Gongchan decided that the guy would be the first test subject in his program. Only first Gongchan asked him to gather all his desire to train, and he should also have the will to win. At this time, the head of the Hellenman organization, Salma Kekchun, told his interlocutor that this time he had high hopes for him. The blood-red glow in his eyes was proof that he had learned Hellcall Maragon, the finest and most terrifying practice of the Dark Blood School. He is known as a descendant of a dark sect that disappeared in the past, but until recently it was known that he was its creator, thanks to his dark training. You can't tell that more than 60 years have passed since then. His assistant said that since he had recently created 12 zombie squads, they were planning to make 8 more, and then they would be ready. Since one grown monster would be comparable to a master, it was obvious that he needed to create as many as possible. This was told to him by an advisor named Helmanyi, and he was also a master of dark magic. Helen Moon was now thinking more about inviting Murim to become their allies, to which the advisor gave him a rather simple answer, saying that time was actually on their side, and if they waited a little longer, Murim and all the schools would become food for them. Helen Moon couldn't help but agree with this, so he decided that he should accept the invitation and wait a little. But on the other hand, they both understood perfectly well that this would definitely happen. Helmanyi did not argue with him, but only added that even if they created 20 squads of zombies, they should still strive for world domination. But then they should come up with an impeccable tactic that will not let them down. And when they do this, then Helen Moon will finally get the whole world into her hands. Then everything will finally be right. One day, a star of misfortune rose high in the sky, and everyone who saw it knew that this star only meant that chaos would soon arise in the world. According to one old man, this star is called the Bloody Star of Misfortune, although besides it, there are many other stars with a bad omen. But the saddest thing is that other stars began to appear in the sky and fill it. This old man's disciple always said that he would do everything to calm all these stars and prevent chaos in the world. The old man never doubted the guy for a second and always told him that he would definitely succeed because this was his destiny. That story started with this conversation. The teacher always asked the guy to be as careful as possible and not to do unnecessary things. Today, Gunchana told his student that if he tries hard, in just 6 years, he will be able to become an absolute master. Songjin, of course, agreed with him, but still asked Gongchan not to distract him because at the moment he needed to concentrate. Gongchan understood that Songjin was having a hard time, but he still decided to tell him that the guy couldn't afford a miracle cure like those 2 little girls. So at the moment, his blood vessels were obviously clogged. Therefore, Gongchan recommended that he first do strength training and strengthen his blood vessels, and then clean them and train the flow of qi. And until then, Songjun would have to endure. The young master himself was thinking at that moment that Songjun's skills were no better than the beginner level, so he thought it would be surprising if he became an absolute master at all. But he still believed that if Songjun trained with him, then at some point he would still be able to make a big breakthrough in his training. Although it was quite clear that in order to achieve the desired mastery, a lot of practice was necessary. In order to increase the speed of accumulation of internal energy, one must train the body, which is only a vessel that collects internal energy. But Gongchan continued to tell him that even if such a process is difficult and tedious, it is still considered the fastest. Songjun didn't argue with his teacher and just obediently did everything that Gongchan told him. Therefore, the young master decided to set him a bar that his student would be able to cope with this in 1 year. In addition, he was going to make a special tincture for him that would help with training. Gongchan believed that if he trained hard for a year, he would be able to quickly learn to accumulate internal energy in the body, and this would allow him to master the technique that would make him an absolute master. In this way, they have already begun to gradually lay the foundation for obtaining the title of absolute master. Gongchan also worked with other guys who performed various exercises in the Peace of Mind Hall. Looking at them, the young master understood perfectly well that this was a base that did not bring any specific effectiveness, and he should work on group training. Gongchan thought that he needed to combine his knowledge from his past life and the collection of martial arts that he managed to obtain in Zhongyuan, and when he did this, he would thereby create a new way of training for Jonam. A month later, Gongchan finally finished all of this, and as a result, he was almost sure that if he followed all of this, that in 3 years he could achieve skills that would be slightly inferior to the master. But what was most pleasant in this situation was that previously it took about 20 years to do this. He couldn't wait to start all this training, so the next day Ganshan was declared in charge of all the training. After his appointment, Ganshan immediately began to talk about how he knew very well that they had always trained in ways that were developed by many respected teachers, based on reading stories and traditions. But he thought a little differently. In other words, he wanted each of them to be able to undergo proper training, which is why from this day on, each of them will study individually. After this sentence, Gongchan fell silent and began to carefully evaluate everyone around him. And after such an analysis, he noticed that 26 people had a level of 40 years of practice. The rest had no more than 10. That's why he decided to add that in this hall they would find a way to improve individual training, and that's why they were gathered here now. According to Gongchan, he divided the training methods into 4 categories, each of which will be applied individually to a specific student during the learning process. After some time of training in this way, some of the guys began to show good results, and some were even able to achieve the title of Absolute Master. Gongchan tried to tell one of the students that with such skills he would definitely not be lost, but still his weakness was the lack of internal energy, so he should first of all concentrate on such training. But this student did not listen to Gongchan at all. The young master, looking at this, only thought that this student was behaving like a child, but no one said that this was bad. After all, Gongchan knew very well that this guy's name was Dochan. He belonged to the Gongsun family, which unfortunately died 10 years ago. Because of his position, there were problems with admission to the Cheonan school. One day, Gongchan's teacher said that the kid's name was Gongsan Jin. He was diligent in everything except training. After what happened to the Gongsun family, only a couple of people remained. So it was easy to guess that the guy wanted to restore his clan with the help of the martial arts of the Cheonan school. In any case, he is a child who had to grow up early, so he asked Gongchan to take good care of Gongsun Jin. So after these words, Gongchan tried to be kind to Gongsun. That is why he entered into battles with him so seriously and tried not to give in anywhere and in any way, so that Gongsun would gain his strength as soon as possible. All of this was just to strengthen his will to restore the clan and become stronger, and this was actually the best thing that Gongchan could do at that moment. Quite a few years have passed since then, but Gongsun did not give up, and now he is happy that he has finally received the title of Absolute Master. Gongchan was actually also pleased to realize that there was now one more master in the ranks of Kano, and this master was his student. The 2 monks were discussing the fact the next day that their Gongsun had finally become an absolute master. Although one of them couldn't help but say that if he stopped maintaining the skills to manage internal energy, then it would only be half the journey, and Gongsun's energy was unstable, although the first day of the 60th annual cycle had long passed. The elder couldn't help but agree with this. So they prepared a plan in which all his training would focus only on developing internal energy. Gongsun continued to practice the technique for 5 years, and for them he accumulated a good level of mastery of magical energy. On the instructions of the head of the training center, he bought medicinal herbs and prepared decoctions from them, and they, in turn, played a large role in the accumulation of internal energy by applying them to the body and eating them. As a result, Gongsun accumulated a reserve of energy equal to 50 years of meditation and grew so much in skills. Only all this allowed Gongsun to break through to the level of an absolute master. The elder believed that if other disciples were taught using this method, they too would be able to reach the level of an absolute master, or at least be able to reach their limit. This way of teaching would become unique in the Cheonan school. The old man was sure that it wouldn't be long before their Gongchan would be on the school council. Moreover, at times the old man thought that this guy looked like a person who could lead their school in the future, although the position of head did not necessarily have to go to the strongest in martial arts. In the opinion of the younger master, Gongchan was not too keen on power, but he simply could not help but notice that the guy had an incredibly strong passion for gold, which made the old man laugh a little. For generations, the Cheonan sect had no influence, although everyone respected Cheonan because it was difficult to ignore the strength of the warriors of this school. When Gongchan arrived home, he brought a huge number of books on martial arts theory, from which a training plan was compiled. Even the martial arts of other cultures were collected in these books. So Gongchan knows many martial arts and believes that the fastest way to achieve great success is by understanding the principle of various techniques. Therefore, considering all this, the clan leader decided that he would give Gongchan the right to attend the Council of Elders, which incredibly surprised his interlocutor, who could not believe it because the meeting of elders is a meeting for masters who have the rank of elder and above. Even Master Chanda was unable to attend the elders' meeting, which made him feel very sad. Although Master Jung Du himself is aiming for the position of the first sword of Jungnam, the most skilled warrior, and his level of skill is comparable only to the gods. But even this is not a sufficient reason to invite him to the meeting of elders. Youngdong immediately started saying that inviting Gongchan would be too rash a decision because there might be problems later. So he asked the elder to think about this decision again, but the old man was not going to do it because he was more than sure that Gongchan deserved it. The whole point was that this guy was endowed with excellent qualities. One way or another, he had no doubt that he was able to make their school more outstanding. Chongdong tried to say something else, and somehow influenced the old man to change his decision. But the man at one point simply stood up and began to leave, saying at the end that he had already decided everything a long time ago, and this decision was not subject to dispute. Everyone in this world has at least once thought about what is the limit of human strength and in what case it can be reached. Dark Master Chan Unma often went to the Chanma Wall because it was a place where one could practice the destructive path of the Dark School, since this breed could not be destroyed in any way, but he still did not lose hope of doing so. He used the maximum of his strength in order to finally destroy this wall. And at some point, his strength was finally enough to smash this wall into small pieces. After which he heard a strange voice that congratulated the great master on this achievement, which made Chan Unma immediately understand that the owner of this voice was a saint who was apparently waiting for him. And he was absolutely right, because immediately after that, the holy maiden of the dark path, Jiam Keen, came out of the darkness, who was very happy, because some time ago, the devil gave them a prophecy that a warrior with incredible strength would come to break the wall. Jong Unma couldn't argue with her. So in response to these words, he said that the eyes of a holy maiden cannot be wrong, after which he dressed up and came closer in order to hear what kind of future she saw. But she didn't start with the good news, but specifically with the fact that most likely there will be those who can interfere with their work. Young Umna thought it was nonsense because he thought there was no one in this world who was capable of this. But she assured him that he definitely shouldn't be so confident because the future was becoming more and more chaotic. The man began to smile and say that since the future is so foggy, it does not mean that the current rulers have such power. In any case, he wanted to hear their options. He wanted to know how he should proceed, to which the maiden answered him that the best option would be to wait 10 years, which clearly didn't please Chan Umnu, because he had already been waiting for this moment for many years. And now they were telling him that he would have to wait another 10 years. Deva tried to tell him that Maneja would prepare everything, which made young Umna even angrier because he thought that Maneja was not capable of seizing power. The saint was not afraid of the man, so she told him straight to his face that Maneja was more suitable for him. This obviously angered Chan Umna, because it seemed to him that strength alone would be enough to seize power, although the saint did not think so. But even so, he said that if they believed Maneja, then they would rule the world with him. The man walked around the room from one side to the other and thought about why the dark school was inactive. He was sure that this was not a good sign, and that Maneja was clearly up to some kind of shady business. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who came to tell the military leader that it was time for him to go to the meeting. The first thing on the agenda that they had to discuss at the meeting was the conflict between Dowaman and Changkoman. They had to sort out everyone's opinion and settle the dispute. Next, they decided to touch upon the discussion regarding the Moen clan, in which an unpleasant situation had occurred, in which they also had to help. A year before entering Murim, Liaoxi province was connected to Habak province by land and Shandong province by sea, so constant attacks on these borders were quite natural. In the territories of Habak and Shandong provinces, the largest clans traditionally ruled, and small and medium-sized ones constantly conflicted with each other for power. Therefore, in order to defeat a large enemy clan, they asked to join Moen. They often argued among themselves on various topics, such as who had rights to various plots of land, as well as to the objects that were located on them. At that moment, the military leader sat and thought only about the fact that the Kanho participants would fight each other out of discontent, and therefore it seemed to him that this was the very same evil intent. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he was addressed because they noticed that he had an anxious expression on his face, to which he replied to the head that he was not feeling well today, so he would like to leave early. They are busy fighting for increased profits, but this situation looks like interference in politics. The Sahelan Union cannot intervene openly, they are left to act surreptitiously, and he cannot do anything even though he is a military leader. He only now understood Manhwa's plan, but he also understood that he definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off so easily. Meanwhile, the monks stood near the temple and said that thanks to the method developed by Gongchan, 30 people had already reached the level of absolute master. They understood that if this continued, then soon they would have the power to suppress other sects. Yongdong also thought it was important to add that not only was Gongchan training, but he was also conducting joint research with his older brothers. And so he felt that Gongchan should be given some rest, although the elder disagreed with him on this matter. He thought that the most important thing now was the results. Creating a research center was really a great idea, and it was very important for Jeonnam to get the unique secret training plan. The research center is a place for professional research of martial arts. The concept is exactly the same as the modern one, and it was Gongchan who brought this system to Jeonnam, which made great progress. At that moment, Gongchan himself was telling everyone that among the Kanho, the potential of martial arts is limited by life force. Many clans are exterminating each other to obtain secret techniques, so the result of this was that thousands of teachings simply disappeared. But the young master always said that they were different. He said that they would discard the outdated ideology and jointly explore the martial arts of other clans to make them their own. This is how he wanted to make Jeonnam's school even stronger, and he could see from the faces of his students that they completely agreed with him. But suddenly his words were interrupted by Zhongdong and the elder, who told him that being under control was not the best situation, because in this way there would be many schools that would be an eyesore for their progress, such as Hwasan, who had already begun to slowly strengthen. Gongchan didn't know what to say in response to this, but Zhongdong suddenly came up to him and said that he actually understood his passion, but he still asked Gongchan to slow down a little because they had already achieved more than they planned and did it in a shorter period of time. Instead, Zhongdong suggested that the guy strengthen his internal strength and write a research paper on martial arts and internal energy, which Gongchan agreed to without any problems. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the heads of the mercenaries, the man wanted to know why a whole year had already passed since he submitted the request, and his target was still alive. The mercenary tried to convey to the man that in an attempt to carry it out, he went to Jeonnam, after which he settled nearby, but the problem was that the object never came out. They thought that it was not their problem. No matter how much they wanted to fulfill this order, the victim just wouldn't come out. The customer obviously didn't like this, so he wanted to find out as soon as possible what would happen next and when they thought the guy would finally get out. Unfortunately, they could not know this, because the borders of Jeonnam are guarded excellently, and it is literally impossible to penetrate inside. This information was even more stressful, because if they guard their borders better than the Hwasan sect, then something is happening there. But then they even more so cannot postpone the order and need to immediately come up with something. Gongchan, after all the training and gatherings, went to his chambers, where he began to meditate and think about the fact that he actually had an ideal theory for achieving results. The only thing that bothered him was that he needed to learn how to maintain qi with his willpower, and although he continued to practice continuously, he still could not find the answer. He, of course, had the idea that he could try to develop waves of higher consciousness, and then perhaps it would become possible to direct qi with brain waves. Thus, he would be able to move energy around himself with the help of willpower. But he also remembered that if the brain waves and the flow of qi were connected incorrectly, then he should be extremely careful with this and not get carried away. In any case, at the moment, he didn't know what to do next. In his opinion, he had reached a dead end from which getting out would be quite a task. To begin with, he decided to write down everything he felt today, and he was also sure that no one but him would be able to understand what he wrote. While Gongchan was writing all these things, he only thought that there must be a prerequisite for searching for martial arts related to the vital point in the head, and all this made him think that he needed to go to the black market. Suddenly, his thoughts and activities were interrupted when his student ran into his room out of the blue, looking as if something terrible had happened. The first thing he did was start telling Gongchan that something terrible had happened, and he urgently needed to go with him. According to the guy, Muzhongqingen appeared, which Gongchan clearly did not expect to hear. Muzhongqingen was a book that was written 300 years ago by a man named Mu Chanja, who is known as the best master in the world. Not only does this book contain all of his works, but there are also legends that it contains a secret with which one can become the strongest in the whole world. The problem, however, is that the adherents of the main school do not acknowledge this at all and consider the mastery of their family styles to be incomparably stronger. In Murim, the chief and the military leader discussed that the appearance of such things was definitely a trick of the dark school, and the head of the understanding that since the dark school resorted to such tricks, he wanted to know what the state of affairs was today. The military leader told him that the Huangjok faction, known as the first sect in Gangseoseong, had visited Mu Zhongjia's burial site, where his book was believed to be located. Kansosun, now under the rule of Sahelan, the sect that lost that battle, was known for continuing the traditions of Huaganjok, so no one could say a word against them. Then the head of Murim simply could not understand how they were able to find the body of Mu Chongjia, to which the military leader did not know the answer. But he heard that they were saying that they had been excavating the supposed burial site for 2 months already. And since the information is hidden, it means there is no progress yet. He also heard that the Sahelan left after learning about this. Now it was known that they had several sects of blind investigators, and these are those who do not question the opinion of authority and follow it. The leader obviously didn't like all this because it was all a headache for him. The forces of the large sects are practically the same, but all they do is shout at each other. Therefore, to begin with, he wanted to find out how to regulate this meeting, but there is still no result, and no matter how much they do not want to admit it, but apparently they will have to ask the Moen clan for help. However, the problem was that other clans and schools were unlikely to accept this decision, so protests could begin, which they clearly did not need now. In any case, the leader thought that the main thing now was that they should not risk Murim's name in searching for Mu Chongjia's book. So he ordered the general to contact Mengju, although he was not sure whether they would be able to understand the situation. Although this question no longer interested him much, he decided to leave it to the will of heaven. Meanwhile, Gongchen continued to train hard with his students, who kindly helped him. Although the young master was in incredible pain from so many blows, he still tried not to give up. He did everything to at least slightly strengthen his armor, and after such beatings, he felt how this skill was growing in him. According to him, he felt how not only his skin became denser, but also all his insides. At this point, Gunshan decided to end his training, so he allowed all the guys to disperse. And at that moment, he himself was thinking that he had only reached the 6th section of mastering armor techniques. Therefore, it seemed to him that once he got used to it, he would be able to combine theory and essence, which would allow him to create new combat techniques and strengthen Janam even more. The next step, he decided to practice a little more and climbed into the cauldron with poison, simultaneously using his recovery technique, thanks to which he was still able to fully recover, and soon all the bruises on his body began to disappear, and the poison did not affect him. After such a rather strange therapy, the young master went to eat, where he met his student, who also came to have a bite to eat. Sungjin told his teacher that because of the homework that his mentor gave him, he was late for lunch. So he decided to eat now, and then he wanted to know what Gongchen trained today. Was it really the armor technique again? Gongchen sat down at the table and told him that at this stage he needed to practice continuously, because the more he trained, the more amazing this armor seemed to him as a technique. He also decided to tell Sungjin that the boy would later be able to try this technique on himself, since the young master planned to introduce it as a new technique of the Jonam school. At that moment, Gunshan was only thinking about the fact that this technique would soon become the face of their school, and this could not help but make him happy. However, what worried him now was not this, but the fact that they were saying that the appearance of Mu Chongjia's book had become known again. Sungjin only knew that there was currently a heated debate going on in Murim on this topic. He had even heard that Sahelan was seriously hoping to research this book, which was why they were getting busy. Ganshan was surprised to hear that they had already discovered the place, but they still hadn't excavated it. According to his student, there are some pitfalls there. The Sahelan side says that there are no suitable masters, so nothing works out for them. The student noted that since ancient times, the use of the head in martial arts schools was almost not required, at best for weaving intrigues, and these words made Ganshan understand that in Murim, it is not necessary to be able to work with the head. In any case, if we talk about Mu Zhongja, there are rumors that a living person cannot enter the tomb. These words had already scared Ganshan quite a bit, and his student continued to say that the crypt was made in such a way that not a single living soul could enter or exit it. Thus, it could be assumed that the aristocrat Mu Chongja was very erudite. But how happy Gongchan was when they finally brought him his noodles, because after practicing the armor technique, he was so hungry. However, before he could put the first spoonful of noodles into his mouth, another student suddenly called him, which was no less tense, but he was already talking about Ganchan being called to the main palace. After some time, Ganchan arrived at the elder's first call, and as soon as they greeted each other, the elder announced that he had work for Ganchan. Before telling him what he had to do, he said that Ganchan had also already left, and Chongi's brother would accompany him. It also seemed to him that from rumors Ganchan already knew that this was related to Muchunjingen, and this was true, because Ganchan really guessed why he was here. It was known that Murim was now actively trying to find this book, and all the main schools sent their people to help them, which complicates their work a little. But as it turns out, Ganchan's main task will be to protect the other students from the main school. The first thing Ganchan wanted to know was whether Brother Gongsun also knew about this. The elder, without thinking twice, confirmed this information, after which he added that his older brother Chanda would also go with him. At that moment, Gongchan's mind was only thinking that, compared to his student Chongjin, he was not as competent, but he was learning quickly and had even managed to rise to the rank of master. Everything was perfectly clear to Ganchan, so he wanted to find out as soon as possible when they would be moving forward. Meanwhile, people from each sect went to Murim, with the Jagal family standing in the foreground. Most sects seek to obtain the Muchunjingen in order to gain incredible power. The internal structure of the Murim followers had already begun to collapse. That's why Headmaster Jagal did everything to ensure that they didn't disgrace the name of their main school. But none of them expected to see that Junim's influence would grow so much. They became something that no one had seen before. They no longer seemed like little clans compared to other clans, but one thing was clear. They also had an interest in Muchungja's book. One of the older monks came after closing time as soon as he had the opportunity. According to him, he came here only to provide a little help to his nephew. His interlocutor immediately guessed that the man was talking about Gongchan, and then the monk wanted to know if he had made great progress thanks to his training. According to the second man, his training methods are very effective, thanks to which he has grown a lot, although he only heard this from rumors, because he himself was busy with things outside of school, so he cannot personally see the progress. But even so, he was sure that their guest would see a significant difference. Meanwhile, Gongchan went to visit his sister, whom they had not seen for quite a long time, and she could not believe her eyes that she saw a guy in front of her, but then she guessed that the reinforcement from the Chanam school was Gongchan. The guy, in turn, noted that he had not come here alone, but that his older brother had also come with him. She pretended to be not entirely happy about this, because she was told that one of the senior masters would arrive. But Gongchan understood what kind of game she was starting, so he immediately decided to ask her, if she knew this, then why was she suddenly so surprised by his arrival? She wanted to answer him this question, but at one point she noticed strange bruises on Gongchan's skin, and therefore immediately wanted to know their origin. Gongchan immediately assured her that there was no need to worry, because it was all because of the steel armor technique that he was studying. Moreover, he stated that now the entire Chanam school has begun to train this technique, and he advised her to study the technique that is connected with poisons, because having resistance to poisons is very important, and it was quite surprising for her to hear this, because she always thought that the Chanams were doing completely different things, so she wanted to know, or did he receive permission from the elder? At first, Gongchan smiled and then finally said that the elder had allowed him to do whatever he considered necessary. The girl, without thinking twice, said that her conversation with the guy gave her a headache because it seemed to her that he was doing whatever he wanted. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by their older brother, who entered the room in a good mood and said that he had not seen his beloved sister for quite a long time. She reciprocated his feelings and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also noticed that there was Gongchan in the room, who first greeted his older brother, thus showing respect. He noted that they both really have a good relationship since they are both constantly together. Anyway, he came by to say hello and also to tell them that they had to leave early tomorrow. So he asked them to go to bed early, and Gonan was surprised that he came here just to say that. He coughed, thought for a bit, but finally made up his mind and said that he came here to see her face. The guy certainly didn't expect to hear this. It was clear from their expressions that they didn't quite understand what the man meant, which is why he turned around and started to leave. And as soon as the doors closed after his departure, Gongchan noticed that apparently the older brother was really in love with Gonan, which made the girl very angry. She couldn't even contain her emotions, so she beat the guy up a bit for talking such nonsense. The next day, early in the morning, the elder brother and Gongchan stood in front of their squad of warriors and told them that the school was moving out in response to the commander-in-chief's request. The man constantly repeated to them that, when making any movements, they must remember to preserve the honor of their school. According to him, they had to do this even if Mu Zhengjia's book was a treasure, and they suddenly saw it. He was trying to convey to them that their school was now in the process of restoring its greatness. Therefore, her students should in no way forget this and say something that could interfere with this. And they should also, of course, be attentive. And if they cannot moderate their ardor, then they should not even go out on this task, which they clearly understood everything clearly. At this moment, Gongchan was thinking that they would finally go on a quest to get Mu Chongja's book. Only a few from Chanam remained in Murim, while the remaining 150 people moved on, so it was possible that other sects would also set out on the road after preparation. A large army was moving towards the burial site of Mu Chongja, which could not but please the chief dark magician, who believed that all these warriors from Murim would fight among themselves, and the spies scattered everywhere would only add fuel to the fire. It seemed to him that it was only a matter of time before the battle with Sakhalin would begin. But what's funniest for him is that even though they gathered together, none of them ever asked themselves if this is a real tomb. At this rate, he hoped that he would clearly not have to wait 10 years. Everything would happen much faster. The Jamchan sect also set out on a journey to get the book, and on the way, one of the warriors wanted to know what their chances were of getting hold of this book. The head replied that it was quite possible that they would be able to do this. According to him, the main problem would only be in distribution. His charges didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so he had to explain that when the main school starts giving something away, smaller clans or schools might miss out on the event and end up getting nothing. However, he was sure that if they had a chance to take the book for themselves, they should definitely take advantage of it. But Gongchan again found himself in the same situation from which he had just recently escaped. The thing was that he went on this trip with his nieces Ren and Yeon, who he had made it clear to them that they should go with their family. But Ren tried to calm her uncle down, telling him that this was their way of expressing their gratitude to their best mentor. She also believed that if they wanted to repay him, they should accompany him everywhere, which Gongchan clearly didn't like, and he considered Ren to be crazy for thinking that way. So he approached Yeon to find out why her sister was talking such nonsense, and he also reminded her that she was the older sister and had to look after the younger one. Ren couldn't bear to hear her uncle tell her she was crazy, but he assured her that he didn't think so. He just thought she was a little tired. He simply decided to ask them a question in which he wanted to know that even if their gratitude was so great, then who would even think of persecuting someone as a form of gratitude? These words made Ren even more angry, so she immediately turned to Gongchan and said that she was not an idiot and understood what he was hinting at. At one point, their dialogue was interrupted by the older brother, and he asked them to concentrate a little, because they would soon arrive in the territory of Sakhalin. Gongchan immediately calmed down and thought that soon that very moment would come when they would arrive at this place, and then there would definitely be no turning back. Meanwhile, the chief asked his assistant about how best to act in such a situation, to which the old man, without thinking twice, gave a quick answer, which was that it would be best for them to retreat, which shocked the man. The old man justified this decision by saying that this could be the work of a dark school, and if Mu Chongja's tomb was real, then his book could very well be kept there. But the man did not understand what the problem was, even if it was so. To which the old man answered him that in that case it would be necessary to prepare a fake. If suddenly something did not go according to plan, he thought that since they wanted this book so much, then they would never achieve peace in the chaos that had reigned. He was also almost certain that Manhwa had already found Mu Chongja's crypt long ago, but he did not open it because, as was known from legend, anyone who touched this place would die. Compared to Mu Chongja's book, the Dark School has a much more outstanding and valuable thing, that is Ishinrock. Therefore, if we take into account all these facts, the old man tried to prove that, compared to the benefit of obtaining the Muchan Jinkan, by using this book for their own purposes, they will receive much greater benefit. At least that's what he thinks. So in order to continue to stick to this plan, they just have to wait a little bit. And finally, the time that they have been waiting for has finally come. Now the two groups, they and Murim, are sharing the same land. All this was possible only because Manhwa worked very hard for them. They let it be known that the tomb of Mu Zhangja was located in the area of the Jade Mountain. In that place, there was a large sect called Huangzhong. It was they who discovered the tomb of Mu Zhangja. After they spread this information, the Sakhalin people came and started excavating. But unfortunately, the people of Sakhalin were very overworked and therefore had to leave. So given this information, it was understandable why Murim, without encountering any resistance, simply arrived in Kansosan. Meanwhile, people watched as the first and second hexagram met. And what was strangest about this case was that everyone knew perfectly well that these two seals were completely incompatible, so its appearance here contradicted all the rules. One of the crowd decided that he would try to remove the seal, although in fact there was absolutely no reason for this, because it was at the very least very dangerous. At this moment, Gonshin was carefully watching these people and could only guess what was wrong with them, because there was a very simple way to remove this seal. The guy knew very well that the original seal that was used here was also one of the hexagram seals, and there were many other small ones around that made everything rotate together. The basic system is created according to certain rules. To open the seal, you need to use this rule, but you can also break it by force. So given all this information, there was only one way to fix this, and Gongchan decided to suggest it. That way was to use explosives. But this idea was immediately rejected. They said that Murim actually has a reputation, and since they don't know how to remove this seal, it's not at all necessary to blow it up. And absolutely everyone agreed with this. They literally started shouting at Gonshin and telling him that this proposal literally dishonors Murim's honor. Gonshin realized that in this case he had no one to talk to, and it would be best to go and train a little while these geniuses found another solution to this problem. The guy climbed a fairly high mountain where he began his training, before which he needed to prepare a little, because endurance and protection are important here. In a relatively short amount of time, he came up with a few ideas, but he felt that the efficiency wouldn't be as good as he wanted. So he felt he needed to find some innovative way. In any case, he decided that it was time to get down to business, and to begin with, he decided to practice the form of the seal. It seemed to him that something could come of it. But suddenly he was interrupted with this matter, and it was Gonin who did it, who told him not to try to open the seal. In response to her words, he said that sitting here doing nothing was just a waste of time. But she just couldn't understand. Was the guy really going to selflessly help everyone around him? Gongchan could only smile and tell her that all these teachings were just empty words for him, and she shouldn't even try to do it. And in general, he was interested to know why she came here. Was she really going to show her character again? Before she could answer, he decided to clarify whether her bad mood was accidentally connected to the fact that Namnoog Mu was bothering her again. No matter how angry Gonin was, she still had to admit that Gongchan was actually right, and that in addition to Namgung Mu, other guys also managed to pester her. And she was already simply tired of waiting while they broke down this crypt. And they still could not find a way. They even began to ask for help, which made Gonshin laugh, because he could not believe that they thought that someone would come and simply open this tomb for them. Gonin told Gonshin that they had requested gunpowder from the imperial family, which angered the guy, because they were all so angry at him when he suggested that they blow up this seal, and now they decided that it was a good idea. Gonin understood that Gonshin had already suggested this, but apparently they decided to try other options, and when nothing helped them, they came to the conclusion that it would be best to blow it up. Gonshin decided that he would not pay attention to this. Besides, he was worried about something else, namely, that in this area the search could drag on for several months, and this could lead to even greater disputes. He understood that everyone was trying to open this barrier as quickly as possible, so it was clear that there was a conflict to be feared among the participants of the expedition. Exactly a month had passed since Murim began excavations, and Gonshin seemed to know what would happen, because after such a long time, the Sahelan sect was very angry because Murim allowed themselves too much. Sahelan's discontent grew more and more every day, while the other side tried to get as much explosives as possible from the lands of different clans. After some time, they still managed to blow up this place, which could not but please. And as soon as the seal was broken, the head of the Habuk Pen family, Peng Chungrim, immediately began shouting that they should go forward. At this time, Gonshin was watching everything carefully and could only guess what would happen next, because an incredibly large number of families and warriors had gathered here. The guy also noticed that the Moen family, the Shaolin Monastery, and several other sects had not moved from their places. Gonshin could only point out that there was no point in everyone grabbing this book. But apparently these guys were too greedy to understand that. Gonin wanted to ask the guy why he decided that there was no point in this, to which he asked her a question in return, in which he wanted to know what she thought. Was it really so easy to control the most complex techniques from this book? According to the guy, this book is a collection of secret knowledge of the earth and sky. Its contents are a huge number of complex codes, but the question was only who is capable of deciphering them and using them correctly. Gonshin assumed that someone from the main school could do this, but on the other hand, he understood that it was a bit useless, because most of the knowledge and secrets of that time had already been lost, and there was simply no point in fighting for them like that. which Gonan could not help but agree with. At that moment, she was most interested in finding out who was moving faster, Sahelin or the Dark School. Suddenly, the attention of everyone who was there was riveted by a messenger who brought an urgent letter from Marine headquarters. Meanwhile, all the warriors inside this tunnel continued to walk, and by this time each of them had already noticed that no matter how long they walked, there was simply no end to this tunnel. They continued walking until they eventually reached a fork in the road, and now the leader had a good question to ask. He knew in his mind that if they split up, there was a chance that the other clan would get to the book first. On the other hand, he realized that it was too late to engage in reconnaissance at this stage. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man from the Murim headquarters appeared and started shouting to everyone that they had to return back immediately. According to him, the Sahelin army is approaching here, so everyone was given the order to gather. After this information, everyone started arguing. On the one hand, the guys wanted to continue and still find that very book, but on the other hand, the guys wanted to go outside and destroy the Sahelin army. The leader simply looked at his men and thought that he had bypassed the defenses and made it all the way here. And now that the book was lying in front of his nose, he needed to turn back in all this because the Sahelin themselves were going to get their hands on the book. These thoughts helped him make his final decision, which was to order everyone to plant the remaining explosives. Meanwhile, the guys from the Sahelin clan continued to hurry as fast as they could, because they didn't want Muchongja's book to fall into Murim's hands more than anything. But suddenly on the way, they noticed and felt an explosion, which clearly came from that very cave. Gongchan was very unhappy that as a result, he would neither be able to look at this book nor take part in the fight. But apparently Gongchan is not worse off than everyone else, because he looked around and noticed that the head of the sect was literally shaking with anger. At that moment, the guy was thinking that Sahelin had brought a large, strong army here. But the people standing here were completely different. It was simply impossible to call them an elite army. On the contrary, internal squabbles would most likely begin now, so the guy thought that it would be best to try to avoid a clash. The head of Sahelin was not surprised at all. Moreover, he only raised his spirits in this way. Now he would like to quickly enter the battle and see what the warriors of Murim are capable of. And there was good news for him, because his assistant informed him that all preparations were complete and they could already begin the battle. He also did not forget to add that the Huangjog sect was especially eager to fight. As soon as Sahelin started to act, everyone found out about it, especially the warriors of the Chanam school, who were supposed to protect everyone. So the leader of this group immediately took out his sword and ordered them all to get ready immediately. And as soon as they took their stances, one of the main warriors of this attack was glad that at least he would be able to have fun with someone. And he was also quite surprised to see how the illiterate nobles quickly found a way to resist them. After some time, the battle finally began, and there were already the first losses on both sides. The sergeant major immediately told all his soldiers that they must first of all hold their positions and not slow down, and they also have no right to retreat or run straight ahead. Gongchan, looking at all this, thought only about the fact that unfortunately this still happened, but he also understood that there was no point in thinking about it, and he just needed to find a way to avoid a collision, because fighting for such a reason was so stupid. Suddenly the thought flashed through his head that he just needed to cut off the snake's head, and then everything would be fine. Sahelin has three main attacking groups. The first is the Huangjok sect, the second is made up of small clans that have joined Sahelin, and the third is lone mercenaries from different places who have no honor or dignity. In other words, Gongchan understood that these were the ones who had nothing to lose and who had dedicated themselves to serving the sect. Therefore, the young master decided that he should resolve this conflict a little differently. When he began to approach them, they began to think that their enemies were surrendering and began to rejoice. But suddenly, the guy flew up into the air, and then he began to create a huge ball, inside of which was an incredibly huge portion of energy. They didn't fully understand why the guy was doing this at all, but all this was until he struck the ground and incinerated several warriors. He wasn't going to stop at such small blows, so he decided to use something much stronger, from which they could die. According to him, only the one who runs far enough can survive in such a case. Now there was only fear on their faces, because they understood that fighting with such an opponent was much more difficult, and moreover, they would hardly be able to defeat him at all. Thus, this day went down in history as the day when one warrior from the Junam clan was able to destroy half of Huangjok's army. This gave confidence to the Moan and Jagal clans. They began to suppress Sahelin so that at one point they simply began to scatter. Chief Peng was not going to let anyone go at this moment, and he wanted to finish everyone off. But to do this, these guys needed to be caught up with. But he was stopped in time by the monks, who tried to calmly talk to the leader, telling him that this should not be done because it could lead to useless casualties among their allies. After which they asked to take the bodies of the dead brothers, and after which the main alliance would also have to leave. Peck thought about the words of these monks and realized that they had indeed lost a lot of their brothers, so he ordered his men to collect the bodies, and then they would retreat. The military leader, reading a short report on this battle, noted that due to the intervention of Sahelen, the main goal was never achieved. According to him, it is simply impossible to ignore Gimvin since he joined Sahelen. But the head of Murim believed that this was not entirely possible, since Gimvin asked for a lot for her work. According to the commander, he managed to understand Manhwa's plan, but it was too late, and that was the reason they suffered such heavy losses. According to him, it was now a matter of time before Mu Changja's book would fall into the hands of Sahelen, so he believed that they should respond to Sahelen properly, and for this, he proposed using him. The chief did not quite understand who the military leader meant, so the man had to say that he was proposing to use Volyan Shintu. The leader didn't understand why he was telling him this right now, because he believed that they should only discuss such issues at a meeting of elders. The military leader immediately made it clear to him that he was doing this for a reason, but at least so that fewer people would find out about it. The leader thought for a while and asked himself a question, wondering if this Volyan Shintu would be able to steal Mu Changja's book. The commander immediately made it clear to him that they essentially had no other choice, because if he did not help them, then they had practically no chance of success, and they should also try to undermine the mood of Sahelen in other ways. As a result, the only thing they did here was blow up the seal instead of Sahelen. At least that's what Gongchen thought. And in general, he didn't understand why he was forced to do such things. But he still consoled himself with the fact that the Chanim were the only ones who had not suffered major losses. For example, the Habukpen family suffered very large losses, and all this is due to the greed of Peng Chonrim. It was clear from their faces that they were in big trouble, because there were a lot of victims, but there was not enough space in the cart. From the behavior of the head of this family, Gongchen immediately understood that as soon as they returned to headquarters, he would begin to insist on the destruction of Sahelen. It seemed to the guy like a forest fire that was clearly not going to go away quickly unless the flames were put out. A few days later, Gongchen finally returned home and stated that he would really like to gain some experience in various battles at Kanho's level. Zhang Dong immediately told Gongchen that the elders believed in him and that he blessed him for this journey, but he asked him not to forget that he would always be their student. Gongchen bowed in response and showed respect to his teacher, adding that he should also take care of himself. As soon as he left the temple, the first thing he thought was that it would be a good idea for him to go to the black market, where he could find a lot of interesting things. Of course, he wanted to buy books on martial arts first of all, but unfortunately he ran out of money. But he wasn't going to be upset about this because he decided that as soon as he got to Kanho, he would immediately become rich. He immediately decided that if he did end up on the black market, he would need to take something for anxiety. While Gongchen was walking down the road and thinking about what he would do next, he was closely watched by his new problems. The man who was going to destroy the guy was so happy to see that his target had finally come out of his house. Lately, Kanho has changed a lot, and all this happened after the battle with Murim and Sahelen, the latter of whom finally received the book of Mu Changja. However, along with the rumors of Enwal Shintu's appearance, the book disappeared. After the book disappeared, copies began to spread throughout Kanho. Thus, Munju of Huangjak received the copies first, which made him think that he had finally gained the power that would soon become the strongest in Kanho, and no one would be able to defeat him. But soon after he started reading this book, he fell into a coma, and sometime later, he died. After some time, rumors that Murim was involved in the theft of Mu Changja's book began to spread throughout the city. It was rumored that this was a deal in exchange for the release of Shintu, who was held captive by Murim. Gongchen was also one of the people who heard about it for the first time, and he immediately realized that Murim's reputation had been ruined, which actually didn't surprise the guy at all, because he knew that such a thing was possible, because no one thought that rushing towards each other with naked blades was a bad idea. But what surprised him more was not this, but the fact that everything in Kanho was so expensive. Looking at these prices, Gongchen understood that he would hardly be able to buy anything here. In one of the stores, a salesman immediately approached Gongchen, who somehow understood that the young master was looking for materials on the topics of mind control, brain impulses, and knowledge of consciousness. In response to these words, The guy said that he was looking for a treatise on blood circulation in the brain, to be specific. The seller noted that the books the guy named were first class, which meant that each of them would cost no less than 200 coins, which was clearly too expensive for the guy, although the seller assured him that first-class materials are problematic in terms of control, but he can take second-class ones. To which Gongchan replied that he had only dropped in today to find out the price, so it would be better for them to meet next time. But before Gongchan could leave the store, the seller stopped him to say that this was a promotion, and here on Gyumwan's land, it could be used as cash. But the young master did not understand why the man was suddenly giving it to him. The man replied that he was giving it to him because the guy had given him information. As it turned out, the seller recognized Gongchan. In his eyes, he was the same immortal master who would train Shangdan, and according to him, this information was already worth quite a lot of money. So Gongchan himself came to his shop and gave him information that could be sold on the black market. So the seller was happy to pay the guy back for it, although it was so surprising to Gongchan that such simple information cost money. After such a short conversation with the seller of this shop, Gongchan decided to practice speed walking a little, because it saves him a lot of time, especially since in all of Chanam only he is able to use the speed of the step through the void technique. Thus, Gongchan arrived at the next place he wanted to visit quite quickly, but the first thing he noticed was an incredibly bad aroma that was very strong, so he thought that maybe he had gotten the wrong way and ended up in the slums. At that moment, a rather sad thought came to him that no matter how hard he tried to develop his skills, he still would not be able to help such people. But still, he just couldn't watch how the little girl walked along the road and at one moment simply fell. At that moment, the girl had pleasant memories of how one day her father brought her a small puppy, which the girl liked incredibly much, for which she was grateful to her father. He in turn was glad that she liked his gift so much, but he immediately warned her that she should keep a close eye on it, and now it was only her responsibility. Suddenly her sleep was interrupted and she saw in front of her some guy who was literally hanging in the air. Gongchan immediately noticed that the girl had finally woken up, so he asked her to wait a little while he finished his business. The young master decided to help the girl a little and clean her house and did it in a rather peculiar way, after which he finally introduced himself, saying that his name was Gongchan and that he was a young master from the Chanam school. And he could also say about himself that he is a man of Tao who seeks perfection and improves himself. Besides, he knew how to cure the girl, and to prove it to her, he asked her if something hurt her now or not. She responded with surprise that nothing hurt anymore, which made Gongchan happy, after which he wanted to know if it was true that her name was really Yuwa. The young master noticed that she had a rather beautiful name, which was most likely given to her by her mother. At least that's what Gongchan thought. Suddenly the girl started screaming when she heard this word, and then turned towards where her mother was lying. But Gongchan did not lose his nerve, and immediately calmed her down, saying that he had treated her mother. But unfortunately, she was still far from recovering because she had poor stamina, so she needed to take care of her health. The girl began to cry and say that it was her fault, because if they had only eaten better, then her mother would have clearly recovered faster and would even have been able to recover. Gongchan, looking at all this, understood that the girl was an ordinary beggar, and she was doing this only because she wanted to feed her sick and weak mother. Suddenly, she interrupted him to thank him for everything he had done for them. She was very pleased that at least someone had taken care of them. But when Gongchan left their house, he thought about whether he could really help them. After thinking for a while, Gongchan decided to do something a little different. He started to prepare a medicine that was supposed to help Winhwa's mother. This medicine included the root of Kudrania, Pachima, Ginseng. You just had to wait a little, and when it all boiled, it would become a medicine. He told all this to the little girl so that she would know how to prepare such a medicine on her own. According to him, her mother is not sick because of some terrible disease. She is simply weak, and these medicinal herbs will boost her immunity, and then she should definitely feel better. But Uiwa was confused by the fact that this decoction contained so many things. Should her mother really eat it all? Gongchan reassured the girl, saying that in fact it would be enough to just drink this decoction until it gets better. But Gongchan's help did not end there. He went to other people who also lived in this settlement. First, he introduced himself as a third-generation student of the Chanam school, Gongchan, after which he told them all that he had practiced the dew path in Chanam for 10 years and had now come here to help them. But most people did not believe him, saying that now many people call themselves masters and then just try to sell them some junk. And one of them even suggested that they disperse, which made Gongchan very angry because he had gathered so many people with such difficulty. In any case, he did not plan to give up and decided that he needed to try again. He tried to reintroduce himself by saying that his name was Gongchan and that he came from a place where they accumulate wisdom and become celestials. But instead of just listening to the guy, they all started screaming. Gongchan was not going to stop and continued to say that he really could solve all their problems. And first of all, he would like to examine all the patients so they could stay here and he would definitely help them. At first, no one wanted to believe Gongchan because for them, the fact that he was from Jeonnam and that he would treat them for free sounded like another deception that they hear every day. One of the crowd decided to push the man and say that Gongchan could try to cure the famous drunkard in the whole area, and if he succeeded, then they would definitely believe him. Although they all doubted that the guy could do it because as soon as this man takes 4 steps, he immediately falls down. Gongchan immediately walked up to the man and the first thing he noticed was that his body was cold and that it was accumulating dirty qi. After which the guy began the treatment, which was hard to believe for anyone present, especially the little girl who had never seen anything like it before. When Gongchan finally managed to cure this poor guy, all the people at one moment simply began to bow at his feet and say that from now on, they would worship only him. They considered him a saint who came down from heaven to help each of them. At this time, the mercenaries were talking about Gongchan. According to their information, the master is currently in the slums of Shanxi. They say that he is a good master, so there is no point in being cautious, and it is necessary to destroy him immediately. Gongchan tried to practice as much as possible that evening. He thought that if he breathed as slowly as possible, he would be able to detonate several upper-level qi at once. And at one point, this tactic finally helped him and he was able to do it. Because of which he began to be incredibly happy and shout that the Gonsen technique was finally complete. What was so strange to watch for the little girl? But on the other hand, she thought that although he looked like a strange person, but only thanks to him, her mother began to look much better, so she considered him a good person. When he suddenly interrupted her thoughts when he turned to her, because he noticed that the girl was looking at him, he assumed that he was making a lot of noise, so she came to him to calm him down a little. But in fact, she wanted to ask him, or does he feel better when he does such exercises? Gongchan was glad that she asked him about it because he was actually getting healthier and stronger, after which he went down closer to her to ask a question in which he wanted to know whether he also wanted to become healthier. But instead of answering, the girl asked him a return question in which she wanted to know whether she would be able to protect her mother if she became healthier and stronger. Gongchan told her without hesitation that of course she could do it, and if she wanted it so much, he could teach her how to do it without any problem. In Uiwa, a little girl who was the first to be taught the new Gonsen technique by Gongchan. The effect of this technique improved people's health. Every time Gongchan held a session with all the people, he told them that they should exhale slowly and should try to feel the flow of strength in their stomach. After a fairly short time, this brought energy to the slums. Thanks to all this, the name of Jeonnam was buzzing throughout Shanxi. Most people were discussing that this was arranged by that same immortal young master, and what confused them the most was that they probably shouldn't call it a slum anymore. But such rumors were discussed not just on the street, but also at important meetings, where they said that with the help of this art, he not only cured the poor, but also taught them the basics, starting the popularization of the path of dew. Thereby, he created a unique method of breathing exercises and teaches it for free. And they clearly didn't like this because, according to them, this doesn't comply with the rules of trade. One of them also noted that information about it was not only given to us, but also spread to other sects. They say that on the West Coast, most people have already studied this technique. They thought that things were bad. The new star Jeonnam was spreading the innovations he had invented. The decision was made instantly. They decided that they simply could not stand aside. If Jeonnam was going to increase its zone of influence in Shanxi, then Huasan was ready to contain it. Gongchan's help became more and more serious every day, and he did it only with his assistant. She constantly asked him different questions, like what happens if the cell nucleus is exposed to Qi energy for regeneration. Gongchan immediately looked at her and pretended that he didn't understand at all what she was talking about and what to answer her to this. He was slightly surprised that the girl would ask him such questions, since she had only recently started studying, but the girl immediately admitted that she had heard Gongchan talking to himself during training. The young master smiled and assured her that these conversations were still too complicated for her, so it was better for her not to bother her head about them for now. But he also couldn't help but notice that it was usually very difficult to remember such complex phrases from an unfamiliar conversation, so he wanted to say that the girl was great for having managed to do it. Although the girl was not too happy, she realized that apparently those who remember information well can be called smart. The next day, Uiwa decided to make a small decoction, to which she added red ginseng in addition to the usual, as well as a handful of elderberries and licorice root. She also reduced the heat, and at that moment Gongchan entered the room, who was slightly surprised when he saw such a picture, because he did not teach the girl how to prepare the decoction. According to her, she watched him do it last time, and now she just decided to do the same thing. But it surprised him even more that she saw it once and could still repeat it. Moreover, when Gongchan assessed her brew, he immediately noticed that she did it perfectly, so he decided to approach the girl and offer her to show how smart she really is. That evening, they returned to their work to help people, and along the way, Gongchan told her several times that even the fact that she had thoughts about this was already surprising to him. In his mind, the young master thought that the girl had a completely different level of memorization. He recalled how he had developed his memory in various ways. But in the end, he still couldn't develop absolute memory, and the girl has this innate talent. There are not many people who can use their brains in martial arts, and those who did were Gongchan and the Jagal family. In fact, it is quite difficult to use this ability even for 1 second during a fight. This becomes possible only if a person is able to think rationally and very quickly. And Gongchan completely by chance found a child who harbored an unusual talent, an innate gift that not everyone receives from birth. The next day, Uiwa's mother took Gongchan's hand and asked the boy to take care of her daughter. He immediately told her that this was too much, because in his opinion, teachers and mentors are of course important, but not as important as parents. With these words, he tried to convey to her that she would in no way become less important for Uiwa. He also wanted to tell her that the main building had overnight accommodations for the managers of the farm, and Gongchan wanted to offer the woman a job there, but with one condition, that she would continue to take care of her health at that time. After all, it seemed to him that Uiwa would very much like to go back and see his mother in good health. The woman didn't know how she could thank the guy, and so, hugging her daughter, she even cried a little. There was such a pleasant and warm feeling inside Gongchan's body at that moment, and it was all because he helped these people return to normal life. After a short farewell, she and Gongchan set off on their journey. On the way, the young master told her some rules on how she should behave with teachers, and also wanted to clarify how much she didn't want to leave her mother. The girl did not think for long before answering, and immediately told Gongchan that she did not want to leave her mother, but she understood that she really had no other choice now. So everything was fine, because she understood that she had to endure and study. Gongchan was incredibly happy that her student was so smart and quick-witted. When they arrived at their destination, Gongchan introduced the girl to her new friend. It was teacher Dohan, whom Uiwa immediately showed respect to, and then Gongchan added that, although she did not yet have status on the path of Do, she was a very capable girl. After which, Dohan wanted to know what their plans were, to which Gongchan replied that the first thing he would like to do is train the soul of Uiwa. After some time, when they set out on their journey, Gongchan drove the chariot, and the girl tried to meditate and thus train the whole way as Gongchan had told her. The young master repeated to her several times that she should continue to do this until she could let go of her body and dive into her thoughts. Uiwa took a short break to find out why they were going to Hubei in the first place. Gongchan answered her that everything was simple here, in his experience. If she studied only from books, then she would be left with nothing. He then noted that she had taken with her several books, which she had taken with her. But there were many more things in the world that were not written about in books. Therefore, in such a case, it is very important to expand their horizons, which is why they go to Hubei Arena, where battles with free use of weapons and fighting are allowed. Now, officials run this place like a gambling house. Gongchan also told the girl that although there are fierce battles taking place here, unfortunately, there is no way around it. He also warned her that something terrible could be happening inside and it could be difficult. He wasn't sure that she could stand it because it really wasn't that easy. Gongchan understood that no matter what innate abilities she had, she was still a child, and if she couldn't get used to such places, then there would definitely be no significant progress. The first thing they did after they finally arrived at the place they needed was to take Gongchan to see people fighting in the arena, which clearly amazed little Manhwa. The young master at that moment thought that the girl was reacting normally and that this was good. Her calmness was worthy of praise. But for some reason he felt sorry that she had no emotions. It seemed to him that this could be connected with the fact that she had had a rather difficult childhood. In any case, he asked her to watch carefully the next duel in which a sword and spear fighter would take part. According to Gongchan, every movement they make seems hasty, but he immediately said that this is not the case, because they do not give in to each other in their fierce desire to survive. All the spectators who were there at that moment watched this fight with great pleasure, because the guys were real masters, so it was so interesting. But still, in every fight there must be a logical conclusion, namely the victory of one of the fighters, which is what ultimately happened. After this, Ganshan could not help but tell his student that it was good if the spear was 1 cubit longer, but 3 cubits longer was even better. According to the young master, the usefulness of the spear is incomparably higher than other weapons. After all, they can be used not only for stabbing, but also for hitting, tilting, and turning. Listening to all this, Manhwa decided that the spear was then the best weapon. But Gongchan immediately pointed out that first one needed to remember the verse mentioned in the Yangxin Doa de Jing section, in which a phrase was said that sounded like, "In this world there is nothing absolute." With these words, he wanted to say that although the spear had many advantages, it also had its weaknesses. But today, Gongchan wanted the girl to simply watch today's spectacle and remember it well. The arena visit lasted for several months, with about 10 fights per day, and each time the masters used different types of weapons. All this time, Uiva tried to absorb as much information and knowledge as possible. She watched every fight. After some time, Gongchan began to pack his things and told Uiwa that they would soon be going to another place, and he really hoped that she was happy with this news. He was also interested to know what city she would like to visit, to which Uiwa quickly responded, saying that she would not mind visiting the city of Kensa. Kensa is the capital where the emperor lives. Later, this city will be called Beijing. Well, Gongchan wasn't at all against such a trip. Besides, he himself wanted to see Kensu, so he suggested setting out immediately. On the way, Gongchan noticed that it was hard for the girl to move so fast over such a long distance, so he thought that they should have taken a carriage after all. Although on the other hand, he also thought that walking was a kind of training. After a while, they had to stop because Uwa felt incredible pain in her legs, so Gongchan decided to give her a little massage to relieve the fatigue. The girl tried to tell him that it was not necessary to do this, and that she was fine. But after a few minutes, she felt the effect of this massage, thanks to which she felt much better. Gongchan was so glad that she felt better, although he couldn't help but notice that the girl was so shy. And in his mind, he thought that even though the little girl's feet were covered in blisters, she still didn't give up and continued to walk, for which she could only be praised. But even so, he was thinking about making a short stop and resting, since they had already walked quite a lot today. They set up a small camp right there and started cooking food. And during this process, Uiwa decided to ask her mentor when they would finally get there. If Gongchan understood the map correctly, they would arrive in about 3 days. That was his answer. He realized that the girl was asking this for a reason, but most likely because it was just very difficult for her, although Eva argued that it was only a little difficult for her. So Gongchan told her that if it was just a little, it was okay, because he believed that learning the way of do was never something easy. But he still immediately asked her for something, namely, that if it was too difficult for her, then she would just have to tell him about it, and he would try to help her. Moreover, he asked her not to forget that even outside of this path, there are many ways to live a happy life. But suddenly their meal and pleasant conversation was interrupted when Gongchan took his sword in his hands and stood up on his feet, and he did this because he noticed that someone was hiding behind their backs. Gongchan ordered Uiwa to sit still and not move under any circumstances, after which he began to strike the air. He created a small circle beyond which he forbade her to go, because only in this case would she be completely safe. After which Gongchan was completely prepared to engage in battle with the enemy. He closed his eyes, and at that moment was more than confident that they would not be able to get inside his space control technique. He concentrated and after a while noticed that his opponents were quite aggressive, and apparently they had been accumulating their anger for quite a long time, which was immediately noticeable. Their fight began with Gongchan defending himself, and they continuously struck him with an endless number of blows. But to their great regret, Gongchan did all this too easily, so at one point he even became bored. Because of this, he didn't wait for them to use all their power, but simply began to destroy them en masse with his techniques. Meanwhile, Uwa sat silently and obediently in the dome that Gongchan had created and simply waited for her mentor to sort everything out. The young master looked at them at this moment and thought that if they just attacked him head-on, it would clearly end badly for them. He even decided to tell them a short story about the horse mackerel fish, which becomes prey to sharks, and when he looked at them, that was exactly what came to mind. But this made them even more angry, so they started using something much stronger than just a sword. It was a huge chain, which surprised even Gongchan. Although he was able to dodge this blow, there was simply no time to relax, because immediately after that new attacks flew at him, which Gongchan also successfully repelled with his ki. But one shuriken still reached the guy's body, tearing off his clothes. In any case, he was glad at that moment that he was able to put Weeva in this dome in time, and now he didn't have to think about her safety. Considering all these facts, he decided to act in a not entirely standard way, namely to take these guys away from himself and his student. They continued to pursue him, and as soon as they were able to catch up, they immediately tried to blow him up with small bombs. While Gongchan was trying to deal with the bandits who attacked him, one of the attackers decided that he needed to take something else. Uwa was very scared when she saw not her teacher, and then the dome that protected her completely disappeared right before her eyes, which made her even more scared. The bandit didn't think long before deciding that this girl was Gongchan's companion, and therefore he was also going to destroy her. But to his great regret, he did not have enough speed, because Gongchan managed to come to Uwa's aid and strike the man in the back. The girl immediately rushed to hug Gongchan, because she was actually quite scared. The young master assured her that everything was fine, because he was nearby. But she couldn't calm down just like that. She repeated several times that she heard the sound of an explosion and thought that something had happened to him. When those guys tried to blow up Gongchan, it was the last straw for him, so he used one of his most powerful techniques to punish those guys. They couldn't believe that the guy used a protective field that helped him hide from their attack. But they were not going to give up. Moreover, they believed that the guy was exhausted, so they could start attacking him again. And in some ways they were actually right, because when Gongchan put up a defense, he really did use too much energy. So he needed to deal with these guys as quickly as possible, because the more time passed, the worse it would be for him. Besides, these guys didn't even give him a chance to rest. They constantly attacked him. Therefore, at one point, Gongchan crouched down and used the heavenly sword with which he was going to destroy them. And how good it was that it worked, because the guy had too little energy left. It seemed that if this technique had not worked, then it would have been the end. He admitted that it was quite dangerous, and one could say with certainty that the steel shield helped him not to get seriously injured. Gongchan told Wenhua all this, but at one point he noticed that the girl simply fell asleep because she was finally able to relax. The young master did not wake her up and allowed her to sleep a little, especially since he was nearby, and nothing would happen to her for sure. Thus they reached a small town, which was also a port from which ships sailed to the capital. Quite a lot of time passed from that moment, and finally Wenhua woke up, and the first thing she did was go look for her mentor, which she saw as soon as she left her cabin. Gongchan stood on the ship and looked at the sunset, and when he saw the girl, he was incredibly happy that she finally woke up. Wenhua was so happy that they were on a ship, because she had never been on such big ships before, so she was so happy. According to Gongchan, they are now heading to a village that will be a little bigger than this one, and there will be a lot of people there, so he immediately asked the girl to be scared. Also before arriving, he told her once again that she should, if possible, always be with him. As soon as Wenhua stepped outside the ship, she immediately began to look around and observe how lively life was in this city. Gongchan even had to turn to the girl and tell her not to yawn and to follow him, because it was very easy to get lost in such a place. Then she decided to find out where they were going, to which he confidently answered her that first they would go to a black hole, and Wenhua knew what kind of place it was, because it was a famous place where they sold various goods and weapons. Gongchan also immediately decided to tell her a trick that when she gets lost, she should ask the Kaban beggars for directions, because they know everything that happens on Earth. But Wenhua didn't quite understand how she could do this, because there were so many people around. How could she even find them? According to Gongchan, each person has their own energy wave and aura, so a person who has mastered martial arts will feel stronger. Wenhua immediately understood that her teacher was telling her that she would be able to feel the energy wave, but Gongchan assured her that she didn't know this yet because she was just learning. But he was very good at recognizing auras, so he would be able to quickly find such a person. But before he could finish speaking, Wenhua started coughing because a guy who smelled really bad was passing by them. Uiwei became incredibly scared when he spoke to her, so she was unable to answer him. At this moment, Gongchan intervened at the right time and started talking about how his student had managed to find the beggar Kaban after all. This man didn't understand at all what these guys wanted from him. The only thing he immediately understood was that this monk was from the Chanam group. As it turned out, this city already knows that Gongchan is the main target of one evil group, which was surprising for the guy, because he did not expect that rumors could spread so quickly. After a short conversation, the man introduced himself as He Inshin. Next, he turned his attention to the student who was standing behind Gongchan. For the young master, it was so strange because this guy even knew about his student, how quickly rumors spread. And then He Inshin said that the power of Salgak, as the group of people who attacked Gongchan was called, was very strong. Salgak, Helman, Amgam, these three organizations were notorious for the fact that if a person becomes a target of three organizations, then it could only mean death. Hearing about this, Winhwa decided that today would also be dangerous, to which Gongchan answered her that it would always be dangerous, but she should believe her teacher, and then everything would be fine for them. He Inshin was incredibly surprised that they were alive, even though they had become targets of such a dangerous group, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Gongchan, who wanted to know if the Bongpa group also knew about this. The tramp didn't think long before answering that they already knew everything, but apparently these words didn't bother Gongchan at all, because he immediately decided to find out where the black hole was. After some time, Gongchan thought that the girls should worry less now that they had found the Black Eagle and Min Tongju. Winhwa confirmed his guess, and then suggested that the Black Eagle was one of the poisonous attacks that could release poison with both hands, which Gongchan confirmed without any problems. He didn't tell the girl about this, so he decided to ask her where she knew all this from, to which Winhwa answered him that she had read about it in a book, but she definitely didn't know what Min Tongjin was. Gongchan happily told her that it was a technique that was designed to gather information, and it allowed one to know the location and distance of enemies to some extent. Both martial arts were very useful. The next step was for Gongchan and Winhui to approach the local security group, who the young master asked to protect them for about 10 days. The head of this group was not at all afraid that Kaban and Salgak would collide. He was stopped by another question. This, of course, concerned money, and with a clear movement of his hand, he showed Gongchan that he had to pay them a considerable sum of money for them to do this. Gongchan was completely prepared for this, and as soon as the head of Kaban finished speaking, Gongchan immediately put money in his hand. The young master gave the man 2 coins, which, judging by the expression on the man's face, were clearly not enough. And before he could say anything, Gongchan suddenly added that they were paying this much now, but later they would definitely pay the rest of the amount. Then Gongchan knelt down in front of the girl and told her that at the moment they had an emergency situation. But she understood everything perfectly, and Gongchan in turn promised her that he would soon return and they would continue their training again. And the head of Kaban, seeing this, decided to say that now their group is responsible for their personal safety for 10 days. Gongchan was very grateful to them for this, and he also added that he trusted them, that they would really do everything to protect the girl. Meanwhile, he went to solve the problem that had arisen for him, thinking that they had successfully thrown the bait, and now all they could do was wait. After some time, everyone in the city was already discussing the fact that Kaban would fight Salgak face to face, which was incredible for every resident, because they knew how strong these two groups were. In any case, Salgak's reputation, in their opinion, should soon fade if they cannot deal with Sensadohep. Meanwhile, Gongchan moved away from the village as far as he could. Choho and San, this is the 12th commandment of the art of war, which is to call the tiger from the mountain. That's why Gongchan came here, because he believed that he needed to meet Salgak as they were supposed to. As soon as the guys from the Salgak clan started to get closer, Gongchan immediately used one of his techniques to stop them. Although this did not destroy them completely, it only made them even more angry. So they wanted to find and destroy Gongchan even more. But the young master was completely prepared for this, because he was standing alone in the middle of the forest, holding one sword in his hand and mentally preparing for battle. And as soon as they got extremely close to the guy, he discovered a man who had reached the pinnacle of his efforts and whom he definitely needed to destroy. Therefore, having jumped up from his place, Gongchan attacked this guy, but it was clearly not possible to destroy him so easily. And this became clear immediately, because this creature blocked Gongchan's blow, and then immediately added that he had only practiced in the mountains, and it would not help him here. And now that they are finally so close to each other, this madman is going to show the young master who is stronger here. Gongchan was able to dodge the first blow quite easily, but this is definitely not the end, and under no circumstances should he lose concentration. But as soon as he wanted to go on the counterattack, he realized that he had not dodged the blow after all, because poison began to spread in his chest, and his opponent immediately began to laugh at Gongchan, telling him that the poison was seeping into his wounded body, and soon he would feel nothing but pain. But apparently this madman overestimated his skills a little, because the guy had no wounds, and all that upset him was that he tore the clothes that he bought with his last money. This picture clearly surprised Gongchan's opponent, because he was sure that even such a small touch would be enough to defeat this monk. From that second on, inside this man's body, there was only fear from the fact that he understood that in front of him was a monster that came from Mount Chanam. After all, when he looked at the guy, he saw how he was still alive, and even waving his sword as if dancing, and he was also terribly fast, which caused him no less problems. Before he could think that at this rate he would have to run away because he would not be able to win, Ganchan at that very moment thrust his sword straight into his stomach. Next, Ganchan simply destroyed one opponent after another, without thinking about how strong they were. This group was known throughout their lives for their ability to quickly learn martial arts by penetrating through the opponent's body. But apparently today this definitely won't help them, because Ganchan is going to finish this fight right here and now. At this rate, Ganchan finished off everyone who attacked him, after which he concluded that now he himself behaved like a real monster. After such a battle, the first thing Ganchan did was go back to his student, who had been waiting for him so much, and had even begun to think that he might not return. The first thing she asked him to do was not to leave her alone anymore, which he would try to do. He then thanked his new friends for helping him and his student, and they couldn't believe that he actually returned alive. They couldn't even imagine that Ganchan would be able to destroy about 100 salsas and return alive. They even suggested that he make up a legend that they would tell their children, and they suggested calling it a salsa fight. Thus Ganchan once again brought glory to Jonam, who decided not to leave this situation just like that, and then pursued the Salkog for 6 months in order to destroy them all, to the last warrior. Thus, the number of victims in this clan became incredibly huge, which is why they decided to stop pursuing Ganchan. Meanwhile, Ganchan rested a little and decided that it was time for him to set out again, but suddenly he was stopped on the way by people unknown to him, in order to clarify whether he was that same monk Ganchan. The man who spoke to the guy immediately introduced himself so as not to frighten his interlocutor. His name was Ho Mokwan, and according to him, he was responsible for the altar in the Buddhist temple Hogan. According to him, he made a deal with the Chanam group and will now work at the temple from this year, and he also wanted to say that he was waiting for Ganchan to talk. In fact, the man wanted to say first that they needed Ganchan's help, but first he would like to invite Ganchan to the temple. But the guy had a better idea, namely to go in and have a little snack, and at the same time, talk about everything that interests a man. Ganchan was interested to know what they would ask them to do, but the girl couldn't even guess. The young master believed that what they needed most was their strength, something that Manhwa did not quite understand. It wasn't that it was bad for the guy. It was just that the last thing he wanted was to be asked to do something mean. In any case, she shouldn't think about it now. Now her responsibilities include eating as much as possible and, most importantly, not worrying about anything. Immediately after this phrase, Ganchan noticed that the very person who wanted to talk to them was already approaching them, and from his energy, Ganchan felt that he had been practicing Neigong for about 10 years, so one can conclude that he is clearly not so simple. The private army of Hogan. Here the production of high-quality goods has a long history since the Yuan Empire, so officials are very favorable to Hogan. Since medicine is developed there, they also sell clothes there, which officials love very much. Thus, the private army of Hogan was strengthening its power. But recently, for personal reasons, they turned to the Chanam group, and Ganchan almost immediately guessed that they did this in order to test their strength, which the man confirmed, and in fact for Ganchan this was quite an interesting idea. But in order to do this, the guy immediately told them that they must decide whether they are prepared enough to defend themselves. According to his interlocutor, the problem was that the private army of Daesongbal incited the Bon army, and they in turn received medicine from all over the country and delivered it to the imperial palace. But Daesongban said that the Bon army could not protect its goods. Hearing all this, Ganchan suggested that in that case they could actually just ignore them, and then, as it seemed to him, the problem would resolve itself. And then the guy was interrupted by a man who said that in fact they had planned to do so, but unfortunately at one point Habuk Penga intervened. This is not the first time Ganchan has heard this name, and he knows very well that Habuk Peng has a talent for adding fuel to the fire, so he is not surprised that everything happened this way. At that moment, the man was thinking that since Ganchan was a master, he probably already had something in mind. After all, he had survived the bloody battle with Salgak. There was also a thought in his head that if he had dealt with Salsu to the point of scaring Salgak into retreating, then he would most likely be able to deal with this as well. And then the man's thoughts were interrupted when Ganchan suddenly declared that he would try to cope with this without any particular problems. But the young master immediately told him that for this he would need some things to prepare. The man smiled and said that this was actually the easiest part, since they were practically the largest army. Ganchan was glad to hear this, and since they had to deal with Habuk Peng, He would like to ask for a secret technique similar to the one they had. He also wanted them to assign someone to him to compete in martial arts, and there was something else that couldn't be found in Hogan. According to Gongchan, they really needed Yuebin, who is loved by his student Wiwa. The next day, Gongchan and Wiwa went out for another training session, which Gongchan began by telling the girl that each school has different priorities. In the martial arts of Jeonnam, they focus on pleasure and happiness. He also added that the sword's change is inexhaustible, and its speed is like lightning, so it is difficult for anyone who encounters the Jeonnam sword. And if you add the hidden capabilities of Jinga, then few cats in the world can compare with the martial arts of Jeonnam. However, he still had to tell that Habuk Peng must also have his own vision and deep meaning, and it is important to understand this in order to then fight with them equally. At that moment, Viva looked at her teacher with loving eyes and thought only about how cool he was with a sword in his hands. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by some man who wanted to talk to Master Gongchan, and as soon as the young master admitted that it was really him, this madman jumped up and began to attack Gongchan. Gongchan immediately ordered Viva to leave, and he himself began to block the attacks of this madman. The young master did not understand what was going on here, because this man not only attacks well, but also fights back well. Gongchan didn't understand how this guy managed to get into Hagen so calmly. But now it seems that it is not so important, because Gongchan is now more important to do so, that he can fight off his technique, which is called Sea Green Fire. As soon as this was over, the stranger called it a trial period of battles and demanded money from him for his participation. Gongchan was surprised by his words, because he could not believe that in such a place he would meet a person who loved money even more than he did. Gripping his sword even tighter, he was in anticipation of the battle and even began to release chi energy, realizing that he was about to train with a truly unique opponent with extraordinary strength. Mr. Mokwan, who had clarified the situation by appearing, appeased the immortal master's greed by saying that Kalsin would receive his payment personally from Hogan Sandin. Having settled the main issue, he wished the boys a good time, training as much as they wanted. With the details of the sudden attack being explained, Gongchan looked at the guy from a different perspective and decided to greet him in a more pleasant manner. But he responded with a boastful and self-confident manner, saying that he had warmed up and was now not against a more serious battle. Sighing heavily, Nadezhda Jeonnam was surprised by his words at their first meeting, but took it for granted. Kalsin only fueled his interest, and at that moment they both furiously rushed into the attack to compete. Despite the fact that the opponent had been creating a rather bad picture of his personality from the very beginning of their meeting, Gongchan found it quite curious and even admitted that he liked this approach. In fact, the peculiarity of this fighter's style from Helsado was a real find for Gongchan and his student. It was no secret that the sword strikes resembled drawing lines. Fighting such an opponent, he began to find the battle entertaining, realizing that once he gained the advantages of his technique, becoming stronger would not be a problem. The constant pressure from his side produced some results, and the opponent's defense began to show some shortcomings. By fighting using ki, he was able to sense his opponent's mistakes due to the obvious flaws in the Blue Devil's techniques. In this case, all of his movements were simple, making them predictable. After a short training session with Kalsin in front of Viwa, the immortal master and his student returned to the room, and there he explained that things would change if Jeonnam and the characteristics of Jinga were combined. He asked her to remember everything that happened and would happen before her eyes, saying that in the future, this would help her greatly. Having remembered the advice of her teacher, the little student continued to study martial arts, singing cheerful songs. For Gongchan, this moment was very pleasant. Looking at the student, he mentally addressed the teacher Sajo, saying that he now felt the same as he once felt when teaching him the martial arts of Jeonnam. With great hopes for the girl, he promised himself that he would make the name of his clan resound throughout the world. Information about what Mr. Mokwan had planned reached the headquarters of his competitors. The manager, using his information networks, found out that the Jeonnam clan had decided to intervene in their local conflict, increasing its external influence. Given the change in the situation, they were forced to reconsider their tactics, and the head of Habuk Peng's private army, Peng Doral, wanted to know what his comrades thought and who exactly would represent the Jeonnam martial arts sect within their rival army. In response, he heard more precise information. One of his protégés said that the one who survived the skirmish with Salgak would represent Jeonnam. Such a statement seemed too loud, because knowing the authority and danger of Salgak, it seemed very interesting to hear the story of someone who managed to withstand the battle with their forces. His interest was sought to be satisfied by rumors that the master in question was an exceptional youth who had restored the lost glory of the Chanam sect. Murim was already filled with rumors that Ganchan had survived the Salgak's pursuit and even exterminated their strongest strike force, which indicated that at his age he had no opponent. In response, Peng Dorip asked his eldest son how to deal with such a threat. The meeting participants began to whisper and discuss possible solutions to this problem. One of them suggested that they should make a well-thought-out plan to eliminate the master from Chanam, after which it would not be difficult for them to deal with the competitors. But his words were not taken seriously, as they believed that Ganchan was not only strong, but also far from stupid. A more reasonable man said that an immortal master from a famous sect would not be able to be defeated by even the strongest old sage in their army, much less by a young one. He believed that in this case, they needed a guarantee of openness. The leader of the organization had the last words in the meeting. He admitted that Junam had gotten a really strong young man who had exceeded their expectations and was probably an ace in their sleeve. With a smile, anticipating an interesting development due to the sudden change, Pandoral offered his final solution to the problem by saying that they should let the guy work, after which they would have options to eliminate this threat. The meeting participants were wary of his words, but respecting his experience, they decided to let him take on the problem. Meanwhile, in the Hogan Sandan Temple, training of extraordinary masters continued. Thanks to their support, the young master's training was incredibly productive. Training with Khalsan was bearing fruit, and the research and training in martial arts was being successfully completed. Around this time, a date was set for a meeting with Hebuk Peng. Continuing to spend her free time efficiently, Weiwa studied the books of Janam's martial arts, while Wu Jin could not find a place to stay and walked in circles inside their rather spacious room, thinking about what to do next. He only had 10 days left, and the main problem was that he didn't know what to do to become even stronger. The difficult question kept bothering him, and he kept going around in circles, causing Viwa to wonder if he really had a problem with it. Turning to her teacher, she remembered that he had already learned so many techniques and spent so much time training that he had already surpassed all the masters of his age. Based on these words, she did not understand why he thought he had problems with his skill. In response, Ganchan explained that the Hogan Sandan told him that no matter the circumstances, he must become much stronger than he ever was before. Approaching the student, he revealed the situation from the side of his personal interests, saying that his goal was not to defeat the enemy soldiers, but to find a way to reach Huagan. The only clue to reach a new stage of development was the training of Sandanjung, but it was quite a risky path, because if you make a mistake, the energy will simply flow back to the brain, and thus you can lose your memory and become a fool. Having scared his student with this terrible prospect, he began to lead her to the idea of the importance of an alternative. This is how he justified his desire to find another way to become strong at the level of Huagan, because of which he has no other option but to constantly train and conduct research. Viva, being a child, did not fully understand his desires. In her childish eyes, he was already someone whose strength should be sought after, so she sincerely did not understand why he wanted to become stronger. Looking at the luxury items around him, Gongchan came up with a pretty good explanation. In response to her question, he asked her if she knew why people wanted to get rich. Weiwa had some difficulty and became silent, so the teacher explained his point by saying that it gave them freedom from money. As another example, he explained that rich people can eat expensive food as much as they want just by wanting to, while poor people limit themselves due to lack of money. With this phrase, he wanted to tell her that in the case of food, the rich are free in their choice, while the poor are limited by the lack of money. Returning to the original topic, he began to boast about his skills and had already answered her question, saying that by achieving a new level of mastery of martial arts, he would be able to become free from any danger in any area. In his eyes, Murim is full of danger, and in such an environment, only martial arts are the true source of freedom. Understanding what he was talking about, Viva, with a look filled with delight, promised that she would remember his words, that they would support her during her decline. Having finished this difficult conversation for the child, the caring teacher, with a kind smile on his face, suggested that they relax a little and go for a walk. In response, Viva said with a sparkle in her eyes that she could not wait for this offer. When they finally got to the city center, Viva was surprised at how many people there were. All this crowd needed to be directed somewhere, so there were staff at Hogan Sandan who announced news and events. In addition to the sights, their employee also suggested paying attention to this street, where the largest market in all of Murom was opening. Taking advantage of the opportunity to get a free consultation, Gongchan asked with a ridiculous expression where the nearest noodle shop was. His request made Weiwa feel awkward, and the man from Hogan Sandan was a little taken aback. After thinking for a moment, the man replied that if they went further, they would see the Cheongpeng Inn, where they would be happy to receive a treat. The mere mention of the inn drove the hungry Gongchan crazy, and he ran in the indicated direction with delight. Inside the crowded building, they were greeted with warm hospitality. Gongchan and Weiwa were delighted by the beauty of the building, but after looking at the menu, they quickly forgot about the wonderful interior and began to discuss what to choose from the variety of food. The worker Hogan Sandan, who brought them to this place, assured that everything was top-notch. The little student was the first to decide on the dish and chose noodles with pork, while Gongchan turned his attention to braised pork. Looking at the humble worker Hogan Sandan, the immortal master suggested that he not be modest and also choose food to his liking. Less than 20 minutes later, all the food was on their table. The sparkle in their eyes and the blush on their cheeks could be seen from afar, but even he could not fully describe their delight at the long-awaited meal. While they were enjoying the well-deserved reward for their work, some rather dangerous guys were already watching them. Gongchan, despite enjoying the food, could feel their gazes. Looking around, he saw 4 martial artists who were quite hostile. Noticing Gongchan's interest, the worker Hogan Sandan whispered that the people watching them so closely were the craftsmen from Habukpeng. A moment later, one of them jumped from the balcony to the first floor. Coming closer, he pointed his finger at the man from Hogan Sandan with a bold look, asking who he was and how he knew them. Fearing further conflict, the man in the blue kimono jumped up and greeted the guests respectfully, saying that there was no one here who would not recognize the people of Habukpeng. In justification for his glance in their direction and his whispering about their glory, he said that his companions were here for the first time and did not yet know who they were. Despite his respectful and extremely cautious speech, the master from Habukpeng grabbed him by the clothes and began to shout angrily that this was nonsense, that it did not concern his question, after which he again impatiently asked who they were. After these words, a loud sound resounded throughout the hall, attracting everyone's attention. It was Gongchan. He couldn't look at this disgrace any longer, and in order to stop it, he loudly hit the table. When all the visitors' attention was focused on him, he impatiently shouted that the strangers were behaving in an extremely rude manner. Naturally, this provocation worked perfectly. In response to the angry reaction of the army representative Habukpeng, Gongchan, without any fear of their authority, began to walk towards him, saying that the master in front of him was ill-mannered, since he did not know how to communicate with elders, which is the basis of etiquette. While the aggressively minded man stood there, beside himself with rage, a man came down to help him, saying that the impudent youth, unknown to them, was too sharp-tongued. The rest of their squad joined him, and he asked if Gongchan was really so bold as to mock their family. The immortal master continued his speech, noting that the old man who had joined their conversation must have heard one of his comrades addressing his elders. He stated that he did not understand why the impudent fellow was allowed to get away with not adhering to the old commandment of respecting one's elders. The answer infuriated the self-confident man, and he began to share the indignation of his younger comrade. Placing his hand on his sword, he asked the youth standing opposite him how he dared open his mouth. Realizing that things were heading towards a fight, Gongchan decided to help them make that decision and provocatively noted that Habukpeng liked to use force more than communication. After these words, he stated that in their Chanam clan, such behavior was not accepted. Putting his finger to his face, he said slyly and thoughtfully that he couldn't even imagine what the reaction of the head of Murom would be if he told him about this incident. Watching this conflict, Weiwa could not believe that her teacher was actually capable of behaving in such a way, inciting conflict. The provocation worked just fine, and in a moment one of those restless masters, Habukpenga, pointed his sword at him, aiming straight at his head. The calm Gongchan was prepared for such behavior from ill-wishers, so with one sharp movement, moving his finger away from his face, he began to release internal energy, forming a dense ball of ki. The burst of his energy not only blocked the attacker's blow, but also threw him aside. Looking at the enemy flying back, Gongchan shouted with displeasure that this was the only thing a person who did not know the manners of communicating with strangers, and especially older people, could do. As soon as one of the Habukpeng was eliminated, the eldest of these masters approached Gongchan and said that he was incredibly brave to dare to tease their big clan. In response, Gongchan justified his actions by saying that their representative started the fight first, and they do not admit it. His words turned out to be another provocation, and this man, who was also looking for a fight, furiously shouted that he was not allowed to speak in such a tone in their presence. Within moments, 2 more masters from the small group rushed at Gongchan on the orders of the eldest among them. They were so angry that they aimed at him blows that would kill an unprepared person. The flash of their energy raised dust, and before they even had time to notice, Gongchan had deftly slipped away, and in an instant appeared behind the back of the senior master among them. Concentrating chi energy on the tip of his index finger, the immortal master poked it at the back of the enemy's head. After making it clear that he might as well be dead by now, Gongchan removed his finger and stopped concentrating his energy, saying that they were too relaxed and overconfident when it came to conflicts due to their own arrogance. The anger that Master Habuk Peng felt at that moment could not be described in words. He clenched his teeth in anger but did not rush into the attack, realizing that they had already lost this fight. After that, he only pointed his finger hatefully at the immortal master and, guessing his name, shouted that they would not leave this. Having taken his weaklings, he left the guest house with them, leaving those present alone. As soon as it was all over, Gongchan, with his same kind and sincere smile, returned to the table and invited his comrade from Hogan Sandon to continue the long-awaited meal before the food got cold. Scared to death by such a dangerous encounter, the man could not believe what happened before his eyes. At that moment, he recognized the incredible power of the young master from Jeonnam. As a result of this conflict, stories of the skirmish between Gongchan and Habuk Peng's fighters spread within minutes. Therefore, many families wanted to know more about the young, talented master who began to enjoy great fame. Reading the news in the scroll, the mysterious rich girl was surprised by the funny nickname of the promising warrior, about whom rumors were spreading so quickly. Without leaving her room, she turned to the maid and asked to find out more about this mysterious man who was on everyone's lips. The attractive girl began to show interest in the immortal master, anticipating interesting events in their boring capital. Meanwhile, Habuk Peng's confident army began to reap the fruits of its labor. They couldn't believe that Gongchan was so much stronger than they expected. The leader could barely contain his anger as he listened to the report that their target's techniques were far from average, since he managed to deal with them with his bare hands in front of the entire inn. Despite their preparation, the local leadership was beside themselves with anger, because even Manhwa, one of the most outstanding masters of Habuk Peng, suffered in a duel with an immortal master who did not even draw his blade. The man realized that if they lost one more time, then the name of their army would fall, which would lead to an internal crisis of the organization. Based on such concerns, it was decided to change the way of conducting the conflict. In order to avoid the worst-case scenario, the daring manager decided to get rid of the enemy by any means available to him. As expected, a battle between representatives of the two armies was inevitable. Interested people flocked to the scene from all over the city. The arena was unusually crowded with soldiers, as it turned out. This was due to the fact that even Queen Manhwa came to watch this fight. In the capital, she is known as the owner of the Black Hole Market, the most successful place for selling magical items. The presence of the emperor's most beloved daughter made this duel the event of the year, although people did not yet know how incredible the duel would be. The referee of the battle announced the start of the duel, and the fighters reached for their weapons. At that moment, Gongchan was very puzzled by the question of how his opponent could change so noticeably in such a short period of time. Looking at the fighter opposite him, he could tell for sure that his technique had become much stronger, as even his internal energy was leaking out with impressive force. It was related to the use of a magic item from the Black Hole Market. Changpuquan is a medicine that doubles the strength by extracting it from the body. The effect of the increase lasts for 3 hours, after which it takes about half a year of treatment to restore the strength. Peng Munho ate what the Sapa group brought as an emergency measure to solve the problem that was so worrying to their pride. Gongchan looked thoughtfully at his opponent and noticed that he had somehow managed to hide such incredible power. His words were, of course, another provocation, because he understood that such progress on the part of the old man was simply impossible, and he must have done something tricky with his ki. Releasing even more energy, Master Peng Munho angrily shouted that the empty chatter had come to an end. With these words, he charged forward using the question and answer dance technique. Despite his sudden start and initiative in starting the battle, Gongchan continued to stand with a calm expression until the very end. Even when the enemy's blade was a few centimeters away from his body, he continued to concentrate on his opponent, analyzing his technique. He released his energy only at the last moment, he not only blocked the blow, but also applied even more pressure than his opponent. He had to release quite a significant amount of ki in order to deal with the enhanced martial arts veteran. After that, they jumped aside, and Peng Manhwa couldn't believe that such a young master was able to cope with his pressure. Sensing the enemy's panic, the immortal master began to provoke him and suggested that they fight with all their might. For the sake of a good fight, Gunchen began to release his energy so as not to be inferior to his opponent in terms of strength parameters. Such a powerful start to the battle between two monsters was a rare sight. Princess Yanhua had not enjoyed something like this for a long time. Showing himself at his best, the self-confident young man continued to apply psychological pressure, repeating his phrase about a serious fight. Peng Manhwa was on the verge of despair, filled with anger at the impudence of his young opponent, who dared to desecrate the honor of the Habuk Peng clan in front of the people of the capital. Considering his words to be empty talk, he continued to release his energy, preparing for another technique of terrifying power, which was enhanced by the use of an item from the dark market. The master from Junam was looking forward to something interesting. He was satisfied with the incredible strength of his opponent and understood that his strength, which was different from those he had already encountered, would give him the opportunity to learn something new and reach a new level, getting closer to enlightenment. For the next attack, Master Peng Manhwa used one of his clan's mysterious techniques called Earth Unification. In response, Gongchan gave him the opportunity to experience the power of one of the most famous techniques of the Junam clan, called the 36 Heavenly Swords. Both fighters rushed into battle to defend the honor of their organizations. Despite the increase in the senior master's brute strength, he was still unable to carry out a good attack and, under the pressure of his opponent's technique, went into defense. Another unsuccessful attack did not bring the desired result. Gongchan did not even move from his place, while Peng Manhwa was forced to change his tactics. Feeling tired, he acknowledged that he was up against a real monster. At the same time, he knew that he could not afford to lose. The only outcome that would satisfy his interests was an unconditional victory, regardless of the price that would have to be paid for it. The battle began to take a more serious turn, and Peng Manhwa gritted his teeth, releasing energy for his strongest technique. His entire body was engulfed in flames, and a bright, scorching flame began to rise above the arena. Seeing this, his colleagues were shocked, as this technique was impossible to confuse with anything else. Peng Manhwa began to use the 9 Lives technique, the death spell of their clan. Seeing his opponent's incredible rage, Gongchan realized that he was so angry that he could not be stopped. At that moment, he could only worry about himself. In order to avoid making a fatal mistake, the young master began to control his calm and clear mind. Cursing his enemy, Peng Manhwa once again rushed towards his opponent. A terrifying power was put into the incredible strike of the 5 Red Tiger technique of the Habuk Peng clan. The young master was no longer in the mood for jokes. The guy concentrated on how to withstand the full power of his opponent. Gathering his resolve, he realized that this was the decisive moment of this fight. Gongchan rushed towards the enemy to stop him. A huge explosion lit up the entire arena, demonstrating the incredible strength of the representatives of the 2 private armies who defended their honor through battle. After the failed attack, Peng Manhwa could no longer get back on his feet, and the enemy's sword ended up at his neck. Looking at the defeated enemy again, Gongchan admitted that it was very dangerous. The Hogan Sandin army won this conflict, and the crowd began chanting the winner's name. The most important visitor to this event was satisfied with the fight. Princess Yanhua became even more interested in the power of the mysterious master from the clan that everyone had long forgotten about. Returning to the temple of his allies, Gongchan decided to take a short rest for himself. His student was also present in the arena. She had been watching his fight from the very beginning, so after such stress, it was decided to have a little fun. In order not to be burdened with further training, he demonstrated to her the incredible possibilities of the dew paths, showing a very unusual use of ice magic. With his control over space, he could not only cool the dessert with his ice, but also crush it into the bowl. After pouring sweet additives on crushed ice, he introduced his student to ice cream, which no one knew about in their time. The mere sight of this unusual dessert filled the girl with admiration. Despite her caution in the face of the unknown, she decided to trust the master and tried the amazing ice cream. As it turned out, it was incredibly delicious. Her emotions spoke for themselves. To celebrate his victory, he prepared this treat for the rest of the boys. He introduced the dish from the future as Sobinro ice cream. Travelers could taste his dessert every time they visited Hogan Sandin. Rumors of the delicious dish spread throughout Hogan. After the celebration, Gongchan decided that he should return home. But the rumor that he was already packing led to unexpected events. The Hogan army received news that Queen Yanhua was planning to visit their temple in person, which meant that she also expected to see Gongchun. According to the messengers, she was interested in an incredible dessert called songbinro. The leader of the organization understood that this would change the schedule of their dear partner from Junam, so he apologized for the inconvenience and admitted that he relied on his decision, justifying the importance of this meeting by saying that the queen has many influential people under her command. The man also assured that he would definitely repay the master for this service. Gongchun could not refuse and admitted that this was not a problem for him, since the preparations were not complicated. The manager promised to do everything possible to facilitate his participation in servicing this visit, and once again thanked the young man for agreeing to help them once again. Viva looked at her teacher, not understanding how such a young master could be so respected even among the owners of large companies. The young master began preparations for receiving important guests. The student distracted him from his cooking. She was interested in the reason why the head of the army Sandin was so polite to her teacher. The guy replied that it was a matter of honor and that merchants, doctors, officials, and fighters were treated differently. He also believed that even though people were obsessed with honor, the chief's request could actually be harmful to the fighter, so he was very careful when asking for another favor. Viwa did not notice this, so the teacher said that she was still too inexperienced, but when she grew up, she would learn a lot and would be able to understand what happened that day. The ice preparation was complete. Gongchun was the only one in the temple who could use this kind of technique. A local chef with 30 years of cooking experience took on the task of personally preparing the unique songbinro for Her Majesty. Gongchun had no doubts about him, so he confidently handed over all responsibility to the experienced chef. Since they had some free time, the young master decided to put it to good use by training hard with his student. The girl was honing her punching technique, stance, and proper breathing. Gongchun sat behind her and simply made sure his student was doing everything correctly. Although he was planning to leave this place soon, he did not care about Queen Yanhua's visit, because he hoped that she would help his allies in some way. Just as he was thinking this, one of the servants of the Hogan army appeared on the horizon, hurrying towards the young master. Gongchun asked what happened and why there was such a rush. The exhausted and agitated man replied in a weakened voice that Her Majesty Queen Yanhua wished to see the immortal master in person. This unexpected news literally shocked the guy, because he thought that he would only have to deal with making ice. One of the most attractive and influential women was already inside the temple. Queen Yanhua is the emperor's daughter who received the most love, and is also known as the owner of the Black Hole Market. She is a woman who can make the entire capital move with a wave of her hand, and she has at her disposal huge amounts of money, information, and loyal followers. Her hobby is martial arts. She is not only talented, but also incredibly strong. People don't know this, but with such a personality, she has long been at the top among the highest class masters. If she had been born a man, she would certainly have become a powerful emperor. In fact, such a life seemed very boring to her. Even if she wanted something, she did not have enough freedom to make important decisions on her own. But at one point, a man appeared in front of her whom she wanted to meet at least once, and it was a student of Jonam named Gongchun. The immortal master immediately arrived to meet with Queen Yanhua. She was accompanied by high-level experts, and her security was, as always, top-notch. Gongchun was one of the few who could notice that out of the 3 people in front of him, the most unremarkable master belonged to the highest class. He immediately felt that this woman's aura was not so simple. The girl asked how the guy managed to make such an unusual dessert that satisfied her taste. The guy honestly answered that he only made ice, so the chefs of Hogan Sandin should be praised. The young master's modesty in front of the queen of the capital was very sincere, which increased her interest in this young man. Taking his words into consideration, she replied that even if that were so, in her opinion, his merit was not small. So she declared that she would fulfill one of his wishes. The guy was a little confused, as he did not expect that the dessert from his past life would win the heart of the emperor's daughter. Thanking the respected girl for her praise, he noted that this was only a small part of what he could do for her. Still, he had one old dream that he wanted to fulfill. Raising his head, he said that he heard that the owner of the dark market was collecting martial arts books for training. He was very interested in the knowledge, so he asked for the opportunity to access their library as a reward. This unexpected answer made the queen's guards think that the young master was a real fool. While the masters standing behind the queen were holding back their emotions, Yanhua began to laugh loudly out of genuine surprise. She couldn't believe that instead of something truly incredible, the immortal master only wanted access to books on martial arts. so she asked him with a keen gaze, and in all seriousness, if he was sure of his choice. Seeing the princess's gaze and her movement of energy, Gongchan once again became wary, recognizing the incredible power of this girl. However, the unusual answer of the famous master from Chanam once again confirmed that he's a very interesting guy. Manhwa did not want to dissuade him. Moreover, she asked what philosophy he follows. The master answered that he adheres to the earthly Tao, one of the categories of the Chinese philosophy of Confucianism. In response to his words, Manhwa promised that she would fulfill his request, asking in exchange for him to tell her what goals he was pursuing by studying martial arts. The guy once again thanked the queen for the honor of meeting her in person and left the hall. Manhwa left a very strong impression on him. The guy saw such a young person for the first time who had an incredibly strong aura. He admitted that her internal energy was at least 2 times more than his. Still, he was more than pleased to have met her, for the reward was incomparably valuable. On the same day, he received permission to visit the Mugo Palace. When he saw the local library, the boy couldn't believe that there were so many books in all of Kanho. His interest was piqued as he examined each of the shelves. The librarian warned him that according to their deal, he could only stay inside for 12 hours. The guy thought that this was more than enough. Without wasting time, he selected several of the most interesting works for him and began to study them. The libraries of the Chanam sect and the great Jagal family were no match for what the library of Mugo Fortress was. 12 hours of studying books on various martial arts passed pretty quickly. The time was up, and the librarian approached the master to warn him about the end of the session. The guy thanked him for such an opportunity and said that he had just managed to study everything he could wish for. He read many fundamentals of various arts, thanks to which he was able to learn that he still lacked a lot to become a master of the highest level. He also learned that even useless martial arts were interesting and could be used to increase the effectiveness of his own techniques. Learning things like this fueled his interest, as it brought him closer to a new level of mastery. Having learned a lot of new things, the boy went back to the temple of his comrades to share his new knowledge with his student. The next day, the long-awaited meeting took place at the Hogan-Sandan Temple. Gongchan hadn't seen Sahin, who came as a representative of the private army, for a long time. He reported that the Bond group was on its way home, and thanks to the training developed by the immortal master, the warrior's recovery process had become much faster. After hearing positive feedback about the work done, Gongchan realized that he had done everything he could, so he decided not to delay returning home. As he bid farewell to the manager, he asked him to keep an eye on the Bond group while thanking Sahin for his attention to the process. Gongchan and Viwa set off on their journey so that the road would not be boring. The guy began to talk about what he managed to learn in Mago's castle. Evening came, the guys were still on the road. After a long stay in the capital, Viva completely lost the habit of this kind of activity. To distract herself from her fatigue, she asked the teacher how long it would take to train to reach his level. After thinking for a bit, the guy answered with a smile that he didn't know the exact answer, but assumed that it would take about 20 years to achieve this goal. But looking at his student, he recognized that she was a quick learner, and if she continued to work hard, she would quickly become a master, because she continued to hone her skills even while returning home. Despite the positive answer, her look was still pitiful. She was worried about where they would spend the night. The guy reassured her, saying that this time they would not set up camp, because they were already very close to the village, where they could spend the night and take a shower. This answer encouraged his student, and she began to walk much faster. But the village they were heading to was brutally attacked. Everything around was ablaze. We don't know what goals the bandits were pursuing, but it was obvious that they spared no one. The big fat leader of the bloody murderers gave the order to speed up, to loot all the houses, not sparing the local residents. The surviving people tried their best to save themselves. Despite posing no threat to their attackers, the brutal killers continued to stalk anyone who witnessed their atrocities. The terrible sight, smoke, and fire took their toll, and one of the last surviving women was unable to escape. With a child in her arms, she tearfully begged to spare at least her defenseless little son. But one of the attacking villains with Mongolian features was not going to spare them, even though they did not pose any threat to them. Taking a knife in his hands, he rushed at the defenseless woman, saying that he hated the noise of crying children. At that moment, the single mother resigned herself to the fact that this was the end. But to her surprise, the robber never got to her. Some magic balls hit him, which threw him back. Looking up, she saw the face of her savior. Gongchan and his student were late, but at least they managed to prevent another death. It was obvious from the immortal master's face that he was beside himself with rage. The boy gritted his teeth, not having the patience to contain his rage. Filled with anger, Gongchan was no longer able to control his raging energy, and shouted that the bandits must stop immediately. The appearance of the daring stranger alerted the bandits, who were turning the peaceful village into ashes. Walking calmly towards the enemies, the immortal master nervously asked who they were and how they dared to commit such a horror. Looking at the young master, the leader of the bandits could tell for sure that he was strong. But despite this, he believed that he was only one, so he would not be able to cope with their numerical advantage. Being confident in his fighters, he ordered them to destroy the insolent man. The enemies began to run towards the immortal master. Gongchan asked his student to hold on tightly, as they were about to fight. Looking back, the guy was once again convinced that he was dealing with non-humans. These bandits not only turned a peaceful village into ashes, but also spared neither adults nor children. The inhumanity of the enemy squad, as expected, drove the guy crazy. The angry master was ready to tear them to pieces. The confident, experienced fighters from some backwoods didn't even worry about the fact that they were up against a real monster. They thought that he wouldn't be able to do anything because he couldn't even move properly because he had a child hanging on his back. Having attacked the young master together, the robbers could not even imagine that their fate had already been decided. At that moment, the guy was controlled by his anger, so he didn't even think about the rational use of energy. Without even taking out his sword, he began to destroy the bandits with shots of chi energy. None of the enemies managed to get close to the immortal master. Before the eyes of the bandits, the bodies of their comrades turned into a sieve. The frightened killers no longer felt like hunters. Seeing the helplessness of their squad, they began to run, forgetting about the prey. But Gongchan couldn't allow this. He clearly saw each of the enemies. Never before had he looked so menacing as he did at that moment. Frightened by the inhuman strength of the enemy, the robber ordered his soldiers to flee into the forest. The young master's hatred indicated that they had no chance of escaping punishment. But at that very moment, the guy heard a heavy cough from one of the lying men, whom he thought was already dead. Having let the student down from his shoulders, he immediately ran to the wounded old man to try to save him. Raising the poor guy's head, Gongchan began to use one of the healing techniques to at least ease the pain from the wounds. Looking around, he realized that his efforts would not be enough to change anything. Gongchan was too late, but he fought to the end for the lives of those who were still conscious. The great grief of the disciple of the Jeonnam clan turned out to be good news for the leader of one of the dark organizations of Kanho. One of the scouts turned to his master and reported that their fighters had begun to track the activities of the bandits. The master was glad to hear this. It was to his advantage, so he decided that it would be a good idea to endow the forest robbers with magic. Looking at the map of Shadow Organization's activity, he assumed that soon the emperor would be perplexed by what was happening inside his domain. It was hard for him to even imagine what the Muram Alliance and the 4 blood clans with the most power in their hands would do. Judging by his gloating smile, he was in anticipation of the events that were approaching. The malicious laughter of one of the leaders of the dark organizations indicated that he was already eager to join the fun. Meanwhile, inside the village, which the immortal master had barely managed to save, attempts to save the wounded continued. In one of the surviving buildings, a hospital was created, inside which Gongchan, together with his student, treated the surviving residents. The guy couldn't cope with the number of patients, so he asked to bring the medicines that had survived inside the recently burned down pharmacy. The local pharmacist did not survive. There was a critical shortage of free hands, and the greatest responsibility fell on the shoulders of the immortal master. There were too many wounded, but one of the residents was still able to bring people to help. As it turned out, they were the craftsmen who were nearby. They noticed the smoke coming from the peaceful village, so they headed in its direction. Among them was Gongchan's disciple named Dokyeon. Upon learning of what was happening, he immediately came to his elder brother's aid. Without wasting time on greetings, Gongchan asked to immediately begin helping the villagers. The smart guy brought several of his personal students, doctors, and medicine, so the situation became more manageable. The reinforcements began treating the sick, significantly reducing the burden on the immortal master, who had not had time to rest from the journey. Moreover, they had a cart, thanks to which they managed to bring some food for the affected villagers. The work continued until the evening. The sun began to set, and some of the participants in the rescue of civilians were finally freed. Having done everything in his power, Gongchan and his student were finally able to lie down on the ground to rest. Recalling the conversation with his student, the immortal master asked when he had managed to acquire followers. But Dokyeon unexpectedly replied that in fact he did not have any students, but 3 years ago, he began to think about taking his nephew as a student. This was good news, so Gongchan praised his younger brother for his efforts and asked how old his nephew was. The boy replied that he was only 3 years old, so he would introduce him to the course of training when he reached the age of 6. The immortal master acknowledged that this was a wonderful idea, as 6 years old was a great age to begin learning the ways of the Tao. He wished his disciple to work hard, as then the results would be inevitable. During the conversation, they did not even notice how tired Viva fell asleep. The girl worked together with her teacher without stopping the process. Returning to his conversation, Gongchen asked the student if he had managed to find out where those cruel bandits came from. The boy replied that not far from this village, there was a den of theirs called Hvarench. Having learned this, Gongchen raised his sword and said that the master should not pass by such cruel murderers, so it was decided to visit the den of robbers. Rising to his feet, the boy walked towards the forest and asked Dochin to keep an eye on the village and his dear student. When he moved away from prying eyes, hatred for those bastards who had carried out such a cruel robbery of the peaceful inhabitants of an innocent village appeared on his face. Closer to midnight, Gongchen finally reached the enemy fortress, which was located in the forest near the village. The local onlookers went about their usual business, feeling safe, for they had never before encountered enemies who would dare to attack their fortified lair. But this time it was time to pay the price. Only one master began to administer his justice. He agitated the guards with a surprise attack on one of the bandits. While the frightened killers were trying to find the culprit of the attack, the master was already behind them, filled with hatred for such cruel and inhuman villains. With dexterous and stealthy movements, he began to get rid of the wall guards one by one. Having neutralized the defenders of the enemy fortress walls, the guy moved on. Despite the low level of defeated enemies, he was bothered by a strange feeling that came from the central building of this fortress. Taking a closer look, he realized that he could clearly feel the energy of the Dark Master. Moreover, it was obvious that the owner of the sinister energy was a high-level master. Besides him, there were about 600 bandits inside the building, making it obvious that this was not an ordinary gang of thieves. The boy was filled with anger. He realized that the recent crime was not an ordinary act of a bandit. One of the Dark Masters was involved in it. It was obvious that the power of the enemy army was simply incredible, and those he saw in the village were just pawns. The evil energy that was coming out indicated that this was a devil church. It was not just a gathering of bandits, but even though the devil church members were everywhere, Gongchen believed that this did not mean that they could not be defeated. The first place the immortal master entered was a prison where there were many peaceful prisoners. The place was well defended. The children who were kidnapped in front of their parents could not hold back their tears. The enraged guards couldn't stand the noise here, so they shouted at the poor guys and threatened to kill them. The self-confident killer with a sly smile said that if the girl did not shut up, then he would end her suffering once and for all. Despite this situation, the prisoners clung to their lives with all their might, hoping for a miracle that could save them. It was such a miracle that the master, unknown to them, quietly made his way inside and was able to get rid of the guards one by one. The last of the robbers was beside himself with rage and asked the stranger to state his name. But in response, the fast master only instantly closed the distance and dealt him a strong blow to the stomach. Despite his incredible hatred for these inhumane murderers, the young man could not allow himself to kill them in front of the children. Having dealt with the local filth, he gave the prisoners hope of salvation. First of all, he approached the frightened girl and promised that he would soon free her, but she would have to wait a little, since it would be too dangerous now. Looking around, Gongchen admitted that this room was too big for a prison for mountain bandits. In addition, it was suspicious that there were too many captured civilians here. The bandits took everyone captive, both adults and children. It was difficult to predict the intentions of these killers. Why they brought so many people here remained a mystery. The palace still had no idea what was going on inside their fortress. In order not to drag things out, Gongchen loudly greeted the local onlookers with a powerful explosion, with the help of which he managed to get rid of dozens of bandits at once. At that moment, the occultists realized that they were under attack. The robbers, busy with their own affairs, did not expect such a sudden attack. Fearing the mysterious enemies, one of the fortress's fighters hid behind a cart to avoid being hurt during the fight. His surviving comrade informed him that it was definitely a master of some kind. Despite this, they could not understand why, with the master's canopy, he was wearing clothes that were alien to his status. The frightened boy replied that he did not know the exact answer, but he was sure that it was the clothes of the Junam clan. After these words, everything became clear. The robber realized that this was the same disciple of the famous sect whom they met during the robbery of one of the villages. But just knowing the situation didn't help him avoid punishment. feeling the energy of the young master's attack, he realized that they were dealing with the posthumous successor of Master Dosin. With just one long-range attack from the immortal master, the cart containing the stolen goods was lifted into the air. Filled with anger, the boy said there was no point in hiding because he would not let them get away with it. He promised that on this night they would take on everything they had done to innocent people all this time. The news of the Jeonnam disciples' invasion reached the demonic church, and hearing the noise and commotion, the occultists began to come out. Their powerful aura began to spread at an even faster speed, each of them looking quite troubled. Looking at the enemy fighters, the boy knew that he would have to face 4 strong warriors in the end. First, he wanted to deal with the largest of them, as he thought that he could be quite problematic. Fearing its raw, destructive power, Gongchan planned to tear it apart with one lightning-fast dash. His enemy was beside himself with anger. The released dark energy began to spread throughout the entire courtyard. He promised to deal with the culprit of this turmoil. The subordinate thugs immediately rushed into battle, leaving their master behind. Having assessed the number and strength of the enemy squad, Gongchan began to release energy. With his incomparable speed and acceleration, he got rid of all the villains in the blink of an eye. The next target was the thug who was guarding the entrance to the church. The guy immediately rushed to attack him, continuing to fight with his bare hands. Surprised by the power of the young master, the brute said that he had previously thought that he could deal with the cute boy without much difficulty. The occultist's arrogant words made the boy act more decisively, so he began to release even more energy to put it into a strong blow. The loud sound and bright flash from the powerful explosion was noticeable even from the forest. The brute was surrounded by the energy of an immortal master, who tried his best to destroy him with the first blow. Despite all efforts, the man continued to resist. Although he was incredibly strong, his self-confidence was shaken when he had to take such an incredible blow. This point-blank attack was called the Orv Strike. The brute's body began to be surrounded by steam. He withstood such an amount of energy that was enough to deal with an entire squad of bandits. Even though Gongchan acted in a way that would definitely deal with his opponent, the confident smile on the man's face never disappeared. Stepping aside, the immortal master continued to monitor the condition of his opponent. Unexpectedly for him, the man raised his head and began to laugh loudly, calling the young master's attack incredible. Gongchan didn't understand what was happening. He was sure that he had definitely damaged his opponent's insides. But despite this, he could still stand on his feet. Looking at the young master with a threatening look, the man said that now it was his turn. The occultist began to release a large amount of dark energy that was embedded in his huge sword. The powerful blow caused a loud sound, and a high column of dust rose above the walls of the robber's fortress. This blow was more than enough for his huge sword to cut through even the stone floor. Despite his efforts, the scarred-faced bandit was unable to catch the boy, who disappeared from his sight for a moment. Having a significant advantage in maneuverability and speed, Gongchan found himself behind the enemy. Since the first blow did not bring any result, he decided to attack the big guy in the back, using the same magic. His decision turned out to be correct, and this time the man began to scream in pain. Another powerful explosion shook the entire enemy fortress. This time, the enemy could not hold on and fell to the ground, with such a powerful blow creating a large hole around his body. Believing that this big guy was finished, Gongchan began to survey the area for the next targets. Suddenly, he heard the low voice of his opponent start coughing loudly. A dark and terrifying energy appeared behind him, which belonged to his opponent. Despite the point-blank attack, this terrifying opponent was able to stand his ground, and what's more, he was willing to continue the fight, saying that it was quite painful this time. Another attack did not bring the desired result. Gongchan learned the enemy's technique. In the library of the Magi fortress, he became familiar with this kind of special martial arts. The self-confident occultist threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he did not mind telling his enemy what had really happened. He admitted that the immortal master had very strong arms, but noted that this was not enough. As it turns out, he used a technique called the immortal blood strike. Clenching his fist, he believed that this was exactly what would make him the best martial artist in the world in the future. But Gongchan disagreed with his words, replying that the immortal blood strike would be of no use, since the outcome of the battle had been predetermined when he had broken into this fortress. The determined guy took on his opponent seriously, and drawing his sword, declared that in the next few minutes the thug would say goodbye to life, never having realized his dream of becoming the champion among the masters. The man, angry at the young master's insolence, rushed to the attack, as he could not come to terms with his words. With a furious cry, he struck the first blow, which could split even stone. But the student of Jeonnam was much faster. He dodged the blow and in the blink of an eye found himself behind the enemy's back. Seeing the young master's unexpected maneuver, the thug said that he could not be defeated by tricks alone. He considered his opponent's behavior to be real impudence, and with each subsequent blow, his gaze became more and more inhuman. Holding the opponent's sword, Gongchan began to release his energy. Master Zhongnam's unexpected move made the occultist nervous, as he did not know what was coming next. Even though the immortal master's blade was much lighter, by strengthening it with internal energy, Gongchan was able to reduce the enemy's advantage to 0. Coming into contact with the young master's energy, the enemy fighter began to feel pain similar to the burns of flame. At that moment, Gongchan said that he had already understood all of his habits and principles of movement, so he saw right through him. Seeing the weakness of his opponent, the young master decided to put an end to their duel. The blade of his sword slashed across the demonic fighter's neck. With one precise blow, he was able to finish this fight. The raid on the enemy fortress was successfully completed thanks to the power of just one Hermit master. Closer to the morning, Gongchan dealt with all the affairs inside the enemy fortress and returned to the village where his comrades were located. He managed to tie up the robbers and bring them along with him. Dokian couldn't believe his eyes that his uncle had taken on such a huge force all by himself. Standing in front of the captured bandits, he declared that these guys were arrested and should be handed over to the state. In addition, he freed all the prisoners from the prison of the enemy lair. He asked his comrades to help them return to their homes. Having finished explaining the situation, he asked where his student was. The guy replied that she was continuing to train. After these words, the calm Gongchan asked his comrade to take care of everything else. Having fulfilled his promise to the village, the master went to rest from a hard night. While in the healing bath, the boy began to think about the enemy technique called the immortal blood strike. He managed to find out that the bandits were kidnapping people to increase their magical powers. Moreover, they needed women from the southeast to absorb their blood and thus increase their achievements. If you follow this secret method, then following the example of that brute, the speed of healing wounds on the body increases exponentially, and the fighter becomes much stronger. So it could be confidently said that this devilish magic is extremely dangerous. Filled with anger, the boy thought that calling them animals sounded like a compliment, and he wanted to destroy any of those who pursued such teachings. News of the attack on the fortress of the allied lair of bandits reached one of the larger organizations. The scout began his report, during which he informed his master that the bandits had been attacked by the one called the Lord of Life and Death, and that they had also managed to smell the scent of the attacker's clan. Despite the disappointing news, the master of the blood cult was not upset. He believed that there was nothing wrong with encouraging fighting between clans and small bands of bandits. This was to his advantage because the angrier the bandits were, the sooner their time for military action would come. Anticipating the moment to attack Kanho, the man began to laugh maliciously. After resting, Gongchan returned to his duties. Having completed many important tasks, he was so tired that he lay down right on the table. He has been inside this village for a month now. Thanks to his students, it was not that difficult. The moment he remembered his followers, Dokian appeared in front of him. Gongchan asked why his student was acting so badly, reminding him that he was a pretty calm guy when he was a child. Dokian replied that his activity was due to an urgent matter. As it turned out, he received an order to convene. There will be a major punitive event for criminals in the Muram Alliance. Upon hearing this news, Gongchan asked the student to tell him more about it. The guy replied that according to rumors, even the military brass would be present at this event. He was also told that an army of more than 50,000 personnel, including both regular soldiers and a small number of elite fighters, had been deployed there. Hearing this, Gongchan thought about it. It seemed strange to him that the military began to move to this event in order to deal with the bandits. But despite this, the Muram Alliance was still unable to intervene. Getting up from the table, the boy suggested moving forward and asked the student to warn Vikva. The young master didn't like this whole situation very much because he thought that this was the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the Alliance members continued to fight the bandits, who had become more active recently. Another lair was destroyed. The master, who had defeated the strongest enemy, leaned on his sword. It was a tough fight. He stood his ground, but he couldn't avoid getting hurt. The robber lying on the ground was defeated. In the end, he asked the name of the young man who was able to defeat him. Rising to his feet, the boy asked the defeated killer to go to the other world, where he should call the name of his conqueror as Munju of Mersenmun. The robber lying on the ground was enraged by the youth's insolence, saying that such a runt as he should not be so impudent. Not wanting to listen to the delirium of his defeated enemy, the master relieved him of his suffering. Taking a last look at his opponent, he said that he was said to be a strong fighter. He did not expect that the man who was just a bandit leader would be so agile in combat. Despite his efforts to avoid making mistakes, he was unable to avoid injury. Placing his hand on his injured shoulder, the boy decided to first treat his internal organs that were injured by the enemy's techniques. He did not expect that magic would spread even among the bandits. His father was right. Despite the might of the bandits, Munju of Musongmun's fighting skills exceeded all enemy expectations. The next morning, the young master set out on his journey. He was puzzled as to why everyone was going with him. He thought that it was not necessary to go together, so he said that they could have gone separately. Doqian countered by saying that if a fight broke out on the way, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Folding his hands in front of him, Gongchan replied that he was being told this by someone who had literally smashed his opponent to smithereens. Raising his finger wisely, the boy calmly replied that he was not the only good warrior here, noting that the temple intensively practiced combat tactics. Looking at his student, the young master sighed and thought that Doshin had become so secretive quite unexpectedly, even though he had been quite meticulous and serious as a child. After that, he decided to inquire about the boy that Doshin would bring to them in Junam when he turned 6. He wondered if the boy had any talent for martial arts. The student replied that it was still difficult for him to answer this question, since the candidate was still too young. Despite this, the family already had high hopes for him in the future. Hearing this answer, Gongchan concluded that in any case, if the boy did not become strong enough, then their hopes would be unjustified. The boy agreed with his teacher's words, adding that it would be enough for his nephew to reach at least the level of a master, but if he could not, then their family would again face disaster. Gongchan didn't understand why Doqian was talking about it in such a sad tone, thinking that the situation had gotten worse. He said that they could always count on his help. Placing his hand on his student's shoulder, he admitted that he could see that something was going on between them. He asked him not to worry and to be open if they needed his help. Taking his hand away from his comrade, he confidently said that they were one family, in which there should be no room for secrets. After these words, Gongchan walked forward. Looking at her older brother, the observant Viva was puzzled. There was a clear determination in Doqian's eyes. He was ready to face the problems personally, without outside help. Soon the boys reached their destination. Teacher Chun Jin and his comrades were discussing the fighting in Kanho, and on their table was a huge map with marks showing the location of enemy forces. It's hard to say what they were talking about, but it seems they had some kind of solution to this situation. Taking his comrades' words into consideration, Teacher Chun Jin began to think about how the Chanam clan should act in this case. After discussing the plan of action, the man went out to meet with those clan warriors who had come to them after receiving the letters. Addressing his fighters, Chun Jin stated that their clan could not calmly watch the royal troops take over the affairs of Shanxi province. He believed that they themselves should deal with the bandits. It was their duty as the strongest organization in their province. His words found support among those present. The anger that had accumulated in him over the recent period of observing the impunity of the enemy units was clearly visible on Gongchan's face. Having set off on his journey, the boy could not help but ask his teacher a question about how he had made such a decision. Gathering his courage, he said that it was a matter of pride for their clansmen. His words slightly disappointed the student standing behind him, but this dialogue was unavoidable. He tried to stop his uncle, but the nervous boy replied that there was nothing good in going to the slaughter in such a crowd. He was sure that the emperor's troops would cope without their help. Stopping and looking at his rowdy student, Teacher Chun Jin asked why he continued to object. The guy replied that he did not understand their motive because the royal troops had already arrived at the scene, so they should not interfere. The man replied that his student did not understand the situation. For him, the hike was a great opportunity to show everyone the seriousness of their intentions. Besides, he didn't like the fact that Gongchan dared to oppose the instructions of a person standing above him. The guy, a little confused, began to justify himself, saying that he did not object to his idea, but simply urged his teacher to think more rationally. Surprised by the young master's impudence, the teacher asked in bewilderment when he had started arguing. He thought that he should help those in need and follow orders, but as it turned out, the guy had only gotten some nonsense into his head. A little offended by the above words, Gongchan thought that he had always been like this. The master of life and death, unwilling to agree with the teacher, simply looked away. Looking at the student, the puzzled Chun Jin could not understand what was going on, thinking that Gongchan was obedient as a child, but over time, he turned into a real rebel. After thinking the situation over, he decided that he should somehow choose a day to teach his impudent student a good lesson. The Jeonnam clan were not the only ones who went to eliminate bandits in this province. The Volcanic clan were also on their way to the same destination, led by an elder named Jong Hoja. Turning to his follower, he asked how far the Jeonnam clan had gone. A martial artist named Mu Hyunja replied that rumor had it that Jeonnam had crossed the checkpoint 6 days ago, which meant that they would reach the guard post in about 10 days. The elder replied that with this information, they would reach their destination faster than their competitors. He believed that this was their chance to tell the people of Kanho about the power of their clan. They planned to spend the night in the village for the next day, postponing the attack until the next day. They were going to fight fairly, so as not to ruin their reputation. Muhenja took the elder's words into consideration and agreed with the plan of action. Jung Hoja's determination was that despite the losses, he was not going to give ground to the Jeonnam clan. He believed that they had a great opportunity to restore the former glory of the Volcano clan. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Jeonnam sect stopped to discuss the rumors and their next plan of action. Thanks to intelligence information, they had an important map. They were not sure of its veracity, so one of the important tasks was to verify the information. Fighters named Gohu and Kondo were the ones that Master Chun Jin was willing to entrust with a task of great importance. He asked them to take 3 clan disciples each to go on reconnaissance to check the area against the map. Turning to the experienced young tactician, the teacher counted on Gonson. He asked what his actions would be if this map turned out to be reliable. Looking thoughtfully at the map, the guy began to think about his approach to this situation. Given the description, he said that the road described on the mountain was too narrow and steep. He was interested in spending some time on laying out a new, safer road. Surprised by the answer, Chun Jin asked again if he really wanted to bother with such actions. Gonson confidently answered that they had no other option. He asked for some people to cut down trees to make another path. The commander-in-chief of the action was interested in the young man's decision, so he asked in which direction their new path would go. Gonson looked at the map again and replied that it was worth choosing the side part, justifying this by the fact that in this case, the enemies would not have time to defend themselves during an attack. Gonson was extremely surprised by his brother's knowledge, noting that he was an excellent tactician. After discussing all the details, the preparations were completed, and the commander-in-chief announced that they would begin tomorrow. He asked his fighters not to kill those bandits who would surrender, after which he wished everyone good luck in the battle. The next morning, the fighters woke up with thoughts of how to deal with the enemies and defend the honor of the Jeonnam clan. Despite this, Gongchan was not at all worried about the battle, but was more concerned about how his student was doing, with whom he was forced to part ways for the first time in a long time. With his hands behind his head, he thought about how strong he would have to become to gain freedom from such circumstances. He suggested that he should rise to a status even higher than a master, believing that he needed to achieve some previously unseen level of martial arts. Gongchan thought that if he had not known other martial arts during that attack, he would have lost his precious student forever, who was left defenseless in the face of the enemy when the barrier technique dissipated. In addition to combat skills, it was important to listen to the environment and help those around him, although he realized that it was impossible to protect everyone. The hermit grabbed his head because he could no longer stand all these thoughts about responsibility for his comrades. Resolutely placing his hand on his sword, he decided not to bother his head with nonsense any longer, deciding to set out on the mission. After these words, the guy headed for the exit. Together with his comrades, he went to prepare the place for battle. Using his sword as an axe, the boy deftly chopped down the trees that were in his path. He helped his guys make a new road, which would give them a tactical advantage over the enemy bandits. But at one point, the guy felt an enemy presence. Dozens of enemy arrows began flying in their direction. This sudden attack took them by surprise, but was no real threat to such an experienced master. Despite the bandits' pathetic attempt, the road to the security post was successfully completed. Commander-in-Chief Chung Jin stepped forward to warn his enemies of the siege. He informed them that Jeonnam would spare all who surrendered, while the rest would face certain death. After these words, the fighters rushed to the attack. In order to limit their maneuverability, the bandits had built a fortification of sharpened sticks in advance. Their plan was quite good, but among the vanguard fighters, there were those who had mastered the Jeonnam sword techniques to a high level. Thus, the fortifications that were slowing down the army were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Despite the rapid advance, the commander-in-chief was alarmed by the strange behavior of the enemy army. The lord of the bandit fortress was looking forward to the battle. He was glad to meet the warriors of the Jeonnam clan, considering them incompetent weaklings. The area around the fortress began to fill with evil energy. At that moment, even Gongchan was excited. He began to recognize the nature of this technique. As it turned out, it was a spell to protect walls, one of those practiced by the dark organizations of Kanho. Despite the danger of the enemy force, Gongchan was interested in their approach and believed that he should also learn something similar. In order to find out where this sinister technique came from, the boy began to use the power of yin-yang. His senses began to sharpen, and the master began to move closer and closer to the enemy fortress. Once inside, he saw several strong fighters protecting a mysterious man in long clothes. It was obvious that he was the same spellcaster. Having learned all the necessary information, the boy began to think about what he could do with the magical fog that limited their view for attack and made them vulnerable to enemy arrows. However, he didn't have to spend much time thinking about it, because he decided to engage in real madness. Having some good techniques in reserve, he began to create a small whirlwind right on his palm using chi. Having accelerated the technique to the limit, the guy raised his hand and started a real tornado, because of which even his allies began to lose their balance. With a triumphant cry, he further strengthened his technique in order to get rid of the enemy magic caster's power. After the boys came to their senses after their younger brother's unexpected madness, they noticed that the fog had disappeared. The old toothless spellcaster couldn't believe that among the ridiculous fighters of Junam, there was one who could resist his long-tested defensive technique. Despite the failure, he was glad for such resistance. For him, the battle began to seem less boring than he expected. He clearly saw the performer of the recent tornado. Since he was able to destroy his defensive spell, he recognized that Gongchan was not as simple as he seemed. Stopping the maintenance of his technique, the master of life and death was surprised that his opponent thought that the masters of the Junam clan were simpletons who could be fooled. In order not to be verbose, he decided to prove the opposite, and with the help of a jump and instant acceleration, went inside the enemy fortress, bypassing the fence. While in flight, the determined hermit shouted that he would destroy the overconfident spellcaster before he could lift a finger. Despite his enormous speed, the old man was able to stop Gongchan using only one hand. He began to smile as he was anticipating an interesting battle with the impudent youth. Gongchan realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. In order not to waste such a wonderful opportunity, teacher Chun Jin gave the order to his students to immediately go on the attack. The brave warriors rushed to help their energetic younger brother, who had already managed to find himself inside the enemy fortress. Several powerful fighters from the robbers' fortress had already rushed out to meet them. A guy with long hair and a huge muscular body was arrogantly surprised that he would have so many toys that they came to test the power of his axe. Analyzing the enemy's strength, Master Chun Jin was able to determine that there were 3 magic and martial arts masters among the bandits. In addition, he saw how the defensive dark magic greatly increased their strength. Drawing his sword, he addressed his enemies and said that on this day, Junam would put an end to them. After saying these words, he used the power of his sword and made a long-range attack. As expected, the bandits strengthened by magic were able to cope with this attack. Moreover, they began to mock, saying that it was too easy for them. After this, many enemy fighters found themselves behind the commander-in-chief of the Chanam army offensive. Chun Jin was shocked, as he had not noticed the presence of 8 more masters of the bandit squad before. While the main forces were trying to get inside the fortress, Gongchan was already starting a duel with the enemy magic caster, who was causing them the most trouble. First of all, he emphasized that the jokes were over, after which he asked how many masters they had among the robbers. The old magic caster was once again surprised by the audacious youth's observation skills, admitting that it was supposed to be a surprise. Despite the spoiled surprise, Gongchan honestly replied that he had not expected so many dangerous criminals. With an admiring look, the magic caster asked the master how among ordinary warriors, Jongnam ended up being like him. He described the immortal master's face as something that looked like a half-dragon. His interest in the youth's personality continued to grow. Gongchan asked again as he did not understand his opponent's cryptic speech. The old man replied that the young man would not become the hero of this attack, since he would remain only a brave madman who would hardly live to see dawn. Not wanting to listen to nonsense, the guy replied that he was too busy to listen to his chatter, so he suggested postponing this conversation until the moment when they meet in the afterlife. After these words, he rushed into the attack. Anticipating a quick victory, the arrogant magic caster began to release a huge amount of dark energy in order to use one of his techniques. The enormous power that was gathered by the toothless old man headed towards the immortal master. The explosion of enormous power raised a huge wall of dust, which greatly reduced visibility. But when the ardor began to fade, instead of seeing the enemy's body lying down, the caster could not find a single trace. Looking up, he realized that the young master was much faster. Gongchen switched to close combat, throwing away his sword. He relied only on the brute force of his fists and the use of techniques that required energy. This decision pleased his opponent very much. The sorcerer was prepared for such an outcome. Having golden gloves on his hands, he admitted that the perky young man knows how to surprise. Being prepared for any eventuality, Gongchen said that he is always ready for such battles. Recognizing the power of his opponent, the old man began to release ominous energy, directing it towards the disciple of Jeonnam. The old man began to use a dark spell, a technique that creates very dangerous magical hands, contact with which should be avoided. Understanding the maneuverability and convenience of this tactic, the young master decided not to avoid a collision and prepared to fight back. Gathering his energy into a fist, he shouted the name of the technique called Orvishon. His guess turned out to be correct, and the skill proved to be powerful enough to compete with the enemy's spell. The tension began to rise, and the guy released even more energy, and having destroyed the enemy's magical hands, went on a counterattack. The old man didn't have time to react, and, taking the blow upon himself, admitted that the Jeonnam school has a good base, with which it is becoming difficult to compete. Without saying a word, the enemy magic caster began to use another technique, causing ominous shadows to form and reach towards the young master. Due to his carelessness, Gongchen was caught by one of these shadows. Despite this, he felt that it was not enough to stop him. In order to free himself, Gongchen began to use lightning magic, which began to compete with the shadow. Releasing even more energy, the boy used the Orvishon again, directing an incredible amount of force towards his opponent. Such a powerful technique has acquired incredible dimensions in the form of a raging dragon. The powerful electric shock failed to reach the old man who cast the spell. Despite Gongchen's attempts to finish the fight with a series of powerful blows, his opponent managed to escape. Although the young master was unable to get rid of such an inconvenient enemy, he temporarily knocked him out of the fight, which had a positive effect on the course of the duel. So without wasting time, he rushed to help his comrades. The battle between the bandits and the disciples of Jeonnam was in full swing. The magic-enhanced fighters were a serious threat, and Commander-in-Chief Chun Jin was forced to take on 4 enemy fighters at once. He barely had time to parry all the heavy blows of these fierce warriors. The pressure from the enemy did not give him freedom of action. He could only hope that everything would be okay with his comrades. Due to the enemy's sortie outside the fortress, the main tactician of this offensive also found himself in a difficult situation. The enemies outnumbered him, so they tried to cope with his incredible skill. But despite the fact that the bandits had the advantage, the tide of the battle suddenly changed. Looking around, the commander-in-chief understood what had influenced the behavior of the enemies. Gongchen's appearance demonstrated Jeonnam's success inside the enemy fortress, and having completed his task, the hermit proceeded to fight on the main battlefield. Noticing the enormous danger in him, the remnants of the enemy troops simultaneously rushed to attack. But numerical superiority was never a problem for the young master. Stretching out his hand toward the enemy troops, the boy began to release energy for a powerful blow across the radius. Even after fighting the old magic caster, his strength was enough to deal with them without much trouble. Having gotten rid of a dozen bandits at once, Gongchen made it clear to them that the outcome of this battle was already decided. The boy's behavior raised the morale of the Jeonnam squad and instilled fear in the souls of the enemies. With his epic entrance, all attention was focused on the young master, and the battle began to stop. Having demonstrated his incredible strength, the boy declared that Jeonnam would spare anyone who refused to fight. Seeing the incredible power of the young master, the bandits began to doubt their chances of winning. As it turned out, only one master was really able to change the course of the entire battle. One by one, enemy fighters began to refuse to continue the fight, admitting their defeat. The Suho Palace fell in battle against the Jeonnam clan, and the world learned of all the atrocities and crimes that were committed there. Despite the positive reaction from the whole world, for the masters of the Jeonnam clan, this was not just a victory. This battle had a special meaning for them. Thanks to this siege, they were able to see with their own eyes the power of their young hermit master, which they only knew about from rumors. The success of the Jeonnam clan fueled the interest of other martial arts sects, and some of them began to take decisive action. However, one of the enemy fortresses, the Disan Palace, turned out to be not a place where glory was easy to gain. The troops of the Kano members were routed without a single chance of victory, which rather entailed logical consequences. At the main building of the volcanic clan, this news raised many questions. The head of the organization, named Zhang Doja, was beside himself with anger. According to the survivors, Out of 150 masters of their army, only 3 survived the clash. Reporting on the recent events, the advisor asked his master to remain calm, saying that they were continuing to reconnoiter the situation through the Poor and the Hao clan. He wanted to get more accurate data. Despite the advisor's calmness, the leader was beside himself with anger, as he could not accept the fact that there were bandits who could withstand the power of their clan's techniques. He slammed his fist on the table nervously and ordered that those responsible for their failure be found. The pupils of their clan died, and they, as defenders of their pride, could not let this go to their enemies. Filled with rage, Jung Doja was more determined than ever. He was going to make his enemies taste the true wrath of the legendary Volcano clan. Upon returning to the Chanam clan's fortress, Gongchan began studying his brain. He was interested in the highest core of energy that is responsible for the brain itself. He knew what only a few knew, the truth about what actually happens to the absorbed energy. Gongchan studied every part of Chenjin and found that the brains of strong people with any ability were noticeably different from ordinary martial artists. With access to the best libraries in Kanho, the young master was able to gain knowledge of secret scriptures on wisdom, techniques of quick mind, and techniques of physical strengthening and summoning of the inner spirit. All these martial arts were hidden in the Imperial Vault. They were designed to enhance the owner's mental abilities. Of all of them, Gongchan chose the technique of physical brain enhancement. He began training, during which he sends his energy impulses to the brain with extreme caution, so as not to use too much force, which could lead to dangerous consequences. In this way, Gongchan improves his brain with his own energy, just like training in the real world. He was distracted from his training by a worried Viva, who, looking at the teacher, seemed to her to have fallen asleep. After coming to his senses, the boy replied that he was actually busy strengthening his supreme core. The girl replied that she did not want to disturb him, but wanted to share the exciting rumors that the Huasan clan with 5,000 of their followers were preparing to invade the Daisun temple. Sighing, Gongchan satirically called it great news. To explain his position to the student, he replied that it gave them valuable time. He believed that this time they could invest more in their own training or in learning new martial arts instead of fighting in vain. The Huasan clan's actions did give them more free time, and Weiwa began to understand what was going on. She was puzzled by the passage of time and what it gave them. She assumed that since they couldn't stop time, it meant they had to make the most of it, since every second counted. But on the other hand, she didn't understand whether she was managing her time wisely or not. The teacher replied that she shouldn't worry about that, because in reality there are no truly right things in this world. He suggested that she should determine for herself what is important and what is not, because everything is directly related to the passage of time. The mentor's smart words forced the girl to adopt a new attitude towards life. In order to relax her overly tense brain a little, the guy suggested seeing how much she had improved her skills. It's time to demonstrate the results of the travels and hard training of the young student of the famous master of life and death. Looking at his student, the guy was proud that she was developing so quickly. Let's return to the disturbing events within the Huasan clan. A charismatic man in heavy armor and a long sword loudly burst into the inner palace of the fortress. This cheeky guy is an army general named Gai Anseong. He ordered his soldiers to immediately prepare for a raid. The loyal fighters in the same heavy defense respected his order and began to carry it out. According to the general, they planned to set out the next day after sunrise, so he demanded that all the other fighters be ready by then. The decisiveness of his behavior was certainly related to the recent failure, which had greatly affected their status. Together with the master of the martial arts clan, they were ready to do everything possible to take revenge on the impudent offenders. They couldn't just accept what some bandits had done to their fighters. Despite what seemed to be the right decision on the part of the general, the gentleman had nothing to say to him. But it was clear that he was also unhappy with the state of affairs. Their discontent was connected with the increased activity of the clans that followed Taoism. They have already begun a full-scale battle with the bandits that followed the dark cults. Despite their incredible brute strength, the skill of their opponents put incredible pressure on them. The enemies fell one after another and the bandits' chances of victory disappeared. This was the work of one of the masters of the Jeonnam clan. As a representative of the Taoist path, she could not miss such an opportunity to bring justice back to her region. The brutes, their bodies altered by the influence of dark magic, could not resist her skill. It was Sister Gonan. Her light movements did not give her enemies a single chance. The techniques of the Jeonnam clan in her hands were what changed the tide of the battle. Slashing blows at a great distance did not allow the bandits to get even a short distance closer to her. The enemy fighters were easily defeated despite their body enhancements. Looking at one of the defeated enemies, the girl was surprised because it was obvious that he was controlled by evil energy, which was more similar to the chi of the sinners. The presence of such energy made her nervous because it was unknown where such power came from in the hands of ordinary forest bandits. Having dealt with the remnants of the enemy unit, she heard the cry of her allies. As a result of the heavy fighting, many fighters were wounded, but they were still able to stand on their own feet. A Taoist from the Junam clan named Gangbyom was the one in charge of this night operation. Despite their well-thought-out tactics, their strongest sister's strength was already at its limit. In addition, the rest of the fighters were also on the verge. Almost all of them were wounded, but they managed to escape death. Gangbyom made the right decision to leave this place. He couldn't risk his squad, so he ordered Sister Gonan to bring his comrades back to order. There was a small town nearby where they were going to take a short rest. Despite such important actions on the part of Junam, Gonshan was not involved in the battle. While the followers of the Taoist path were operating with small groups of occultists, a military camp of representatives of the volcanic clan was set up near the Daesan Palace. The army general and his advisors discussed the state of affairs and their future plans. Jeon Seong was very serious. He ordered his soldiers to strengthen their defense with constant vigil. He wanted to make sure that not a single one of their soldiers would suffer at the hands of the enemy that night. The order was accepted and the soldiers went to their positions. A sly smile finally appeared on the face of the commander-in-chief of the offensive. He believed that he would soon destroy the enemy forces. The bandits' intelligence was not asleep, so soon news of their opponent's preparations reached the Daesan Palace. The man sitting on the throne was the new master of this fortress, and in front of him stood an advisor who had come with a report. The power of this big guy spoke for itself. His weapon was a huge axe, which an ordinary person could hardly handle. Manoya's follower, Gil No's disciple, shared rumors that members of the Hwasan clan had set up camp near their fortress. The head of the palace, Kim Daesang, was looking forward to the meeting. He was prepared for it and was just waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate his power. Despite the master's already utmost confidence, Gil No believed that they didn't need to worry since they had prepared well, and the enemies wouldn't be able to pass through their magical barrier. Kim Daesang agreed with his words and asked not to relax and underestimate the enemy army. As it turned out, his plans included an experimental use of their new weapon, a Chinese zombie, which they managed to obtain during negotiations with one of the secret organizations. Since they were not affected by the magic field, he was confident that with their help, they would be able to buy themselves some time. After that, he planned to use the 800 followers of the Daesan Palace, which would supposedly be enough to deal with the massive army of the Volcano clan. The words of the gentleman aroused admiration in his follower, who declared that if it came to that, then he was ready to propose another wonderful plan. He mentioned that most of their soldiers are outside the fortress. The fact is that they are all former mercenaries who, due to personal problems, joined the bandits. He introduced the idea that instead of killing, the tactics should be changed to having fun with the enemy's supplies. No's cunning plan brought a satisfied smile to Mr. Daesang's face. He admitted that it sounded simple but very effective. The gentleman's positive reaction made it clear that this plan should be implemented in the near future. For the sake of the future of their clan, these guys were ready to do anything. Meanwhile, the army of the Volcanic clan began to gather for the campaign. They encountered the magical barrier that the bandits had spoken of. One of the fighters informed the general that it was dangerous to go further, as this fog was hiding the true intentions of their occultist opponents. The worried man was so interested in the battle that he did not want to retreat, so he ordered to hold positions and be on the alert. Within a moment, the bandits revealed their plan, driving the Hwasan army into a place with poor visibility, and they began firing from long-range weapons. Despite the powerful armor, it was not enough to withstand the hail of arrows. The general realized that they had fallen into an enemy ambush. Not to leave this unanswered, he ordered his archers to prepare to return fire. Using fire arrows, the archers aimed their arrows in the direction from which they were being attacked. The wooded area of the highlands began to burn. The general believed that this would briefly frighten the enemy forces, giving them time to maneuver. Having drawn the fighters' attention to himself, he ordered them to go around the prepared path. The fighters went on the offensive. Despite being on the road for a long time, the fog did not clear. Moreover, they began to hear some strange, enchanting ringing of bells coming from the mountains. A moment after this sound, huge creatures with blue skin began to appear in front of them, which had seals on their pale faces. The monsters, filled with evil energy, rushed to attack, and the Hwasan army went on the defensive. These zombies were so durable that conventional weapons had no effect. The situation began to change against the Hwasun fighters. Each of the mysterious monsters was a real threat that only a master with high-level energy could deal with. Besides, there were too many of these zombies. The ordinary followers of the volcanic clan were unable to withstand such power, so they could only flee. The news of the appearance of strange warriors from the bandit forces reached the commander-in-chief of the offensive. The fighters immediately recognized this technique, calling these warriors their Chinese zombies. General Gaencian could not believe that despite their reconnaissance, they had not been able to obtain information about such a force at the disposal of the local bandits of Daesan Fortress. Not wanting to avoid battle, the man took charge and ordered the formation to be maintained in order to gain time to prepare for the fight with the enemy. His plan began to crumble from the very beginning. In addition to the magical barrier in the form of fog, another headache in the form of Chinese zombies began to delay their arrival at the enemy fortress. Although the general underestimated the strength of the bandits, he had no intention of retreating. While the local clans tried to protect their honor with rash actions, Gongchan continued to improve. This time he arrived at the request of his teacher to get acquainted with new material. Chun Jin prepared a book about the world of yin and yang for his student. He said that it contained all the most important knowledge that the Chanam clan possessed. Gongchan was simply shocked. He assumed that even those secrets that the elders carefully hide could be found in this book. His guess turned out to be correct. The teacher said that in this book one could find information about what their martial arts clan had once lost. Understanding the importance of such a thing, Gongchan asked if they had a copy. The teacher replied that there was no need to worry about it, since they could not afford to lose the real treasure of Jonam. Realizing how old this work was, the guy tensed up a little, realizing that it wouldn't be easy to read. Despite his reaction, Chunjin said that he had no doubt in the abilities of the Master of Life and Death. The boy was highly anticipated. The elders believed that he would help develop their clan by understanding the information in this book. Despite the mutual benefit, Gongchan began to show off and asked for something in return, mentioning that his teacher had a rather fat wallet. In order not to be provoked, Chunjin responded with a question and inquired why Gongchan did not study the martial arts of their clan, but preferred the arts of enemies and competitors. The boy replied that he thought that Jungnam's knowledge was insufficient, since he could not learn to climb walls or dig the ground from it, so he thought that he should not limit himself to just that. The teacher was dissatisfied with this answer and said that Gongchan was wasting his time learning useless techniques, while Jungnam was not a place for entertainment. Despite the teacher's displeasure, the boy asked not to worry about his training, stating that all his training was giving incredible results. Taking the book provided, he promised that he would learn everything that was written in it. After looking at the text, the guy was ready to spend his time productively. The long-lost knowledge was not at all easy to learn. But with free time, Gongchan was ready to devote himself entirely to the development of the clan, to which he owed his life. The battle inside the forest near Daesan Fortress has led to its first consequences. Entire units of the Hwasun army were ambushed by the enemy and destroyed by archery. The commander-in-chief was beside himself with anger, so he did not spare the things around him and destroyed the tactical table with a blow of his fist. Turning to his protege, he nervously asked how it had happened that in such a short time they had lost 2,000 warriors. The worried man did not know the exact answer, but said that their enemies were able to do something incredible, as their supplies had disappeared somewhere, and the soldiers began to starve, causing their morale to drop sharply. The supplies had been well guarded to begin with, and this news only made the commander-in-chief even more angry. He did not understand why the imperial soldiers had failed to stop the gang of thieves who had gotten their hands on their property. The follower of the volcanic clan explained this by saying that it turned out that the bandits possessed mysterious dark magic that they had never heard of before. Despite their heavy armor, enemy arrows easily reached the fighters' bodies. Those arrows were imbued with evil energy, so ordinary soldiers were unable to block this attack. In addition, the Chinese zombies set up a problematic ambush for them, unexpectedly attacking them from the fog. In addition, the fog never cleared, and many exhausted and hungry warriors got lost in it and remained in the forests. The dire situation forced Ge Yanxiang to think about how to change the plan. Despite the failures, life had taught him nothing, so he decided not to retreat and gave the order to gather those who could still stand on their feet in order to continue the offensive. The man, filled with anger, was still confident in his powers. He was ready to tear the enemy leader to shreds. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice that said that the general was unlikely to succeed. Taking a huge spear in his hands, he shouted to the stranger that he should show himself instead of cowardly hiding among the camp. The powerful cleaving blow never reached the enemy's body, and the destruction did not produce any results. In response to this, the mysterious voice said that it did not want to get acquainted, since it did not see the point in it. Using a mysterious technique, the stranger stated that he would not mind giving his victim a hint about who would be his killer. The general, tense from the battle, stared at the unknown technology, assuming that it was one of the dark illusions in the villain's location. His suggestion made the stranger laugh, and he replied that evil and just things were completely different concepts. Stretching out his hand towards the general, the stranger said that his end had come. Many hands began to restrict Gyeonseong's movements, and the man, who was overcome with panic, could not understand what was happening. Having caught and completely immobilized the leader of the volcanic clan troops, the stranger decided to give his name. The technician's face introduced itself as Samano, and he declared that the dead man was not worthy of hearing more. Immobilized and helpless, General Gyeonseong became a victim of his own ambitions. His cry filled the forest and meant the defeat of the Hwasun army, consisting of 5,000 well-equipped followers of the Vulcan clan. While the events at the Daesan fortress were going completely according to the bandits' plan, within the Cheonam clan, the young master's diligent training continued. Being close to the teacher, Viva devoted herself entirely, honing her quick movements and gradually learning about her own energy. Her teacher sat in the lotus position, refining the fusion of his own yin and yang. This process was far from simple. The guy did not understand what he was doing meant. Scratching his head, he admitted that the book had been written by real geniuses, but their cryptic explanations of concepts were incomprehensible to him. Having completed an unsuccessful attempt, he distracted his student and suggested that they go and eat to restore the strength spent on training. The girl, filled with energy, sighed with relief. Despite the difficulties in his own training, for the master of life and death, the success of his student was the best reward. Going to lunch, Gongchan and the student joined most of the Jeonnam followers in eating. The hard training had noticeably exhausted the boys, and they pounced on the food as if they had been traveling through the forest all day. The girl understood the importance of food very well, so she tried to keep up with her mentor. Rather, another disciple of the immortal master joined them. He was a little dissatisfied that his dear teacher had not warned him about his intentions to eat, and had gone to lunch without him. Gongchan replied that he was not going to report every step he took, explaining his decision by saying that he wanted to eat in peace, like a normal person. The teacher's rudeness greatly offended his student, and he declared that Gongchan had no sense of tact at all. Surprised by the answer, the master of life and death said that his younger brother should serve his master instead of always following his older brother. As it turned out, the young fighter's master was busy training. After he became so strong, the spirit of competition awakened in his mentor, and so he returned to hard training. After finishing his meal, the boy thanked the students for their company. Getting up from the table, Gongchan asked the young student if she wanted some fruit for dessert, and with a smile on her face, the girl did not refuse the sweets. The younger brother got mad and said that he didn't mind the fruit either. But Gongchan put his hands on his hips and replied that big boys could go and get food themselves. The argument over food started a real conflict, and Gongchan declared that his teacher's behavior was inappropriate. Gongchan replied that his success is due to the fact that he is not picky about food and never leaves himself hungry. Putting his hand on the student's shoulder, he asked him to take such things more easily, because it would be easier to gain experience that way. Their awkward conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a noisy student. The excited boy interrupted the master of life and death and said that an order had come from above. The elders wanted him to return to the battlefield. Not wanting to be distracted from their training, Gongchan asked if they had a good reason for this. The guy replied that during the recent offensive actions, the Allied troops were destroyed. The defeat of an army of 5,000 men was unexpected news that left the brothers in shock. This event caused the leader of the Cheonam sect to gather the elders together to discuss their organization's actions in relation to the problem in the region. From the information available, they were able to learn that the emperor was beside himself with rage, since more than 5,000 soldiers had been lost during the recent operation. But that wasn't the main problem. This information only let them know that there was someone among the enemy who could cope even with such a numerical advantage. The threat from Daesan Fortress meant only one thing. The Jeonnam clan was forced to face real monsters. Based on the information from the Hao clan, it was learned that the leader of the Daesan Palace was able to subjugate Guanhil. They also received a message that the assistant of the head of the fortress, his second hand, is a disciple of Gyel No, a follower of the teachings of dark magic. Hearing this name, Teacher Chun Jin was beside himself with anger. He could not believe that this cruel occultist was still alive. Recent reports have also mentioned that Samanoe was also involved in the recent fortifications. The situation was extremely difficult, and it was time to make a decision. The clan leader listened calmly to the elders' proposals, but he was unable to hear anything that would allow him to resolve the situation without much risk. Gongchen also joined the heated discussion of the situation. He wanted to express his opinion, since he thought he understood the enemy's tactics. All attention was focused on the talented young man who had repeatedly proven his skills. In order not to waste time, Teacher Jin suggested listening to the student's opinion. Before speaking, Gongchen mentioned the words of one of the famous sages. He said that in order to win, one must know both oneself and one's enemy by sight, and based on this logic, he wanted to study his enemies better, since it was obvious that they were not ordinary bandits. Gathering information was always a good idea, but the elders were at a loss to answer who exactly would be doing the work. One of the participants in the meeting objected, saying that a good idea alone was not enough. He believed that they needed a truly strong man with incredibly powerful techniques to counter all the tricks of the vile bandits. His words were obviously true, and the discussion again went into a dead end. Hearing the words of one of the elders, Gongchen decided to offer himself as a candidate for the strongest person who could resist the unusual enemy forces. The elder's reaction was too ambiguous, and under the pressure of their gazes, the young master began to feel insecure. Teacher Chun Jin treasured the young, talented student very much, so he said that it would be better to send someone else. Despite the teacher's displeasure, the master of life and death declared that he considered himself the strongest among those present. As it turned out, the elders agreed with his bold statement, but feared that if things did not go according to plan, then their clan would be doomed. The discussion was ended by leader Junam. He decided to listen to the opinion of the youngest participant in the meeting and decided to send him. Still, he couldn't ignore the words of the other participants, so he said that sending him alone was too big a risk. He decided to ask for help from the beggar sect, asking them for a man who had achieved great heights in martial arts. Hearing this, the elders' views changed dramatically. They did not expect that their leader would dare to take such a step. In addition to Gongchen, he also proposed sending Masters Ganyan and Ganshin. The elders were shocked by this decision and unanimously declared that sending 3 of the clan's strongest fighters was too dangerous. Despite their discontent, the leader had no intention of explaining his decision and turned to the immortal master. Looking at the talented master, he declared that his adventure in Kanho was not yet over. He wished him to choose the truly right path. Filled with pride for such trust, the guy promised that he would cope with all difficulties. The disturbing news that troubled the Kanho clans turned out to be quite good for the abode of evil. Looking at the map with a sweet smile, the gentleman analyzed the situation around Daesan Palace and recognized the events as interesting for their future plans. Turning to his subordinate, he admitted that he had never imagined that the demonic cult would increase its influence throughout the world to such an extent. Despite this, the man standing opposite him believed that this seemingly successful operation would come to an end. Hearing such a sharp answer, the gentleman assumed that they had managed to find the terrifying monster, and he was right. It was about a girl with whose help they could open an endless source of dragon blood to create Chinese zombies. Despite this tactical success, he asked his follower not to rush things and suggested continuing to observe the actions of the demonic cult, as he believed it would be fun. Anticipating the continuation of interesting events around the Daisen fortress, the leader of the blood cult began to laugh maliciously. Meanwhile, Ganshin and Ganson met their 3rd squad member. A beaten guy in tattered clothes introduced himself with a sweet smile and said that he had come to them on the orders of his master. Surprised by the small stature of this funny master, Gongchen said that he didn't even think that there were such young fighters in the beggar sect, after which he invited him to become his disciple. This disrespectful greeting from the younger brother did not please his older sister very much, so she gave him a lecture on the back of the head. The educational moment frightened the masters. In his defense, Gongchen said that such a nice guy simply had to become the new follower of the master of life and death. Beggar sect follower Hu Yuzhong acknowledged that it was a great honor for him to work together with his comrades from Cheonan, and then declared that he was ready to face any adventure with them. This guy is also known as the Poor Dragon, and there is a special reason why this kid is the successor of his sect. In fact, he is a little genius, an incredibly talented fighter, because it is believed that people like him are born once in 1,000 years. He was able to master all the techniques of the beggar sect in just 10 years, and in 2 of them he became a true professional who has no equal. That is why special attention is paid to his personality. The diligent guy inspires confidence, and as it seems, in the future he will definitely inherit the will and leadership over his organization. Team Junam thanked him for his trust, and Ganson personally approached Warrior Hu and respectfully asked for forgiveness for the rude behavior of his comrades. In order not to delay the operation, the squad's tactician immediately asked if there was any fresh information about the Desan Palace. The young fighter replied that he knew that more than half of those who went in there never returned, but those who were able to leave were no longer their former selves. From his words, it was logical to assume that they had encountered something very dangerous. On the other hand, Sister Gonin shared rumors that more than 4,000 Taoists from the Hwasan clan had already set out for the fortress. The beggar sect fighter explained that this was due to the fact that the pride of the Vulcan clan was hurt by the actions of the bandits. They took such a risk in order to regain their former honor. The words about pride caused misunderstanding in the immortal warrior. He called the fighters of the Hwasan clan fools and suggested returning to their original goal. As they set out, Hu Yuzhong suggested that they tell him about it on the way. He knew a lot about the magic circles of the Desan Palace, which had not yet been rumored among the Kangho clans. Gongchen agreed with the proposal and set off on his journey in pleasant company. A squad of 4 masters began their mission. As they approached the outskirts of Desan Fortress, the boys saw what had caused problems for the Hwasan clan. After looking around, Gongchen found out that the fog was caused by the caster's technique, after which he admitted that there was nothing worse than looking for a way in such conditions. Despite some concerns, he suggested not to stop. While the detachment continued to reconnoiter the activities in the vicinity, they were already being followed by the fighters of the Desan Fortress. With his incredible experience, Gongchen couldn't miss such surveillance. With his excellent sense of energy, he was able to track down an enemy spy who was located in one of the trees. Without stopping, he warned his comrades that one of the enemies was located 100 steps away from them on the left side of the road. To deal with the unfriendly spy, Ganson began using a sword technique called the floating blade. The robber noticed this and began to worry, since no one had previously noticed anything suspicious from visitors to the area around their fortress. A moment later, he saw how the hovering blade began to fly towards him at incredible speed. The frightened man realized that he had been discovered. Even though he managed to notice the blade flying towards him, he was unable to dodge it and was struck. After seeing the result of his elder brother's work, Gongchen admitted that this technique was simply incredible, and the proof of its effectiveness was that he no longer felt the presence of enemy energy. Having freed himself from surveillance, the young master returned the hovering blade to its sheath. The boys continued moving towards their goal. As he continued moving, thanks to his control over space, Gongchen could track down the presence of the other spies without any problems. Despite their attentiveness, the spies themselves found themselves the objects of surveillance. The elder brother's attacks were quite sudden. These 2 bandits turned out to be more experienced and were able to master the technique of the hovering blade. But despite this, they were distracted by the first attack and did not notice how Sister Gonin appeared behind them. The coordinated work of the 4 masters was so effective that the enemies did not have time to see their opponents. Having barely noticed the loss of his comrade, the fighter, frightened by the recent attack, rushed into the attack. Because of his haste, he didn't notice how Gongchen approached him point blank and dealt him a crushing blow. To lighten things up a bit, the immortal boy stated that his older sister had weak points, which is why she constantly needed support. The disgruntled girl replied that she was doing just fine without the help of her stupid younger brother, after which she asked him not to get cocky. Their older and smarter brother returned his blade to its sheath, while the beggar sect comrade began to draw something. The results of the reconnaissance were displayed on a drawn map. Hu Yuzhong was satisfied with his drawing. Turning to his comrades, he suggested looking at the map. It turned out to be so accurate that the craftsmen could not contain their pleasant surprise. The elder brother praised the warrior Hu for the excellent map. The shy boy replied that he was just doing his job. At the end of the successful operation, Hu Yuzhong decided to turn to his idol. With a look of pleasure on his face, he declared that for 7 days, he had been able to enjoy with his own eyes amazing abilities, to which he would like to pay his respects. Gongchen was grateful for such unexpected praise, after which he also noted the successes of his comrade from the allied clan, saying that with his help, they had an excellent map of the area. Having finished their tenderness, the boys decided to return to the Chanam clan, while their young and talented comrade once again thanked them for working together and decided to return to the beggar's sect. So they said goodbye and then went their separate ways. Gongchen was already tired of going home, so he asked his older brother to hurry up, saying that he was already missing the shower. Clutching her head, the older sister said that their younger brother was acting like a child, noting that this was not the right time for him to whine. The warriors of the Junam clan, hurt by their younger brother's words, went forward without him. The reconnaissance operation of the surrounding area was officially completed. The map of the Daesan Palace area ended up in the hands of the Beggar sect. Also, with the help of the Beggar sect, this map was passed on to the leaders of the other clans in the region, including the Hwasan clan, which had recently suffered a crushing defeat during its second campaign against the bandits. The discovery of new information forced the Volcanic clan to rethink their offensive once again. While discussing the information over a cup of tea, the elders of the organization were pleased with the news that the Junam clan had offered to join the main forces to deal with the threat of the Daesan Palace together. One of the elders stated that he did not like the idea of collaborating with the Junam clan, but admitted that since it was about Daesan, they would need all the help they could get. On the other hand, there was a view that if there were too many people, then the Hwasan clan would not be able to shine. The greed of one of the elders displeased the more reasonable man, who replied that they had suffered enough from the loss of their fortress, and besides, he believed that they were not strong enough to act alone. The loud discussion of the failures was stopped by the current gentleman hitting the table. He was beside himself with anger. Seeing his facial expressions, all the participants in the discussion fell silent. He clenched his teeth nervously, as he could not allow the already difficult situation to worsen. Meanwhile, Gongchan returned to the Junam clan. Despite the relaxing shower, he was a little furious as he was worried about the current issue. The boy didn't understand if there really was any point in him learning other martial arts anymore. He began to think about stopping at just learning the techniques of the Junam clan, but that seemed too easy. While he was thinking about what to do with the training, his older brother approached him. Gongchan immediately shared his success and said that he planned to learn the Silver Water Spirit Celestial technique. His elder brother was surprised because the immortal master had previously ignored the special techniques of his own clan. In response, the boy began to laugh, saying that it was normal because he was a true follower of his clan. Looking at the young master's always strange behavior, Ganson sighed heavily. Having explained his plans, the boy decided to ask his older brother why he had visited him. The senior master replied that they had received information that the Hwasan clan had decided to deal with the Daesan Palace without Junam's participation. Folding his hands in front of him, the worried immortal master came to the conclusion that the Volcanic clan was too overconfident. As it turned out, the clan leader had personally decided to take part in this attack. The Junam clan feared that their pride could lead to an unexpected and tragic outcome. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Gongchan became furious, believing that Hwasan had simply decided to sacrifice precious human lives. Meanwhile, the chief cultivator of the Daesan Palace continued to monitor the surroundings of the fortress. Thanks to his fog technique, he could clearly see everyone who entered the area of his spread. When he saw the Hwasan clan fighters, he decided that these fools were making a big mistake. After this, he called one of his servants. A master named Ubangu, who possesses illusion techniques, appeared inside the room in an instant. The sorcerer asked to convey the news to the leader that the Hwasan clan had arrived in their domain. After giving an order to one of the fighters, he summoned a second warrior named Jabangu, who appeared in front of him literally out of thin air. Anticipating interesting events, he asked his comrade to send a message to the magician Samanwe to inform him of the arrival of the leader of the Hwasan sect. Both warriors immediately began to carry out the order. After that, they literally evaporated before our eyes with the help of some kind of spatial technology. Taking another look at the events within the mist technique, Gyelno called his enemies fools, saying out loud that they would soon have to face the endless hell technique that he had recently managed to learn from his mentor. The evil smile of the spellcaster said only one thing: without the necessary preparation, Hwasan were doomed to failure. Events were becoming more and more tense, and the Hwasan clan was already camped on the outskirts of the palace. Inside one of the tents, they began discussing a plan for further military action. To begin with, they tried to summarize the information they had obtained and analyze how much time they needed to get to the enemy palace. However, at that moment, the palace's surroundings were covered in thick fog, so they could only rely on their old reconnaissance data. Using information on the terrain and the location of enemy defenses, they concluded that it would take them approximately 2 hours to reach the palace. Filled with hatred, the man said they would destroy the Daesan Palace within 1 day. They planned to act with lightning speed and determination to give the enemy no chance to use demonic tricks. The Hwasan clan soldiers set out on the road, while they were already being closely watched. Of course, the experienced commander-in-chief could not help but feel the enemy's presence. A moment later, he stopped and became alert to a suspicious whistle. It was the familiar whistle of arrows flying in his direction, so he stopped his soldiers and asked them to prepare for the attack. The enemy arrows failed to reach their target, and using chi energy, the soldiers skillfully defended themselves against the threat. Addressing the enemies, the man said that they were mistaken if they thought that such a small attack could somehow slow down the Hwasun clan's advance. However, he underestimated the enemy and relaxed too soon. The arrows were just a deceptive maneuver and were not really their main attack. The enemies had prepared for the arrival of the Hwasun clan fighters in advance. It was a real ambush. A surprise air attack and huge boulders stopped the brave commander-in-chief's advance. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he turned to Mu Hyunja and entrusted him with 50 students to deal with the enemies rolling the giant stones into the gorge. The young fighters, led by an experienced master, set out to demonstrate the anger of their clan. The enemy attack did not stop the Hwasun fighters for long. The Dezen Palace was close by, and the brave warriors went forward. They didn't know what else to expect from the demonic occultists, but they went forward driven by anger and a thirst for revenge. The news of the rapid movement of the Hwasun soldiers had already reached the palace of Dasan. Despite all their attempts, the occultists failed to stop the clan's advance. The commander-in-chief of the demonic sect asked his ward if he had finished preparations for the meeting of the guests. The man answered his master that he had done everything possible to meet the enemy attack with dignity. Rising from his throne, the owner of the palace, Dezan, smiled in anticipation of fun events. Everything went according to his plan. He took down his huge two-handed axe from the wall and filled it with his sinister chi energy. Looking at his servant, he said that in this case, he would personally come out to greet the head of the Hwasun clan. Meanwhile, the head of the Hwasun clan, along with his fighters, approached the gates of the palace and gave the order to break through inside. Surprisingly, no one stopped them from getting to the main gate. Without much difficulty, they managed to break inside using brute force. But the moment they entered the Daesong Palace, they had to stop. Confusion appeared on the faces of the inexperienced students of Hwasun High School. Even their leader, one of the strongest fighters of the clan, stood with cold sweat on his face and could not understand what was happening. As it turned out, the palace was completely empty. They were unable to find their enemies inside. Only the warriors of the Hwasun clan were here. In just a moment, they heard a malicious laugh, and the experienced fighters immediately felt how powerful and evil energy began to fill the entire Daesan Palace. This pressure did not affect the steadfastness of the commander-in-chief of the Hwasun clan. In response, he nervously asked the stranger not to be a coward and to show himself. The mysterious voice introduced itself as Giel No and stated that he was pleased to welcome the leader of the hostile clan. The commander-in-chief recognized this name and asked if he was the same Giel, but that he belonged to the madmen of the Bloody Path. In response to such a bold question, the well-mannered man said that it was true, but politely asked not to say such rude things when meeting their leader. The arrogance of the Hwasun fighters' leader knew no bounds, so he dared to suggest that the demonic cult must be in dire straits if a mountain bandit could even achieve the title of Bloodpath leader. His statement seemed funny to the mysterious voice, but he decided not to dwell on the insults and offered the guests entertainment in the form of a game of hide-and-seek. Just this statement immediately caused panic on the faces of the inexperienced guys. The rules of this exciting game were simple. The mysterious Giel No declared that if the fighters of the Hwasun clan could find the so-called madman from the Bloody Path, then they would win. Otherwise, they would all end. After familiarizing the guests with the rules, the man began a game on which the outcome of the battle could possibly depend. Suddenly, for everyone, the entire territory of the palace began to burn. At that moment, the leader realized that they had fallen into a trap, so he ordered his soldiers to immediately leave this place. After some time, arrows began to fly in their direction. Such sudden attacks began to cause panic in the experienced fighter. Deflecting the arrows, he shouted to his students to escape from the ambush. Suddenly, in addition to fire and arrows, mysterious and ominous spheres also began to appear inside the palace. The Hwasun clan fighters didn't even have time to react to them before these spheres began to explode and spread their contents. Inside them was poisonous gas, and together with fire and arrows, the occultists managed to get rid of some of their enemies without engaging in close combat with them. But this tactic was not at all to the liking of the lord of the Daesan Palace. The man holding a huge two-handed axe slowly approached his main target. At that moment, his mysterious power was incredibly terrifying. He announced his presence with a powerful blow of the axe handle to the ground. The head of the Hwasun clan did not yet know who he would be fighting, so he asked the stranger to introduce himself. The man with the ferocious look simply clenched his teeth and smiled evilly. He did not want to answer the question. The head of the Hwasun clan's gaze filled with anger at such a disrespectful act. Without thinking twice, he went on the attack, saying that a simple bandit would regret daring to behave so arrogantly. In fact, he had made a huge mistake at that moment, because true arrogance was something that only masters from prestigious clans like himself could do. Arrogance has always followed the leader of the Hwasun clan, causing him to consider himself above and stronger than everyone else. Because of such self-confidence, this time too, John Doja did not think that he could meet someone more capable than himself. Without further ado, the lord of the palace struck with a lightning-fast and powerful blow with a heavy axe. His opponent had no choice but to go on the defensive. Such a powerful attack threw him back. He could not withstand the pressure of the enemy's incredible energy and brute physical strength. The leader of the Hwasun clan broke out in a cold sweat upon meeting Kim Dae-sang in person. Because of his boundless pride, he had not met such powerful opponents for a long time. A confident Kim Dae-sang replied that his palace would become a grave for the leader of the Hwasun clan. These words provoked the man, who, mad with rage, shouted that Kim would regret still daring to look down on their clan. In order to demonstrate his determination, Jung Doja discarded the petty techniques and went straight to his trump card, the Scarlet Sunset Spiritual Technique. Pointing his sword towards his opponent, he said the name of the technique. The leader of the Hwasun clan is truly an incredible master, but all his experience could be nullified by brute force alone and the terrifying power of his internal energy, which he began to involuntarily release outward. His ominous energy covered his entire body and finally reached the blade of the axe. Like a real wild animal, he growled before rushing to attack his prey. Raising his axe upward with one hand, he created a similarly shaped weapon from his ki. Filled with hatred for each other, the fighters rushed into battle. As expected, the arrogant leader of the Hwasun clan was unable to withstand the pressure of the enemy's energy. After his energy weakened, his sword was destroyed. Perhaps he would have had a chance to win or escape from the battlefield if he had not fallen for his opponent's provocations. But the fact remains that Kim Dae-sang achieved his goal and thoroughly enjoyed such a short duel. The failure of the Hwasun clan did not interest Gongchan at all. He did not even know about it and continued to train hard as usual. During this training, he focused on developing the yin and yang spiritual palm technique. He still couldn't quite figure out how this technique was supposed to work. Even though he was tense just thinking about how strange it was to perform this technique on its own, he still didn't give up and continued to work on himself. Combining two techniques requires not only large reserves of chi energy, but also mastery of managing this energy. Using full concentration on this power, he decided that the most opportune time to implement this idea would be the moment he exited the previous technique. Instead of abruptly ending the use of yin-yang palm, he smoothly transitioned into the next technique and began using the Thunder Sword. This theory turned out to be working, and after the Thunder Sword, he used the Thunder Spiritual Field without much difficulty. As it turned out, a smooth transition from one technique to another does not necessarily have to be of the same key nature, because the next in line was a successfully applied technique of poisonous dragon water. But at one point, he decided to stop and think. He found it strange that he was constantly thinking about finding a way to combine different martial arts. The young master had long known that the nature of yin and yang energies were closely related and also infinite. Moreover, the techniques of the Chanam clan were created based on these two energies. After some thought, he decided he should try something different, but his moment of joy was interrupted by one of his students. Gongchan asked his student why he was in such a hurry to get to him, and even interrupted his training. The guy was a little excited and said that the teacher should go and meet with the sect leader. Gongchan was not happy with this news, but he could not refuse the old man and agreed to take a break from training. The gaze of the leader of the Chanam sect was calm as usual, and the old man himself could not start a conversation for a long time. This tense atmosphere gave Gongchan no peace. He had a premonition of something bad. This premonition did not fail the guy. In a calm and serious tone, the leader of Junam told him that the Hwasun clan was completely destroyed during the attack on the Dyson occultist palace. The young man's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe that 3,000 people from the Hwasun clan were wiped out so easily. Naturally, these events could not bypass the Chanam school, because the clan of occultists became a real threat to all of China. Gongchan declared his desire to completely surrender to the instructions of the master. The old man brought him up to speed and said that after such events, the Daesan groups were not going to sit still and wait for the alliance to make the first move. Now the role of containing the enemy forces fell on the shoulders of their sect. They would have to take on the enemy before the main forces of the Muram arrived. Having confidence in the incredible young and talented lad, the old man put him in charge of this very important mission. Besides him, The main support in this operation will also be the student Gonson and the beautiful sister Gonin. They will be joined by 20 people from the 4th generation of the Chanam school, and together they will hold back the enemy from making any further moves. Taking full responsibility for the mission, Gongchan promised the sect leader that he would do everything necessary to successfully complete the mission. With great hopes for his disciple, the old man extended his hand towards him with the instruction to show the world his true pure power and to declare the name of the Chanam clan to the whole world. The young master's gaze changed. Now he was in no mood for jokes. The leaders of the future operation to support the enemy forces wasted no time in gathering to discuss the plan. Disciple Gonson was already quite familiar with the recent situation. He heard that the size of the Blood Frenzy squad was 800 people, and he was also told that there were 300 coffins within the palace, meaning that they must also consider the risks of using the occultist's blood magic powers. His information made Sister Gonin think a little about the fact that there were many more opponents than they thought. Some indecision of the sister and the peculiarity of the young monk's character led to the decision to appoint Gonson's disciple as captain. He turned to his comrade and was convinced that Gonshin really preferred to fight alone, which greatly changed their plan. In that case, he decided to propose making the young master the vanguard in the battle and handing him control of the team on the battlefield. Gongchan was not against fighting in the front lines, but he did not fully understand why his brother was giving him the role of leader inside the battle. The boy replied that this time Gongchan would not only fight alone, but would also take care of his subordinates, and this role would be convenient for him. The young monk immediately realized that this was most likely not his brother's initiative, but an order from the elders of Jonam. After dealing with the young master's role, Gonin turned to his sister and declared that they would go to meet the demonic cult. The demonic cult group had already left the castle, and their task would be to stop the enemy forces. The leader of the tactical training stated that he was going to use a quick attack and retreat tactic. He believed that the possibility was real as long as they had the eyes of the beggar sect and the people of the Hao clan in the vicinity of Shamseo Castle. There was little time, as any information was delayed at that time. Gonson suggested that they immediately go to meet the enemy. The Desang group was moving along the road at that time, so they decided to use horses. The hot-blooded young man decided to end the discussion of the plan with some motivating words and said that if the tigers had come down from the mountain, then this was the best time to catch them. The journey did not take very long, and soon the guys began to carry out the plan. The serious faces of the occultists suddenly changed and took on a look of confusion from the awkward situation they saw. In front of the huge crowd of fighters, there was a lone master in blue clothes. He crossed his arms in front of him and looked like he didn't want to let them pass any further. The young master had a sword in his hands that was unfamiliar to us before, and he sighed heavily, realizing that his rest was ending at this point. Remembering the preparations closer to the battle line, the guy understood that he would indeed be the vanguard of their forces, but he did not expect that everything would be so sad. Breaking the silence while spying on the enemy, he asked why the three of them couldn't go on reconnaissance. Disciple Gonson and Sister Gonin glanced nervously at each other, not expecting the boy to start suggesting a change in the plan. However, the tactical training leader quickly came up with a good answer and asked his brother if he had heard of Master Janbi from the Three Kingdoms period. Considering this to be a well-known story, the guy asked that he did not understand what he was getting at. Continuing to manipulate his interlocutor, Gonson asked if Gongchan knew about the battle of the Janpeng clan. The guy waved his hand and replied that this was also a well-known event. It was a battle in which the legendary Master Janbi single-handedly blocked the bridge and fought against an entire army of opponents. The boys again slyly looked at each other. The sister realized that this insidious plan would certainly work on the naive brother Gongchan. They looked at the guy with a sly smile, hinting that he was capable of repeating this legendary feat, while they themselves probably just wanted to be alone outside of his presence. This background led the guy to the situation he is in at the moment. He grimaced and admitted that fighting alone against hundreds of people was really not the best idea. While the Daesang group's rank and file soldiers were unsure of what to do in such an uncertain situation, the one who could take on this problem was rapidly moving forward. Kim Daesang, the palace lord with a huge and powerful body, holding his axe, shouted towards the boy that the young student of Jeonnam High School probably does not know how to manage his life. Although he thought that this boy was just a self-confident boy, he still asked who he was. Gongchan confidently crossed his arms in front of him and with a sly grin introduced himself and said that it was obvious that this huge and loud man was the boss of this entire group of losers. After slamming the axe handle onto the ground, the man laughed and said that he didn't expect to meet the most famous third-generation disciple of the Junam sect in such a place. It seems that after the battle with the leader of the Hwasan clan, the lord of the Daisen Palace became too arrogant, so he decided not to dirty his hands and ordered his ward to deal with the enemy. The mysterious man with a long beard immediately got down to business. His body began to be surrounded by ominous energy. The blood mage filled the mysterious bells with it and began to use his technique. The young monk watched the enemy from a distance. He was extremely cautious and already had his hand on his sword. He did not know what to expect from this occultist with bells. A moment later, everyone heard a crash coming from the direction of the Daisen group's cargo. Thanks to the blood magic, the zombies began to come to their senses. Their brute physical strength was enough to break through the wooden box they were in. The lifeless bodies began to move towards the young master. Their bodies looked extremely muscular. These warriors were probably some of the best in their sect when they were alive. These guys immediately recognized their target and pounced on the guy together. Gongchan took a fighting stance to give a worthy rebuff to the enemy. Although he didn't know what to expect from these creatures of blood magic, he was confident in his own strength and threw aside his sword to fight using only his incredible control of internal energy. The enemy closest to him, showing the hatred contained in his body, swung his arm furiously to deliver a powerful blow, and his hand began to be surrounded by an evil and powerful energy. But the young master reacted to this direct attack with a calm face and dodged it. It seems he understood the properties of the enemy's body perfectly, so he decided not to be squeamish and grabbed the zombie by the hand. Using only brute force and wrestling skills, he caught his opponent and threw him to the ground. Realizing the enemy's advantage in numbers, the guy immediately threw the enemy's body towards the crowd to slow down the zombies a little. Those who were still on their feet did not stop and, moving only by instinct, rushed into the attack. Gongchan was ready to continue. He felt confident and still had no intention of showing his best moves, because to fight such a weak opponent, his usual skills from the Junam school were enough for him. Without surrounding himself with chi energy, he quickly kicked his leg to the side and took a comfortable position to parry the enemy's attack. His cool mind was just right for such a difficult situation. The monk delivered a powerful kick to the enemy's body to prevent him from getting into a fight at close range. This masterful counterattack sent another zombie flying again. The enemy once again flew into the crowd of other demonic fighters and slowed their attack. In fact, Gongchan expected something more dangerous from the enemy, so he asked the enemy if they had something more serious, because he didn't even have to use internal energy to fight these fighters. At that moment, Kim Daesang realized that they had underestimated their opponent, and that this young man really did have incredible physical fitness. He probably still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Although the man was nervous at first, his experience helped him keep a cool head. He turned to his servant and asked him to call off the zombies, because they had no chance against a master of such a level, and it would simply be a waste of valuable resources. Noticing the failure and agitation of the occultists, Gongchan decided to continue to put moral pressure on the enemy and asked where they got so much courage to show such primitive skills and call themselves someone who follows an evil god. His provocation worked as expected. The disciples of the Daisen group began to worry because the power of their army was held back by only one young monk from the strongest sect in the world. Sighing mockingly, the boy continued his speech and asked why they were so confident. He thought that the god they believed in so strongly was just a random ghost. It seemed stupid to him that they decided to worship such things, because such a religion would eventually lead them to hell. The well-thought-out speech worked as it should, and the guys, unprepared for such impudence, fell into a rage. They were ready to tear the body of the talented guy into pieces in order to sacrifice him as a tribute to their evil god. But Kim Daesang was on a completely different level of training. He understood what his enemy was planning, and stopped his angry guys with one powerful blow of the axe handle on the ground. This reaction from the powerful warrior stopped his disciples, and a huge amount of released ominous energy began to fill the air of the battlefield. He decided not to waste his army's strength in vain, so he turned to the impudent youth and, calling him a brat, said that he would personally tear him to pieces. This was all Gongchan had been waiting for. He knew that the leader of the Daisen group should be hit first. The guy decided that it was time to get down to business seriously, so he demonstratively extended his sword towards the enemy, and with a calm voice, suggested not to hesitate and start this fight. Although he was able to achieve a one-on-one fight, it did not make the problems any less. Looking at his opponent, He thought that Kim Da-sang was a very experienced master, and most likely even a step higher than himself. Gongchen always tried to soberly assess his chances and understood that if he was careless now, he would definitely lose. Kim Da-sang clearly had the advantage of brute force, so the young monk decided that he would put tactics rather than martial arts skills in first place. With a mighty swing of his huge axe, Kim decided to make the first move. He rushed into the attack and made it clear to the young monk that he wanted to end this battle with one strong blow. The guy was calm. It wasn't the first time he found himself in a situation where the advantage was not on his side. The power of the enemy's axe, reinforced by the brute physical strength of the enemy, significantly exceeded the force that Gongchen could oppose. While the monk Junam was trying to analyze the enemy and choose a battle tactic, Kim rushed and decided that victory was already in the bag. But Gongchen did not act as he expected. He understood perfectly well that this man had no equal in brute strength, so he dodged the enemy attack by only slightly throwing the axe aside. Even such a formidable opponent did not make him tremble with fear. He understood that unnecessary emotions were of no use. Yielding to his opponent in brute force, Gongchen decided to focus on his incredible speed and mobility, in which he clearly had no equal on this battlefield. During his maneuver in the air, he suddenly decided to strike. The experienced fighter parried this blow with the handle of his axe. Even though Kim had time to react, Gongchen had anticipated this outcome and prepared. He began to release his internal energy and poured some qi into his sword. The energy strike passed close to the enemy's neck, but it was not possible to finish this fight with one attack. At least he managed to demonstrate his skills and show the enemy that he had taken credit for the victory too soon. A pleasant and calm smile appeared on Gongchen's face, realizing that the enemy would now begin to take him seriously. Indeed, Kim was no longer so confident in his advantage, and even began to feel pressure. In order not to lose the rhythm of the battle, Monk Junam decided not to lose the initiative and moved on to the next step. The guy started to show his trump cards and used one of his basic skills, the 36 Galaxy Swords technique. Powerful and fast attacks were directed at the enemy. He managed to catch the enemy off guard, and Lord Daesan was momentarily at a loss despite his incredible experience. But he was not so simple. His countermeasure was so unexpected that Gongchen began to feel angry. Afraid of being attacked, Kim Da-sung used the body of one of his zombies to defend himself from the monk's attack. Peering over the shoulder of the battered body, he made it clear with his gaze that this was not the end. Relaxing a little from such an unexpected and vile act on the part of the enemy, Gongchen lowered his sword and said that it was ugly to run away, and such a fight was not at all interesting. To the young master's surprise, in response to his words, Kim Da-sung apologized for his actions. Master Jungnam did not expect to hear such words from the leader of the occult group, whose fighting methods have nothing to do with honor and respect for the enemy. The man with a serious face continued his speech and said that he did not want to show such disrespect to the martial artist, but he had to, because he let down his guard for a moment. Now the master of the Daesan group took matters more seriously. He assumed a fighting stance and began to release his powerful evil ki. His level of control over internal energy was simply incredible. He managed to evenly and richly fill his huge axe with power. Gongchen saw a master with such skills for the first time, and he considered his opponent's skill to be amazing, and his mouth even opened in surprise. Jumping high into the air, Kim Da-sung swung powerfully at his opponent with a shout. By warning the enemy of his seriousness, he meant that this time he would not hesitate and would use the same technique with which he managed to defeat the leader of the Hwasun clan with just one blow. The powerful impact created a huge blast wave that could be seen and heard from any side of the forest. As expected, Gongchen managed to dodge the enemy's attack. He was lucky that he had a significant advantage in speed. Despite the undeniable power of his opponent, the young monk Chanam was not at all excited, and did not even stand in a fighting stance. Moreover, there was a sly and not at all hostile smile on his face. This unwavering behavior of the guy got on the nerves of the leader of the occultist group. He could not read the emotions of the enemy and did not even guess what this dangerous youth had in mind. After successfully eliminating the Hwasun clan, Kim Da-sung relaxed too much and adopted a completely unnecessary trait from his last enemy, namely arrogance, which caused him to continue to underestimate Junam again and again. He probably knew that Gongchen would not come himself and simply appeared in front of them to delay them. At that moment, he realized his grave mistake. Their army was trapped, and huge boulders were already rolling towards their unprotected back. This tactic reminded the Daesan group's advisor of how they got rid of the Hwasun clan, which had a significant numerical advantage. Because Lord Daesang underestimated the enemy, he fell into a trap and was in a rather difficult tactical situation. While he was trying to comprehend the situation, a hail of chi from the young monk had already rained down on him, but such an attack was not a serious threat to such a powerful enemy. In fact, for Junam this was quite enough. Gunchan decided not to continue the fight, and with a smile on his face, hiding his sword in its sheath, he fled from the battlefield. Looking at his fooled opponents, he suggested to Mr. Daesan that they continue this fight another time, and called their group fools for believing in a random ghost. One of the fighters was so furious that he decided to take control of the army himself and shouted that they should pursue the impudent monk who dared to defame the honor of their leader. Daesan's disciples followed the monk without any hesitation. They could not come to terms with what had happened, but their master did not appreciate such arbitrariness, and in response to their actions, shouted at them to stop. The confused boys reflexively stopped and looked at their leader. The man turned out to be smarter than his students, so he asked them not to take any stupid, unauthorized actions, since in that case, they would again fall into a trap. He was not going to tolerate such mistakes anymore, so he ordered the occultists to wake up the zombies and stay on guard. Having underestimated the enemy, they lost the combat capability of a significant part of their army. The advisor summed up the situation and suggested that their enemies would continue to set up ambushes. In his opinion, the only correct solution was to protect the palace and get out as quickly as possible. Finally feeling that his fighters were safe, Mr. Daesan gave vent to his emotions. He could not understand how they had made such a mistake, and who the hell this young Master Chanam was, that he was able to stop them with his own hands. The advisor himself could not sort out his feelings, but he supported the leader and said that one day they would put the mysterious student in his place. While they were thinking about how cruelly the brave men from Junam would be punished, the forest around them was already full of ears. The 3 Junam fighters were pleased with the result. Ganshan's sly smile said only one thing. He was pleased with the result of his meeting with the occultists, because he managed to make the enemy very nervous. While not showing all his power, he got out of the water dry. After they recovered from the pleasant impressions of a successful raid, it was time to summarize the information they had obtained, which they had not known before. The leader of the tactical preparation of the operation stated that he considered the demonic zombies a serious problem. It was obvious that after withstanding Gongchan's attacks, their body was clearly stronger than metal, so they would not be able to fight them with just sword ki. His words were obvious to everyone. Sister Gonan bit her lip nervously and looked down, while her younger brother began to rack his brains to find some kind of solution. His experience in developing his understanding of martial arts played into his hands, and he managed to quickly come up with a good solution. The young monk suggested changing the shape of the ki sword to a longer and thinner one, because this way they would be able to hit a smaller area of the enemy's body with greater force, crushing this incredible density of the zombie's body. Disciple Gongsun understood what was being said. Gongchan meant the so-called Jia sword. The guy was pleased that his comrade immediately understood the course of his thoughts. In the area around the operation, they were unable to find anything denser than a huge boulder. But this was quite enough to test the previously mentioned theory. The most skilled master of this trio took it upon himself to try to put this guess into practice and began to change the usual form of the sword, saturated with internal energy. He not only increased the length of his sword, but even made his energy into a kind of sharp whip, the trajectory of which was free and could hit a significant area, which reduced the enemy's chance of dodging such an attack. With one blow, he managed to hit a huge area of the boulder. It was something like narrow cuts, but due to the large number of these damages, the effect was simply incredible. Their guesses turned out to be true, and the young monk proved that in this way, they would be able to neutralize the enemy's advantage in a dense and previously seemingly invulnerable body. True, his comrades were not so satisfied with the result, although the theory turned out to be true, but their knowledge and skills were not at the same level as their younger talented brother. They also knew about the Dao sword, but they were still only learning how to use the previously mentioned Jia sword. He sighed demonstratively and looked at the school student and said that in that case, he could help him achieve such a level of mastery of energy. His words caused the same reaction on the faces of both the brother and sister. Although they were not in the most suitable place for training, the boys began to improve their skills in controlling internal energy under the guidance of the best teacher possible. After some time, it was time to demonstrate the result of their work. Still cautious, but as before, self-confident occultists continued on their way without expecting to meet with the students of Chanam. It was quite sudden, but they managed to notice the emergence of the enemy's presence even before they showed up. A few seconds later, the main guest of the day appeared in front of this entire crowd, Ganchan quickly closing the distance between them, deftly moving between the trees of the forest that surrounded the path. This time he already knew what he would have to face, so he immediately took out his sword and mentally prepared himself for the battle. The Daesang faction members also did not waste time and came up with several plans to contain the enemy sect's incredible disciple. The master's advisor raised his zombies to their feet and ordered them to form a wall, which would stop the enemy's first attack. It seemed like this plan was as reliable as a Swiss watch. But they didn't know what conclusion Ganchan had come to after their last meeting. The man who controlled the zombie army calmed his soldiers and stated that none of the Jeonnam students were strong enough to break through their wall of zombies with just a sword. But the young monk's sly smile always hinted to them that they were underestimating him. He had everything under control and immediately began to test his theory in practice. Without taking any risks, he used his Jia sword technique at a safe distance. The silence of the forest before the battle began was interrupted by the sound of zombies cutting through clothes and bodies. The razor-sharp threads began to destroy the enemy's trump card as if it were something quite ordinary. Fear appeared in the warrior's eyes, but the advisor knew how to work with denial, and without giving rise to panic, motivated the fighters by saying that only one guy was coming out against them, who would be easy to defeat with numbers. This mysterious man once showed an incredible result. It was the moment when with just one tactic he destroyed the entire Hwasan clan, which had more than 3,000 followers. But the sweet taste of past victory gave him the opportunity to relax and become arrogant. He made another tactical mistake and lost a number of fighters. He decided to ignore such a terrible mistake and shouted to the remaining forces that they should continue in the same spirit, saying that they had almost cornered their prey. After this, he turned to Master Jeonnam and said that going out alone against an entire army was an undertaking worthy of a real fool. Based on the results of the beginning of the battle, this manipulation had absolutely no effect, and after a moment the Lord's advisor regretted that he had used so many resources so recklessly. As it turned out, at that moment Ganchan was not acting alone. His comrades joined him. Not only were they being attacked from two sides, there were also two more of Jeonnam's students on the battlefield who were capable of using such an amazing fighting technique. They easily managed to get rid of the enemy's significant advantage. Ganchan really did a great job, and made his job a lot easier when he taught his sister and brother such an important technique for fighting such an opponent. By forming threads of internal energy, they fought as if they were using not a sword but a whip, which an ordinary fighter of their group was unable to stop. After a brief moment of anger, the loser began to panic and turned to his master for help. Putting aside his pride, he realized that the enemy's tactic was to gradually wear down their troops, so he said that the Jeonnam students would soon retreat, and their group had little time left before that happened. He did not want to lose the opportunity to deal with three of the strongest fighters of this group at once. Kim Daesang understood what was going on. He was the only one who had the strength not only to fight back against these masters, but also had a chance to completely deal with them. The master of the group rushed into battle. His advisor decided to take on two fighters he did not yet know. In fact, the leader of the occultists himself wanted to go into battle, but inside him, anger was only growing towards the young master for the fact that their last battle ended so unsuccessfully for his army. So he shouted that this place would become a grave for the students of Jeonnam. Gongchan knew that this would happen. After all, among the enemy army, Kim Daesang was the only real threat. Unexpectedly for the enemy, his tactics were again vile but effective because he ordered his soldiers to retreat. As it turned out, this was unexpected for both his sister and brother. Whether Ganchan had planned this before or not remains a mystery to us, but Ganchan and Gonan had not heard of such a plan before, and in response to their younger brother's words, they looked at each other in surprise. Even though Lord Daesan heard the order from the enemy squad leader, he still continued to pursue, his anger and pride not allowing him to stop. However, the words of the angry and offended man reached the boy's heart, and he magnanimously stopped and looked towards the enemy. But Mr. Daesan was no longer the same. His traumatized psyche told him that most likely the young Taoist of the Jeonnam sect was going to use his cowardly tricks again instead of a brutal male duel. He turned out to be right at that moment. Instead of starting to smear himself with oil, Gongchan simply drew his sword and again used the technique of multiple sharp whips of chi energy. Returning to the idea of fighting was very brave of him. With one strike of the Jia sword, he formed a cage that looked like he was going to use it as a defense. The leader of the occult group was furious that instead of attacking, Gongchan chose to let him take the first blow. Still, he accepted his opponent's actions and decided that he should punish him for such impudence. The man tensed his muscles and released enough of his powerful chi energy to form a spiritual aura for the axe. The technique of the young student Chanam created a whole curtain of dust, but Dyson did not stop and delivered a powerful blow forward, realizing that by covering a huge area, he would definitely be able to damage the fragile body of the enemy. But when the ardor dissipated, another disappointment awaited him because there was no one in front of him. No, he didn't destroy the guy with one blow. The thing is that the vile Gongchan played with his feelings as a warrior again, and in the end, cowardly retreated tactically. The realization that the fight that had barely begun was over sent him into a mad rage. Although there was no real battle, Daesang lost because his heart was wounded and he began to scream in rage. It seemed that his disappointment had reached its limit, but the advisor decided to prove the opposite and respectfully addressed the master and said that the other students of Junam also ran away from the battlefield without even crossing swords with him. After telling this sad news, he stated that if they continued the pursuit, they would most likely lose half of their soldiers and zombies. But Kim Daesang thought that they shouldn't be afraid of this. The man, filled with anger, suggested that they take this risk and continue moving forward, believing that they can no longer allow their students to gradually drain their strength. The advisor could not go against the will of his master, but he was afraid to think rashly. It turned out that some kind of insidious, and in his opinion, probably working plan had already come into his head, so he mysteriously replied that thanks to his wise approach, this time the students of Chanam would not be able to escape unpunished. Despite the words of the Lord's advisor, the fighters of the Chanam clan were able to break away from their opponents. We don't know yet whether they broke away on their own, or whether Kim Daesang and his protege deliberately allowed them to escape, but after a while the guys found themselves safe. Sister Gonan sat relaxed on a rock and went about her business. Over the past few days, she had greatly improved her internal energy management skills. Without using excessive persistence, she could already use the Jia sword technique on her own. In such a short period of time, she had achieved such a level of skill that she could easily cut a leaf falling from a tree into many even pieces using only a spirit sword, and without even using special combat techniques. She was really pleased with the result. Her progress was always incredibly fast next to her younger brother. She was distracted from the joy of reaching new heights in martial arts by the noise behind her. It turned out that it was the sound of water splashing from a bucket. Thus Gongchan was taking a shower in the field, hardening his strong young body. It had been a tough day. The only time he had been able to wear his body down like this was during training, but definitely not in a fight with a serious opponent like Mr. Kim Daesang. This shower after a hard encounter with the enemy was the only thing that could bring him back to order. While the guy was tidying himself up, his older sister Gonan got carried away and stared at his strong male body. Her face turned red. Gongchan noticed this passionate look and thought that she was waiting for him to finish to ask something. Confused and frightened by the surprise, the girl turned away and said that she didn't need anything from him at all. Gongchan didn't understand what was going on, when suddenly his sister turned around and yelled at him for walking around naked in broad daylight. The guy probably thought again that another pretty and nice lady had some strange fever. Not understanding the hints, he showed the state of his clothes and said that because of the last fight, he could no longer wear such a torn kimono. He also added that this time, Mr. Daesang was chasing him away as if it was the end of the world. All the young monk's words were aimed at explaining his behavior, so Sister Gonan stopped worrying about the handsome young monk, suspecting her of liking him. The third talented student, Chanam, also joined this difficult dialogue. He was a little confused by the behavior of his brother and sister, but he crossed his arms in front of himself with displeasure, thought of something to say, and asked Gongchan not to fight like this anymore and not to risk his life in a fight with such formidable opponents without any support. The student clearly did not say this out of envy for his brother's success. He wholeheartedly admired his strength and considered him an incredible fighter. At the same time, he acknowledged that the leader of the enemy group, Kim Daesang, was also not simple. He was a truly strong master. Even though the enemy leader looked like a real monster, capable of destroying entire armies single-handedly, Gongchan still confronted him like it was nothing. The same thoughts haunted his sister. She also admired her brother's strength and wondered if she could become stronger if she trained like him. Raising his index finger instructively in the air, Teacher Gongchan declared that if she wanted to follow in his footsteps, she would have to train her intellect as well. Sister Gonin took this too personally and thought that he was doubting her mental abilities, but barely containing her anger, she replied that she understood that it was about the ability to evaluate the enemy and analyze the situation. Although she had her own worries when her brother was fighting, she still noticed that the reason he was not inferior to the enemy leader was not only because he was faster, but also because he was faster at reading his opponent's movements. This assumption turned out to be correct, and so she said that in this case she would try to reach the heights of her younger brother. But in response to her words, the guy's face did not show a proud smile, but rather a confused shock because he believed that this was impossible, since they thought completely differently. Demonstratively putting her hand on her side, the girl said that she didn't see any problem and would just do it. Still confused, the guy decided to agree with her and said that he was sure that she would cope with this task perfectly. He really liked his older sister's confidence and tenacity, so he said that in that case, he would help her with her studies after they finished their operation to contain the enemy group. I just had a couple of books at home on the grounds of the Kyanum school, but he was also willing to study her on his own. His words of support were pleasant for Gonin, and she thanked him for such a great service. But Gonshin believed that it should be so, because they were disciples of the same sect. They should support each other in any situation. After they had planned their joint training for the future, Sister Gonin suggested that they proceed with the operation, since their brother had already completed all the preparations at that time. The young monk was filled with energy to continue fighting a monster like Kim Dae-sang. That same evening, the entire team gathered in the forest at the site of the operation. By concealing the spread of their energy, they secretly monitored enemy fighters from a safe distance. This time, Gonshin suspected something was wrong and asked his brother if they should work as before this time. The young master thought about his brother's words and said that in his opinion, the enemy's formation looked rather strange. It seemed to him that the enemies had set traps and were simply waiting for the students of Chanam to brazenly show up to visit them again. They couldn't retreat, and Gongchan understood this very well, so he said that he would go first alone. These words greatly surprised the leader of the tactical preparation of the operation, since this time he was not sure that they would be able to support their strongest warrior. While warming up before the fight, the guy said that it would be better for him to fall into an enemy trap alone than with all his comrades. In addition, he was sure that even if he got caught, he would hardly suffer much, unlike the less prepared fighters of the clan. Although the young monk was very confident in his abilities, the cold mind of his comrade could not accept this, and he tried to dissuade the fighter from such a rash act. But Gonshin didn't want to listen to him any further, as he understood that this was the only option in which they could start the fight without endangering the entire team. The young and world-famous Hermit Master's impudent behavior put his elder brother in an awkward position, and Sister Gonin said that he should scold the young master after the fight was over. The approach of the guy in the new blue kimono was noticed, and the furious fighters of the occultist clan prepared to give a worthy rebuff. Gonshan decided to act according to his old and proven tactics. He knew what he would have to face, and therefore, taking the sword out of its sheath, he immediately began to use the technique of the spiritual sword. One quick and powerful blow from the young master threw all the fighters who stood in his way into the air. Gongchan sighed and shook the remaining blood of his fallen opponents off his sword. As it turned out, it was blood that was the basis of the Daesan group's trap. Counting on a lightning-fast attack from Junum's strongest student, the Lord's advisor left a number of his guys in one place so that Gongchan would take the blow. Without any prior warning, chi energy began to rise around the boy, mixed with the blood of the fighters lying on the ground. Of course, this was the work of the group's advisor, and he, using blood magic, made a magical force from the blood that was combined into a magic circle. The young monk did not expect such a trick from the enemy. He thought that they simply wanted to set up an ambush in order to defeat him with numbers. But this time, the enemy decided to avoid all risks and simply created a barrier around Junum's strongest student. In fact, Gongchan was even a little upset that this technique simply limited his mobility. But at first glance, it did not threaten him at all. The enemy's plan was not to separate Gongchan from the rest of his team. The angry lord of the occultist faction wanted to end this competition once and for all, so that this time he would not have to leave the battlefield empty-handed. The barrier technique was created specifically to create the ideal conditions for a fair fight between two incredible masters. The man, with chi energy boiling around him, threateningly declared that from now on the games were over. Our hero saw no problem in the fact that he no longer had any escape routes. He could have possibly escaped the barrier and avoided a fight with a stronger opponent, but the enemy's self-confidence told him that this fight was not to be missed. There was no end to his provocative phrases. He crossed his arms in front of him and mockingly noted that Mr. Kim looked angry and nervous, as if he doubted his own strength. The man, surrounded by his own powerful energy, extended his heavy axe towards the boy and said that he did not consider the student of the Chanam Kolan to be a real master of martial arts, since he was not skilled enough in fighting for him. He let out his anger and shouted his intention to destroy the young man and take revenge on him for insulting his subordinates and desecrating the honor of the Daesang group. His emotional words really hurt the monk. He replied that Kim does not watch what he says at all, and also that he has no right to behave in such a way with his subordinates since he desecrates their existence. For the first time since they met, Gongchan gave in to his emotions and was filled with anger, all because of the hypocrisy of his opponent who had previously killed thousands of innocent people. A hot fire began to burn around him, which characterized his internal state at that moment. The determined master turned to his enemy and said that after this fight he would no longer have the opportunity to hypocritically talk about the value of lives, since all his life he had killed people in order to achieve the mastery with which he now threatened the entire world. The fight was about to start. For the first time, both fighters were ready to tear each other to pieces. Their hatred was burning. Mr. Kim Daesang did not want to continue the conversation any longer. There was no point in it. Before his attack, he simply looked at his opponent with a ferocious gaze, anticipating a great fight. Having made the first move, he asked the young man not to be arrogant, considering that he was not experienced enough to fight with a warrior like him. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the boy began to analyze his enemy. He realized that Kim Daesang was a first-class master who had studied the martial art of the mountain-destroying axe. The fire in his eyes said that he would not allow the enemy to leave this place alive. The first blow came from Lord Daesan, but despite its power, the young master decided to block it instead of dodging. He managed to stay on his feet. He did the right thing, because by taking this blow, he did not allow the enemy to destroy part of the small area for their battle. However, the main advantage of the enemy's fighting style was its incredible destructive power, so it would be too dangerous for him to defend himself in this way for long. The enemy was confident in his superiority, believing that Gongchan's advantage was only in speed, but in such a limited space, he would be like a fly in a jar. He launched his next attack with a spiritual axe technique from a distance, and it was noticeable that Gongchan barely managed to dodge it. The pace of the battle continued to increase. The acceleration of the frequency of the strikes of the leader of the occultist group did not allow the young monk to fully understand the weaknesses of the enemy. The furious muscular man did not give the monk time to counterattack and use all the tricks that he hated so much. Gongchan simply continued to dodge and keep his distance. He acted with the utmost caution, as the fight was too dangerous until his opponent demonstrated the remaining 10% of his hidden abilities. The beginning of the battle was without any success on both sides. This kind of fight was not to Mr. Daesan's liking, and he gripped the axe handle with his hand even more nervously and furiously. He said that he knew about Gongchan's plans and could clearly see how the young master avoided confrontation and only parried his attacks, naively thinking that if he could study his opponent enough, he would be able to do something. Kim Daesang thought that this was a waste of time and suggested that the boy simply surrender, promising that his death would be quick. But the arrogant speech did not hurt the guy at all, but rather only made him laugh. He replied that he had known for a long time that the muscular gorilla would not defeat him. The monk's words added fuel to the fire and brought a smile to the man's face. To the surprise of the guy, he simply threw his axe on the ground. Gongchan didn't know how to react to this. He was noticeably wary, since he didn't understand what was happening. Kim Daesang crossed his muscular arms in front of him and began to release enormous reserves of internal energy. Even without an axe in his hands, this skilled craftsman managed to create enormous twin spiritual axes of incredible power. Gongchan's body was under great pressure due to the presence of a powerful force that he had never seen before. He decided that these twin axes were the last 10% of potential that his opponent had been hiding for so long. Rage consumed his mind, and it was clear that his personal technique had begun to affect his body as well. The man shouted at the young monk with a ferocious cry and said that this time he would not be able to dodge. In just a moment, he made a brilliant throw, and an ordinary person at that moment could only see a bright cross-shaped flash. But the young guy's reflexes were on a completely different level. His calmness gave him the opportunity to avoid injury and dodge the enemy's attack. The enemy was unlikely to be prepared to repeat something like this, so Ganhan decided that this was an excellent moment for a counterattack. While Lord Daesun had only managed to recreate one spiritual axe, the sharpest whips of the spiritual sword Jia were already aimed at him. The bandit leader shouted at the young master that he was wasting his time using such petty tricks that would have no effect against him. Indeed, he was on a completely different level compared to his zombie army. But as it turned out, this attack was a successful trap. Ganchen wanted to close the distance for the first time in the battle, so he distracted the enemy with a technique he had known for a long time. At that moment, Kim Dae-sung was cornered. There was anger towards the enemy on the young man's face, and he decided to use the 36 Galaxy Swords technique point blank against him. One of the strongest opponents in the life of the legendary Hermit disciple of the Cheonam school could not avoid this attack. On the other side of the barrier were our hero's worried comrades. The elder brother tried to find out if there were any weak points in this barrier created by blood magic. He came to the conclusion that this demonic technique was very powerful, so he wasn't sure that even Gongchan would be able to destroy the barrier from the inside. The boys began to get nervous. This was bad news, as they could not allow their older brother to remain in danger alone with a real savage with terrifying powers. But Sister Gonan turned out to be the smartest of all those present. She had already seen a person who was capable of creating such a barrier, so she suggested finding the creator of the technique in the enemy camp. This idea was no less dangerous, but they had no choice. Gongsan ordered his brother Seongjin to lead the rest of the fighters into battle. The leader of the operation turned to his fighters and suggested finding the person responsible for this magic circle. Their new goal was to eliminate the enemies around them and destroy the students of Gyel No. The guys went into battle in search of the one who dared to perform such a brutal technique, for which they had to sacrifice their own fighters. The culprit of their troubles already realized that if he did nothing, he would be in danger. With the number of followers of the Mad Blood and Zombie faction, he had no chance to stand against the fighters of the Cheonam sect. He was within a special ritual circle, and if he left it, then the demonic barrier would disappear. He admitted that he had miscalculated this time. His only hope was the master who would come to his rescue if he could deal with the monk who possessed mysterious potential. They really did underestimate their opponent, and because of this they began to lose their advantage. But Gongchan was never in a hurry. Even at the moment when it seemed that the opponent was defeated, he still carefully remained in a stance to defend against an unexpected but unlikely counterattack. Then the guy discovered what the real result of this well-planned attack was. The user of the demon blood technique was able to defend himself. Kim Dae-sung looked menacing. He managed to hold out thanks to his defense and the incredible amount of internal energy spent on defense. Considering the young monk naive, he repeated that such small tricks never worked on him. But Gongchan was happy with this outcome because they both understood why he carried out such an attack. Even knowing that such a formidable opponent would survive, he still used these techniques, believing that it would give him an advantage in the future, since righteous martial arts are more convenient than demonic ones when it comes to maintaining the stability of internal strength for a long time. Moreover, he was proud to declare that the martial arts of the Cheonam clan were the best in the business. He continued to demonstrate this with every encounter with the arrogant lord of the occultists. Pointing to the results of his successful attacks, he stated that Cheonam's students were already close to becoming the strongest masters in the world. Mr. Daesun didn't want to listen to this. He was already well aware that the enemy's plan was quite good. Clenching his fist nervously, he admitted to himself that he had made a mistake and lost all the ki he had in this fight. The angry man began to scream madly. Squeezing out the last drops of internal energy, he shouted that only a small rat could fight like this, but he was sure that he would have time to tear the enemy to pieces, since he guessed that Gongchan's energy reserves were also running out. After these words, he showed everything that he had left. It was still a huge amount of ki with a very powerful aura. The young monk was surprised and thought that he was not mistaken when he called his opponent an incredible master. Time was running out to his surprise, as a completely serious opponent was already flying towards him to launch an attack that would give him an advantage to destroy the Taoist's plan. He decided to use all the remaining energy irrationally and began to throw countless spiritual axes towards the enemy. The young master had difficulty blocking all these attacks. The area of destruction was so dense that the guy had no chance to dodge. The axes kept flying towards him, and he had to block them all. His sword wouldn't be able to withstand even one of them, so it was already a battle of exhaustion of the energy of one of the fighters. Outside the magic ball that held the heads of both sides, there was another battlefield. Sister Gonan also fought with the enemy. Following her younger brother's example, she used the Jia sword and destroyed the enemy army without any problem despite their numerical advantage. The other students were less skilled, but without their help, the situation would have been much more difficult. Gonson was in control of the situation. He was looking for the enemy spellcaster, and he knew that they should move faster towards his camp to help their strongest fighter. True, the enemies quickly found the most dangerous students and approached their surroundings with preparation. Even 3 zombies were not enough to take out the tactical training leader, as he had also studied the Jia sword. Their younger brother took on a small number of profound energy masters to attack the Mad Blood Warriors' camp from the rear. The skill of the Chanam fighters helped them not only to hold out, but also to neutralize the numerical advantage of their enemies. The Daesan clan was on the verge of defeat, and the ordinary fighters knew it. One of them rushed into the caster's tent in panic and warned him that the enemies had broken into their camp. Time was running out. His master was still fighting. GL No gave orders to his soldiers to hold back the enemies as much as they could. The occultists were in dire straits, and only Kim Dae-sang could save them. Although he only had a little bit of internal energy left, it would be enough to deal with the rest of the Jeonnam fighters. The proud warrior still stood on his feet, even despite the intense pace of the battle. His axe attack didn't work. As it turned out, the young master still had some tricks up his sleeve and formed a protective barrier around himself. It wasn't easy for him either. Mr. Kim Dae-sang decided to go through with his plan to the end, hoping that his opponent would run out of ki much sooner. His tactics were the same as before, to wear down the enemy, forcing him to defend himself. The occultist's body was at its limit, but he could not give up and continued his series of attacks. Gongchan had no other choice and activated the Jia spirit sword technique again. The battle has evolved from using tricks and surprise attacks to a clash where the most energy will win. Their forces were equal and the power of their attacks was balanced. Although Gongchan looked confident, he didn't expect such a situation. Despite his exhaustion, the experienced fighter tried to crush the young monk with his incredible power until the end. To get out of this situation, the guy decided that he should combine several techniques. He knew that he wouldn't be able to block the enemy's attacks for long, so he had only one option left: to break the clan's ban by using a sword technique called Dark Zhongwan. Kim Dae-sang had never seen such a technique from his enemy before, so he did not have time to react in time, and only after the first missed attack did he reach for one of his spiritual axes. The enraged man was already coughing up blood. His body was at its limit, but he was not going to give in to an opponent like Gongchan. He had no other aces up his sleeve, so he relied solely on superior strength. But at the moment when his energy was running out, this advantage was leveled out. The student continued to deflect the axes, his defense seeming excellent. Out of desperation, the exhausted Kim Dae-sang screamed loudly. His beastly cry was the harbinger of the end of this battle, as his chi energy had run out, so the spirit axe technique dissipated. The second time, the Dark Chongwang spirit sword used completely achieved its goal, as the occultist leader could no longer protect his back. The young master was able to defeat his experienced enemy, even though he played by his opponent's rules. Kim Dae-sang's internal energy was exhausted and filled with hatred towards his pathetic opponent. The Jeonnam clan's Taoist once again used his sect's secret technique. His opponent could no longer defend himself and so took the entire attack with his body. The enemy leader was defeated before the main forces of the Murim alliance arrived. The young monk was victorious. He admitted that this fight was not easy, but the opponent was not as strong as he expected. The guy was sure that he would have won even if the opponent had not run out of internal energy at that moment. Having destroyed the enemy, he remembered another problem. He had never encountered enemy barriers before, so he wasn't sure if he could get out of it without help. The news of the defeat of the occult leader reached the Daesan camp. His advisor could sense the disappearance of his boss's chi inside the barrier. He couldn't believe that the master had lost. It had seemed obvious to him before that Kim Dae-sang's level was much higher than that of the Jeonnam clan's Taoist. He was filled with anger because he did not believe what had happened. Suddenly he heard the sounds of battle already next to him. The disciples of the Jeonnam sect broke into their camp, and they were not only able to hold back the occultists, but also destroy their troops. The man realized that he had been tracked. He could no longer rely on the warriors, as they were inferior in skill to the disciples of the Jeonnam sect. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he decided to use the resources to the end. He had nothing to lose, so he deployed every zombie he had left to defend his camp. The fighters of the Jeonnam clan were ready to break through further, with the spiritual sword-trained Jiagonen and Gonson standing in front. Although they looked like they were being used for the first time, the tactical training leader was already aware of the number of fighters in the enemy's reserve. He warned his fighters that there were no more than 30 zombies left under the control of the students of the Gyal No teachings, and said that most likely these were the last of the dead that separated them from the caster. Sister Gonin understood that they would be the only ones who would have to fight these guys, since the other students were not trained in techniques that could damage such a strong zombie defense. The leader suggested giving it a try since they had no choice and couldn't leave Gongchan inside the barrier. Two of our young monk's disciples went into battle to rescue him from captivity. All the zombies jumped into the air at the same time to make it harder to stop them. Both of the Jia spiritual swords of the Junam masters were used. Their skills were already more than enough to stop most opponents at once, but the enemy's superiority in numbers did not give them peace. One of the zombies managed to get behind Sister Gonin and deal a powerful blow. She couldn't dodge or put her sword in front of her, so her only defense option was to strengthen her defense, which their school had recently started to study. Putting this knowledge into practice turned out to be not so easy, especially against such incredible brute physical force of the enemy. Disciple Gonson was shocked that he missed one of the zombies. Besides, he himself had 3 enemies behind him, so he couldn't be distracted by his sister. Continuing to defend himself, he asked her not to move and to hold on until he freed himself and came to help. Although his skill was slightly higher than his sister's, he still couldn't easily hold off so many enemies at once. In the battle against the zombie technique of the Mad Blood group, even the disciple Gonson went on the defensive. Their situation was dire, and they were the only students who could stand up to these monsters. The younger disciple watched this fight nervously. He couldn't believe that he was just standing there and watching his comrades fight. He was sure that it was too difficult for 2 masters to fight against enemies of this level with the numerical advantage. Not knowing what to do, he decided to imagine what his teacher would do in such a situation. A crazy idea came into his head. Since he couldn't fight the zombies because he didn't have powerful enough techniques, he decided to break through them and go look for the magic caster. For this, he will need one of the techniques that Master Gongchan taught him. Using the acceleration technique, he was able to break through the crowd of zombies held back by his senior comrades with minimal expenditure of ki. The camp appeared in front of him, and he immediately noticed where the most ominous ki was coming from. Without any doubt, he rushed inside, and upon seeing the spellcaster, he began to take out his sword. The enemy didn't expect anyone to go around as zombies, believing that Jonam had no other worthy fighters besides Gongchan. The brave boy was ready to single-handedly defeat the weakened spellcaster to end this battle. His appearance forced the elderly master to step out of the circle, escaping from the camp and stopping the barrier technique. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Gongchan was experimenting with how to break out of this confinement. Even after the battle, he still had enough energy left to deliver powerful blows to the walls of the magic circle. He believed that sooner or later this technology would be destroyed, since it was unlikely to be able to withstand the pressure he was exerting for much longer. In the next strike, he wanted to put an incredible amount of chi reserves in order to finally free himself. However, his comrade was already inside the camp, and Gyel No fled, thereby ending the maintenance of the magic circle. Having failed to use a technique that took a lot of time and concentration, Gongchan was a little disappointed. He didn't understand what was happening. There was silence around him. Suddenly, he heard the familiar voice of one of the sect's disciples. Their fighters ended the battle with the main enemy forces winning. The guy sighed with relief since it was all over. Without losing his pride, he approached Gonson and said that they should not bother fighting, since he could do everything himself. The sister reacted quite insolently and asked him to stop behaving like that. The students of Junam began to celebrate their victory. Not far from them, the leader of the occultists, the defeated Mr. Kim Daesang, lay unconscious. However, in the meantime, the magic caster Gyel No was still alive. The occultist was in the forest nearby and was trying his best to escape. It was not easy to maintain the barrier and keep the zombie fighting, but even with such efforts, he was unable to win. The head of his group died, and the members of the Mad Blood were defeated. He was angry. He couldn't believe that in such a short time the Chanam clan had become so strong that only 23 of their fighters were able to destroy an entire army of occultists, along with dozens of zombies. His powers were not enough for revenge, so he went to his allies in order to warn them of the possible danger and tell them about how the members of the Mad Blood group were destroyed. Over time, this news spread by itself and shocked the entire Kanho. No one could believe that the disciples of the Janam clan had single-handedly gotten rid of the leader of the occultists, Mr. Kim Daesang, who had single-handedly defeated John Doja, the leader of the Hwasan clan. Including Gongchan, 4 disciples of the Junam clan received new names and became famous throughout the world. Disciple Gonson, who was in charge of the tactical preparations for the operation, was given the name of the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. The younger brother Seongjin received the name of the Dragon Spear Blade. Sister Gonin was the only female master in the sect who had such a high level, so she received the nickname of the Only Flower of Jonam. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that Xiong Jin had reached 20 years old, while Ganyang had not even reached 30. Because of this, rumors began to spread that the Jeonnam clan had found a hidden path to becoming a master, which shocked the entire world. The Jeonnam clan remained silent, but this assumption was indeed true. The theory of knowledge that Gongchan created was developed more effectively through the numerous studies of the sect's research center. And on top of that, Gongchan personally taught new martial arts to all the students of the Jeonnam clan. During this training, the first thing he wanted everyone to do was take care of their own safety and excel in defense, as using the Heavenly Iron technique at that time gave them an advantage over most opponents. In front of his students, Gongchan released his energy, demonstrating the results of his training. The boy addressed his students seriously and said that if they mastered this technique, then wounds that could have led to death would become nothing more than insignificant for them. In addition, he also spread his knowledge of the internal technique of yin and yang poison. Thanks to such protection, most poisons could not cause significant harm to a master who possessed such skill. Next was the heavenly key sensing technique, which made the user's perception much sharper, thus making it easier to control qi during combat, giving an advantage in the rational use of energy. In addition, he suggested that the students learn techniques of various magics in order to use them to protect their allies. The two boys began to panic. They thought that all these techniques were something insignificant, and it was unlikely that their teacher had gained his fame thanks to such skills. The attentive master could not ignore this discontent and turned to his distrustful students. He explained the need to learn these skills by saying that it would be very rational. Since they used the yin and yang life technique as a foundation, they would be able to become a master in a short time, and learning those so-called minor martial arts would allow them to react more flexibly in various situations. After a short introduction of his new program, he invited the students to begin their training. The boys got to work, and Gongchan watched their progress with pride. He was pleased with his work, because after their recent success, the number of the Jeonnam clan began to increase very quickly. The rumors continued to spread further and further, and clans around the world began to think about how to steal the secret of the success of the Jeonnam clan. Inside the fortifications of the Murim Alliance, the leader of the organization and his military advisor went for a walk to discuss the events of the world. Sword King Namgung Muja asked his comrade if he really believed that the Jeonnam clan had found a way to raise so many great masters in such a short time. Military advisor Jaegal Chanmun confirmed the rumors and said he was more than confident that it was true. He was sure that it was Gongchan who was able to find a new path to achieving the heights of martial arts. The Sword King began to worry, realizing that this was a problem and that the balance of power in the world would soon change dramatically. They knew that everyone in the world would be eager to get their secret, and if the Jeonnams acted rashly, their clan's reputation would fall to the ground and they would end up fighting among themselves. Suddenly standing up, the leader of Marima asked his advisor if he knew what they should do in such a difficult situation. It was a very difficult question. It was hard to imagine how the other dark martial arts clans would act now. Although he was not entirely sure that his idea was a good one, he still suggested forming a squad. This sudden proposal surprised Namgung Muja. He knew that this would not be difficult to accomplish, since the Jeonnam clan was close to the Moen family, whose power was a serious weapon for them. The warlord continued his speech and said that his Jegal clan, along with the Moen family, could lend a helping hand to their comrades. Namgung Muja guessed what his comrade was not telling him. He realized that Jagal Jungmun was offering to get the secret technique of the Jeonnam clan in order to prevent unrest. He really didn't like the idea, but once again they found themselves in a situation where they had no other options. Without thinking twice, he approved this plan and gave the order to his advisor to begin implementation. It was still a mystery to them how the righteous Jeonnam clan was able to suddenly leap ahead in terms of the strength of their fighters without resorting to dark arts. In turn, the dark clans also began to receive information about recent events. This disappointing news began to confuse their plans. It became obvious to the leader of the organization that a mysterious person had appeared in the ranks of the Jeonnam sect, which once again ruined their plan. He understood that there were many ways to quickly become a master in demonic martial arts, but he did not understand what knowledge his enemies were using. However, their techniques also had a downside, bad side effects that not every warrior could cope with. Moreover, his Devil's Scarlet Blood technique was no exception. The growing power of the Jeonnam clan could ruin their plans, so they had no other choice but to take care of that issue first. Looking at his advisor, he nervously shouted that they would destroy the Jeonnam clan. Other occultists agreed with his opinion. By performing a secret ritual, they prepared for the upcoming battle. The man leading these cultivators had never imagined that the members of the crazy blood group would be disbanded so easily. But the possession of blood magic was widespread in all corners of the country, so they did not worry about losing the knowledge of their comrades. Using force, he concluded that the disciple Giel No had done what he had to do. Together with his wards, the magic caster began to use the secret curse technique. Powerful ki began to gather in one place. It seems he had a very cunning plan, so he started laughing in anticipation of the entertainment. A huge butterfly made up of the chi of his cultivators appeared in the air. Having made the necessary preparations, the leader of the occultist group gave the order to begin the plan. The huge machinery began to split into small parts, and these magical insects flew towards the moonlight, leaving the lair of the occultists. The mysterious man with a scar on his right eye ominously announced the beginning of Samano's revenge. His expectations were so high that when he looked at his illusion technique, he began to laugh madly, since there are not many masters in the world who can withstand this power. While the world was in shock over the recent events, the Chanam clan began to return to their normal life. The field kitchen had exhausted the young hermit who loved to eat well, but now the students could enjoy the food from their dining hall. The leader of tactical training, Gonson, decided to sum up the results of the recent operation. He was happy to announce that they had dealt with the Daesan Palace. It was a great honor for their sect. In addition to this, they began training new martial arts to develop their younger brother, thereby increasing Junam's strength daily. The praise was well-deserved, but the shy boy was still not used to so much attention from his friends. All the success was dedicated to the Chanam clan, and Master Gonson sincerely wished for their martial arts sect to become one of the greatest in the world, and believed that this day was only the beginning of their long journey to the top. At the table with delicious food, everyone was enjoying the recent victory. Seongjin was among those who were admired by all the disciples of the clan. Sister Gonan took a seat out of sight of the fans in order to enjoy the delicious food they had not had during the trip. The mountains of delicious food attracted all the fighters, as this food was different from what they ate every day. Among the students, a small girl stood out in particular. Her appetite was so incredible that she ate various delicacies with several hands. It looked like she had mastered the Ashura technique. Only one person distracted her from eating. Master Gongchan didn't look as happy as the others. The young student felt that something was bothering her teacher. Indeed, the young monk silently rose from the table and left the banquet. The behavior of the main character of the recent operation worried her to such an extent that she completely forgot about the delicacy. Gongchan found his peace under one of the trees near the wall of Junam School. The events he had recently experienced never left his head. Even though they had a reason to fight, the young master still couldn't accept the cruelty he felt then. He had to kill again, and again he had no choice. After some time spent remembering the horrors, the guy was distracted by the girl's voice. He recognized her immediately, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Viva asked directly why her teacher didn't look happy, and an awkward pause ensued. Gongchan noticed this confusion on his part and decided to break the silence with laughter, after which he said that he should not practice acting anymore. The girl found the teacher's behavior extremely strange. To avoid dwelling on the awkwardness, Gongchan shared his thoughts similar to the recent situation and said that he simply did what he had to do, but it's not that he's actually unhappy that he had to do that. Looking into the eyes of the inexperienced student, he said that there are many things that people have to do even if they don't want to. It was too difficult, so Viva became confused and looked at the teacher with incomprehension. To distract her from such heavy words, the guy simply carefully placed his palm on her head. He was surprised that she understood everything, but he didn't want her to think about such things at that age. He explained to her that her teacher had killed many people, but added that he still did not feel any remorse or regret about it, since they were all their enemies, and it had nothing to do with what he did not want to do. In reality, he was simply unhappy with the fact that too many people had died at his hands. But Viva couldn't stand the pressure and said that it was too difficult for her. The guy was surprised but calmed her down and said that she would understand when she got older, so she would have to grow up faster. In order not to let her go just like that, he offered to check how productive her training had been during his absence. The results of changing the approach to training fighters produced incredible progress. Viva is still a child, but her results already surpassed some masters who studied martial arts for more than 10 years. Gongchan was pleased to see the results of his labor. Meanwhile, the end of one conflict gave way to another. A fight broke out in the fortress of Gungxiongche, which the walls of the building could hardly withstand. The occultists were defeated. They lay unarmed and unconscious on the ground. The respected man stood on one of the walls and looked into the forest, which differed from the fortress in its calmness. An advisor approached him and informed his master about the end of the battle. The man was pleased with the result and thanked his warriors for their work. He asked if there was anyone among the enemy who had offered resistance. The ward replied that there were a few brave men, but they all studied devilish techniques. This was bad news, as it involved losses. The master asked his ward to tie up the occultists and send them to the Murim Union. The young man objected. He was against handing over their prisoners to the Union. The leader, unknown to us, knew in advance that this guy would be against such a decision. He justified such a decision by saying that everything was done for their own good. He wanted their organization to be recognized, because this would allow them to stand on top of the world. The excited boy could not go against his master's order. So he respectfully replied that he would take his wishes into account and follow his decision without question. The man's gaze seemed kind and fair. His name was Magek, and he was the leader of the Shidan clan. Although Magek has little power, he is known as a man of righteous views, so there are always people with power who are willing to support him. He has 5 strong students with high skill level. Moreover, it is known that Magek himself is a great master with extensive battle experience. He is one of the 8 great masters who call themselves Palgir. For the raid on Nokrim, Magek recruited thousands of martial artists, trained and coached them. In the end, this army was more than enough, and they simply marched through the fortress and thus won the victory. Magek always acts in the name of justice. No one has ever found a reason to suspect such an honest man of bad deeds. However, in reality, he is a spy for a demonic cult that has served the Murim Alliance for decades. He needs this cover in order to prepare for when the demonic cult's great sword falls upon the world called Kanho. This is the true nature of this pleasant master. While the world was rapidly changing, everything was stable within the Jeonnam clan. Gongchan returned to his training again. This time, his goal was to attain a natural level of inner energy. The natural level is associated with the ability to control ki at will, which means that it allows one to control energy with just the power of thought. Just by thinking, you can compress the energy and strengthen your ki, like the movement of your arms and legs. The energy core moves quickly, so the energy of the core can be controlled like a living organism. In comparison, the transcendental level controls ki physically. It takes time for the ki to pass through the meridians and reach the hands, and the sword ki released through the hands is controllable. However, Gongchang believed that if he could reach the natural level, then he would definitely be able to flexibly use the energy of his core. In the last fight, he noticed that Kim Dae-sang had indeed reached the natural level, but he used his energy too carelessly. Because of this, he could not properly use his potential and was defeated. Gongchan was willing to experiment even though he didn't know if Dae-sang was running into a problem or if it was the limit of his natural level. To begin with, he decided to try only what he was confident in. He exhaled and began to concentrate on the flow of his internal energy. The basic martial art that the Jeonnam clan studies was put into action. During this training, he realized a truth that would help him emerge from battles without regret in the future, as he decided that fist technique was indeed better than swordsmanship. The sword is effective against many opponents, but in a one-on-one fight, he decided it would be better to use his fist technique. After the fist technique, the next in the combination will be the palm technique, with which he will throw the enemy to a safe distance for him and deliver a powerful blow. This way, he would be able to protect himself from a counterattack. But this was not the only idea for using energy in a fight without a sword. The next combination still began with the disclosure of the basic martial art of the Jeonnam clan. Then things got much more serious, so he concentrated even more. The second step was to apply the Jeonnam palm technique. He got the idea to try to strengthen this attack. Unfortunately, he was disappointed as the 2 palm techniques did not combine. His tenacity was to be envied as he decided to repeat this technique. The guy started again as before. The second step was again the second movement of the Jeonnam palm technique. A powerful shockwave of chi was sent forward from the master. On the second attempt, he finally managed to implement the intended combination. The guy screamed with joy and decided not to stop there and try other techniques. One of the students watching the teacher's training asked his friend what Gongchan was doing, but the guy was also confused and didn't know what to answer. They hadn't yet reached his level of skill to understand such things, but they understood that teacher Gongchan was a very special person. When the Jeonnam clan's fortress was quiet and calm, chaos began to break out again in different parts of China. The warriors of another clan were defeated, and apparently it was the work of occultists. Information about these events had already reached Sachin Palace. At a small round table, 4 influential men discussed recent news. According to the intelligence report, Dang Songyi of the Sachin Dang family had died, and this time the cause of death was a heart attack, which was not the first time they had seen this pattern in recent times. The leader of the Hyokengo Solang clan was extremely worried that the transcendental level practitioners from the three greatest families of the Sakshan Palace, who took part in the raid on Nokrim, ultimately failed and died under strange circumstances. The Cheongsong clan and the Ami clan lost their strongest representatives, and this time Dang Song-yi, who was called the poisonous dragon killer, also died. He could not believe that a master of the art of poison could die from poisoning. It was hard for the leader to comprehend everything that had happened. He had no idea how they had made such a mistake that had put their safety at risk. But it was obvious that this problem would not be solved if the families of this palace continued to compete. The representative of the Cheonghong clan agreed with the wise woman of the Ami clan. They had lost too much to continue this useless competition. The Hyohyon clan came to Seishion Palace to help the local clans. They believed that it was not necessary for them to fight Nokrim. The gray-haired man with long hair concluded that no matter what, they should stop this operation. The battle with Nokrim had been too hard. They could not afford to take any more losses. Losing a significant number of troops would put their clans at risk, so the representative of the Cheonseong clan agreed with his colleague's idea. The leader of the meeting had the last word. Hyohengo Solang declared a temporary halt to all their actions towards Nokrim. The Murim Union was also extremely worried about the recent events. The local carp were eye-catching, but they were unable to ease the tense atmosphere. The Union's military advisor was more serious than ever, trying to figure out when things had gotten so bad. The Imperial Palace and the Murim Alliance, the Dark Faction and the Demonic Cult. He didn't understand what his Jegal family should do, caught between these two fires. He felt that now he was becoming a real warrior, because hard times create strong people. But he still wishes his father were there to give him some wise advice. The wisdom of the Jegal clan was given great responsibility. The leader of the Namgung Alliance distracted his military advisor and asked if he had made a decision on how to handle the situation. After greeting the leader, Youngman briefly replied that he saw no other options. It turned out that they had already discussed this problem and had come to a solution that they would only want to apply as a last resort. The main problem was the threat of people being fooled by occult illusions. The military advisor analyzed all the intelligence information and came to the conclusion that masters who had reached the natural level were not affected by illusions, while masters at the transcendental level found it difficult to fight them. They didn't yet know what kind of illusion their enemy was using, but it was clear that if they left things as they were, they would soon be in big trouble. The Sword King knew that they had rushed things and that they should forget about Nokrim for now. Chunmun Jaigal supported his thought, arguing that the Dark Faction and the main forces had suffered unpredictably large losses. Sword King Namgung understood that the entire Kano was under the influence of illusion and therefore asked the advisor to think twice about his decision, since the outcome of their alliance would depend on it. The man replied that they actually had no choice but to request more people from the Mosin clan and those talented in illusion techniques. The alliance leader did not think that they would have to turn to the Masan clan. He was looking forward to their cooperation. The Murim alliance finally weighed the risks and made a counter-move. Meanwhile, the Junam clan, despite their success in training masters, was also concerned about what was happening in the world, so they decided to hold a gathering of elders, among whom was Gongchan. The leader of the sect asked the main question of these gatherings: will they be able to remain safe in such conditions? The teacher was the first to express his opinion. He was bold enough to say that he believed their clan was prepared enough to prevent the devilish illusions from penetrating their territory. But one couldn't help but remember that 15 transcendental level masters had died because of this illusion. The results of the recent attacks on Nokrim were summed up by his comrade on the left. The elder was afraid that if things were really as they were told, then even the big clans could be in danger, and this was a very serious threat to the balance of power. Zhongnam was forced to develop his own plan of action. The leader asked if they had the necessary resources to help the Murim Union. The master replied that only 3 people, including himself, were familiar with devilish techniques, and that number was still not enough to send aid to the alliance and remain safe themselves. They had to make decisions carefully because they had to be ready before the threat reached their clan. Our monk's teacher believed that the only thing they were sure of was that the devil's illusion would not work in a place prepared with magic circles. In addition, all the masters who were killed were outside of such circles, meaning that their masters would be in danger once they left the confines of Junam. In a calm tone, the teacher stated that they had no choice. and that teaching the students inside the fortress was the only wise decision. But one of the elders responded to these words with objections. The leader noticed that the discussion was about to reach a dead end and turn into a conflict, so he stopped the discussion and took this responsibility upon himself. He gave instructions and asked to begin researching the devil's technique from now on while not forgetting about teaching the students. The elders listened and agreed with his opinion without objection. Gongchan was calm and focused because, as always, he had a huge responsibility. After the meeting, the elders continued to discuss the results. Gongchan and the teacher stood separately. The young master was worried and wanted to discuss this with his teacher personally. Gathering all his determination, he finally found the courage and told him about his desire to study the technique of illusions. This was unexpected, so he added that he had previously planned to learn this skill from Uncle Chong-sul. Without thinking twice, the teacher supported him and suggested doing as he had planned earlier. The support of a respected person greatly improved the guy's mood, and he thanked his teacher for the kind words. Still, Gongchan was the ray of light that the Jeonnam clan had been missing for so long. The young hermit then went to the building with one of the greatest masters of their sect. First of all, he greeted the students who were cleaning inside the palace. The boys asked what their younger brother was doing in such a place. The young man replied that he was looking for Uncle Chong-sul. The question was unexpected, so Gongchan added that he was curious whether he could learn from such an experienced mentor. To avoid wasting time on guesswork, he admitted that he was going to learn the technique of illusion. Of course, such power was unusual for the masters of Jeonnam, so one of the men asked why the respected young monk needed it. This question took him by surprise, so he justified himself by saying that he didn't know much about illusion techniques and was simply guided by the fact that new knowledge is always an advantage. The students at the school did not pay attention to their younger brother's awkward behavior, but agreed with his words, since Gongchan's theories really do produce results, and Jeonnam is indebted to him for improving the educational system. The elder brother went away to inform the master of the young monk's arrival and asked the boy to wait a little. Turning away from the talented boy, his emotions changed dramatically. It was not easy for him to realize that his younger brother Gongchan was considered the forerunner of martial arts, which was surprising at such a young age. Moreover, Gongchan has now gone even further and is trying to learn even the illusion technique, which only 3 people in the entire clan possess. Inside the building that belonged to Master Cheongsul, there were a lot of ritual paraphernalia. The man was ready to listen to his younger comrade's conversation. Taoist Gongchan, as usual, introduced himself with incredible respect and said that it was an honor for him to greet his dear uncle. The respected master replied that he had heard a lot about such a student, after which he invited him to sit down. It was an honor for the monk, and he sat at the same table with the master. A serious conversation awaited them, so the master closed his book to avoid distraction. First of all, he asked why the young master needed to learn the technique of illusions. The guy replied that he lacked this knowledge to complete his martial art. The man did not understand what was being discussed and how this technique could be connected to such a task. The answer was cryptic. The boy said that he believed he could find the missing detail that he could not track down during the long journey. Studying illusions is the shortest way to become stronger. In addition, he believed that this technique could be used to quickly achieve the natural level of mastery of internal energy. He was sure that there was a shortest path that anyone could follow. Uncle Chong-sul thought about it. He was interested to hear the brilliant student's theory, which he had not yet told the other headmen about. After the student's words, he paused for a moment, causing Gongchan to worry about the teacher's future decision. Still, he had no reason to refuse, so he announced the start of their classes and asked them to prepare properly. The negotiations went much easier than Gongchan expected. The poet thanked the master for agreeing to become his mentor and said goodbye. Meeting our monk always gives people something to think about. Uncle Chong-sul was no exception. This time he realized that Gongchan is truly a unique guy, and the rumors about him are not an exaggeration. Remembering his uncle, he thought that it would be good if he were trusted to look after such an interesting and talented young man. The next day, Gongchan went to his first class at the Jeonnam School's illusion technique class. He had to start with theory, so he first studied the materials available in their martial arts library. Before he had time to get involved in the process, he was interrupted by the stormy appearance of his nieces. The guy was surprised to see them and asked when they managed to arrive. His words hurt the ladies' feelings. The older sister looked down and sighed heavily, while the younger one, as usual, started the conflict and first of all reminded them that they had contacted him a week ago and clarified the date of their arrival. Gongchan began waving his hand, trying to calm the young lady's ardor, and said that he forgot about it because he was too busy training. This excuse had already gotten to the daughters of the Moen family. The hot-tempered girl nervously hit the guy on the table, and he almost fell off his chair from fear. It was a common thing because all their conversations looked something like this, but this time they stopped in time to discuss the really important things. The girls were worried about rumors that the Chanam clan had obtained a secret technique. This information shocked the entire world and set organizations in motion. All the Kanho clans wanted to master the secret technique of quickly reaching the transcendental level. This knowledge could bring any organization to the top of power in the world in a short period of time. Gongchen realized what they were getting at and assumed that they had come to obtain a secret technique as representatives of the allied Moen clan. Such a frank assumption hurt the feelings of the younger niece, and she became inflamed with resentment towards her uncle. But the younger sister turned out to be more rational, so she simply confirmed this information without further ado. Ren's younger niece was simply inflamed by her sister's words. She didn't want to say it so directly, but Ren knew very well that it was better to be honest with their uncle, especially when it came to the relationship between the Moen and Janam clans. The elder sister admitted that their family had indeed sent them to obtain such valuable knowledge that other families had begun to hunt for. But she admitted that this request was too difficult for them, and they were ready to accept a refusal. It was about knowledge that, if spread, could completely change the balance of power in the world. Gongchen looked at the girls and began to think about what to do, because the future of many families associated with martial arts would depend on his decision. First, he turned to his older sister and said that he wanted to convey something serious to them. He would like the Moen family to declare the Janam clan as their allies forever, after which the Janam clan will consider their offer to share the secret method of training transcendental level masters. The sisters froze in place at this shocking answer. Scratching his ear, he replied in a relaxed manner that he had already thought about it and was just about to talk to the clan leader about the possibility. It was strange the girls asked him why he wanted to do that. They themselves understood that the knowledge of the Chanam clan could change the entire world of martial arts. The guy decided to explain to them why he made such an unexpected and seemingly risky decision. It was obvious that if the Moen clan got hold of the method for quickly training students, their clan would become one of the best in Kanho within a few years. Then both the Moen family and the Janam clan will be on the same side, and if they pass on the technique to a couple more clans, it will be possible to create a larger group. If they can do this, then Kanho won't be able to interfere in their affairs so easily. This was the reason for his action. He had already planned a meeting with the elders to discuss the details. The guy asked the girls if they made a decision to just send a letter on behalf of the family. Since the issue was resolved, he suggested that they go and rest or do their own thing, as they were distracting him from learning his new skill. Although they had come to a mutually beneficial decision, Ren was still unhappy. She didn't like her uncle's cold treatment, so she asked if he had anything else to tell them. Gongchen couldn't understand what they were talking about, so his younger sister suggested that he ask how they were doing and tell them how much more beautiful they had become since their last meeting. He seemed to understand what was going on, so he closed his book and concentrated all his attention on the girls. He addressed his youngest niece in a calm and confident tone. The girl began to twirl her hair around her finger in anticipation. But such a romantic moment was ruined by the master's speech. He asked them to train instead of such strange thoughts, and also suggested not to fill their heads with such useless things. Anne calmly endured this attitude of her uncle, but her younger sister was completely inflamed with anger. She nervously shouted that he should forget about this conversation, since she was just a fool for expecting more from him. After these words, she left the building, furiously kicking the door open. The older sister apologized for her hot-tempered sister's behavior and then left the building. A few seconds later, Gongchen heard a scream from the street, and most likely not only he, but the entire Janam fortress heard Ren's enormous indignation. Gongchen was shocked, because a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and he still did not understand why they were reacting to him like that. After studying the theory, the young monk went into the forest to practice these skills. He formed a seal and began to concentrate on the flows of his energy. By changing the seals, he gradually began to release some of the ki that was easiest for him to control. This knowledge gave him the opportunity to understand the natural level of energy possession. His entire nervous system was involved in this process. He had never felt anything like this before. The feeling during this workout was very different from all the previous ones. After finishing the exercise, he gradually relaxed his concentration and exhaled with relief. He was pleased, because this time he had made a huge step forward. After the training, the guy went to his mentor to share the results. The conversation was about the energy of the upper core, which he had been developing for a long time. While studying illusion techniques, he noticed that they were somehow interconnected with the energy of the upper core, and he became very interested in this process. In fact, in his conversation, he simply chose to use the term upper core instead of brainwaves, hoping that it would be enough for Chong-sul. The man was shocked by the student's assumption, but he decided not to show it and said that using the energy of the upper core was probably one of Gongchan's theories. Based on this assumption, he inquired whether there had been any progress in confirming this theory. The young monk responded without hesitation that after realizing the influence of the energy of the upper core, he began to learn new things much faster. Thus, he managed to learn the magic of flame, field of vision, and even the disappearing illusion. At this moment, he knows 5 spells. For the teacher, this was an incredible result, since not even a month had passed since the beginning of the training. The guy agreed with these words, but admitted that given that this was something completely new for him, he would need more time to learn other techniques. Jung-sil felt that he had nothing to support his talented student with, so he reminded him that in order to learn spells more effectively, he needed to constantly repeat them. Gongchan thanked his uncle for his support and advice and left the building. But on his way home, he saw a strange thing that made him stop and freeze in place. It was a fight between 2 girls that he didn't expect to see since all the training was already over. As it turned out, it was a fight between Viwa and Yan's older sister, while Ren didn't interfere and just watched. The young girl still lacked the physical strength to fight on equal terms with an experienced fighter of the Moen clan. The older sister looked very cold. She controlled this fight perfectly. To compensate for the age difference, Viwa jumped into the air to deliver a sudden and powerful attack. But Ren's experience was enough to predict such a move. The girl from the Moen family was able to dodge Viva's powerful blow without much difficulty. After that, she began her counterattack. But punching a child wasn't that easy. A look of fear appeared on the young girl's face. She realized that she would not be able to defend herself. In fact, this fight was just a friendly training session, so the fight ended with a light and funny punch to the back of the head. While Viwa was trying to comprehend how she had made such an obvious mistake, elder sister Yan praised her for her excellent skills and noted that she had definitely become stronger. Ren was delighted with this duel, and so offered to have a second one with her. Viwa was very happy to compete with another beautiful older sister from the Moen clan. Gongchan didn't understand what was going on and asked his nieces in a stuffy voice why they were still in Jeonnam. To get their attention, he shouted in a nervous tone that they shouldn't behave like that in his yard. Viva was the first to notice her teacher and immediately ran to meet him. Sighing heavily, the cunning Ren replied that the girl simply had older sisters who cared about her success in training, unlike her teacher, so they simply decided to help her. The girl began to feel embarrassed and laughed awkwardly, while Gongchan was a little confused by the words he heard. Still, the guy was not in the mood, so he simply replied irritably that it was their personal choice, and he was going to learn spells, so he was not interested in it now. Ren decided to finish him off, so she provocatively asked the nervous guy to teach her and her sisters this technique. Gongchan couldn't stand it and replied that it would be easier for him to throw them out of his yard. But the calm and impudent Ren replied that he could do that, but there was no point in it, since they were going to leave anyway, albeit a little later. The boy simply flared up at this insistence, not even trying to hide his emotions. He wanted at least a little peace in order to advance in the field of illusions, so he nervously asked them to just leave and not disturb him. The next morning, the young master's court received guests. His sisters came to visit to learn the basics of the new art, while Gongchan continued to familiarize himself with the theory. The young master's mind was constantly filled with thoughts about how to fully master the natural level using his nervous system. In fact, he was not discouraged, because his progress was so significant that no master in history could compare with him in the speed of learning. The girls continued their training, their movements so masterful that the air currents scattered leaves. The older sister suggested stopping and resting. She was afraid that Viva would hardly be able to keep up with their pace. But the girl with a smile on her face replied that she could still continue. Viva's answer inspired the sisters greatly, so with sincere smiles on their faces, they suggested not to stop and continue training even harder. Such dedication on the part of the girls made their teacher very happy, although at first, he thought that training together was a bad idea, because they would only distract him. His independent nieces did not interfere with his work, so he concentrated and continued to learn illusion techniques and his inner energy. Gongchan and his students continued training. Winter came. Ren had already begun to see Viva as a worthy opponent, and she began to take her more seriously. Their teacher also did not stand still, and it seems he significantly improved his understanding of the natural level of energy. Time passed, and spring began. At that important moment in their lives, the early sakura blossomed, and the Moen sisters wove a beautiful wreath for their younger sister. Their communication was beneficial for the girl's development as a master. Their teacher's possession of natural energy became more and more advanced. The guy was very focused and worked on his consciousness and control of his nervous system. Little by little, he began to release and use the internal energy with just one seal and the power of thought. His drawn little man was no longer just lying on the table and moving. Gongchen was able to quickly lift him to his feet. This was only the beginning, since such an exercise is aimed at controlling energy, but he will still have to learn to influence the external environment with even greater force. Still, he was very happy because this success would allow him to develop even faster. There were also some changes within the Chanam sect. Teacher Changjin finally received a mysterious scroll that he had been waiting for a long time. It seems he received the information he had been waiting for a long time. Gongchan and his students gathered together to relax after productive training. As usual, the master used his ice magic skills and made popsicles for the girls. This dessert was a common treat for the protagonist in his past life, but during the heyday of martial arts, it did not exist yet, so the sisters begged him to make more of the delicious and cold fruit ice. Gongchan refused, believing that Ren and En were already capable of using ice magic to create sweet ice on their own. He moved away from this mundane question and asked if Nakrim had been calm lately. En replied that after the raids on the occultist's lair ceased, they had not done anything else. This was good news, but Gongchan was sure that Nokrim was still walking around Kano calmly. The impunity of the enemy masters was obvious, and the elder sister agreed with her teacher. The boy was busy training, but he was irritated by the fact that despite Nakrim being out of control, Kano was still ignoring the problem. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of one of the students. He addressed Gongchan with respect and said that he had an important request. It turned out that Master Changjin asked to find his talented and independent student. Most likely it was related to the scroll he had received earlier. Without wasting time, Gongchan arrived to his teacher and immediately noticed the letter, which according to the teacher, came from the Murim Union. Janam was informed that the alliance was gathering people who were good at spells, and of course in this case, Gongchan was the first one who was decided to be offered to take part in this. The guy was incredibly happy with this offer, since he had already managed to master several new spells that he had not yet used in practice. The student's answer satisfied Zhongjin, but he warned Gongchan that he should find a few more people in order to create a group of fighters that would represent all of Junam. This proposal became a problem, since the young master was used to relying only on his own strength without endangering the other fighters. The next day, Gongchan and his group set out outside of Junam Fortress. From the start, he was unhappy that his team seemed problematic from the start. His guess was indeed correct. His nieces and older sister were sent with him. These wayward girls never gave him any peace, and this time they all gathered together. First of all, he turned to the Moen sisters and asked why they were going to Murim with the Chanam detachment. The girls replied that for them it would be part of their training under the mentorship of their uncle. The boy was a little furious at this answer, as he thought that such a serious matter was not suitable for training. But in Ren's opinion, they were strong enough for their uncle to stop looking down on them too much. Overall, she was right, and the guy agreed with her and toned down his anger a little. But on the other hand, he was also worried that his older sister had also decided to go on such a dangerous mission. The girl sighed heavily and replied that she was going to protect her younger brother. The boy understood that he was younger, but it seemed strange to him that someone like him would be protected by anyone. He boldly replied that he did not fully understand who would protect whom. These words hurt the feelings of the elder sister, who had previously taught the young talented master, who had recently also become a mentor for many students. Instead of words, she chose the path of violence and demonstrated her dissatisfaction with the monk's words with a blow to the ribs. Gongchan fell to the ground and doubled over in pain. His nieces stood aside and quietly laughed at him. The determined and self-confident older sister suggested that they not delay and set off, as they planned to reach Jeonju from Hanam Palace by the next day. The angry guy began to shout at her that she shouldn't behave like that with her former student. But he never heard an answer, because these words only brought a kind smile to the girl's face. After some time, they reached their destination, and Jeonju and its Hanam Palace began to appear on the horizon. The city was located by the river, and therefore trade developed well here. This place was unusual for the combined force of Chanam fighters and the Moen family, so there was a pleasant smile and admiration on the fighters' faces. Without wasting time, they went to the area of one of the branches of the Jeonju clan, namely to the representatives of the Jeonbul clan. Here they were met by a kind and pleasant monk, who respectfully greeted the world-famous Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. It was the leader of the Jeonbul clan named Bolson, and for Gonchan this meeting was long awaited. The man admitted that he did not expect to meet the young star Kangho at their place, but the young monk, as usual, behaved modestly and asked not to flatter him, since he was much younger. The modesty and politeness of the young talented master caused the leader of the Jeonbul clan to laugh sincerely. He was glad to see such an amazing student of a prestigious clan. Without wasting any time, the boy introduced the girls standing behind him, saying that his older sister and nieces from the Moen clan had arrived with him. The pretty girls joined the conversation, and the older sister thanked the leader of the allied clan for the honor of meeting him. He folded his palms in front of him and admitted that he had heard about the Moen family's flowers. He thought that they were as beautiful as the rumors said. The acquaintance came to an end, and the leader of the Jeonbul clan asked the dear guests why they had come to see him. Gonchan replied that they were on their way to the Murim Alliance, as they were gathering people who were good at spells. Therefore, they wanted to ask if it was possible for them to make a small pass inside their fortress to spend the night before continuing on their way. These words greatly surprised the master. He did not expect that he was also good at spells. Still, he was pleased to hear that such respected young masters had decided to stay with him as guests, and he was happy to let them stay the night. He also admitted that he had actually wanted to build a relationship as the eldest and youngest of the Kanhos for a long time. In addition, the rooms were already ready, so the man invited the dear guests to rest. The boys thanked the great warrior Bolson for such an honor and went to their rooms. The girls immediately went to bed as they were quite tired from the journey. But Gonchan had long since gotten used to this kind of movement, so he felt great and, lying on the bed, decided to practice his energy control. He couldn't sleep and was too bored to spend time just relaxing. Using ice magic, he cooled the tea to a comfortable temperature and poured it into a cup. It was a short break, as training inside his consciousness all night was comparable to hellish efforts for him. For the first time, he noticed the slow pace of development. Sighing heavily, he was even afraid to guess when he would thus reach the next level with such success. It seemed to him that one day he would have to go to the Mosen clan to ask them for help. Suddenly, his keen sense noticed something was wrong. This wasn't the first time the guy had gotten into trouble while traveling. He didn't even want to guess what happened this time, but he had no choice but to stand aside. The other monks in this fortress were not so skilled in managing energy, so they did not yet know what was happening. Gongchan climbed onto the roof of a tall building in this city to survey the surrounding area. Despite the fact that not every master managed to sense the threat, it was hard not to notice, as thick purple clouds visually appeared around the fortress. This was not the first time that Gongchan had encountered such a feeling, and he was sure that it was some kind of devilish spell. A moment later, a mysterious, huge red dragon appeared among these terrifying clouds. The monk standing on the roof of one of the buildings understood that he was here at the right time, because this threat looked really serious. Reaching under his kimono, he realized that this was a real hunt, which had already killed many people. He had no idea how the enemy had managed to find him, but he did not want to waste time thinking and decided to start the fight. The boy took out the very same paper people he had trained his natural level of chi on and tossed them into the air before making his next move. The spellcaster began using dolls for the first time in his life and summoned spirits with energy between heaven and earth. His paper warriors scattered across the fortress to defend the local warriors. The local monks were shocked, as they had never seen such a spell before. By spreading his energy, he used his natural level of control to command the spirits to take control of his dolls. Within a moment, the dolls began to move. Controlling a spell of this magnitude required incredible chi control and vast reserves of internal energy. Gongchan was ready to demonstrate the results of his training and practice. With a serious and concentrated look, he said the name of this technique, called exorcism. The enemy dragon's enormous technique was about to collide with the young disciple Chanam's spell, which was still unknown to the world. While the clan warriors' jaws dropped in surprise, the master of the fortress ran out into the streets of the city and first of all asked to tell about what was happening. The sight was terrifying. The enemy had decided to act openly, and its presence was visible to the naked eye. The huge red clouds and the big dragon were here for only one purpose. They came with the desire to destroy the talented monk from Cheonan. Even the legendary warrior Bolson was shocked by the amount of dark energy that surrounded his fortress. Gongchan was in the vanguard, and he was seriously determined to fight the enemy. His first attack wasn't enough to deal with the enemy, But he wasn't worried because otherwise it wouldn't be interesting. While the guy was looking for weaknesses in the enemy's equipment, the dragon was already rushing towards him. But suddenly he unexpectedly changed the trajectory of his flight. Now everything has become clear. Ganshan was wrong. It seems he was not the main target of the enemy troops. Warrior Bolson was excited to join the battle. It was not yet known what he was capable of, and besides, the enemy's spell brought real terror to everyone present. Worried about the master of the fortress, the student Chanam immediately headed towards the city streets to defend the legendary warrior. The magical dragon had already begun to charge up its first volley, which would obviously be incredibly powerful. Such a powerful pressure of dark energy nearby had a huge impact on all the fighters of the Chanbol clan. While the leader of their organization tried to resist, Ganshan rushed to his defense. He immediately began to form a seal in order to call forth another spell. Jumping towards the enemy dragon, he again turned to the spirits and spoke the words of the spell. His chi became the second flash in the clan fighter's line of sight. Without wasting any time, he turned to the leader of the Chanbol clan to begin his prayer, asking the disciples to support their master. The man was clearly not prepared for this battle. He did not know what to expect from such a terrifying technique, but he still began his prayer. All his disciples also cast aside their fear of the enemy and continued to pray to Buddha along with their teacher. As he rushed into battle, Ganshan once again turned to his spirits and asked them to destroy evil and stop the enemy's atrocities. It was an exorcism technique again, but this time he put a lot more ki into it, and it became much more powerful. The incredible power prevented the enemy spell from carrying out its attack. The sound of a powerful explosion spread throughout the entire area. The enemy vehicle stopped, heavy purple smoke hung in the air, and the excited fighters of the Chanbol clan looked in anticipation towards the dragon. The smoke began to clear, and it became clear that even the young monk's second blow was not enough to destroy this dark spell. The legendary warrior began to get nervous and bit his lower lip. The surviving enemy vehicles pounced on him to defeat him with brute force. He grimaced as if he was preparing for an awkward death in front of his subordinates. But as it turned out, Ganshan managed to stop the enemy spell, and a doll of the enemy's equipment ended up in his hands. The enemy's attack was based on a normal enraged snake. Ganshan was surprised by its self-confidence because even after losing its energy boost, it continued to attack despite the lack of any prospects. By squeezing the snake's body in his hands, he prevented the enemy from resuming the technique. Unexpectedly for him, the health of the leader of the Chanbol clan deteriorated sharply. The legendary warrior fell to the ground unconscious, and Ganshan immediately ran to help him. While lifting the body of Mr. Bolson, he turned to the local soldiers and asked them to urgently take the monk to their hospital. The news of the unsuccessful attack had already reached the enemy camp, which was located among the forest and rocks. Despite the failure, the enemy leader simply started laughing, which greatly excited his charges. Seeing the occultist's concern, the mysterious man asked them not to do anything stupid and not to make a fuss over such a minor setback. Before summing up, the man with the scar on his right eye sighed heavily. It was strange to him, as he did not expect the weaklings of the Muram Alliance to be able to destroy the spell of the Blood Dragon Slayer, which he had high hopes for. He couldn't even imagine such an outcome, so he turned to his fighters and asked them to find out the reason why their rather powerful spell couldn't cope with the task. Besides this, he also asked his charges if there was any news from Manhwa. One of the hooded occultists replied that they had a letter saying that chaos had broken out in third world countries. It seems that this news was so pleasant that it distracted this gentleman from his recent failure and caused him to smile maliciously. It was obvious that this was connected with the first step of the blood cult, which turned out to be unexpected for the warriors of Christianity. However, he did not want to be distracted by the successes of other organizations and stated that they still had enough work to do in the near future. Reaching his hand forward, he called for his fighters to hurry and prepare for the next step of their cult. He was very intrigued by what was happening in the world and was looking forward to new news regarding the activities of the blood cult. Morning came, and all night Ganshan was next to the master of this fortress. The doctors at the local hospital had already begun treating their commander-in-chief. It seemed that this religious clan practiced needle therapy. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, a difficult task for him. Seeing how he spent the entire night continuing to treat Bolson, Ganshan asked what was going on and what the legendary warrior's condition was. Having summed up the condition of his master, the doctor replied that in his opinion the main crisis was already behind him, and Bolson could gradually restore his energy. Despite his weakness and strong trembling in his body, the legendary warrior was able to extend his hand towards the young disciple of the Jeonnam clan and addressed him by name. Gongchan immediately rushed to his bed and asked the monk not to worry about the recent events and suggested that he calmly regain his strength. The man was a man of honor, so he thanked the incredible guy for his help and said that their Chonbul clan was now in his debt. He also apologized for not being able to lead their group on the road. In response, the worried guy asked not to worry about it and suggested using his energy only for recovery. He was so impressed by the young sorcerer's strength that he asked him, with hope in his eyes, to build a relationship between an elder and younger warrior from Kanho during their next meeting. These words brought a pleasant smile to the Taoist's face, as he could not refuse such an offer. He replied that he would look forward to this moment because for him, collaborating with the legendary warrior was a great honor. Having dealt with the issues inside the Chonbul fortress, the boy gathered his squad of women to continue on his way. Having finished his business, he said that they were now ready to continue their journey to the Murim Union. Soon they reached the city of the Murim Union. The road turned out to be calm, and they did not meet any more enemies. Inside the city, the situation was completely different from that of the Chonbul clan fortress. The local beauties whispered about their affairs. It seemed that the situation in the world had passed them by. Such a surprisingly calm atmosphere did not pass by Gongchan. With a smile on his face from the beauties' glances, he declared that even the air in the Murim Union was different, which greatly angered his companions, who probably liked him. Sister Gonin understood that these words were connected with a large number of free beauties, and therefore with a threatening look she replied that he was talking nonsense, since a similar atmosphere now reigned in all the cities where they had been. The guy shuddered at such an angry treatment and awkwardly replied that he had accidentally said it out loud. The disapproving looks of their nieces spoke for them. The older sister said that Gongchan was probably crazy, but the guy again justified himself and said that most likely he was just too tired. But a passing beauty changed his train of thought again, and he said that a few cups of tea would certainly help him. Despite the beauty of his companions, he was captivated by some girl passing by. He was so absorbed in his gaze that he completely forgot that he was not alone in this city. He was distracted again by Gonin, who noticed that his eyes looked too suspicious. Ren agreed with her older sister from the Jeonnam clan, while Yon simply stated that she was disappointed in her uncle. 3 terrifying and condemning glances put the guy in such an awkward position that the promising master had to go on the defensive and make excuses. He decided to get out of this situation by changing the topic of conversation, so he suggested that the girls go to the guest room of the Jeonnam clan to have a good rest after the hard journey, since he thought that everyone was simply too tired. It seems his efforts did not change their opinion much, and therefore the girls unanimously answered that their teacher was an ordinary pervert. In search of someone less aggressive than his companions, Gongchan came to his comrades who lived in the Jeonnam area. The guys were happy to see one of the most talented disciples of their sect and happily invited Gongchan and his team to go inside the building to rest. In response, the hermit asked if there were any elders on site, and the boys responded with surprise that there was no one there at the moment. The young master quickly changed the subject and hurriedly asked not to worry and just bring them some tea. As they talked, Sister Gonin couldn't bring up the recent incident inside the Chonbul clan's fortress. With a calm look, the master replied that it was a spell in the form of a red dragon, which contained as much energy as after 600 years of practice. These words simply shocked Ren. The eldest niece concluded that if that dragon really carried within itself an amount of energy that was equivalent to 600 years of practice, then there was no doubt that such a technique was too difficult for most of the strongest masters to master. Sister Gonin added that she was sure it was incredibly difficult to handle such a challenge with Gongchan's level of spellcasting. Sipping hot tea, the young Taoist agreed that he could not defeat such a terrifying spell with his own strength alone. His first step was to distribute all the lost spirits throughout the Chonbul clan's fortress. All the spirits went to the places where the clan had installed magic circles. After that, he changed the current protective circles to stronger ones and then used them on himself. In addition to all this, the prayer of the great warrior Bolson and the disciples of the Chonbul clan was added. Even though it was a high-level spell, it couldn't withstand such a noticeable numerical superiority. Ren couldn't hide her delight and asked her uncle how he came up with such an idea in a matter of moments. It was obvious that Sister Gonin was getting nervous from this incredible story. She thought that Gongchan was just a low-class spell user at the moment, but he managed to easily adapt to the situation and find a way out. The conversation was interrupted by one of the clan's disciples. He had business with teacher Gongchan. He said that representatives of the Murim Union wished to meet with him personally. It was a serious matter, so the guy immediately put down his cup of tea. Gongchan stood up from the table with determination and replied that he was ready for this meeting. The boy went to the meeting. He was received by the leader of the union himself, and during their meeting, the Sword King admitted that he had heard a lot about him. First of all, Namgung Muja asked about the recent incident that Gongchan himself had also taken part in. He asked how he had managed to destroy the incredibly powerful spell of the Red Dragon. The young Taoist of the Chanam clan told everything exactly as he had told his group. The boy's cunning approach interested the elders, and one of them confidently stated that if they did the same as Taoist Chanam, then even if a person was not very strong in spells, they would still have a chance to reflect the enemy's spell with a significant advantage in terms of power. The leader of the alliance decided that in that case, they should gather energy from many people. He was sure that the illusion spell they had seen was also done with the help of a large number of occultists. But it was not as simple as it seemed. Sword King Namgung Muja pointed out that even if they had a way to stop the spell, it would not be enough, because their enemies were always hidden while the alliance was always in the open. The last participant joined the dialogue, and with his cough and thoughtful silence he attracted the attention of the second headman and the leader of the union. Scratching his beard, the old man reminded that the enemy's spells of this kind only harmed 5 people per day, which meant that the enemy forces had a limit on the power and range of using such techniques. Gongchan understood what was being said. He was interested in the words of this man, since he knew very well that this was the former leader of the Mosan clan, from whom he really wanted to learn the experience of using energy at the natural level of possession. The old man continued and said that to solve a problem like this, they would have to spend a lot of resources. He meant that if they took well-made gold and a spell with them, then it would be enough to repel the enemy's techniques. The leader of the union took this advice seriously and replied that in that case they would immediately begin preparations. He was very grateful for the old man's wisdom and said that he hoped for his help in the future. The atmosphere of this meeting once again demonstrated the seriousness of the union's attitude to what is happening in the world. Muram really does make such decisions very quickly. Extending his hand in front of him, Sword King Namgung Muja declared that from now on, they would begin to follow the plan to combat the spell called the Murim Alliance. While the Martial Arts Clan Alliance was making such important decisions, there was also some good news in the Junam clan. Teacher Chun Jin arrived to meet with the sect leader and reported that after the battle with the Daesan Palace, they received all the rights of the destroyed Hwasan clan. In simple terms, it can now be said that most of the clans in the Samseo Palace are subordinate to the Junam clan. Interesting news was also received from the allied Moan clan. Junam and Moan made a deal, and after that, rumors began to circulate that Moan had begun to increase his influence in Yeonyang Palace. It was about that very secret technique of Gongchan's training. In addition, Ren and Yen were sent to the master to continue their joint training and exchange of experience for some time. Teacher Chun Jin thought that this was a difficult path for the 2 flowers of the Moan clan, so he and the elders decided to appoint Gonan as an accompanying master for their squad just in case. News of the recent incident in the Chanbul clan had already reached the Chanam Palace, and the leader of the sect admitted that he had already heard about the great deed that their most talented disciple had recently done. The world was once again shocked by the power of the Junam clan. After all, Gongchan not only saved the leader of a powerful clan of a member of the Muram Union, but also single-handedly managed to destroy an enemy spell with the energy power of 600 years of spiritual practice. Let's return to our young monk. It was already evening and he was humming as he returned to his room. He was pleased with how he spent his day, as he managed to learn a lot of interesting things just by talking to other spellcasters. It was a joy for him to learn something new completely free of charge, because such opportunities do not come along very often. There was a smile on his face, and a sincere and friendly laugh emanated from him at the mere thought that the next day he would also be able to obtain the knowledge that was important to him. But suddenly he stopped and was distracted from talking to himself. 3 masters walked by, accompanied by 2 girls. They were heatedly discussing some rumors. One of them stopped as soon as he saw the Taoist of the Chanam clan. Gongchan was clearly not happy about this meeting, but it was too late to run away. The master stopped and greeted the young monk with respect. It was the son of the Sword King, and Gongchan awkwardly reciprocated his feelings. Despite the forced smile on his face, he was deeply irritated by the situation. One of Master Namgun's comrades asked who they were dealing with. It was the first time he had seen the son of the leader of the Muram Union greet someone first. This unfriendly man named Dang Mugi has the nickname of a poisonous dragon, With a displeased face, he rudely asked the young master who he was and where he came from. Gongchen was unhappy that his wonderful evening was ruined by this company, but he calmly introduced himself anyway, hoping that they would quickly leave him alone. But the violent reaction to his name said otherwise. Everyone except Mr. Namgung was extremely surprised by such a meeting. Biting his lip nervously, the dragon blade named Peng Majin thought that it was extremely unexpected to see the one who had embarrassed his family in this place again. One of the ladies introduced herself in a calm tone as Sol Mayeon from the Ice Palace and admitted that she had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The second lady from Master Namgung's company turned out to be less well-mannered. Her name is Hua Yan, and she is known to the world under the pseudonym Burning Flame. She didn't care about Gongchan's recent achievements. Because of the rumors about this master's incredible strength, she offered to fight him without further ado. Before Gongchan could respond, Dang Mugi intervened in the conversation and asked his sister not to disgrace her family by trying to fight with someone from the village clan. The impudent behavior of these arrogant rich men got on the monk's nerves. The most adequate was the son of the leader of the Murim Union, who had already suffered from his arrogance towards the Taoist from Cheonan. He suggested that his comrades cool down and move on. He addressed Master Gongchan with respect and apologized for the behavior of his comrades. It seems that the conflict was resolved and the masters and rich clans moved on. But Gongchan saw this as a great opportunity and provocatively told them behind their backs that he would not fight until he was sure he could make money from it. Hua Yan immediately took notice of his words and stopped to ask him to repeat them. Sighing demonstratively, the boy realized that he had managed to interest the Master of Fire from Namgung's company. He repeated his words about not fighting for free, arguing that he was the only one wasting his time playing with masters of their level. The guy's bold words shocked the well-mannered mistress of the Ice Palace, while Hua Yan admiringly noted that Gongchan was an interesting and hot guy. She came closer to him in order to make him a tempting offer. Her proposal was quite unexpected. Considering herself a real beauty, she said that if he won their fight, then she would allow him to go on a date with her. This move was quite bold, and hearing these words brought a sly smile to Gongchan's face. He saw opportunities for negotiations. The guy calmly replied that he was not interested in her, but despite this, he was ready to fight if in exchange she could tell him the basic principles of her clan's martial arts. It seemed that his words really hurt the feelings of the beauty, and she shouted in rage that this was an unfair proposal because everyone was madly wanting to take her as a wife, while Gongchan only asked to know the basis of her martial arts, which sounded like complete absurdity to her. While Hua Yan was fuming, Dang Mugi took the initiative and suggested that Taoist Gongchan was probably so confident for a reason, but he didn't like the way the guy talked so much without any manners. The young monk from Jeonnam replied that he didn't bother with manners and was just saying that he wasn't going to fight for the sake of mere fun. Seeing through the arrogant guys, he offered him to join the deal. He was ready to fight him if he could put something valuable in the fight. Gongchan's communication skills were simply incredible. He made both members of the Fire Clan burn with rage. The situation continued to escalate, and the Taoist made a timely decision to leave the boys alone with their rage and anxious thoughts. So he apologized and said that he was in a hurry and had to leave them. Dang Mugi was beside himself with anger. His body was filled with anger. The master's provocation turned out to be incredibly successful, and as he left, he understood that it was unlikely that they would simply forget what had happened. The next day, while waiting for a response to the recent proposal, the boy continued to improve his spellcasting skills. Despite his talent for learning magic, he had some difficulty mastering the new technique, which was immediately noticed by one of the elders of the union. Gongchan explained the essence of the problem by saying that he was unable to make a magic circle using the method he knew. He looked so upset that the man decided to help and invited him to come closer. The old man believed that the young master was missing one detail. For such a case, he additionally used another seal. Having placed the second seal, he concentrated on it and began to release energy, arranging the signs with his palms, which Gongchan was closely watching. In an instant, he managed to create a large magic circle in the radius where they were. Gongchan was amazed by the incredible power of this spell after just one adjustment in the execution, but he was still puzzled by how this method differed from what he himself had tried to do. The old man laughed mysteriously in response to his question. With a smile on his face, he explained that the spell actually needed to be slightly modified depending on the time and place it was used. This is a common practice, as the energy in that location is a bit unique compared to other locations, and because of this he was forced to change the spell and paper specifically for that location. Confused, Gongchan was surprised and replied that in that case, he should learn many more theoretical details regarding the execution of such techniques. The man agreed with him and said that it was normal, since the young Taoist Jonam had just begun his journey of mastering martial arts. He had high hopes for the young master's rapid development, knowing that they needed more magic circles to stop the devil's spell. On the way home, he told them that he knew about the meeting between Gongchan and young masters from other famous clans, and he was interested in why the world-famous Taoist Chanam decided to make them such an offer. Seeing the guy's reaction, he realized that Gongchan was the only one in the entire Murim Union who had not heard about these rumors. It turned out that the situation was perceived ambiguously. Some masters from the clan were furious and said that they would not allow Gongchan to get away with this. Out of awkwardness, the young Taoist put his hand on the back of his head and, trying to relax the situation, replied that in his opinion, nothing serious had happened. Returning to the Junam area, he realized that he had underestimated the seriousness of the situation. Sitting at the meeting of elders, he felt that things would not be easy for him. The attention of all the participants in this meeting was focused on the young monk, which created an awkward problem for them. The situation was so tense that the hermit Gongchan began to worry greatly. He did not take into account the responsibility for his actions, and so all he could do was smile awkwardly. One of the elders complained that because of the Taoist's performance, people began to talk about the Chanam clan too often. Repeating the same mistake, he began to justify himself and said that they started it first. His lie was easy to recognize, so they all said in one voice that it was time for him to grow up. And from these words, the guy sank into himself. He didn't yet know that due to the recent incident, the Sachin Dang family had challenged the Junam clan to a duel. The guy was quite surprised, although he expected that this would happen, but no one personally told him this news. Remembering those guys, he realized that the one who spoke on behalf of the Sachin Dang family was that same daring guy named Songi. The chieftain decided that Gongchan had set them all up by coming all the way to the Murim alliance just to cause more trouble. He ordered him to immediately apologize to the aforementioned clan and not to make the issue any bigger. As an argument, they reminded him of his own wise words that the ability to restrain oneself is equal to victory in battle. Unexpectedly for everyone, he demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions and firmly stated that he would accept the challenge to a duel. The elders were furious at the boy's arbitrariness. They could not believe his impudent and daring answer. In his defense, Gongchan said that they were the first to show disrespect to the Junam clan, and after that he could not stand aside. He believes that it would be absolutely wrong for a Taoist from the Junam clan. One of the disgruntled elders stated that the monk had come to the Union in the first place to fight against the devilish illusions with his spellcasting skills, and not to fight and conflict with other clans. Another argument was that they were worried about their strongest student. After these words, the young monk calmly asked the elders not to worry about him. With a self-confident smile, he replied that in any case, it would be easy for him to win. The representative of the conflicting clan was a poisonous dragon named Dang Mugi. He is the grandson of the poisonous king Dang Chong, the former head of the Sachon-Dang family. In order to make him the heir to take the place of the poisonous king, the Sachin-Dang family fearlessly invested a huge amount of money in him. In return, Dang Mugi gained incredible strength from a young age by practicing with Kanho's best teachers. Therefore, he believed that he was the strongest of the 10 true Kanho dragons. This is the reason why Dang Mugi looked down on other masters. His arrogance was primarily due to his early acquisition of power. This arrogance collided with Gongchan's arrogance and created a spark. The martial arts match between the Sachin Dang family and the Junam clan became a hotly debated issue in the Murim alliance. Gongchan didn't even worry about the 10 true dragons of Kanho. That's how confident he really was. Murima Union, the center of Kanho. Many stories happened in this place, and now all the attention of people was riveted to the next story, to the duel between Gongchan and Dang Mugi. Most of the city's craftsmen arrived for the rare spectacle. In the front rows was the company that Gongchan had recently encountered. The heroes of this celebration were standing in the ring. Gongchan was as usual unshakable and calmly stood in front of his opponent with his hands folded in front of him. With an unperturbed face, he continued to provoke his opponent and arrogantly asked the dragon what he had prepared for him, recalling his words that he would not fight just for fun. The noble family member calmly replied that honor could not be bought or sold. But he still took Gongchan's words into consideration and prepared a heavenly poison pill. Realizing this news immediately changed the guy's attitude towards the battle. He knew that this was the best of the best pills, which instantly gave internal energy equal to 30 years of practice. Satisfied with the enemy's answer, the monk said that in that case he was ready to begin the fight. Their judge was very surprised, but the Dragon Dang stated that before they began the duel, he would like to ask for one condition. Filled with rage, the boy shouted that he wanted to be allowed to kill the enemy in this battle. He believed that this was a necessary condition in order to fully utilize their family's martial arts. The audience was shocked by this statement, and they began to discuss that Dang was actually planning to end everything with the Sachin Dang family's poisonous technique. But this did not affect the arrogant Gongchan's composure in any way. No one knew about his incredible resistance to poisons, so he calmly replied that he did not object to such a condition of the duel at all. The judge didn't like this calmness at all, but the guy assured him that there was no need to worry because the heavenly poison pill was at stake, and for him it was worth such a risk. Gongchan didn't even doubt his words, which made the judge worry that he was sane. Still, he had no other choice, so he folded his hands in front of him and said that he hoped that the participants would not do anything that would go against the rules of Kanho. After these words, he announced the start of the fight, and the intrigued audience began to chant the names of their favorites. The poisonous dragon Sachin Dang began to flex his fists in anticipation of the fight. With an arrogant smile, he turned to the Taoist and said that if he asked for his life right now, he would pretend that nothing had happened between them. With a serious look, Gongchan offered to repeat those words again if he could win. After this, he began the fight and quickly rushed towards his opponent. The guy began to analyze the opponent's stance and at the same time strengthen his fist, releasing energy. The close combat began with a parry. The guy who mastered poison techniques turned out to be tough. He easily managed to block the first blow of the young monk. This was followed by a counterattack that caught Gongchan off guard. He instantly tried to counterattack using poison, but Gongchan dodged it. Not stopping there, the poisonous dragon continued its attack. The next strike of the claws never reached the body of the Junam student. Only after that did Gongchan realize that the enemy was using poison in his techniques. He decided not to counterattack and merely dodge the enemy's attacks, gradually learning the peculiarities of his fighting style. Unable to stop the enemy's series of unpunished attempts to attack, he decided to retreat to a safer distance and jumped back. Feeling superior, Sachin Dang decided to encourage his pathetic opponent and noticed that he was reacting quite quickly to what was happening. While showing off his poison glove, he said that everyone knew that being injured by the Dang family's poison technique was fatal, and Gongchan would not be able to escape it. But such words did not excite the monk at all. He disrespectfully began to warm up in the middle of the battle, realizing that he was clearly not the one who should fear enemy poisons. With interest in his eyes, he declared that he was going to beat up the cocky and impudent boy from a noble family, which was disrespectful to the Jonam clan. His calmness provoked the enemy even more, and the poisonous dragon rushed at the monk in a rage. His reckless and emotional behavior made him lose his guard, and he didn't even notice how Gongchan easily dodged this attack and even ended up behind him. He found himself in a worse position, as he no longer had the opportunity to dodge. The first blow of this fight was delivered by Gongchan. The blow was so strong that Dang was thrown back several meters and fell on his back. Gongchan's brute force seemed to have already guaranteed him victory, but as it turned out, this was still not enough. The poisonous claws of his opponent's glove dug into the ground in fury. Sachin Dang rose to his feet with a burning gaze. Despite having taken such a heavy blow, he still wanted to continue the fight, because his pride and the honor of the clan were at stake. Having calmed down a little, his gaze became unwavering again and said only one thing. He was not going to give up so easily. Gongchan was surprised by the enemy's behavior, so he turned to the young warrior and said that he should stop, because his tenacity alone was worthy of praise. His words only enraged the young and ambitious guy. He shouted back his words that the duel would only end when one of them died. The Taoist of the Chonam clan, understanding this situation, simply agreed with the words of the future head of the Dang clan and said that from now on, he would fight seriously. Analyzing the abilities of the talented student Jonam, Sachin Dang suggested that in a battle of speed, Gongchan could not be that much stronger than himself. He had only one trump card that he was counting on. He believed that by hooking his enemy with poisonous claws, he would be able to win immediately. Each of his blows was accompanied by a release of poison, but the dragon was never able to reach the body of the unarmed Taoist Chonam. Having only one blow in mind as a tactic, he did not bother himself with more subtle techniques or the use of strategy. His self-confidence once again allowed Gongchan to get within counter-attacking distance. Sachin managed to notice the enemy's intentions and immediately jumped back to a safer distance. Without hesitation, he rushed into battle again to deliver a powerful direct blow. Gunchan, without moving from his place, responded with the same blow. Thanks to the released energy of both fighters, their fists literally hung in the air a few millimeters from each other. A smug grin appeared on the poisonous dragon's face. He thought that he was about to hook his opponent with his poisonous gloves. But he miscalculated again, and just before the end of the fight, Gongchan told him with a calm look that this time he was really serious. Burning with rage, Saichindang asked him not to talk nonsense, considering his victory an obvious outcome. But he was wrong. After just a moment, he saw Gongchan's internal energy that surrounded his fist and was able to destroy the poisonous glove. This was the last powerful blow that Gongchan dealt. Dong Mugi was unable to stay on his feet for the second time. He flew back several meters and fell on his back again. Impeccable martial arts skills and years of internal energy practice allowed the young Taoist Chanam to once again demonstrate the superiority of their old school. The referee of this fight approached the fighter lying on the ground to check his condition. The man was shocked, and with a trembling voice he declared the winner to be the Taoist of the Chanam clan. The audience clearly did not expect such a result of the fight, but the majority unanimously began to chant the name of the winner. The firewoman bit her lip nervously. It was only at that moment that she realized that Gongchan was an unusual master, since he defeated Dong Mugi with such ease. But Mr. Namgung had long seen the incredible potential of his former opponent in a friendly fight. The fight ended, and as promised, Gongchan got his valuable prize, although he couldn't believe that he got such a precious thing in just one day. Returning home with a satisfied smile, he hoped that he would keep it for himself and not have to give it to someone else. Suddenly, on the way home, he was distracted by the guy who was standing in front of him and most likely wanted to talk. It was the young warrior Namgung, the son of the Sword King, and after the battle he could not help but meet Gongchan in person. The first word he spoke was to embarrass the young master from Junam by saying that the fight was incredible. Gongchan was very happy to hear such praise from his former opponent, so he thanked him. But he clearly met with him not only for these words, and understanding this, Gongchan said that if there was something he could help with, then he would always be ready. Folding his hands and bowing, he replied that he would like to request a friendly duel. He also added that he not only wants to repeat their fight, but also to start learning under his mentorship. The young master was surprised and asked the warrior if his gaze had really changed that much. It was obvious from Namgung's gaze that it had, so Gongchan replied with a friendly smile that since they had known each other for a long time, he did not need to give him anything for such a duel. He had to say this, since he had previously demonstrated himself as a person for whom values were the only benefit from interaction with other masters. He asked where the young warrior would like to have a duel, and Namgung replied that he was ready to do it anytime and anywhere. Gongchan didn't want to start a fight at the moment of the conversation, so they agreed to postpone the fight until the next day, since they needed someone as a witness anyway. After these words, they said goodbye, and the son of the Sword King left. It was a mystery to the young master whether everything would go well. Perhaps he was thinking that Namgung wanted revenge for his defeat and the defeat of his close comrade. In fact, he was thinking about all the wrong problems that he should be worried about in the near future. There was a lot of negative emotion in the conference room from the elders. They were beside themselves with rage when they heard that their fighter had another fight, and with a representative of one of the largest families, the great Namgung family. It seemed to them that the guy had come to the Murim Union specifically to fight with others, and without a word to respond, Gongchan simply looked down dejectedly. Another tense conversation with the other elders exhausted him so much that he decided to rest with his group, with whom he went on a mission. While talking to Moen's nieces, he said in an offended tone that the elders were too strict. Rin agreed with them in a way and said that he was bad, since there were rumors that he received a heavenly poison pill as a reward for the duel. Another disappointment plunged the guy into a temporary deep depression. He thought that his nieces did not appreciate the work of their teacher at all. It seemed to him that the attitude towards him after such an act should have been at the highest level, since he really worked productively and through honest labor obtained such a valuable and rare thing. To put a little pressure on his sisters, he said in an offended tone that he had really had a hard time, but they didn't even come to his aid. Ren replied that they tried, because it was impossible not to notice how he constantly complained about everything. Her uncle was extremely unhappy with this attitude. Gunnan suddenly joined their conversation. She was surprised that the guys were arguing as usual. The most active participants in this dispute immediately began to point the finger at each other. But Gonan's sister didn't care who was to blame for this conflict. As a more reasonable and mature girl, she asked them to stop this farce before anyone saw it. Then she moved on to her question. She had already heard that her younger brother had a duel planned for the next day. Gongchan said that he was really going to fight against the young warrior Namgung. As it turned out, she came with unexpected news. Their clan had sent an order to Gongchan's group to return home. This was quite logical for the young master, so he decided not to challenge this decision, since he had already taken part in the meeting. He replied that he understood everything and agreed to return, but just after the fight with his next opponent. The next morning, it was time for the battle, and Gongchan met with the young warrior Namgung as planned. Without further ado, they both rushed into the attack with swords in hand. In this fight, both sides looked like they were equal in strength. At some point, Gongchan even felt some superiority in strength on the part of his opponent. In fact, he even had to strike several times just to parry one of his blows. This time, the young warrior Namgung looked like a more serious opponent. Obviously, his sword had become much heavier. The beginning of the fight was a battle of endurance. Despite the opponent's advantage in strength, Gongchan was able to parry each blow several times for a long time. The crowd was full of spectacles, because after Gongchan's recent fight with warrior Dang, they were able to see Junam's skills with a sword. It was hard for them to believe that a sword could be so fast, but at the same time it was hard not to notice how powerful warrior Namgung's strikes were. Avoiding a pointless prolonged battle, Gongchan jumped back to a safer distance to analyze his opponent. Gongchan was satisfied with his opponent's abilities, while Namgung knew that this fight would not be easy for him. Pausing for a moment, the talented fighter of the Junam clan noticed that his opponent had made great progress since their last meeting. In the opinion of the warrior Namgung, he only made a little progress, but he also noticed that Gongchan had also become stronger. It seemed that they both noticed the progress they had made since their last fight. Gongchan suggested continuing and asked his opponent to show him what he could do. The son of the Sword King rushed to attack the enemy he truly admired. To him, Gongchan looked so strong that he couldn't even hope to defeat him. But for the sake of his goal, he was ready to give it his all, regardless of the outcome of the fight. The experience he would gain in this fight would be invaluable, and everyone knew it. Gongchan couldn't believe that Namgung had become so much stronger, because the mere presence of his inner energy made everything around him collapse right before his eyes. Taoist Zhongnam recognized the incredible fighting spirit of his opponent in the friendly duel. It was obvious how he was trying to suppress the surrounding space in order to prevent Gongchan from using some techniques. The shocked audience could not believe what they were witnessing. This was the technique of the imperial sword, and it was incredible that at his age, a young warrior had already achieved such mastery. Gongchan was not familiar with the range of techniques of the great Namgung family, but after hearing the whispers of the imperial sword technique, everything fell into place for him. He realized that the opponent had improved this sword incredibly, because now it was definitely different from what he had heard. Having created the ideal conditions for the duel, the young warrior turned to Gongchan and warned him that he would now begin to attack. Gongchan replied that he was ready to continue the fight and also asked his opponent to show everything he was capable of. After these words, he himself began to prepare, releasing his internal energy. The young warrior Namgung was about to attack when suddenly Gongchan's powerful technique appeared on the battlefield, taking him by surprise. The audience was shocked for the second time. In a friendly duel, they were able to see the legendary technique of the Junam clan, namely the conquering sword of Zhongwan. The Sword King's son's plans changed abruptly. He didn't expect his opponent to use this technique so early. Now he had to change his own tactics and go on the defensive. Gongchan was much more experienced. Remembering his fight with the Lord of the Occultists, he decided to use his tactics and began a battle of attrition against the enemy. The incredible number of blades flying towards the Union leader's son did not allow him to relax. He had to fend off endless attacks from the subduing sword Junwan performed by the Taoist Junam. Despite the young master's determination and perseverance, there was no end to the spiritual blades. As time went on, it became harder and harder for him to resist. At one point, he was unable to stop the swords at a safe distance and so had to parry them point blank. He understood that if he did nothing, then soon he would not be able to keep up with the attacks of his future mentor. It seems Gongchan decided to teach his opponent a lesson, showing that even constant use of one technique can lead you to victory if you surpass your opponent in terms of endurance and speed. The crowd began to scream in admiration. Before their eyes, the form of the imperial sword of the warrior of the great Namgung clan began to disappear. The superiority of the sword of the Junam sect was hard to deny. The pressure from the young monk brought his opponent closer to the edge of the arena. Looking at the enemy, everything became clear to the warrior Namgung. Gongchan's superiority was simply undeniable. The guy continued the battle without any tension. In just a moment, the Imperial Sword's technique was exhausted. The young warrior Namgung could no longer continue to resist, so he decided to accept defeat. Gongchan breathed a sigh of relief. He actually didn't expect his opponent to be so stubborn. The son of the Sword King respectfully folded his hands in front of him and thanked his comrade for this duel, saying that he had managed to learn a lot. With a friendly smile, Gongchan replied that it was indeed a great fight and he looked forward to doing it again in the future. Despite the incredible efforts of the young warrior Namgung, without even moving from his spot, Gongchan deservedly won this friendly duel. That evening, Gongchan and his sisters had already packed their things and were ready to go home. But unexpected guests were waiting for them outside the door, and the emotional Ren and Gongchan were simply frozen in place in surprise. In front of them was a huge crowd of new admirers of the famous Taoist of the Chanam clan. They called him the Master of Life and Death, begged him to spare a little time for a conversation, and even offered him marriage into their clan. Sister Gonan pointed out that Gongchan's popularity was no longer some kind of joke. In response, the guy only laughed in confusion. The hermit monk probably regretted that he had become such an attractive person for his own purposes, because now he had to deal with admirers who knew no bounds. They still managed to break away from the fans, and Gongchan and his team headed home to Jeonnam Fortress on a carriage. Returning home, the hermit monk admitted that it was very tiring for him to meet so many people. His popularity also had its downsides. The eldest niece reassured her uncle by saying that things of this kind were very important for the growth of their clan. The guy replied that he was aware of this approach, and therefore put on the best show for such an influential audience from the entire Murim Union. Being the daughter of a large family, Yan advised him to refrain from saying such things, otherwise he might lose face and other masters would treat him with caution. But the young master had a completely different attitude. So he said that when a warrior becomes strong enough, everyone will start to treat him well. But Yan did not agree with his words, and replied that there is nothing more unsightly than a classless master. Her pride put the guy in an awkward position, and he responded with resentment that he expected such words from a descendant of the great Murong family. Such impudent speech brought the girl to her senses, and she asked her uncle with a serious look to watch his words. The tension in the carriage made everyone present feel uneasy. Gunan's more sensible and mature sister asked her younger brother to apologize to his niece immediately. Remembering that sometimes it is worth being more polite, the guy diligently began to ask forgiveness from his niece for his thoughtless rudeness. The tense situation didn't change much from this, and Ren joined the conversation, saying that before they returned to the Chanam clan, they should ease the situation and stop in some town to eat something tasty. Confused, Gongchan saw hope in this proposal and asked where a suitable place might be. The younger sister suggested going to Yangtze, where she saw a good restaurant. With a smile on his face and relief, the guy turned to the driver and asked him to change the route a little. After that, he turned to his dejected team and suggested that they go to visit one of the great families to eat delicious food and raise everyone's spirits. It turned out that the town of Yangtze was well developed in terms of trade. The streets were overflowing with people. The youngest niece noted that this was a place where merchants and locals stopped before leaving for Shanxi. Originally, it was under the jurisdiction of Huajin Gate, a division of the Manhwa sect. Hearing this, Gongchan assumed that she should then be under the jurisdiction of their Jeonnam clan. But things were not as simple as he expected. Gonan folded her hands in front of her and replied to her brother that the Huajin Gate had suffered great damage. But despite that, it was still quite active. Therefore, they had to be careful until the situation of their sect was fully determined. The young monk began scratching his head with understanding. The girl added that there should be nothing complicated about it, but it would be better if he was informed about this issue in advance before he caused problems for the family. Gongchan decided not to dwell on the problems of the sect and returned to the question of where the good place was that Yan had spoken of. Anticipating fun, the younger sister replied that she would take them to that legendary place right away. Such bragging from the hyperactive Yan caught the guy off guard, and he began to doubt whether this was a good idea, but still did not change his plans and suggested going and checking whether they really should stop there. They went to the center of the shopping town where there was a prominent multi-story building. The place was crowded with customers. Ren introduced the Huangpo Hotel as a place that was a famous restaurant. After these words, a polite waiter approached them and, with a smile on his face, greeted the guests and asked what they would like to order. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ren took the initiative and suggested trying a local dish called Yangchengquan. Seeing that Gongchan did not understand anything, the waiter introduced the dish as something like a sheep roll and added that it was prepared in the spring for an ancestral ritual, which is where it got its name. The girl with an incredible appetite immediately asked for a larger portion, and in addition, some of their signature dishes. To loosen things up, she offered the team a drink, and even the cautious Gongchan was not against it. Hearing the encouragement from her comrades, Yen added 3 more bottles of liquor to the order, which goes very well with the recently mentioned sheep roll. Gongchan was surprised by such proactive behavior of his hyperactive niece and noticed that she really takes what she eats seriously. Recalling the recent events and sighing heavily, Gongchan assumed that they would most likely not be called into the Murim Union again, considering that it was such a pain when they had to constantly be on the move without the opportunity to devote time to their training. But Sister Gonan decided not to calm him down, but simply confronted him with the fact that he would have to come to terms with this way of life, since he was now the face of their sect as one of the most talented young warriors of the era. Tired of the excess attention, Gongchan repeated his words about how he hates things like this. Ren joined the conversation again, dissatisfied with the behavior of her fatherless mentor. The girl turned to her uncle and asked him to give himself at least a little dignity. The guy began to bow low for the second time that day. I apologize for my inappropriate behavior. After that, their order was brought to them. The rolls looked very appetizing, and everyone immediately pounced on the deliciousness. The most active team members immediately recognized the unrivaled local dish. Ren began to eat the delicious food and immediately realized that she had made the right choice. She was overwhelmed by the incredible combination of lamb and aromatic vegetables. It seemed to her that the juice was exploding in her mouth, and a real feast was beginning inside. She was genuinely glad that they had stopped at Yangtze, and her sister had also calmed down and was enjoying the incredible delicacy. While everyone was enjoying a delicious lunch, Gongchan noticed something unexpected. His younger niece noticed his surprise and immediately asked if everything was okay with him. It turned out that the guy felt the presence of powerful energy inside this establishment, which came from 3 strangers. It was definitely dark energy, and the most gloating one came from the old man standing in the middle of the unfamiliar group of visitors. After analyzing his feelings, Gongchan realized that there was a master of the dark arts next to them, and he was, at the very least, at the enlightenment level, which was previously called the natural level of energy mastery. Gongchan asked his companions to be on guard, as the mysterious man was obviously not a simple spellcaster. Not wanting to create any more problems for himself, the guy called the waiter with a smile on his face and asked for the bill for the meal. As they left the room, his team had to make eye contact with strangers they weren't very happy to see. Gongchan was worried that those people were obviously from Huajin Gate, and if a conflict broke out, all the visitors in this place might be seriously harmed by their fight. As he passed by, he hoped that no one would pay attention to them, and that no conflict would arise. But the old wolf could not miss the feeling that arose from the presence of the young hermit monk. He turned around and looked at the backs of the team from Jeonnam that had caught his attention. Meanwhile, the same polite and smiling waiter approached them, saying that he had prepared the seats and was ready to lead them to the table. But the master of the dark arts did not listen to him at all. He was looking towards the exit, where Taoist Jeonnam was sent along with his team. His companions were concerned about the senior master's strange behavior, but the mysterious man asked them not to pay attention to it. But in reality, he was filled with anger. The dark sorcerer mentally promised the Jeonnam clan that he would not let them go this time. While in the carriage, Gongchan breathed a sigh of relief, believing that all the troubles were behind them, and they had managed to avoid a confrontation with the mysterious magic caster. He turned to his companions and said that he could not believe that he would meet a man who had trained his dark arts to the level of enlightenment. He admitted that he was so nervous that his stomach even hurt. His words made Ren laugh, and she noted that most likely he was not nervous, but simply scared. The proud warrior could not accept these words and immediately became indignant, after which another argument began. Upon returning to the Jeonnam clan's fortress, the young hermit monk could not stop thinking about that meeting in the Yangtze restaurant. Even with a fairly advanced intelligence network, they were still unable to find out anything about the mysterious old man he had encountered. What also bothered him was that the stranger had a high level of internal energy, or, to be more precise, he was a master of the enlightenment level. What was even more frightening was the fact that he had reached such a level by practicing dark martial arts techniques. Such an enemy on the horizon caused the guy real concern. With a serious expression on his face, he realized that he had no more time to hesitate, because this was not a problem that he could solve on his own. Gongchan came to the conclusion that he would only be able to relax when their Jeonnam clan became even stronger. This time, he will have to think carefully about how to make the clan even stronger this time. This was the stage when he would have to return to his memories from his past life, believing that that experience had helped him out more than once after reincarnation. First of all, he went to meet his teacher, who, as always, pleasantly welcomed him as a guest over a cup of tea. From that moment on, he understood that he would have to speak more responsibly and carefully, because his mentor's first phrase was a mention of the situation within the Marim Union, where Gonchan had taken rather risky actions for the sake of money. In his defense, the monk replied that he also remembered that an obsession with money is a direct path to destruction. But on the other hand, he believes that their clan is already facing a crisis because of their own traditions. He was talking about the incredible waste of money after the fall of the Manhwa sect. He was also worried about the elixirs that were used to replenish each person's internal energy, which also put a lot of pressure on their finances, even though he knew that it would bring great benefits in the long run. But for him, all this seemed useless if they could not overcome the crisis that would overtake them in the near future. He believed that when this happened, the only ones who would laugh would be the demonic cult and the devilish sect. Teacher Chunjin agreed with his student's words, but clarified that there was something he was missing. He was worried about how Gongchan was going to make money, and whether it would be harmful to the reputation of the entire sect. As it turned out, Gongchan was already thinking about how he could be useful. He believed that the big problem in this world was the issue of health, since this was what the needy and sick lacked most. So he suggested that medicinal herbs were sometimes even more valuable than doctors. And once the otherwise rare herb had crossed the continent, it would sell for a price that ordinary people could not even dream of. His idea was to take responsibility for all production and distribution networks of medicines. The monk stated that if they could grow it and sell it directly at a low price, then it would definitely help them solve their financial problem, and moreover, it would increase the clan's influence throughout Kanho. Teacher Chunjin admitted that the idea sounded good, and it would be great if they could implement such a plan. However, they couldn't make such a sudden decision, as they still had many things to worry about that would require their free time. Gonchan replied that he understood everything perfectly, but continued to pour out a bunch of his ideas on how to solve the clan's financial crisis. His stream of thoughts out loud greatly loaded Chunjin, and the man did not know when it would end. The young monk was so carried away by his dreams and ideas that he did not pay attention to the reaction of his mentor, and therefore the teacher was forced to stop him. Interrupting his story with a seething head, he asked the student to give him a little time to think about everything that had been said. However, their dialogue was only a discussion of some ideas, and he could not resolve all these proposals on his own. Gongchan began to understand his mistake, because ever since he told about the idea of selling martial arts training, the attitude towards him has worsened significantly, and now everyone thinks that he only cares about money. Feeling awkward, the hermit monk thanked the teacher for his attention, but the man did not actually refuse everything that the talented master offered him. With a kind and sincere smile, he said that Gongchan should attend today's elders' meeting. A few hours later, the meeting began, and the young master presented his ideas to the other elders. After his story, there was a temporary silence in the hall. It was difficult for the people of that time to so quickly accept the plan that Gongchan proposed. One of the elders finally decided to answer and said that he shared their young master's views. He believed that if this worked, then it could become a plan that would rewrite the history of the entire clan. But he was worried about the deadlines, because the lack of money was a very close and acute problem. Gongchan responded in his defense that he was primarily focused on the final goal. He knew better than anyone that financial problems spare no one, and even despite the clan's rich history, it could fall just because of money problems. The village chiefs were puzzled by his words, so the boy decided to explain it in more detail. As an example, he said that he had many first-class martial arts in his head, and if they sold them on the black market, everyone would earn at least thousands of gold taels. Everyone was shocked by the young master's intentions. He was going to improve the techniques and sell them to small and medium-sized martial arts sects. Analyzing the market, he decided that the exception would be the devilish sects and demonic cults. Moreover, if they could exchange with other clans on a friendly basis, then they could even enlist their support, including financial support. One of the puzzled old men interrupted the young Taoist's speech, fearing that it would be too much of a burden for the other clans to bear. In addition, he was afraid that their customers would hesitate knowing how openly they were selling martial arts. Rising from the table, Gongchan demonstrated that he had already thought through the solution to the problem of trust on the part of their future customers. He said with a smile that while studying martial arts, he would visit the partners sect as part of the paid deal. In addition to the weight of his name, He believed that if they personally saw the power of the martial arts that they could obtain, they would have no choice but to believe in the profitability of the deal. Gongchan continued to press ideas on the prospects and began to talk about long-term cooperation that would be based on mutual trust, but one of the more conservative elders of the sect stopped him with his accented cough. All attention turned to him. The old man agreed that the Junam clan followed worldly customs to a certain extent, and he also acknowledged that they had gone this far in response to the opinions of the young and talented Gongchan. But then, raising his tone, he showed his indignation regarding the sale of martial arts as if they were not a clan, but some kind of traders. What was unacceptable to him was not so clear-cut for Master Chun Jin. He reminded the elders that their clan was facing a crisis and that they could set different standards to solve the problem. The martial artist was again indignant, believing that it made no sense for them to make such a compromise. Their discussion was interrupted by the clan leader. He believed that continuing the discussion would only lead them to a quarrel, so he proposed resolving the issue by a vote of the elders. After this, Teacher Chun Jin politely asked the young master to leave the hall while the voting took place. The guy began to worry about what the result would be, but he understood that he had already done everything he could. As a result, Gongchan's idea was positively received by the majority of elders. As they came up with a plan to deal with the coming financial crisis, the question of who would be responsible for implementation remained open. However, none of those present dared to propose their candidacy. One of the positively minded participants suggested giving such an opportunity to the initiator of the plan himself. With smiles on their faces, the other participants did not mind, believing that Gongchan was really good at financial matters. Believing that the intelligent young man could easily handle this task, the elders trusted him in this matter. The decision was made. The clan leader appointed Gongchan as the head of the production and sale of medicines. Returning to his room, the young master began to develop a plan. First, he planned to clear the land and start hiring people to cultivate it. After that, he planned to find some money to ensure the safety of trade routes. He hoped that he would be able to make enough profit from selling martial arts. The next step was to build a building for doctors and other medical personnel. Gongchan was so busy making plans to overcome the financial crisis in the sect that he noticed the guests only at the last moment. They were his nieces from the Moen family. After their greeting, there was a slight silence. In fact, Gongchan was so busy that he was not at all ready to be distracted by visitors. Ren was immediately indignant, thinking that his reaction to the arrival of his cute nieces was too strange. Judging by Yan's look, she was also dissatisfied with Gongchan's behavior because he answered that he did not have free time. The girls were sad that this time their uncle was busier than usual. However, the eldest niece decided to say that they had already heard rumors that the Master of Life and Death was going to personally teach martial arts to other sects. The guy was surprised because he didn't think that this information would spread so quickly. As it turned out, the girl asked her father for a favor, saying that their great Morong family would buy the martial arts of the Master of Life and Death. 3 days after this news, Gongchan went to work off the first money he had earned for the clan by visiting the great Morong family. To demonstrate the techniques, the guy brought a huge boulder with him. Before using his abilities, he explained the theory of how qi spreads within the master's body and why it is so important to master the control of internal energy. He tried to explain to the boys that even for a simple blow, they couldn't weaken their energy control. Surrounding himself with incredibly powerful qi, he warned the students that they would have to understand the principles and memorize the theory in order to recreate the techniques with their own bodies. The public was simply shocked by the incredible strength of the young Taoist who volunteered to be a mentor for the buyers of martial arts teachings. Only when the flow of qi passed through the master's body did he deliver his punch, which was able to destroy the huge stone. He promised that as a result, all fighters would be able to properly use their potential. Having finished his marketing presentation, the teacher invited the students to begin to comprehend the flow of qi and practice control over it. After addressing the students, he was distracted by a male voice. The military commander of this city, the father of Moen's nieces, approached the monk and asked if he had a little time to talk. Gongchan had done quite a lot for the benefit of the Moen family recently, so it was time for them to finally communicate. Moen Jin was first worried whether his daughters were bothering him, but the boy smiled and replied that they were not, saying that they were so smart that it was even fun for him to teach them. Gongchan thanked the commander of Moen Fortress for training them and said that they insisted on helping their family this time too. With a mysterious smile, the man replied that for him, it did not look like a simple relationship between students and a master. He was very persistent and wanted to hear the young master's opinion about their relationship. The guy replied with a sincere smile that their communication was really unusual, since he treated them like his younger sisters. This was clearly not the answer that Mr. Jin wanted to hear, but he still expected something more interesting from the young man. To break the awkward silence, he walked forward and noted that he himself had thoroughly enjoyed the recent lesson among the clan warriors, and even took something for himself. As always, the humble Gongchan decided to pay a compliment and said that this was only possible thanks to the great potential of the great Murong family. Besides, he heard that a happy event for their sect had recently occurred. He congratulated Mo and Jin on his incredible advancement. It turns out that the military commander has reached the stage of enlightenment. A pleasant conversation with the young master led him to the idea that the guy should be thanked in some additional way. With a smile on his face, he stated that it was precisely due to the influence of the young hermit master that he was able to reach the stage of enlightenment, as the master's unique idea of life and death made him realize something new that he had never thought of. Thanks to Gongchan's help, Rich Dad was willing to reward him generously. While the master stood awkwardly in place and did not know how to answer, the man directly asked him what he would like as a reward. The guy resolutely replied that in that case he had only one question, the answer to which he would like to hear personally from Mo and Jin. This proposal brought a satisfied smile to the man's face, and he agreed to the condition. It turned out that Gongchan wanted to ask for help in reaching the level of enlightenment. He was curious about the key points in achieving enlightenment in the martial arts. While the exchange of knowledge was taking place inside the Moan fortress, a carrier pigeon flew into the headquarters of the demonic cult with information useful to the villains. The current leader of the cult, under the alias Demon Brain, received a letter from a secret agent from the Empire. It said that the Emperor's beloved daughter, Princess Manhwa, was finally leaving the palace. The cult follower, who had been standing respectfully before the leader in a low bow, decided that it was finally time to act. The Lord ordered him to prepare fighters to track the movements of the Murim Union forces. This time they decided not to attract unnecessary attention and to act secretly and covertly. The guy thanked his master for his trust and promised that he would do everything possible to achieve the goal for the good of their cult. The leader was in anticipation of revenge because 10 years had passed since their cult had been lying in wait for the right moment. They finally had the opportunity to hit the Emperor's weak spot. After a long wait, it was finally time for them to meet the grown-up princess who would soon leave her palace. Their cult was going to greet her personally. Returning to his room after teaching the students of the Moen family and talking with their master, Gongchan decided to write down all the useful information he had learned. As it turned out, even such an experienced and advanced warrior as Moen Jin could not fully understand the true nature of the key to advancing to the stage of enlightenment. He believed that it must be somehow connected with the upper Dantian, which the masters from the Chanam clan had previously told him about. The starting point in reaching this level is to train the consciousness, and then, when the master can transcend his limits, he will come closer to comprehending the natural level of possession of energy. First of all, Gongchan set himself the goal of bringing consciousness to the limit of possibilities. It had been 10 days since he had been completely focused on work without rest or sleep. His head ached from fatigue as if it was ready to explode at any moment. But it seemed to him that he was on the right path, and the development of his consciousness was already almost at the limit. His training turned out to be completing the paperwork for a medical business. Back to the demon cult's goal, Princess Yanhua was born with everything she could possibly want. The power of the sun and the emperor's favor, incredible beauty and natural talent. She possessed an abnormal 300-year-old internal qi, thanks to rare medical drugs and pills. However, it wasn't too important to her. All she wanted was to be free from the shackles of the imperial palace as much as possible. One of her monotonous and tiring days, she saw something that completely changed her attitude towards life. After seeing one of Gongchan's fights, she was incredibly inspired. The energy of the young master ignited a flame in her soul, and she firmly decided that she wanted to live the same way he did. At that moment, the princess dreamed of participating in real battles, meeting threats face to face. Her true desire was freedom, like that of the mysterious hermit master who continued to wander the Union, living his best life. One late night, looking at the moon, she remembered those feelings, realizing that she would never forget this decisive day in her life. She was ready to hit the road, and in her hand, she already had a bag with food supplies for the next few days. A moment later, she jumped out of the window for the freedom she had dreamed of for so long. Some mysterious Quinochi saw this. The news that the princess had left her fortress had already reached the Devil Blood faction. The leader of the Devil's Blood faction, Salma Kanchun, ordered that she be found and brought back alive at any cost. His plan was to brainwash her with their secret dark arts. His advisor, who stood respectfully bowing, agreed with the order. The dark faction Lord asked her not to neglect her abilities, and therefore left these concerns to his 3 devil blood dragons. But the advisor replied to his lord that this would most likely not be enough. He respectfully asked to send 5 dark dragon swords along with the 3 fighters. The leader was surprised by his advisor's concerns, as he believed that she was not that strong. The first thing he thought of was that the old man was worried about what happened to their mad blood squad after meeting the young Taoist of the Junam clan. In fact, this man justified himself by saying that he was simply trying to avoid the possibility of failure altogether. The Lord decided to listen to his advisor's suggestion and gave the order to also send the 5 dark dragon swords, after which he declared that they would destroy anyone who dared to stand in their way. Salma Kenshin was confident in his abilities for a reason, because the 3 devil blood dragons were absolute masters secretly raised by the blood cult. Each of them is a monster that has already reached the stage of enlightenment. At the same time, the 5 dark dragon swords were also a huge threat, as each of them was an elite spy that had been carefully selected by the bloody cult. All of them have reached a level of transcendence while simultaneously cultivating incredible killing and stealth abilities. It was a truly overwhelming force that could wipe out 1 or 2 clans in just one night. This time, he had no worries about Taoist Gongchang coming out against them again, as he would simply take this opportunity to get rid of him to avoid any trouble in the future. The demonic cult also knew about this operation and had already obtained the location of Princess Manhwa. According to their information, the Devil's Blood faction had begun to move, which meant that their move was next. With a smug laugh, the leader said that all that was left for them to do was wait for the Murim Alliance to respond. Meanwhile, with the plan in hand, his advisor stood in shock after learning how large an army his master had prepared for this campaign. The gentleman justified his decision by saying that he was not going to make another mistake by underestimating the strength of the Union. Moreover, it was known that the Devil Blood faction had also resorted to using their best resources. For the sake of an advantage in the confrontation, he was ready to put in a lot of effort. Standing on the balcony in front of the huge army, he was confident that with all these forces moving towards the princess, they had nothing to worry about. While the whole world was on the brink of a clash between powerful armies of good and evil, Gongchen and his student went to an expensive restaurant. Weiwa was worried about whether it was okay for them to go to such expensive restaurants. But the guy reassured her by saying that they had finished an important task, and in order to celebrate their success, they should do it beautifully. He trusted that the head of finance could take care of the rest while he took a short break. After such comforting words, the now calm Viva reached for the treat. Gongchen showed special concern for her and asked if there was anything she wanted to do in the near future. The young student followed him wherever he went, and so he decided this time to visit the place that she wanted to visit. He asked her not to be shy, so Viva thought seriously. Her voice began to tremble because it was hard for her to admit a desire that no one but her knew about. In fact, she dreamed of meeting her mother. Gongchen, like no one else, understood her sadness and therefore immediately asked about her previous place of residence. Viwa was originally from Xi'an, and this was great news for the young master. He suggested that she immediately go and visit her mother. The young student was stunned by such a sudden proposal. After realizing this possibility, she agreed to the proposal and smiled sincerely. While Gongchen was looking for an excuse to shirk work, rumors about the enemy's actions had already appeared in the Murim Union. The alliance's military advisor, Jigal Chunmun, was surprised by the very unusual movements of the Kanho underground world. He was worried about the emergence of a large number of strong masters about whom they knew absolutely nothing. At first glance, it might seem that they were acting chaotically, but the experienced warrior already understood that they definitely had the same goal. The spies' precise movements were only confirmation that they were assassins sent by the demonic brain. He didn't know exactly why the demonic cult, which was under special supervision, sent them inside the empire, but whatever their goal, he knew for sure that they would never allow them to achieve what they wanted. A minute later, he was distracted by one of his charges. He came to bring the report that his master had asked him to make. He marked on the map the expected movements of the suspicious people mentioned earlier. The military leader eagerly looked at the map to see the answers to his questions. What he understood from the information given was unexpected for him. He realized that dangerous strangers were heading to the same place where his daughter had gone. The matter was urgent, and therefore he immediately gave the order to gather all capable warriors and send them to the place where the unification of enemy troops was expected. He also asked that a messenger be sent to Xi'an to warn his daughter of the impending danger. Meanwhile, A mysterious master whom no one here knew about was calmly walking along one of the streets of the city of Xi'an. He was extremely dissatisfied with the sweets he bought on the way, because in his opinion they didn't taste very good. It wasn't strange, the master admitted that as expected, there was no one in this city who could compare to the chefs from her home palace. It was only a slight disappointment, which could not change her mind about escaping. This mysterious person hiding under the guise of an energetic young man was none other than Princess Manhwa, who had escaped from her palace. With the 1,000-face transformation technique she learned in the secret library of the Imperial Palace, she had the ability to avoid unnecessary attention. She transformed herself into a handsome young man by controlling her muscles and bones. Her dream began to come true, but nothing interesting happened on the city streets. At one point, she noticed a cart that seemed familiar to her. She was sure that she belonged to the Jagal family. The emperor's daughter had no idea what the Jagal family was doing in this city, but she knew something fun was about to happen. The carriage did indeed belong to the previously mentioned family, and inside it was one of the clan's daughters. She was worried about the future monopoly of the Chanam sect in the medical business. She understood that if they left them alone, then this entire territory would fall into their hands. In addition, the Muram Alliance has been focusing all of its attention on tracking down evil factions, so they can't afford to pay attention to places like Xi'an. She came all this way to get at least some useful information about what was happening in the world. At the same time, she received a letter from her father, in which he informed her of the unusual movements of a demonic cult in the vicinity of the town where she was staying. His concern was not a joke, for he wrote that he had sent several strong warriors to her under her command in case she was in danger. She couldn't believe that she would end up helping the Chanam sect fight against the demonic cult. One of the young fighters from the Jagal family was responsible for the safety of the daughter of the military advisor of the Union. He carefully surveyed the crowd and monitored the presence of evil internal energy. Suddenly, his whole body began to tremble. It was the first time in his life that he felt such pressure, and it was hard for him to believe that a person could possess such a large amount of internal energy. A daughter of a family named Jiwa approached her convoy and asked them to stop the cart. Her protege turned to the other fighters and asked them to be ready. The carriage doors opened and the girl stepped out onto the street. Soon the master approached them, causing concern among everyone who accompanied her. The handsome stranger greeted her with a smile and asked the daughter of the Union's military advisor where she was from, assuming that their carriage belonged to the Jagal family. The pressure of being next to such a strong master did not give the girl any peace. She was afraid that this welcoming stranger might be the master of the demonic cult that her father had warned her about. The polite, handsome stranger introduced himself as Hua Yunji, the current head of the Wutong clan. He said that he came to this place as soon as he saw the carriage of the great Jagal family, because he wanted to see if he could make new friends. With a smile on her face, Jagal Jiwa replied that this meeting was unexpected for her, but very pleasant. She admitted that she had heard that the Hua Yunji clan was a mysterious clan with a tradition of passing down their martial art to only one successor. She also assumed that it had been about 200 years since they had last appeared. So Jiwa asked what could have made them show themselves now. The boy answered with a friendly laugh that he did not expect to find those who still remembered their clan in a small town. He justified his decision by saying that he simply decided to see the world after so many years. Mrs. Jagal was surprised because, in her opinion, Xi'an was not the place to look for adventure. Hua Yunji admitted that he was actually heading towards the Janam clan's fortress. This answer was quite unexpected, so Jiwa admitted that she was actually passing through the city as she was also heading to Janam. The young warrior of the mysterious clan asked if he could join them in that case. He made the entire convoy very tense with this question. The military commander's daughter was also a little puzzled because the mysterious stranger with an incredible amount of internal energy did not even fear their great family. Still, she had no other choice, and so she simply agreed to the proposal. With a smile on her face, Jiwa admitted that she was glad to meet someone she could talk to during the long journey. To add some variety to his day's plans, Hua Yuji offered to treat the lady to lunch as a way of expressing his gratitude. Jiwa thanked the stranger for the offer and happily agreed. After this, Yuji decided to go in search of the best establishment in this small and unremarkable town. Still, the Jagal family's convoy was on guard. The young fighter understood that all the stranger's words were just lies. He was worried whether their mistress had done the right thing when she agreed to this proposal. The girl was still not sure if she could trust this mysterious man, but in any case, she had no chance of resistance. At the same time, in another part of the city, Viva was finally able to meet her mother. There was genuine joy on her face from the meeting she had been looking forward to for so long. Her mentor was pleased to see her so happy. If he had known that this would happen, he would have brought her to meet her mother much earlier. Suddenly, his intuition told him that something unusual was happening in this city. The boy felt an extraordinary amount of energy that was unfamiliar to him. It was incredibly dense and everywhere. Using energy control, he began searching for the person who could sharpen his senses so much. Among the people he had known for a long time, there was also Mrs. Jagal. Next to her was an unfamiliar young man, whose amount of internal energy was at an incredible level. In addition, there were 3 more mysterious strangers in the forest near the city, whom he had not noticed before. It was obvious that the situation was serious and something could happen soon. Holding out a bag of supplies to his student, he invited her to enter the house first. Gongchun said that he was going to go to the store for a while, so he asked the student to take good care of his mother. The girl thanked him for the opportunity to meet the person dearest to her and said that she would eagerly await the return of her mentor. After these words, Gongchun turned around and walked towards the city center. The amount of incredibly powerful energy in Xi'an was off the charts, and it was giving him no peace. This small town was not at all the kind of place that would interest the craftsmen from the Murim Union. Because of this, he couldn't understand why so many incredible masters had come to such a small town. While Gongchun went to find out what was going on, Yuji and Jiwa found a nice place. By the time they entered the establishment, they were already being followed. The demonic cult's spies could not understand the princess's intentions. Looking at the signboard of the building, they realized that she had gone out to eat with the daughter of the Jiggle family. The 3 mysterious masters were looking forward to the fun. The guy in the purple kimono suggested that Manhwa didn't even understand the situation she was in. After this, the young warrior turned around and looked at the oldest fighter in their company and asked what they would do next. He was eager to join the fight. The man replied with a smile that they would soon have such an opportunity and warned that they should not even think about unnecessary movements that could give away their positions. The youngest guy in the group with yellow dragon eyes asked if they could have a little fun in that case. Suddenly, their entire squad felt the presence of someone they clearly did not expect to meet. The young dragon could not confuse this feeling with any other. He realized that this was the same guy that the Lord's advisor told them about. To their surprise, Gongchun immediately noticed the surveillance. Looking at the mountain opposite the city, the young monk was able to track down the location of the strangers. The trio of spies failed for the first time in their lives. The young dragon was beside himself with anger. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing could happen. He realized that they were not warned about this Taoist of the Chanam clan for nothing. They both felt the same feeling. Not only the dragons, but Gongchun was also looking forward to the battle. He had never fought 3 Enlightenment-level masters who possessed forbidden dark martial arts at the same time. The youngest of the dragons turned to his comrades and informed them that they had definitely been tracked. But the dragon in the green kimono questioned his words, saying that with his level, it was impossible to see them through the veil. The young blood cult master could only hope that his comrade's assumption was true. He himself believed that Gongchun was somehow different from the other masters. He didn't know why, but he was sure that he had figured them out. The enemy's unusual behavior made him nervous about the operation. He was sure that in such a case, the Taoist of the Chanam clan simply could not be a master of only the transcendental level. But the senior fighter said that they shouldn't worry about it because it was too late to change anything. Looking at the dark clouds, he asked his comrades if they could feel the unusual energy that was rapidly approaching. The green-haired boy had a sly smile on his face. He knew it was time for some fun soon. He was not the only one who was looking forward to the battle. The elder and younger dragons also rejoiced at the warriors who were approaching. They all felt the demonic cult army approaching. The dragons were very hostile towards competitive practitioners of the dark martial arts. TK's Gongchun finally arrived at the establishment where the girls were staying. Jiwa has known the young Taoist for a long time. While Yanhua had only seen him fight once, which motivated her to change her life, she was looking forward to a personal meeting, which turned out to be quite unexpected. The daughter of the Jiggle family was puzzled as to what he was doing at such a time in such an ordinary and uninteresting place. Gongchun decided not to explain his visit, since it was unofficial and not very important. So he simply greeted his acquaintance from the great family. He didn't know who she was with. The stranger introduced himself as the leader of the Wangtong clan named Hua Yunju. The young man clarified that this was his first time in Kanho, and that he was currently indebted to Mrs. Jagal for the inconvenience caused. With just one glance, the young Taoist could tell that this was a woman who was using the art of transformation to have the appearance of a man. Now it became clear to him why the flow of qi of the stranger with huge reserves of internal energy was so mixed up. Out of politeness, he asked permission to join them for a while and the polite princess sincerely agreed and allowed him to sit with them at the table. It was hard for her to hide the joy of this meeting. She couldn't believe that she would be able to meet her idol from the Chanam clan so easily and unexpectedly. The daughter of the Jagal family asked how Gongchan was able to know where they were. The guy replied that he could sense the energy of a transcendental level master even from a distance. This was astonishing to Jiwa, because the monk said that he had sensed the chi of the great Jigal family, and that was why he had gone to the meeting. As it turns out, thanks to his training, he has become so empowered that he can now sense energy within a radius of 1,200 meters. But he also had to tell them that their ki was not the only thing that caught his attention. The princess was surprised because she was unable to spot anyone else interesting. The hermit monk replied that there were murderers from the blood cult hiding in the nearby hills. He also clarified that the 3 fighters he managed to track down had a natural level of energy mastery, and their progress in studying martial arts was at the enlightenment stage. With a serious look, he asked his companions if they knew anything about those who might be pursuing them. Jiwa replied that she had no idea what they were doing here. In this regard, Gongchang logically assumed that they were targeting them. In addition, he clarified that he himself could not be a target, because on the way to Xi'an, there was absolutely no trace of the killers behind him. The princess realized that in this case a fight could not be avoided. Continuing to play the role of the leader of the legendary clan, she said that she had been eager to meet the Enlightenment stage master for a long time, but she had not thought at all that the battles of fighters of their level could endanger the entire small town. In turn, Gongchang made it clear that if they decided to take the fight inside Xi'an, then the entire city would be devastated by the consequences. In response, the daughter of the great family asked the young master if he had any ideas on how to avoid such a worst-case scenario. Her behavior was strange for the daughter of an emperor. She couldn't believe that the young lady from the proud great family of Jagal would leave the decision to an outside master. Gongchen glanced at the door and suggested leaving the restaurant as if nothing had happened. His plan was to get into a cart and leave the city in order to draw the killers away from the civilians. Upon meeting the escorting fighters of the Jagal clan, Jiwa told them that enemies were approaching them, and therefore they should leave this place immediately. Gongchen asked the carriage driver to move slowly and without unnecessary movements, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the spies. Suddenly he could notice another presence that was previously unfamiliar to him. More dark martial artists have also appeared in the hills around the city. The young monk did not expect this, but he told his companions that he suddenly began to sense the chi of the devil cult. According to him, the energy of the enemies was enough to cover everything around, and this feeling even made his head spin. It became obvious that the situation had become even more difficult. They were surrounded, and now they would definitely not be able to avoid a fight. The carriage set off without delay out of the small town on its way to Chanam. Having entered a forest with a wide path, they asked the team to stop. After assessing the presence of enemy energy, Gongchan said that they would not be able to increase the distance with the enemies any further. There were so many enemies that even Jihua could notice the pressure. Gongchan suggested going outside with the leader of the Wangtong clan to guard the carriage. While they were outside the carriage, the Jegal family's fighters were ordered to make a structure so that the carriage was in the center. Jihua took out all the necessary things to perform the magic ritual. Surrounding herself with incense, she began to concentrate on creating the technique. A magic circle was drawn in front of her, which began to fill with her chi energy. A thick fog began to spread around the cart. These were excellent conditions for taking on a minority. Looking towards the forest, the commander of the demonic cult squad realized that the guys from the Murim Union had decided to catch them in their trap. He turned to his soldiers and ordered them to build a siege formation in order to effectively defeat the enemy. The confident tactician was confident that their well-practiced formation would become a grave for their enemies. As it turned out, this defensive technique was not just a simple fog. The ability of the daughter of the Jegal family also had the property of creating hallucinations. Despite the caution of the demonic cult fighters, they were unable to keep up with the speed of the young Taoist of the Janam clan. Attacking from the shadows, he did not reveal his location. As the fighters began to fall, their comrades began to hear the sounds of a fight, but Gongchen had already managed to change his location. By moving wisely, he easily got rid of opponents with a low level of martial arts proficiency. In addition, he could easily identify enemies by tracking their chi. Picking up the sword of one of the fallen enemies, he threw it in the direction of the next opponent. With little difficulty, the occultist was able to repel this attack, calling it a cheap trick. But Gongchen didn't really expect that this would be enough, so he also managed to close the distance with the enemy and got close to him. With one powerful blow, he got rid of another enemy fighter. The princess also had a good sense of direction and was also able to repel several enemy attacks. Turning to the carriage, she asked her friend how long the protective fog would last. The daughter of the Jeagle family replied that the fog would not dissipate until the carriage was destroyed. This technique is a secret art of the Jeagle family that combines the phantom illusion formation and the disorienting fog formation. Even Enlightenment stage masters will not be able to find their way to the location of the carriage. Realizing that this technique was expensive, Manhwa replied that they should hurry. While she was distracted by the conversation, 3 enemy fighters had already approached her. There was no end to the annoying ants, but she couldn't complain because she liked this life. The girl decided not to wait for them to attack and rushed to attack first. With one powerful attack, she was able to get rid of all her opponents at once. Even though she had no difficulty fighting against small groups of enemies like this up until this point, she knew it was still not enough. A moment later, the young Taoist Gongchan joined her. She was glad to see that he was unharmed. Gongchan said that events are developing very strangely and they should change tactics. After tracking the main enemy forces, he learned that the disciples of the devil cult had begun to slowly retreat back. As it turns out, they also know that there are competitors from the blood cult nearby. In order to avoid senseless losses, they decided to retreat. The Enlightenment level masters already knew about this and decided that their enemies simply wanted to wait until their hunt was over. The elite spies of the blood cult, called the 5 Dark Dragon Swords, joined the siege of the Jeagle family daughter's carriage. Looking at the transcendental level enemies, Gongchan said out loud that this time it would be more difficult for him. One of the enemy fighters replied that it would not be difficult for them to get rid of the small fry that went along with the representative of one of the great families. Extending his sword forward, Gongchan warned them that they would only be able to relax once they were able to defeat the small fry they had mentioned earlier. The young master's provocation worked as usual with incredible efficiency. He easily got the enemy mad. Gongchan stood alone, and this seemed too suspicious to the assassins. Before the fight began, they asked where the other fighters were. Despite this, the arrogant 5 Dragon Swords fighter stated that their enemies would show up right after he destroyed the enemy formation anyway. Looking around, Gongchan realized that it wouldn't be easy for him. As a true hermit, he was used to fighting alone so as not to worry about the rest of his comrades. And earlier, he turned to the brave warriors accompanying the Jeagle carriage and asked them to take care of the rest. After that, he approached the so-called leader of the Wantang clan and asked him to try to save at least some of his strength in order to break out of the siege. He wanted to remain alone and give his comrades a chance to escape. He justified his decision by saying that if things remained as they were, then they would not have the energy left to fight the 3 Enlightenment level masters. Their only chance of victory was to catch the enemy off guard as they searched for a way to the cart among the illusionary fog equipment. The plan seemed pretty good, but Jiwa was worried that leaving Gongchan alone was a bad idea. But the guy told her that someone had to protect the carriage, and he was the best fit for this mission. He wasn't being hunted because the ladies were in the crosshairs, so everything was right. Besides, it's actually much easier for him to fight alone when he can let go of his restraint. Once again, Gongchan, not understanding Jiwa's feelings, let her go alone. At that moment, the nervous girl jumped up and walked towards the exit from the equipment. The leader of the legendary clan was still worried about the young master, and so asked if they were doing the right thing. But Jiwa replied that she trusted him. They didn't have to worry, since Taoist Junam was truly a reliable person. After his memories, Gongchan returned to the battle, where all the swords of the blood cult had already attacked him at once. Despite the difficult situation, the girls were confident that he could cope. Countering attacks from 5 transcendental level warriors at once was no easy task, but Gongchan managed to do it. Xian could already see the battle outside the city, because a column of smoke was spreading over the forest. It was an ordinary day. No one expected that there were enemies next to them all this time. Viwa and her mother stood on the platform, holding each other excitedly, realizing that the young master had not actually gone to the store, but to protect their small town. Despite the difficult situation, the young student had complete confidence in her teacher's abilities. Meanwhile, the situation in the forest was quite tense. The 5 fighters did not allow the young Taoist to relax. And besides, he was responsible not only for himself, but also for the cart that was behind him. Despite the incredible experience, it was difficult to keep track of all the opponents. They acted together and attacked simultaneously from different sides. These powerful warriors of the dark cult had good energy control, and in between their sword attacks, they also used chi shots. A normal release of energy was barely enough to deal with that many enemy attacks. Gongchan decided to move to another level and began to use the spiritual sword. With the help of the G sword, he had always easily dealt with opponents who overwhelmed him with numbers. But these 5 fighters were different from his previous opponents. One of the swordsmen easily dodged Gongchang's sword chi thread. Despite this, the boy still gained an advantage from this strike, as he expanded his visibility around the carriage by cutting through the extra trees that his enemies were maneuvering between with one strike. After each attack, he was met by other members of the enemy squad, who had time to regroup and come up with a new way of attack. The 2 guys who were above the hermit monk began to release energy in order to make a shot. The combined attack had a much larger radius of destruction, which would be difficult to defend against. Gongchan managed to jump back, but now he began to worry about the safety of the cart, since due to the constant pressure he did not have time to monitor whether there were enemies near it. Due to the master's distraction, the enemies managed to regroup for the next attack. Their incredible speed could easily catch even a master like Gongchan off guard. While he was thinking about protecting his back, there were already 2 more fighters in front of him, and it was not an easy task to avoid all the enemy attacks. Meanwhile, the young master's comrades were trying to escape. The daughter of the Jegal family calmed Manhwa down and said that she knew exactly where the life gate formation was. They were already close, so they felt a little calmer. But on the other hand, the princess was not sure whether they would be able to break through the enemy encirclement, because they were threatened not only by the demonic cult fighters, but also by 3 enlightenment-level masters. Jiwa replied that there was no need to worry about that, because they had escort fighters with them who had gotten out of similar situations more than once. Behind her were 2 transcendental-level masters, enough to protect herself from several layers of surroundings. But at one point, her confidence came to an end just when the enemy appeared in front of her. It was the youngest fighter of the 3 dragons of the blood cult. He hid his incredible energy to prevent the enemy from revealing himself. Reaching his hand forward, he began to release chi energy before firing a powerful blast. The shocked girl couldn't do anything, but one of the escort masters managed to save her. The shot was so powerful that the dense forest was no obstacle for it. Looking at his enemies lying on the ground, the young dragon said that it was a rather cute attempt to protect the mistress. He hoped to finish off her technique, killing her in one blow. The guy began to furiously complain that he was very irritated by the fog of the Jegal family, because it did not allow them to meet calmly and have a worthy battle. Despite his displeasure, he stated that Jiwa had made a huge mistake in allowing them to enter, and he believed that their team should have made the enemies walk around the vehicle. The arrogant dragon believed that the daughter of a great family had only briefly delayed her death and the death of her comrades who had accompanied her to Jonam. Despite his obvious dominance, the escort squad was not going to give up. They had been in difficult situations many times and always managed to find a way out. The fighters, accustomed to the illusionary fog, rushed to the attack, using their numerical advantage. They did not sense the threat as well as their mistress. Raising her trembling hand, she tried to stop her fighters to prevent unexpected losses. But her trembling voice could not convince her comrades. It was already too late. With a terrifying smile on his face, the Enlightenment-level blood cult master got rid of all the fighters in a matter of seconds. Jiwa couldn't believe what had happened to her trusted fighters. The young dragon's words that it was boring made the princess very angry. While the guys from the Murim Union were thinking about how to get rid of such a monster, another Enlightenment-level master came to his aid. The guy in the green kimono turned to the younger dragon named Buquan and asked him not to be so arrogant, because he had again silently left alone without warning his team. The last dragon of the Trinity was with him, and understanding the power of the youngest, it was hard to imagine how dangerous the eldest of them was. In his defense, the arrogant Buquan replied that he had encountered small insects that were not even good enough for a good warm-up. The incredible, overwhelming power of each of the 3 dragons cast doubt on any chances of escape. With all their menacing appearance, they showed that they wanted a battle worthy of their level. Most likely now the young dragon will not be able to finish his business, because his older brothers were offended because he left on his own. The eldest of them counted on the fact that no one would object if he himself finished off the poor fellows. The guy in the green kimono didn't mind, but in exchange he asked to leave the army of the rival devil cult to him. Although fighting with transcendental-level masters was just fun for them, they couldn't do anything about how stubborn the Murim Alliance members were. The physically developed dragon introduced himself as the terrible devil Yeoman and asked the name of his rival. The girl prepared for battle and replied that her name was Jegal Jiwa. Having learned that his opponent was from a great family, Yeoman began to hope that her powers would be enough to entertain him to his heart's content. The incredible enlightenment-level dark martial artist began to release his enormous reserves of energy, destroying everything around him. At the same time, the situation at the carriage was also very difficult. Gongchan was cornered. He was unable to cope with the simultaneous pressure of 5 transcendental-level masters. And for the second time in his life, he found himself in a situation from which it seemed only a miracle could save him. The blood cult swordsman called him stupid and said that this was the price for fighting against them while being burdened with the protection of a carriage. One of them offered a deal. He said that before he died, they would give him a chance if he confessed which way the rest of his company had gone. Unexpectedly for the blood cult warriors, Ganchan's reaction was very strange. Despite the hopeless situation, he provocatively began to laugh at their self-confidence. After this, looking at his enemies, he declared that in reality only they were fools. In a terrible position with each of their swords at his own neck, he said that they were the ones who had fallen into the trap, since he had deliberately lured them closer to the cart. His plan was that he now had less work to do and could simultaneously control everything that was happening on the battlefield. Just when it seemed like he would die from the simultaneous blow of 3 swordsmen, the boy began to release his internal energy. Despite the powerful explosion, the guys with swords in their outstretched hands still hoped that they managed to complete this mission without any difficulties. But a moment later, they were shocked. Their swords were destroyed. After this, the hermit monk made an incredibly fast attack using the destruction technique, which completely disarmed his opponent. He put an end to this duel by destroying everyone around him with the technique of the subduing sword Zhongwan. Returning to the girls' fight, it seemed obvious that the opponent's superiority was undeniable. It was indeed so. Jiwa was so uncomfortable that she defended herself even from the banal explosion of the release of the inner energy of the eldest of the Enlightenment Masters. In fact, this use of qi was only needed to distract her from the main attack, because in a short period of time, the enemy was within range for a fist strike. All the daughter of the Jigal family could do was defend herself with her energy. It was incredibly difficult to parry such a blow, and she knew that she would not be able to withstand the next one. She had no chance to counterattack. At such a difficult moment, the leader of the Wangtang clan suddenly joined them. Yuji had already closed the distance to deliver a powerful blow with his swords. But as it turned out, a regular sword was not enough. Even 2 blades were easily repelled by one hand, protected by the internal energy of the occultist. Joman took this as disrespect and said that there was no point in trying to hurt him with such a blunt weapon. He then released qi energy from his right hand, causing the princess to go into defense against the enemy's powerful shot. There was a powerful explosion that could be seen from any corner of the forest. As expected, despite the incredible amount of internal energy, the girl was unable to parry this blow and ended up on the ground. Turning to his impudent older brother, Doc asked him not to overdo it because such blows could kill them, while their mission was to capture the princess alive. After analyzing the princess's strength, Joman replied that with such reserves of internal energy, she was a real monster and would not die. But he believed that it would be much easier if he broke her spirit in this fight, so that she would no longer think of resisting. While the occultists were distracted, Jiwa began her next attack using the fan of her great Jegal family's techniques. With one powerful blow, she threw the enemy away from her comrade and rushed towards him to complete the combination with another powerful blow. In reality, it was just a feint. At the last moment, she changed her trajectory and picked up the young warrior Yuji to regroup. She believed that this was their chance, and now they would be able to run away as far as possible. But as it turned out, she overestimated herself and underestimated the enemy's resilience and speed. Her attack only disoriented Joman for a moment, after which he immediately rushed after them and managed to grab the girl by the leg. Shouting furiously that they would not be able to escape, he threw the daughter of the great family into the nearest tree. Then the emperor's daughter flew to the left. At that moment, Jiwa was confronted with a reality she had not previously noticed. Her peaceful life had given her no experience of fighting, and she had never been as close to death as she was now. The enemy's incredible superiority meant only one thing. They not only had no chance of winning, but also no chance of escaping. The only option that seemed realistic was to kill the enemy with one powerful and unexpected blow. She just had to find the right moment for Joman to let his guard down. As a distraction, she threw a fan in his face to limit visibility. After that, releasing her ki, she struck through the fan towards the opponent's face. Unexpectedly for her, at one point the sword simply stopped, probably not having reached its target. With an angry look grabbing the fan, Joman furiously declared that they had greatly disappointed him. With one powerful blow of his right hand, he broke the girl's sword and simultaneously struck her in the face. Looking haughtily at the daughter of a great family, the occultist turned to his comrade and said that he could easily deal with them without killing them. To the dragon's surprise, this blow did not break her spirit. With the broken sword in her hands and despite her body shaking, Jiwa slowly started to rise to her feet. Looking at her cute attempts to save herself, Jomin noted her tenacity and called her a tough nut to crack. In fact, her main motivation was the efforts of her comrades, not the desire to escape. She could not give up even though there was no chance of escape. Since this opportunity was given to them by Taoist Gongchang, she could not disappoint him. Suddenly, the youngest of the dragons noticed something strange. The fog inside the forest began to clear, which meant only one thing: the formation had been broken. Jiwa also noticed this. She understood the workings of her technique better than anyone else. At the moment when she was about to give up, Gongchan came to her aid. Lowering her sword, he wordlessly invited her to leave the rest to him. The boy was proud of his student for her resilience and strength to stand up to a monster like Jomin. The surprised girl couldn't believe that Gongchan had dealt with 5 transcendental-level fighters so quickly and came to their aid. The eldest of the dragons did not expect that his enemies would receive help, because he alone had to fight with a whole squad of professional spies who never left their enemies a chance to escape. Despite this, he still wanted more than anything to continue the fight, and it seemed like this was a chance to continue the fun. Gongchan introduced himself as a Taoist of the Jeonnam clan and declared that from now on he would be their enemy. The elder dragon immediately understood what was being discussed. He grabbed his head and began to laugh because he had long been dying of curiosity to find out who this incredible and dangerous guy was that Mr. Bloody Brain had warned them about. The dragon's eyes, full of arrogance and the desire to fight, instantly blazed up. He immediately rushed to attack the young master, believing that with such a residual level of strength, he would not be able to withstand even a normal blow. As it turned out, the Master of Enlightenment was so safe and self-confident that he rushed and underestimated the enemy. Judging by the amount of internal energy alone, he couldn't even imagine that his opponent would be that much faster. His face showed fear and surprise at how much faster this ordinary transcendental-level master was. Gongchan created the perfect conditions to deliver a welcome blow to his enemies from the blood cult. Releasing his energy, he used the legendary Zhongwan's subjugating sword technique, the explosion from which demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions. The dragon in the green kimono was shocked by what was happening and could not move. After delivering a powerful greeting blow, the hermit monk was satisfied with the result and landed neatly on the surface. Although he had to expend more ki than he thought, he was confident that he had definitely gotten rid of one of them. This blow took the enemies by surprise. They could not even imagine that a person who was on the verge of death could do something like this. At that moment, Buquan understood the situation very well and said that Gongchang had deliberately hidden his ki level, causing their comrade Jomin to lower his guard and make a fatal mistake. Their opponent was not simple. The hermit monk knew from the very beginning what he should do. The expectations of the youngest dragon turned out to be true. He realized that it was not in vain that he was cautious with this master. He turned out to be not so simple and could not be called an ordinary warrior of the transcendental level, so the guy decided to take him seriously. Releasing his evil dark energy, he turned to his comrade and urged him to start taking the fight more seriously, not giving in to arrogance due to the noticeable difference in strength. This time, Gongchan will have to defeat 2 enlightenment-level dark martial arts masters. The dragons, looking forward to a good fight, asked their opponent to stop playing games, arguing that the same trick would not work twice. Gongchan himself understood this perfectly well and stood in a stance, simultaneously analyzing the abilities and techniques of his enemies. A moment later, the youngest of the dragons literally disappeared. Buquan, with a demonic expression on his face, closed the distance and, finding himself at a distance from the monk, decided to strike the first blow. The incredible amount of energy he put in caused a powerful explosion, the sound of which spread throughout the forest, reaching as far as Xi'an. To his surprise, he failed to achieve his goal, as the warrior Yuji, who was actually the emperor's daughter, joined the battle again. Having withstood such a powerful blow, she threw her opponent back several meters. Buquan decided to act like his enemies in tandem with his comrade, so he himself jumped back to a distance to observe. Doc immediately rushed to replace him, making a powerful lunge towards the fighters of the Murim Union. Pushing the girl aside, Gongchan stepped forward to protect him and assess the second fighter's abilities. Despite the powerful pressure from the green dragon, the boy was able to repel his series of blows. The enemy's strength was so incredible that Gongchan could not find a moment to counterattack. At that moment, the last fighter of their small detachment joined them. With her sword broken, Jiwa began using her spirit fan techniques, striking at her opponent, who was aiming to interrupt his series of attacks. Although they were unable to strike back, together they were quite capable of dealing with enemy attacks. Their efforts seemed pointless to Doc, and he shouted with a malicious smile on his face that their attempts were simply ridiculous. While the enemy was thinking about a fiery speech to suppress the spirit of the Alliance warriors, Gonchan wasted no time asking the girls to listen to him. He threw the spiritual items to the girls and asked them to use them at that moment. As it turned out, these were medicinal pills that were supposed to help heal their wounds and, in a sense, replenish their ki energy. He himself was pretty beaten up after the last battle, so he also needed this healing pill. In an instant, his energy level increased and all his wounds were healed. Buquan was delighted by what he considered their futile attempts, so he asked them to try their best with anticipation of continuing the fight. After these words, he rushed towards the most dangerous of his opponents to deliver a powerful blow. This high kick destroyed the area around him, while Gongchan's speed was enough to jump back to a safe distance. The crazy young dragon asked the enemies to try harder, because only then would their fight not end too quickly. After this blow, he immediately rushed to attack, closing the distance with Gongchan, who was hovering in the air. He was inattentive and fell into a trap, because behind him, there was already a princess with incredible reserves of internal energy. When he was distracted by her presence, a monk's sword was already pointed at him from the other side. It seemed that he would not be able to get out of this situation. But the Enlightenment level master was able to easily stop both attacks by deflecting the swords with the palms of his hands. During the battle, he admired the level of the opponents he had never met before. He praised the princess, calling her internal energy incredible, and said that her sword chi was at a fairly high level. But even despite this, he shouted that even such a chi sword could never harm him and began to release his energy to shoot at the girl. The princess could not cope with this attack and flew to the side. While fighting Dog, Jiwa also got distracted by her comrade's failure, and that turned out to be a big mistake. A green dragon was already rushing towards her, saying that she didn't have time to look around. The girl's last weapon was destroyed, and with her possession of internal energy, she was defenseless. Gonchan was not at all used to fighting alongside other masters, and this made it a little difficult for him to plan the fight. Moreover, in this battle, even he had no advantage over his opponent. His sword was seized, and his efforts were not enough to escape from the clutches of the enemy. Being in close combat with his opponent, he decided to use the spirit sword Chongwan, which he had not previously shown to his opponents. A powerful flash began to spread before his enemy would have taken the blow, having no chance to dodge. Doc and Jiwa were distracted by the events in the sky. The girl understood that her opponent was underestimating her, and now she had a chance to show everything she was capable of. At the same time, the princess also stood up. With an incredible desire to fight, she was going to strengthen Gongchan's attack to ensure the result. A powerful explosion from the monk's equipment began to devastate their battlefield. This was the first time Buquan had encountered such determined resistance, and this blow was the most powerful he had ever had to deal with. After the strike, the battlefield was clear. Dust rose into the air and reduced visibility. The broken sword of the daughter of a great family fell to the ground. It was obvious that she had done all she could and was no longer able to continue the battle. Despite all their efforts, their enemies were visible through the fog. The dragons were standing calmly on their feet. After enduring the attack of a hermit monk from the Cheonim sect, Buquan extended his hand forward to show what a real punch should be. Using dark martial arts, the young dragon in the purple kimono released an incredible amount of terrifying internal energy. Jiwa's fighting spirit was broken. She couldn't even think that they still had any chance. Moreover, she was shocked that the purple dragon still had so much internal energy left to create such a huge shot. Getting to his feet, the exhausted Gonchan tried to force himself to think about how to get out of such a difficult situation, where it seemed that their fate was already predetermined. The task before him was not an easy one, but he did not despair, because he understood that there had to be at least some way to defeat these monsters from the blood cult. As it turned out, Buquan hadn't had enough fun yet and had no intention of ending the fight with this attack. He turned to the young monk and said that he was not going to change the direction of the attack, and the shot would go straight in the direction he aimed. After that, he asked if he could dodge something like that, while Gongchan turned around and realized that the possible worst case was much worse than he could have imagined. The shot would be powerful enough to leave the forest, beyond which the city of Xi'an was located, from which they had specifically led the enemies out to avoid destruction. Moreover, he felt that after passing the city buildings, this shot would hit his student, who was standing with her mother and excitedly watching the explosions from the forest. The situation was getting worse, and Ganshan realized that he had a problem that was much more serious than the strength level of his opponents. The enemy's energy, which was just before the attack, was already beginning to surround him. Gongchan knew that he had to stop this attack by any means necessary, otherwise he would not be able to prevent the destruction of the city and the death of hundreds of innocent people. The concentration and seriousness in the young monk's eyes gave the young dragon a feeling of euphoria. To him, Master Junum looked simply amazing. He was an excellent opponent for a battle-hungry enlightenment-level master. After the Hermit's preparations for defense, Bu Quan launched his attack. This was the first time that Gongchan had come face-to-face with such an incredible amount of energy, possessing a terrifying destructive power. It seemed impossible to simply parry this blow. The pressure was so great that the boy could barely hold his sword. The powerful technology reached its limit, and an explosion of enormous power occurred. Gongchan was able to protect the city and his student. But after such a heavy attack, it was difficult for him to stay on his feet. The princess, lying on the ground, was beside herself with rage. She couldn't help her idol. Her hands were shaking and her strength was running out. The girl didn't see a way to help defeat such monsters. Being in front of a master of the enlightenment level that was many times greater than her strength, she thought that this was their limit. A green dragon named Doc approached Manhwa and told her not to worry because they had no plans to kill her. As it turned out, he had rushed things too much, and it was not the end of the battle. Despite his wounds and incredible exhaustion, Gongchan unexpectedly began to rise from his knees. He stood on his feet in order to protect his comrades. The green dragon couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed to him that the young monk from Chanam had already been defeated, but he not only rose to his feet, but also began to laugh loudly and self-confidently. Bu Quan was also surprised because he knew for sure that he attacked the enemy with the aim of killing him for sure. Despite the purple dragon's efforts, Gongchan stood his ground and still had a smile on his face. Doc was furious that the monk was constantly interfering with their plans and decided to finish him off as quickly as possible. With one powerful shot, he wanted to get rid of the guy who was bothering them for sure. But fighting on emotions, he did not notice one thing. Gongchan had changed a lot, moreover. This time he was able to easily block the chi shot from the enlightenment-level Dark Master. This outcome was unpredictable, and the green dragon was so surprised that he could not move. For the first time, they had a fighter who could resist for such a long time. So Bu Quan, filled with the desire to fight, wasted no time and furiously rushed into the attack. But this time, Gongchan didn't even dodge his non-destructive overhead kick. The young monk caught his leg with a smile. One look from him said that this trick wouldn't work anymore. Having caught his opponent by the leg, Master Gongchan struck him back with his fist in the stomach for the first time. The enlightenment-level master flew back several meters and barely stayed on his feet. He felt pain for the first time during the battle. This unusual feeling made him think about what was really happening. Aside from the dragons, the daughter of the great Jeagle family was also simply shocked by how the boy who seemed defeated started to fight. The fight was still going on, and Gongchan decided to get serious, so he picked up his sword from the ground. Bu Quan, beside himself with rage, was ready to tear his opponent to shreds. It was the first time he had fought someone who could resist his strength with such confidence. To make sure that this duel ended, both dragons pounced on their opponent together. Despite the seemingly dire situation on the battlefield, Gongchan did not think about his enemies at all. As Doc flew towards him with a sly smile, he thought about how he had never actually fought with all his strength. In fact, Gongchan had always hidden his strength and fought by trying to be as efficient as possible. It was only in this battle that he reached his limit for the first time without using efficiency tactics. For the first time in his life, he fought without any restrictions. He gave it his all in a battle with such terrifying monsters. Even though he had taken heavy blows from the enlightenment-level master, he still had a smile on his face, his body enjoying the fight. Fighting in pairs, Doc managed to get close and began to release ki for a strike. He too admired this fight and shouted with pleasure that it was the end. Gongchan was ready for his attack and managed to defend himself with his sword. But this time, the weapon did not hold up, and his sword, with which he had come all this way, was destroyed. All the obstacles that Gongchan had overcome in the past had trained his intellect to the extreme. But the most terrible test he faced at that moment was the stimulation of his suppressed instincts. He experienced incredible pain and despair, and for the first time knew the joy of battle. His instincts and his mind are connected, even if they are opposed to each other. At the moment when his flow was subjected to the strongest shock, something happened that he had been trying to achieve for so long. The mind of the young hermit monk finally became clear and reached a new limit. The broken sword was no problem. He looked unrecognizably terrifying and powerful. He was surrounded by flames of such power that he could not even imagine before. At that moment, the situation changed dramatically, and he went from the position of a victim to the offensive as a real hunter. Believing in his superiority and instant victory, Doc lost his vigilance and did not notice how he received a blow from the Taoist of the Chanam clan. Gongchan rushed past him with incredible speed and, without bothering with the complex techniques of the clan, decided to strike with his palm, releasing internal energy. The guy, shocked by the suddenness, could not understand what had happened. He only saw a sharp flash, and after it he felt severe pain in his right shoulder. Gongchan's strength was on a completely different level compared to how he appeared to the enemies when they met. Jiwa's surprise was due to the fact that she had never seen her comrade from the Jeonnam clan use enhanced ki so skillfully before. Enraged by this turn of events, Buquan began to nervously shout to his comrade that he should not relax by underestimating the enemy. But the fear on his face said otherwise. As it turned out, he was not weakening his defenses at all. Doc glared at his opponent with hatred, realizing how much their superiority had been reduced by Buquan's attack. It's hard to believe, but during that intense battle he made huge progress. Gongchan finally reached the pinnacle of martial arts and reached the stage of enlightenment. No longer seen as a weak opponent to be toyed with, Gongchan became a real threat in the eyes of his enemies. His already incredible speed reached its possible limit. The Hermit monk was just playing with his enlightenment-level opponents, who together could easily destroy a small clan from Kanho. In an instant, he was behind the green dragon. Although Doc managed to notice how the enemy appeared behind him, he was unable to dodge the blow. Enraged by his comrade's failure, Buquan gathered all his determination into another destructive shot, which he was going to aim at the elusive Gongchan. Moving into the air, he directed his attack at Gongchan, who was calmly standing on the ground. The monk's imperturbable expression indicated that this battle was just entertainment for him. With incredible speed, he easily dodged the attack and moved in such a way that even an enlightenment-level master could hardly notice his location. Unexpectedly for the purple dragon, he suddenly appeared next to him and delivered a powerful knee strike to the stomach, which would have hardly worked before. This was the first time Buquan felt such severe pain. The pressure from Gongchan was so strong that the young dragon had no choice but to remain on the defensive, taking a series of fist strikes. At that moment, the guy with great strength in his arms but lack of combat experience began to panic. Despite all his efforts, he could not match the speed of the guy he had recently considered a weakling. Due to his contemplation of the situation, he missed his opponent's second attack, and Gongchan aimed his fist for an uppercut. It was obvious that the domination from Monk Jeonnam had driven the arrogant blood cult dragon to despair. At the peak of the battle, Gongchan was grateful for another secret martial art of the Jeonnam clan. It was about Tai martial arts, which means continuing to get better. Gongchan was so happy for the first time since his rebirth. He had never felt so cheerful as he did at that moment. Falling down, Buquan realized that they were approaching the end, believing that their opponent's limit had exceeded all expectations. The enemy's dominance seemed impossible to him. While in the air, Gongchan seemed to be caught off guard by the green dragon, with Doc behind him, ready to strike. He should have come to terms with the fact that they were not his level a long time ago. Without even turning around, the young monk was able to send his opponent flying once again. Buquan knew they should have gotten rid of him earlier, but no one thought he would become so dangerous. For the first time, Doc felt the pain of a brutal beating. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, he still tried to do something, because if he lost this fight, Gongchan would become the greatest threat to the blood cult. The green dragon's determination was at its limit. He was not going to die himself, so he decided to drag the enemy along with him. The dark arts master began to release his ki reserves to use his final technique. The overwhelming power caused his body to hurt unbelievably, but it could not affect his determination in any way. Seeing his comrade in such a state, Buquan began to support his decision with admiration. Just like Gongchan, he still enjoyed this wonderful duel, even though their situation was dire. The boy shouted that his comrade's name would forever remain glorified in their blood cult. But even such power did not make the monk Jeonnam waver. He had to witness a flow of stunning power that went beyond common sense. Doc shouted that he was able to obtain this unimaginable power by burning the rest of his life energy, so he will show everything he is capable of. A master of the enlightenment level put his life on the line in order to put his last strength into just one strike that could destroy everything in its path. Gongchan had never been so close to death, but despite this, he still stood calmly in place, waiting for the distance to the enemy to close. Approaching the monk, Doc tried to deliver his final blow that would decide the outcome of the duel, but his hands suddenly became weak, and everything around him began to float. The green dragon couldn't comprehend what was happening. For the first time, he lost control not only over the situation in the fight, but also over his own body. Being on the threshold of death, he began to panic, as he did not understand why he could not reach the enemy's body. The calm Gongchan decided to explain the situation to him and said that this was a secret space controlled by the technique of the Jeonnam clan, a heavenly martial art called Inhushi. At that moment, Doc realized that he no longer had the ability to resist. Gongchan appeared behind him. He rushed to attack the disoriented opponent, striking with a fist that was strengthened by his energy. His palm even cut through his own spatial control technique. The lightning strike left his enemy no chance. Doc was defeated without even the opportunity to realize the power that he had gained by burning the remains of his life energy. Jiwa understood the situation better than anyone. She had long heard that even when Gongchan was at the transcendental level, he had already defeated top-level masters in one-on-one combat. In other words, it was hard to imagine anyone in this fight who could resist him without a huge amount of effort. Clouds filled with lightning began to gather around their battlefield. This lightning was controlled by Gongchan. His last opponent's time was running out. The incredible pressure of the enemy's technique was the only thing that could frighten Buquan in his entire life. His body began to be controlled by instincts. He knew that he would lose the fight if his opponent gathered enough energy to perform such a dangerous technique. Throwing aside fear, he rushed to attack to interrupt his careless opponent. But the monk, with a calm expression on his face, told him that it was too late. In an instant, he gathered the natural energy that had accumulated in the cloud above him. Gathering all his power into his hand, he directed the 5 Thunder Seals technique at Buquan. The moment the name of the technique was pronounced, the fate of the last Enlightenment-level master of the Blood Cult squad was sealed. This attack was comparable in power to the Kirin technique used by Sasuke Uchiha. Smoke and dust rose into the air, limiting visibility. Jiwa opened her eyes and saw the results of the battle. All the enemies were defeated. Only Gongchan stood firm in this battle. Looking at her comrade who was standing on his feet, the girl addressed him by name to find out if everything was okay. Like a true hero and savior, Gongchan turned around sharply and asked if she was hurt. Jiwa was happy to see the smile on Master Jeonnam's face. Thinking that all the trials were already over, she sighed with relief. But the young monk still had one more thing to do. This time the remnants of the demonic cult's forces came to them, who had regrouped after their first skirmish with the masters of the Murim Union. Their leader was surprised that of all the participants in the battle, only one combat-ready master remained, but for him it did not play a big role, since he believed that now everything would be even easier than he expected. With a smug grin, he said that their goal was to let the Murim masters and the blood cult fighters fight each other to the death, so that they could then easily dispose of the exhausted winner. Looking arrogantly at the wounded enemies, he said that they had no chance of leaving alive, so he suggested that they simply surrender. Turning to the exhausted daughter of the Jegal clan, Gongchan asked her to rest and allow him to calmly finish the job. His strength was more than enough to get rid of masters of this level. A moment later, another explosion occurred, which became the final point in the battle in the forest near the small city of Xi'an. For us, the result was known in advance. The surviving leader of the demonic cult returned to the organization's fortress to tell why they failed to complete the task. His plan was perfect from start to finish, but he couldn't predict the outcome that happened. In order not to show his anger, the master of the organization looked out the open window and only asked how this could have happened. Still, it was not easy to contain his emotions, because he was confident that he had provided enough forces to complete a mission of this level. In addition to providing the army, he was also the one who had carefully planned the attack from start to finish. As a result, less than half of his men returned, and their goal was missed. The beaten fighter wanted to justify himself, but his master stopped him and said that he did not want to hear anything. His hatred was due to the fact that he believed that from now on, their faction would look like a laughing stock in the eyes of their competitors from the Dark Blood Cult. After these words, his protege admitted that in fact the Blood Cult had also failed, and all their troops had been completely crushed. This outcome was extremely unpredictable. It was hard to imagine that the armies of the 2 strongest dark organizations could not cope with one transcendental-level master from the imperial family. One of the surviving fighters brought clarity to this situation. He said that the one who captured the princess was the Taoist Gongchan from the Jeonnam clan, and also clarified that it was he who personally dealt with the warriors of the bloody cult, and even after that was able to easily defeat their numerous army. This outcome made it clear that Jeonnam's level was beyond their expectations. The leader of the demonic cult was beside himself with anger and could not even believe that there were only a few people left in Gangho who could fight against the young monk. Gongchan and Weiwa returned back to the fortress of Jeonnam. The corridor of the local hospital was pierced by screams because the hard battle left many wounds on the monk's body. He asked his teacher to be more gentle with him, which was unusual to hear from a master who had broken through to a new level of perfection of body and mind. As Gongchan's attending physician, Master Chunjin ordered him to undergo a month-long treatment of bed rest. This prospect did not please the young enlightenment-level master, and he answered tensely that it was problematic since he still had many things to take care of. The teacher replied that if it was about their trade, then there was no need to worry about it. Thanks to Gongchan's efforts, all production, logistics, and sales links were working perfectly. The clan masters no longer wanted the young monk to work alone, so they are working hard to replace him. Having calmed the guy down, he suggested that he stop thinking about unnecessary things and asked him to wait until he brought him lunch. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt so carefree. The guy calmly lay down on the bed and began to think about what he would do next. Instead of teacher Chunjin, his elder sister Gonan came to him with lunch. She was glad to see her younger brother and first of all asked him what it was like to reach the stage of enlightenment. Instead of saying it was amazing, he replied in a boring way that it had greatly expanded his horizons and understanding of the world in general. With a smile on her face, Gonan admitted that as a master, he had stood out even as a child, so it was no surprise to her that he would one day reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Feeling free, the young monk said that he could teach her a little, giving her an example of breathing techniques. But the girl politely refused and asked to forget about it, since she did not want to break herself trying to imitate the best. Moreover, at that time, his training was already practiced not only throughout the clan, but also throughout the entire Murim Union. Thanks to him, the union became much stronger because many new talents appeared everywhere. The guy was truly surprised. He could not even imagine that the martial arts that he sold for money would give such a significant result in such a short period of time. Feeling a little better, Gongchan went to the medical department to see how the product creation and distribution system worked without him. The new leader was glad to see the honorary master of the clan and congratulated him on his recovery. He warned his dear guest that he did not need to worry about the pharmaceutical business because he was doing everything in his power to maintain good revenue figures. Gongchan noted that the scale had become much larger than he had planned, which could not but please him. Having some free time, he asked if they were completing all their plans on time and offered his help. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that they already had everything ready and admitted that if they allowed him to help, then they would be able to find a place to hide their shame. Their gratitude knew no bounds, and Gongchan was satisfied with the results of his work. Having visited all the places that interested him, the hermit monk went into nature to be alone with his thoughts about the fact that he had already done everything that depended on him. The success of the pharmaceutical business greatly expanded the power of their clan, making it a household name not only throughout Kanho, but also in the countries they traded with. By strengthening friendships with other families and clans during his training, he managed to achieve the strengthening of the righteous faction, and the dark organizations were no longer as serious a threat as before. From that moment on, even the demonic cultists could not act rashly. They were afraid of making a mistake and again lay low, accumulating strength before their next appearance in Kanho. In addition, the boy was proud of the fact that he had reached the stage of enlightenment, and it seemed that he had done everything he needed to do. With a clear conscience, he could consider that this was enough. Having done everything he could possibly wish for, it was time for him to leave Kanho. Rumors of Master Gongchan's decision to leave the clan quickly spread. One of his disciples was so excited by the news that he came to visit the master to ask him about it personally. At that moment, the world-famous Taoist of the Jeonnam clan was already packing his things. He asked the student not to worry about it and said that he would visit them sometimes, telling them about his adventures outside Kanho. But the boy didn't take it the way Gongchan expected. He was unhappy that his teacher said it as if he was going to leave forever. Without turning around, the master replied that although he was not leaving the clan forever, he was still leaving it. These words deeply hurt the feelings of the young warrior, and he could not come to terms with his teacher's answer. The guy nervously shouted that in that case, it would be better for them not to meet for eternity. This behavior of the student made Gongchan very wary. He could not understand his feelings and believed that in fact, there should be no reason to be angry. The next guest was his disciple named Viva. Before his departure, he decided to give her some instructions for the future. He explained his decision by saying that the closer you get to the top in any field, the freer you become. For example, having a lot of money, a person can buy whatever he wants. Another example was that if you are strong enough, then wherever you go, you will not meet danger no matter how hard you look. At that moment, Gongchun could rightly be considered the kind of person who could not care about money and danger. His business was developing successfully, and he himself reached the level of martial arts that he dreamed of. Clenching his fist with joy and admiration, Gongchun finally said that he had received the freedom he had been seeking for so long. He couldn't tie himself to one place like the Jeonnam clan because then he would no longer be able to call such a life free and independent. After all these words, Viva realized that her teacher had become a perfect master who had truly become free. The master believed that he had fully paid off his debts to the Jeonnam clan, and he was completely right. Having done everything possible for the good of the clan, Gongcha was finally able to live his own life. The excited student shyly suggested that in that case, the Jeonnam clan and she personally no longer meant anything to him. Her words put the teacher in an awkward position, and he began to think about how to justify himself. But his speech was suddenly interrupted by another guest. They were interrupted by Chun Jin, who came to visit his student with a smile on his face before they said their indefinite goodbyes. It was so sudden that Gongchun didn't know what to say to him. In order not to escalate the situation, they decided to go outside and take a short walk. First of all, Chun Jin said that Gongchun had already saved him from having to ask questions. His words were too mysterious for the young master. So the teacher explained with a smile that he had heard the answers to his questions when he stood at the entrance to his room. Gongchun started laughing because his teacher was eavesdropping on the conversation at the door. But the man, with a smile on his face, justified himself by saying that he had no such intentions and that it happened unconsciously. Despite this, he still had a lot to talk about. Gongchun immediately became wary because he hadn't had a single calm conversation lately. The master immediately asked what they were going to talk about and assumed that the teacher was going to stop him. Chun Jin responded with a question and asked whether the master's opinion would change even if he personally asked him to stay. His question was so correct that the young monk was at a loss for words. In fact, Chun Jin admired his idea of leaving Kanho to seek freedom. He saw in it the true romance of the life of a hermit master, which Gongchun was. Recalling his life, he said that although he had lived for quite a long time, he had never seen such an unusual child as Gongchun. The boy replied that he had firmly decided to leave. The teacher did not object and agreed with him. Chun Jin just wanted to tell his student that he was proud of him. Usually, Kanho people, under the pretext of cultivating their Tao, are always blinded by the prospect of new heights. But in his eyes, Gongchun was an exception. Previously, he could not even think that a talent that grew as quickly as his disciple would stop before a new peak with even greater strength and honor. The man suggested that perhaps his student's decision to be satisfied with what he had already achieved was, in fact, the path to the pinnacle of true mastery. After these instructions, he once again congratulated his disciple on his acquisition of true freedom and said that he had nothing more to teach him. Before saying goodbye, he asked to remember that the road to the top of mastery does not have only one correct answer, and from this moment on, he will have to decide his future himself. He wished him to go around the whole world, filling his heart with new wisdom and doing whatever he wanted. But if he suddenly changed his mind, he could always come back whenever he wanted. After the teacher's parting words, the boy returned to his room to finish his unfinished business only late in the evening. His meetings were endless, and no one warned him about the arrival of guests from other clans. This time, his nieces from the Moen clan visited him, and from the expression on Ren's emotional face, it was clear that their uncle was in for a serious talk. She demonstratively hit the table and personally asked him if he really was going to leave the Jeonnam clan. His answer did not satisfy the hot-tempered girl, and she asked him to think about the decision longer, but the guy calmly replied that he had already decided everything a long time ago and was not going to change his mind. The more reasonable Yen politely asked what had caused such an abrupt and unexpected decision. Gongchun looked really tired, having had to answer questions like this all day. Without being verbose, he simply replied that it was just the desire of a free man. He sincerely admitted that it would be enough for him to walk down the street, eat delicious food, stay in a hotel and rest, live quietly, reading books. With a smile on his face, he added that it would be nice to find love. His words didn't immediately reach Ren's mind, but realizing his phrase about love completely made it clear. To make sure she understood everything completely, she asked if there was any point in trying to dissuade him. Gongchun replied that she was the first one who was going to spend her time on it. The older sister, with a more reasonable attitude towards her uncle's decision, understood that nothing could be changed. Looking at Gongchan, it became clear to her that she couldn't stop him, no matter what she said. Having no other options, Yen suggested to her little sister that they return home. But when she saw Ren's expression, she was simply shocked. Her younger sister had something dark in mind. It seemed that some kind of evil plan had been born in her head, which would prevent her uncle from leaving with Kanho. Rumors of the Master of Life and Death leaving the clan reached Jiwa. Next to her was the princess of the imperial family, who still hid her identity and called herself the leader of the Watang clan named Yuji. She was surprised, saying that Gongchan was an unusually strange guy. Manhwa couldn't understand why someone who had reached the enlightenment stage would just leave all of their progress behind and leave the country. The youngest daughter of the Moyan family agreed with her words and showed her displeasure. The angry girl quoted her uncle's words about wanting freedom and love, and also said that she couldn't stand to see him embarrassed when saying such things. The representative of Gongchan's fan club said with serious intentions that they should unite and somehow force the uncle to change his decision. Yan understood her younger sister's displeasure, but on the other hand, she didn't want to stop Gongchan from living the life he had long dreamed of. She replied that their uncle simply wanted a quiet life, and that they shouldn't interfere with that. Naturally, Ren cared little about her uncle's wishes, and she simply could not come to terms with what he was going to do. She hoped that if they did everything they could, then the master would start to doubt the correctness of his plan. Her younger sister's determination got on Yan's nerves, but she could never keep up with her in terms of energy and temper. Ren continued her speech and emphasized that the most important problem for them would be to come up with a plan that would help return the master to his place. Her final proposal to the fan club was to gather together on the day of Gongchan's departure. While the girl tried her best to change her uncle's decision, Gonan's sister was watching this mess. She marveled at how brave her nieces from the Moan clan were. Looking up at the sky, she realized that she herself did not have enough determination to do something like this because she simply could not muster up the courage. The next day, Gongchan was already ready to leave. One of his assistants reported that all his things had already been loaded into the cart. Looking back at the Qian'an fortress, he wished that all the people dear to him would take care of themselves and look after each other. Having left the walls of the fortress, he had no doubt that he had made the right decision. He believed that if he stayed in Cheonan, new problems would only be a matter of time, and he did not want to have any long-term attachments, because it would take away the freedom that he cherished so much. Gongchan was indeed in a hurry to get to his carriage to quickly leave for a free and peaceful life outside the cult of martial artists, where violence and battles for power would always reign. He had a sincere smile on his face as he opened his carriage with his things. At that moment, he clearly did not expect that his nieces from the Moan clan would be inside. At that moment, he began to feel tense and awkwardly asked how they got there. As it turned out, even his dear student Viva was inside. She shyly replied that they were going with their master. Looking to the left, the guy saw a few more problems that he didn't expect. Inside, there was even Lady Jagal and the leader of the Wangtong clan. They had sly smiles on their faces. The red-haired guy with a smile on his face replied that it looked fun, so he asked the master to let him join. Gongchan repeated his words about how he was actually planning to go alone, but with a smile on her face, Jiwa asked him not to worry about it. She said that they were simply walking the same path as Taoist Gongchang, so he didn't have to worry about them getting in his way. This answer put the guy in an awkward position. He had no argument that could somehow help him avoid traveling with them. As it turned out, Gonan's sister also wanted to join his escort team. Perhaps she mustered up the courage to come at the last moment and first asked her younger brother why he wasn't going inside. Looking at his older sister, Gongchan couldn't believe that she was also going to go with him. But the girl shyly replied that she was not as brave as those children who decided to do such a crazy thing. She hesitantly admitted that she had simply come to see him off, since that was the normal thing to do as an older sister, to take care of her younger brother. After these words, Gongchan and his suddenly appeared companions set off on their journey. Assessing the gravity of the situation, Gongchan lowered his head and sighed heavily, which made Wiwa think that he was sick and that they should go back. And so began their long journey together in search of adventures among free people. Gongchan was looking for peace. He wanted to escape from everything that could tie him to certain things. But it seems that this was not part of the plans of the determined girls. As it turned out, Gonan's sister still found the courage to leave the Jeonnam clan following her older brother. Her actions made her younger brother nervous, who hoped that at least she would not interfere with him living a peaceful life. After a long silence, The guy decided to ask if she had said that she would simply lead him on. The cunning girl replied that she was doing just that. The presence of the Kanho girls was impossible to avoid. The intrusive Ren, who was walking behind the master of life and death, asked her uncle if he liked the noodles at the last place, thinking that they were not that tasty. She managed to increase the provocation by saying that the food in Jeonnam was much tastier. Hopes for a free and calm life began to gradually dissolve in the environment he had to find himself in. He could not calmly do the things he had planned, because from his company there was always someone who spoiled all the fun from the rest. He didn't have a moment's peace. The girls continued to talk to him, even without receiving an answer. The princess tried to change the master's mind, saying that sleeping in the open air was too exciting, but she could sleep soundly if she had a comrade from Kanho covering her back. Gongchan objected and replied that he had no plans to return. He asked to stop these futile attempts, saying that he would not change his decision. The guy justified his answer for the first time and said that he no longer needed to fight or train because he was free, and no matter what happened, he would never go back. He sighed heavily and asked them not to remind him of the past anymore, and to let him live the life he had dreamed of all this time in peace. From that moment on, he asked his companions not to mention Kanho's name anymore, but he could not even imagine what not only his friends but also his enemies thought about him. The news of the departure of the young and problematic monk from Jeonnam reached the leader of the demonic cult. The master's assistant reported the information according to the report of the informant located near the Jeonnam clan. They learned the very unexpected news that Taoist Gongchan had left Kanho and was not planning to return. Considering this to be nonsense, the gentleman nervously clenched his teeth, not wanting to accept it as the truth. He could not understand how a Taoist who had reached the stage of enlightenment could just go and return to the ordinary world, refusing to reach new heights. This seemed strange to him. He began to suspect that Gongchan was up to something, so he ordered people to be sent out to look for him immediately. His entire body was trembling from such excitement, but he thought that perhaps it was even for the best, because after Gongchan left his clan, they had the opportunity to try to carry out their plan again. This time he took the task more seriously and asked to gather all the soldiers who were still capable of fighting. He was afraid that if they didn't immediately get rid of the threat at such an opportune moment, then such an opportunity would never present itself again. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, this time he had no choice but to personally lead the warriors of the Devil faction into battle to finish the job. Another important stage in the master's life made him remember the events that took place before his rebirth. At that moment, he was waiting for his girlfriend, who was late, and to be honest, his view has not changed since then, even despite being reborn in a completely different world. The girl was a little late and brought her friend ice cream as an apology. She noticed that the guy was not bored and was focused on his phone, so she asked him what exactly he had been doing all this time and what he had been looking at so enthusiastically before she arrived. The guy replied that he was just reading a manhwa about martial arts, and as it turned out, he liked to dream about such things back then. Then Gongchan asked his friend if he was right in thinking that she was only focused on studying and only read textbooks while she was a student. She replied that from her observations, guys really like things like martial arts mangas. She even suggested that her friend wanted to become as strong as the main character of the exciting comic he was reading at the time. Gongchan replied that he actually reads it just for fun and doesn't really want to live like the heroes of such comics. He admitted that it would be boring for him, because a true master must cultivate his knowledge and constantly fight for the sake of development and reaching new heights. He saw no charm in such a life full of worries. Looking into the girl's eyes with a smile, he admitted that he would happily live a normal life, especially if it included such pleasant moments as a walk with a loved one. They enjoyed their walk because a lot of time had passed since their last date. It was very relaxing for the guy. He liked that moment, and besides, all his problems with studying had just been solved, and he could feel truly free. Remembering the last moments of that perfect meeting with the girl he loved, he realized that life as a Jeonnam master was not his destiny from the start. After being killed by a mysterious truck, he immediately found himself in a martial arts world similar to the one in his favorite comic book. From the very beginning, things didn't go quite according to plan. Even his name wasn't what he liked. Due to his sense of duty, he was forced to become a Taoist of the Jeonnam clan, but things did not go as he wanted at all. Ever since his reincarnation, he had decided that as soon as he became stronger, he would definitely gain the freedom and peace that he had treasured so much in his past life. But when he managed to achieve his goal, everything turned out to be not as easy as he expected. It was just a dream. He only woke up when his hyperactive younger niece, Ren, started pestering him. The girl was surprised that her uncle slept for so long despite the fact that the sun was quite high. Ren went to help her older sister. Sleepy Gongchan couldn't figure out what was happening around him. He couldn't get over the emotions of devastation that haunted him after a heavy dream about the past. During the further trip, Sister Gonan found the courage to ask her younger brother what he was thinking so deeply about in the morning. The boy answered that he simply could not remember his dream. Looking tensely at his older sister, he decided to ask her a question as well. They had been traveling for over 2 weeks now, so he wondered how much longer his sister planned to see him off. The girl suggested with a sly smile that perhaps she would be there until the very moment when the master returned to the Chanam clan. Once near her destination, the curious student Viva looked out of the window to admire the picturesque views of nature. She admired what she saw. The mountain range that she observed was famous for its breathtaking views that attracted tourists from different countries. The guys could not pass by and decided to stop in one of the small towns near these beautiful mountains. The caring teacher first went to get some local delicacies and bought a stick of caramel strawberries for Wiwa, warning her that since it was harmful to her body, she could only eat one berry. Jiwa sat down next to her contented little sister and remarked that she envied her, since the famous master of life and death bought sweets just for her. This problem bothered not only the daughter of the Jegal family, but also the hot-tempered and obsessive Ren, so she approached the teacher and asked why he did not buy candy for all the other girls in his escort team. The guy did not see a problem with this and said that they had enough money for it. The cold and heartless answer hurt the young girl's feelings greatly, and she decided to furiously remind him that he ate mountains of glazed candies every time he visited the Murong family. Mentioning Kang Ho was unnecessary. It gave Gongchan an opportunity to turn the conversation to his advantage. But arguing with Ren was pointless. Her rage had forced the master to buy candy for all the girls who had accompanied him on his journey. After he had broken down and bought candy for everyone, Ren had patted him on the shoulder and remarked on the generosity of the great master of life and death. Still, he enjoyed what was happening at that moment in his life, so he decided not to worry about what he heard in his dreams. He supposed he was a little empty at the time, but things started to change. The carefree life without training and fighting was calm and comfortable for him, so he wanted to enjoy this time to the fullest. Gongchan was still sincerely happy about leaving the Jeonnam clan and Kang Ho. Interesting places in a small town ended rather quickly, and the girls suggested going on a hiking trip to the famous mountain, which was located very close to them. This was not part of the master's plans on vacation, but at that moment he only wanted to rest a little. Despite the small size of the town, it was quite lively at the time, but even so, Gongchan continued to be cautious and could not help but notice the man who was carefully watching their movements. Suddenly, Jagal said that she would like to look around in search of some good restaurant. In response, the princess did not object, but asked her friend not to linger. The attentive and experienced Gongchan could not miss the strange behavior of one of his companions. He noticed an unfamiliar master in the backyard, but he was sure that he felt the chi of the great family from him. The guy assumed that it might be the messenger who followed Lady Jegal. This made the master a little worried, and he asked Ren if everything was okay within the great Jegal family. He made a big mistake because when he pronounced the name of the Kanho family, a satisfied surprise appeared on the girl's face, which forced him to make excuses. However, the experienced master turned out to be right, and the master possessor of Ki of the great family really turned out to be a messenger. He met with Lady Jegal and informed her that the movements of a demonic cult had been detected in the area of her stay. Moreover, the scale of their movements was unusually large, indicating that they were willing to take risks to achieve their unknown evil goal. He came to convey the chief's request. As being in that area was dangerous, she was ordered to return to the great Jegal family immediately. The girl asked him to wait for her a little longer, justifying this by saying that she still had unfinished business. Jiwa returned back to her comrades and was first greeted by the smiling leader of the Watang clan. He asked his friend if she had been able to find at least some decent restaurant, but seeing the girl's look, it became clear to everyone that she was not at all in the mood for pleasant discussions. Gongchan immediately realized that he was in for a serious conversation. After receiving news from her family, Jiwa was determined to speak up. She approached the master of life and death and asked if he was sure he didn't want to go back to Kanho. The guy was confused and in response asked why she suddenly started talking about this again. Jiwa had never been so serious before, and not wanting to answer the distracting question, she emphasized that she was asking him for the last time. She was afraid that the master would regret his decision, but perhaps by that time it would be too late. Gonshin did not think that he was obliged to make such sacrifices and return to the clan, since he had fully repaid all his debts to those who saved his life. He did not regret his actions at all, since in fact he had done the right thing and was honest first and foremost with himself. All the efforts of the escort team did not produce the desired result, which caused Ren to sink into herself for a moment. Bowing her head politely, she suddenly shouted at her uncle not to leave. Confused, Gongchan asked her to stop behaving like this and said that she had no reason to stop him. Ren was happy to live like this. She even emotionally admitted that she genuinely liked the expression on his face during training. She enjoyed spending time together even when he was risking his life and being in the middle of battles to protect the rest of his comrades. Continuing her speech, the girl talked about her simple desire to see how he tries to give his best to become better, not paying attention to the limits of his body. All this was the reason why she always stayed with him. She liked it, and it was part of her happy life. Looking at the extremely upset girl, Gongchan was at a loss for words and simply replied that he was sorry. He asked them not to perceive him in the same way, citing that he was not as sincere as they thought. To lower the girl's opinion of him, he said that he worked hard in training only because he wanted to be popular with women. Gonshin called himself real, exactly as he was at the time of their conversation. He was simply returning to his past life. Continuing to emotionally pressure his companions, he said that up until this point, all the hard work he had done was for the sake of freedom and not having any responsibility for anything. That's why he finds it strange to continue to stay in Kanho, where there are plenty of events that won't let him stand aside. Jiwa couldn't take it anymore and agreed to accept it and surrender. But she had one condition: if met, she would no longer pester the Master of Life and Death about returning to Kanho. She wanted to see his true determination and asked him not to interfere in Kanho's internal affairs from now on. The guy replied that it would be so, but the girl objected to emphasize the seriousness of her words. Her condition was complete absence of communication with Kanho, literally no involvement, even regardless of what atrocities the devil cult or blood cult commits. The condition was also the neutrality of the Master of Life and Death, no matter what the situation would be in the Jeonnam clan, even if they all fell into hard times. The proud girl from the great Jegal family could not allow someone who was not a person from Kanho to come to their aid one day. In response, Gonshin only asked if everything would be okay with them. The girl sharply replied that he should not underestimate their orthodox sects. She called the internal problems their personal battle, which they must fight themselves without help, believing that any outside help would bring shame on them. This entire dialogue was aimed at ensuring that by leaving Kanho, Gonshin would protect the pride of their orthodox sects. With a smile on his face, Gongchan admitted that he was starting to feel relieved. He understood her request and promised that as an outsider, he would not interfere in Kanho's internal affairs. After such a productive conversation, no one had any questions left, and Gonshin left on his own in the direction his heart led him. He didn't manage to get far and had to stop on the way to the next city. Sister Gonan followed him. She said that seeing how he turned around, she got the impression that he regretted his decision. But the calm guy explained such cruelty by saying that he only turned back because he felt his elder sister's key. He started to laugh awkwardly, since it hadn't been that long since they had parted. But Gonan still followed him. The girl used her old excuse and replied that she had just come to see him off. With a confused expression on his face, the Master of Life and Death replied that they were back to the old dialogue. This time, everyone was serious about letting him go, but Gonan didn't give in. Meanwhile, the carriage with the girls that was returning to Kanho stopped to rest for a while. There was only a scary hut nearby. Yan said that they should not worry about anything. While the girls were talking about completely ordinary things, the hot-tempered Ren couldn't find a place for herself and didn't understand how her friends could behave in such a way after what had recently happened. She approached her older sister and asked her why everyone gave up so easily. Ren began to panic and screamed that they should have followed him further. En had a completely different opinion. She saw no way to change anything, and asked her sister not to mention the name of the Master of Life and Death anymore. Suddenly they heard a terrifying, evil voice saying that he wanted to hear something else about Gongchan. Next to them was a man with a terrifying chi surrounding his body. He immediately stated that he was extremely interested in their dear Master Gongchan. The fear on Yen's face only confirmed the seriousness of the problem that had caught them off guard. The girl saw something like this for the first time in her life. She could not believe that such vicious and distorted energy existed in the world. It was obvious that they couldn't just escape. The girls were surrounded by a squad of demonic cultists, and their master once again asked where exactly the master he was interested in, whom he hated, was. Returning to our hero, he continued to listen to his sister. not understanding how long she would see him off. The girl suggested taking another 100 steps, and this time promised that she would let him go for real. Hearing these words, Gongchan coldly turned around and walked forward. A frustrated Gonan clenched her fist nervously because she couldn't muster up the courage even at the end. She couldn't say that she was following him, so she made up an excuse to see him off. Even now, she didn't want to say goodbye, so she again used her long-tested excuse for accompanying him. She couldn't forgive herself for not having the courage to ask him not to leave at least once. But there was no more time for excuses, and she realized that if she just said goodbye now, it would be impossible to change it. She was afraid of losing him, and so she dragged out the moment until the very end. Finding the determination within herself, she firmly told herself that she would not remain a coward who was incapable of anything. Gongchan didn't even suspect her difficult internal dialogue, so he looked back carelessly and said that there were only 5 steps left that he had promised his sister. But at that very moment, the blade of his sister's sword was right at his neck. The confused guy couldn't understand what was happening and just smiled awkwardly. Filled with determination, Gonan shouted out that she was challenging the master of life and death to a duel. As she struck her first blow, she said the only condition of the fight, whoever touches the ground first loses. This time she promised that if Gongchan won, she would let him go for good. But if she wins, then Gongchan will be forced to give them another chance to convince him. This is how the final duel between the brother and sister of the Jeonnam clan began. Gonan was very serious and fought with all her might, even despite the significant superiority of her opponent. She put all her determination into each next blow. While fighting with her brother, she began to remember the past. She was the first real rival of the young, talented master, who in a short time was able to change the entire country of Kanho. As a child, she couldn't even imagine that he would become as incredible as he is now. But even despite the low chance of winning, she was ready to do everything to bring him home. Meanwhile, the silence of Gongchan's other friends set the demonic cult into action. Even though they were all transcendent-level masters with decent reserves of internal energy, it wasn't easy at all. The numerical superiority of the demonic cult was obvious. Such pressure was too difficult to control. Having already fought with this army once, the princess could say for sure that, compared to the last time, not only the numbers, but also the strength of the enemy warriors had increased. While the girls were holding off the enemy attacks, Lady Jagal was busy implementing the technique of her great family. She did everything to create conditions for the protection of her team. Having finished her preparations, she called on her comrades to immediately go inside the house. Having fought off the wave of attacks, the girls rushed inside. They were surrounded, but despite this, there was still a chance to escape. Jiwa finally finished performing her technique and was ready to defend herself along with the others. The protective equipment must not allow the warriors of dark cults to enter. The princess praised her friend for her excellent work, noting that now the enemies really couldn't get inside. But as it turned out, things were quite different, and in fact they found themselves locked inside, surrounded by an army of enemies. This gave them some time to recuperate and plan their escape. After collecting her thoughts, Ren said that if the 4 of them joined forces, then one of them would definitely be able to break out of the enemy encirclement. She reminded them that the only chance of salvation was Gongchan. She wanted to retreat to organize a surprise attack with her uncle, but no one supported her idea. Ren thought that they simply did not believe in his superiority, so she explained that he was not the type to lose to dark or demonic cults. But unexpectedly for her, her older sister agreed with these words. It was hard for her to admit that if they asked for his help, then in the future, he would definitely be able to leave them. She sincerely wished for Gongchan to fulfill his desire to leave Kanho, realizing that this would make him truly happy. Meanwhile, the duel between brother and sister continued. The Enlightenment-level master was not giving it his all, and an angry Gonan shouted that he should take the fight more seriously. In fact, Gongchan did not see her as an enemy at all. From the very beginning, he clearly saw all her movements and weak points in defense. At one point, he simply pushed her in the back, which must have been unpleasant for Gonan, who was fighting with all her might. Still, this was not enough to make her fall to the ground. The girl stayed on her feet and nervously bit her lip out of helplessness. Not seeing the point in all this, Gongchan asked how long he had to repeat this until she finally gave in and fulfilled the terms of their agreement. Without turning around, the proud girl apologized and replied that she would never give up. Rushing back into battle, the elder sister shouted that she was not going to listen to a stubborn liar like Gongchan, even if he repeated his words 1,000 times. Her words hurt the feelings of the master of life and death, and defending his pride, he said that he did not remember when he lied. At that moment, the girl reminded him of his words about how he accidentally learned martial arts, despite the fact that he did not want to. She wasn't sure about the others, so she said she would never believe those words. Remembering her younger brother's life, she reminded him that the first thing he thought about all night was practice and how to make a shot that would reach the opponent. She still remembered how happy he was after every success in learning martial arts. She also didn't agree with his words that he trained only to be popular with women. After a series of blows, which with their pressure pushed the masters to a comfortable distance, the girl began to use one of her techniques. The girl saw his whole life and understood that it was not just like that he became stronger. It was the yin-yang technique he used to catch her off guard during their first serious battle. Surprised by the unusual sight, Gongchen froze in place. Gonen explained that this was her improved version of the technique that he had long forgotten about. Its value was unimaginably great for Gonen, because she created it after 3 years of training under her dear younger brother. The duel was over. With a slight laugh, she couldn't believe that her brother had been feeling sorry for her all this time. Gonen knew that in a real fight, Gongchen would not allow her to be hit even once, but in this fight, everything was different. After these words, the exhausted girl began to lose her balance. Despite the terms of the bet, Gongchen couldn't let her fall to the ground. Hugging his older sister, he confessed to her that her technique was simply incredible. Praising the fight, he said he still had a lot to learn, something he only realized through this fight. In the end, Gongchen still admitted his defeat. He felt strange. Despite admitting defeat, he did not feel bad at all. He admitted that he really wanted to leave, but because of the promise, he would still fulfill the terms of their deal. Gonen's courage paid off and the girl was able to achieve the result she could only dream of. The sister and brother from the Jeonnam clan were rushing back to meet the rest of the boys. Gonen felt that all the boys were already waiting for him, but she couldn't even imagine what kind of situation they were in at that moment. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic cult was running out of patience, so he immediately warned the girls that if they were thinking about stalling for time, it was useless. He did not want to waste time on their attempts, which he considered pathetic. He asked them to stop the senseless fight and offered to leave, promising to let them go if they told him where Gongchen was. Still, he didn't expect anything else from the followers of the orthodox sects. The girls still didn't give up and continued to sit inside the hut, which was protected by the Jeagle family's technology. The leader of the demonic cult had no choice but to do things his way. He sent his fighters and with anger in his eyes ordered them to reduce the house to dust. Their efforts did not have much result, but every technique has its limits. With a smile on his face, the cult leader decided to see how long the magical array of the great Jeagle family could withstand the pressure of an entire army. Several minutes passed, but the equipment continued to repel every enemy attack. But at one point, the leader of the demonic cult began to feel a thrill that was pleasant for his heart. Turning back, he wanted to see the owner of that very energy that he had been looking for so long. The allies were already close, but because of the technique, no one inside the house could know about it. Jiwa was already beginning to say goodbye to life, because her energy was running out, and she could no longer maintain her technique due to the enormous pressure from outside. Hiding in the corner, Yan covered her sister from the Jeonnam clan, but at one point she turned around and looked through the wall, feeling something familiar. Viwa's expression changed dramatically. Her practice was enough to sense the master's energy from such a distance. The master of life and death, the only one who could change the situation, came to their rescue. Despite his promise to the daughter of the great Jeagle family, he had to return, all thanks to the efforts of Sister Gonen. Suddenly for the princess, she began to feel a huge amount of energy of a person who was slowly approaching their door. The girl was on guard and prepared to use her swords in the worst case. But when the door opened, Master Gongchen appeared in front of them, with Gonen's sister standing next to him, exhausted from a friendly duel. Confused, Manhwa couldn't understand how he could change his mind. The guy replied that it was a long story that led him to them after he felt the dark energy on his way home. As expected, the anger of the Jeagle family's daughter immediately fell upon the master. She shouted that he could not do such a thing. She couldn't accept the fact that he had broken his promise not to interfere in Kanho's affairs. In response, Gongchen only reported that one of the enemy fighters still posed a threat to them and asked her to strengthen the barrier. When leaving the protected house, the guy asked his companions not to go outside under any circumstances, and also asked them to help take care of Gonen's sister. Turning to Jiwa, he admitted that he didn't want her to worry too much about breaking her promise. With a smile on his face, he stated that he was still a disciple from Kanho. After leaving the building, all Gongchen could see were dozens of defeated enemies lying on the ground in front of the shack. Among them, there was only one person who stood firm in the battle with the young master, and that was the leader of the demonic cult. He had no doubt that the person in front of him was the famous master of life and death. Gongchan saw no danger in his opponent and said that his energy was so weak that he could barely detect it. With a slight mockery, the enemy agreed with the words of the observant master. He admitted that as the best tactician of his cult, he rarely shows up on the battlefield. But as it turned out, the appearance of such an opponent as Gongchan made an exception to the rules for the master of the cult, and he personally arrived to defeat the dangerous opponent. A terrifying energy that had previously been undetectable began to emanate from him. Gongchan had never seen anything like this before, and he froze in surprise. With a smile on his face, the cult leader asked his opponent if he had sensed the energy that had been so carefully hidden. The demonic faction troops that Gongchan defeated didn't just disappear. Hands of the dead began to burst forth from under the ground, and this was the terrifying secret that the leader of the demonic cult was hiding from prying eyes. No one who personally saw this technology escaped from it alive. Gongchan didn't understand what trick his enemy was using, but he couldn't let him finish this technique calmly. While trapped within his dark machinery, there was definitely no fear on the cult leader's face. After closing the distance to the enemy, Gongchan delivered a slashing blow. He managed to cut through the zombie's flesh, but he clearly didn't expect what happened next. His sword was easily caught by the enemy master's bare hand. After such a move, the remains of the zombie's body parts dispersed, and a terrifying power began to emanate from the enemy leader. The young master of life and death could not withstand such pressure and flew back. The powerful blow sent him flying towards the shack behind him, and he had to do everything he could to stop himself. He was unsure whether the building would be able to withstand the protection of the great Jagal family's technique alone, so he released his key sword to strengthen his resistance. It was only through great effort that he managed to stop the attack of the enemy who stood carelessly in front of him. The leader of the demonic cult called it a forbidden spell that elevates the caster to a higher level. For this, he sacrificed 108 people who had mastered the dark arts. With a wicked grin on his face, he said that even if 108 ghosts were to gnaw at his body, controlling them with his brain, he was not afraid of losing control of himself. Gongchan once again met an opponent who was not worth pitying. Looking at his opponent, he said that he was not going to communicate with such pathetic trash. And without hesitation, he called his subordinates the word victim. The loyalty of his warriors was worth a lot, for they gave everything to support their leader and follow his orders. This speech had no effect on the leader of the demonic cult at all. The man, filled with power, felt simply great, and experiencing this euphoria, rushed into battle. Gongchan understood that in this case, words were unnecessary, so he accepted the duel to prove his case by force. By sacrificing the power of 108 of his loyal followers, the leader of a demonic cult gained immense power that he believed no one could match. The flaw of his dark technique was that it was temporary and would disappear after one night. At the same time, the great master of life and death was not limited by time, but with the current pace of the battle, he had to finish this fight as quickly as possible. He managed to keep up with his opponent and block simple blows. Moreover, he struck back, but they were of no effectiveness. This battle was of an incredible level, and if they had been inside the city, it would have been wiped off the face of the earth in a matter of minutes. Despite the temporary limitation of the dark technique, the leader of the demonic cult believed that it was more than enough. He felt superior to his opponent despite the fact that Gongchan was able to deal with 3 Enlightenment stage masters. For the first time, Gongchan found himself in a situation where the enemy was superior to him, not only in strength but also in speed. The enemy, in a state of euphoria, was already anticipating the taste of victory. His attacks were incredibly effective. Gongchan couldn't cope with all of them. His brute force did not give him a moment's rest. Trying to somehow survive, Gongchan, who was constantly under irresistible pressure, was forced to flee from the enemy's attacks. The fight had only started a few minutes ago, but the young master was already wounded. Meanwhile, the enemy did not let up the pressure and continued to attack. The biggest problem for the Hermit was his allies, who were in the building behind him. They were his real weak spot. Realizing this, Gongchan decided to move away from his comrades in order to lead the enemy to a more suitable battlefield. But he underestimated the tactical literacy of his opponent. Considering the young master's motives, the demonic cult master did not change the direction of his attack and fired a volley of energy straight towards the hut. At that moment, Gongchan realized that he had screwed up big time. He could no longer waste time and change his position, so he immediately rushed to the defense of his comrades. Gongchan managed to land in front of the building, but the enemy attack was still a big problem. The power of the enemy equipment was so great that it was simply impossible to repel or disperse it. At the last moment before the collision with the building, an explosion occurred. Looking towards the enemy from the Muram Alliance, the leader of the enemy organization said that the student of the Junam Martial Arts School should take this battle more seriously. He turned to the Master of Life and Death and said that fighting and protecting the weak was something that only the strong could do. He had no doubts about his opponent's abilities, but at that moment he was sure that Gongchan was definitely weaker than him. And in other words, this battle was going completely in his favor. Having withstood the enemy's attack, Gongchan himself admitted that the enemy's words were true. Even though his attacks had hit the demonic cult leader's body several times, he still appeared unperturbed. In a dire situation, the young Master of Life and Death made a risky decision. He believed that his only hope of victory was to concentrate all his energy in one hand to deliver a blow capable of destroying such a monster. This also meant that after this blow, his strength would be completely exhausted. Despite the risks, he was willing to risk everything for a small chance of victory. The great tactician in the person of the leader of the demonic cult recognized the decision of the disciple of Jonam as quite good. Unsuspectingly, Gongchan began to close the distance with the enemy in order to realize his plan. But he miscalculated and realized it too late. Dodging the blow, the opponent said that it does not matter how much power Gongchan gathers, because it is useless if he cannot hit him. The realization of this simple truth was quite unexpected for the young master, because before he had never yielded to his enemies in speed. Due to a failed lunge, he exposed his back to a counterattack. Even with the body protection technique, this blow was too heavy, and the guy felt such incredible pain for the first time in his life. The leader of the demonic cult decided not to play around, and afraid of making a mistake, supplemented the series of attacks with a powerful kick. Gongchan realized that he had screwed up again due to his carelessness. The power of the enemy's dark technology did not allow him to relax. The pressure from the enemy was so strong that Gongchan began to take too many hits. Another attack sent him into a severe knockdown, after which another master of his level would have already said goodbye to life. His whole body was shaking looking at the enemy. He realized that he could not find any gap in his defense. Looking around at the still surviving building, Gongchan tried to think of at least some way out of the situation. It seemed like he was running out of strength without any resistance. He just lay on the ground. Approaching the young master point blank, the leader of the demonic cult extended his hand towards him and began to release energy for a strike, saying that he would send them all to hell. After these words, another powerful explosion occurred. The leader of the demonic cult paused for a moment, saying that he did not understand his opponent's behavior at all, since Gongchan did not stop him from carrying out a series of attacks without any break. As it turned out, at the last moment before the enemy master's attack, Gongchan managed to catch his hand. Thanks to this capture, he changed the trajectory of the attack and once again saved his comrades, who, trusting him, remained inside the hut. The efforts of the young master were hard to miss. With a huge advantage in brute force, the enemy pinned Gongchan to the ground. Looking into the eyes of the student Junam, he said that he saw his efforts and would still break what he was so diligently protecting. Grabbing the guy by the head, the villain said that he would allow him to do what he so feared. With one powerful movement, he threw Taoist Chanam in the direction of the hut. It was simply impossible to resist such a monster, and Gongchan, having destroyed the building, fell backwards onto the floor. There was a column of dust around him, and the leader of the demonic cult demonstratively stepped on his chest with his foot and said that this was the end. With a smug smile on his face, he was glad that he was about to get rid of the annoying master from the Jonam clan. In fact, he considered it the only problem that had been bothering him for the past few years. He was sure that once Gongchan disappeared, then no one would be able to resist the dark forces of Kanho anymore. Having lost his vigilance, he did not even notice how he had exposed his back, so he received an unexpected blow. Looking around, he saw two girls standing next to each other with extremely worried expressions on their faces. Jiwa looked like she had just learned a few new karate moves a few minutes ago. While the leader of the demonic cult yawned in surprise, the three accompanying female masters of life and death grabbed his arms and back, thereby immobilizing the enemy, opening his body to attack. With difficulty holding back the enemy, Elder Sister Moen turned to her mentor in panic and asked him to hurry up with his decisions. Weakened but not broken, Gongchan began to see what he had been unable to see during the intense battle. Gritting his teeth, he was finally able to see the occultist's weak spot. The lord of the demonic cult could not believe that he had made such a trivial mistake, and at that moment he had to pay for his arrogance. The already destroyed hut inside the forest suffered another collapse. Everything around began to be destroyed under the pressure of Gongchan's powerful energy. Despite the force of the blow, the leader of the enemy dark organization, Kanho, was able to stay on his feet. He began to slowly walk towards the young monk, saying that he suddenly became very curious about why the hermit was so diligently protecting that building. The man, who was wounded in the stomach, suggested that Gongchan was trying to buy time for his friends to recover. With a calm expression on his face, the master of life and death confirmed the words of his dishonorable enemy. Gongchan said that even if he failed to do so, he would still protect his comrades without sparing himself. The demon cult leader's body gradually began to deteriorate, and the energy of his 108 loyal subordinates that his body held began to gradually dissipate. Losing his human form, he thought about Gongchan's words regarding his comrades and admitted that, as expected, he still hadn't managed to understand him. After these words, the body of the leader of the demonic cult completely collapsed and only torn clothes remained. The exhausted winner could barely stand on his feet. The guy, tired of free adventures, began to lose consciousness and fell backwards. Luckily, they had some loyal female comrades by their side, who together managed to hold him back before he hit the ground. Sighing heavily, the guy with tired eyes was not embarrassed to admit that he had slightly overestimated his capabilities. Looking at the smiling ladies, he said with confidence that he would close his eyes for just a second. Obviously, it was a lie. Gongchan fell asleep and again saw his past, which haunted him. It was a real meeting of his two personalities. He, from his past life, asked what interesting things had happened this time, that he even decided to meet. From the smile on the face of the master of life and death, one could logically assume that he had made an important decision for himself. Looking back at his past self, he admitted that even after living 25 years in another world, he still had too much attachment to his past way of life. His views on freedom had changed greatly, and this time he could confidently say that he would return to Kyeonam. His skeptical personality from his past life didn't understand this decision, so he asked if Gongchan was really going to go back to those boring days of cultivating his progress and fighting every day. But the master's soul responded that it was not boring for him at all, as it might seem at first glance to an ordinary reader of manhwa. Gongchan was happy to share with himself the happy and excited moments that he experienced in his new life. Developing personal characteristics, discovering a new world of martial arts, strengthening bonds with others through battle, all of this was an exciting part of his new life as a master. Looking back, he saw so many incredible memories that they completely changed his attitude towards this lifestyle. First of all, he should have thanked his comrades for following him. This opinion was common to both his personalities. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by his girlfriend from the past, who finally showed up for the date with ice cream in her hands, a little embarrassed about being late. Then the moment came to say goodbye. His personality from the past wished him to live a new life happily, without looking back at the past. This is how Gongchan realized that his understanding of freedom had previously been too limited. Opening his eyes after a long sleep, the guy soullessly looked at the ceiling, being devastated after another dream about the past. All he saw in front of him was only a ceiling, with the characteristic of a building he had known for a long time. The realization of where he was quickly brought him to his senses. The guy rose sharply, and after the familiar ceiling noticed the blanket that had long been familiar to him. Looking up, he saw that Sister Gonin, the teacher and the youngest student, as well as dozens of warriors of the Jeonnam clan were standing in front of him. Gongchan immediately felt like he was home. The whole crowd started to bombard him with questions about how he was feeling, as well as about his unexpected latest victory over the leader of the dark organization Kang Ho. Looking at her younger brother, Sister Gonin asked if he was going to leave the clan anymore. The other guys were also worried about this question, as they had been very worried about his condition all this time. With a sincere smile on his face, Gongchan admitted that he was happy to be at home. After 3 months, he returned to his normal life. Sister Gonin had just come to him. She had previously received the task of finding all the information from the meeting of the Orthodox sects. The guy apologized for not being able to pick up the report earlier, justifying himself by saying that he was too busy with the schedule of fights. Opening the list of current issues for the meeting, Gonin first mentioned the dark factions, saying that their power had weakened considerably. The most important thing was that they had practically disappeared after losing their tactician. It was likely that the enemies would lie low for a while to gather their strength again for another attack. The news was great, but the Master of Life and Death said that they still couldn't relax because the remaining enemy forces were still a threat, and there were still many dark cult leaders that hadn't been defeated. The second interesting news was a message from the great Jaigal family. They were not going to miss even the slightest detail. So Jiwa sincerely wanted Gongchan to believe in the power of the orthodox sects. As for the leader of the Wangtong clan, he went to help other sects destroy the blood cult. He was eager to go through a real battle again, so that he could imitate his idol and become stronger. After finishing her report, Gonan warned her younger brother that some annoying guests had arrived and they needed to be taken care of. It was obvious that they were talking about the hyperactive Ren and her silent but willful older sister Yan. The surprised boy said that he saw them in Cheonim even more often than when he was in the Morong family. With a smile on her face, Ren declared that they would come more often until they could beat their uncle in a fair sparring match. The older sister added to her sister's speech by saying that they had something new in store this time. After these words, their beloved little sister from the Jeonnam clan appeared behind them and abruptly declared that they could not fight on this day. A little embarrassed, she said the master's words that a sparring match with a warrior named Viva was scheduled for that day. Ren was shocked that they were late. The calm Gongchan replied that on this day, he would test his youngest disciple for the first time. Even though Viva had stolen her precious uncle's time, Ren still couldn't help but lift her younger sister into the air, saying that she had wanted to see her for a long time. Looking at the noisy youth, Gonan remembered that she was expecting a quiet and calm day. Gongchan also did not expect the arrival of his noisy nieces, but the unexpected visit evoked only positive emotions in him. In fact, he began to admit that he found it much more fun when there was such friendly bustle around.